Chapter 121. If there is no emergency on weekdays, the Joint Defense Bureau will get off work at 6 o'clock. At night, they will take turns to work. If there is an incident, they need to rush there as soon as possible. Fong Zhou left the Joint Defense Bureau at 6 o'clock. The carnival dozens of kilometers away had already begun. She did not rush back to Mingang City immediately. The whole concert lasted until 8:30 in the evening. The most chaotic moments were when entering and leaving the venue. She opened the communicator and took a casual look. The relevant news was pushed on it. According to the information on the internet, no major incidents have occurred yet. In such a small place, the things that happen over and over again are just these. Fong Zhou looked at some news in the park and occasionally felt that it was not as interesting as the discussions in the fourth dimension. After returning to the hotel, she took off her uniform and changed into a black casual outfit. Then closed her eyes, held the communicator, and entered the communication network. At the moment when the ability was activated, countless intertwined data threads formed a new world. She was not very familiar with the electronic control ability of the wall mouse. Compared with other abilities, it was much more difficult to use, and there should be no distractions in her mind. At present, she used it most to delete the records transmitted by the communicator. If it was slightly expanded, it would be easy to fall into the data vortex. Fong Zhou followed the data route to find the location of Mingang City Expo Center. There were too many people gathered there, and the data route was a mess and difficult to separate. She had to block those small data routes and focus on the surveillance camera of image transmission, so that the path would be clearer. She hacked into the nearby surveillance cameras and could see the images they were transmitting synchronously. The eyes that served the central system in Mingang City played their greatest role at this time. Fong Zhou could follow them to see all places except the tower and the Joint Defense Bureau. The people of the Joint Defense Bureau are now basically concentrated near the Expo Center. Fong Zhou selected and left a few surveillance cameras to remain in the intrusion state. One is located outside the Expo Center. Police officers wearing the uniforms of the Joint Defense Bureau control several traffic intersections and can see people coming and going. One is an eye near the Joint Defense Bureau, which can observe the police dispatch of the Joint Defense Bureau. There are also two official drones over the Expo Center, which can include the huge crowds of people in the picture and observe whether there are small-scale riots in the inner field and the stands to the greatest extent. One of the cameras that was filming after her invasion suddenly turned its view and aimed at the unofficial illegal drone, opening its center and shooting a red laser. The unofficial illegal drone immediately emitted black smoke and suddenly fell down, which made Fong Zhou feel a little bit annoyed. Leaving behind the few surveillance cameras that could observe the situation, Fong Zhou continued to swim in the network route. She was looking for the location of Jiang Huaiyan and Jiang O. If she only looked at the surveillance network to search, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The detection speed of the human brain could not be faster than the system scanning to quickly lock. Fong Zhou did not use this primitive method to obtain their location. In this messy data route, she extracted a few numbers, which were the communication numbers of Jiang Huaiyan and Jiang O, which she asked Wu Yuanbo for, with a specific target. It is easy to find them in these data routes. The two green data routes that were specifically locked rose in the line group, detached, and finally became completely independent. Fong Zhou obtained their location information based on their communicators. Jiang O is still in the Joint Defense Bureau, and Jiang Huaiyan's location is closer to the Expo Center. Fong Zhou entered the surveillance camera near Jiang Huaiyan to check the situation. He was patrolling near the Joint Defense Bureau, and Duanzhe was with him. This was her first attempt to locate through the communicator. It seemed that knowing the number would indeed achieve this, and the result was quite good. Jiang O and Jiang Huaiyan were not actually suitable for entering the battlefield directly. Jiang Huaiyan's presence outside the Joint Defense Bureau was beyond her expectation. But he returned to the Joint Defense Bureau after patrolling for a while. Fong Zhou did not dare to invade the monitoring network inside the Joint Defense Bureau. She could not grasp the degree of it. The wall rat also said that these places were very dangerous, especially the tower. So even though there was a lot of information inside, Fong Zhou did not forcefully approach. Fong Zhou left the positioning information of the two and the locked monitoring, and closed all other data routes. When the clock reached 8 o'clock, the distribution of the Joint Defense Bureau began to change. A steady stream of police cars drove out of the exit of the Joint Defense Bureau. Two helicopters rose above the other end. One of them was larger and looked like a transport helicopter. Fong Zhou seemed to have heard the humming sound of their rotors. Jiang Huaiyan was in one of the helicopters. And Jiang still did not leave the Joint Defense Bureau. Did they discover something in advance and prepare to solve it before things get bigger? Was it a crime committed by a transcendent or an alien creature? Why would a transport helicopter be sent? Their moving position was in the direction of the expo center. Fang Zhou selected a nearby surveillance eye to check the situation, and did not see anything abnormal. The Joint Defense Bureau made some movement, and Fang Zhou knew that it was time for her to take action. She disguised herself into another appearance, used the ring to open Shixiang's passage, and entered the transfer station. Shixiang, who received the news, walked out of another passage and threw 2 mechanical armed guards and protective vests to Fang Zhou, as well as 2 with minimal recoil. What are you going to do again? Do you only need these things? Well, it has nothing to do with the organization. These are enough. Fang Zhou answered Shixiang's 2 questions and equipped these things on her body. The casual jacket was wide and could cover them all well, without any clues. When Shixiang heard that it had nothing to do with Yi Ji, she didn't want to continue to understand. She snorted and said, "You are quite good at ordering people around." Having said that, she still obediently opened the passage and brought everything she wanted when she didn't know what Fang Zhou was going to do. After putting on the equipment, Fang Zhou asked Shixiang to open the passage in the corner of the concert stand. As soon as she crossed the dark passage, the sound of music accompanied by cheers came to her face. At this time, it happened to be a song with a strong sense of rhythm. Near the end of the concert, everyone stood up and jumped to the rhythm. There were too many people here, and no one would notice that there was an extra ant in the ant group. Fang Zhou was unscrupulous and appeared in the crowd without any disguise. The stands above were far away from the center of the stage. Jiang Biefu on the stage and the virtual projection dancers around him were only the size of sesame seeds to the naked eye, but they could take in the environment inside to a greater extent. Fang Zhou looked around and saw the crowd waving golden cheering sticks to the rhythm, forming a wave of light spots. The large LED display above the stage was printed with Jiang Biefu's perfect and confident face. "This is really lively," she sighed in her heart that compared with the world outside the park. The park was like a utopia for these ordinary people, which seemed absurd and peaceful. Fang Zhou did not pay too much attention here. She stayed inside for a while. After seeing that there was no riot inside, she looked at the nearby exit, opened the armed guards on both hands, and used the line python to assist and speed enhancement. Like a flexible fish after entering the water, she moved all the way from the crowded crowd to the exit, pretending to be an ordinary fan who left the concert halfway through, and left from the exit. It is now 8:20, and there are still 10 minutes before the concert ends. She is keeping an eye on Jiang Huaiyan's location. Her thoughts are clearer now. If her previous guess is correct, Jiang Huaiyan will appear in the center of the chaos, using his ability to solve the source of the chaos in advance and maximize his role in it. As soon as Fang Zhou left the expo center, the entrance and exit were blocked by police officers wearing the uniforms of the Joint Defense Bureau, and some armed robots helping to maintain order. One of the armed robots said to her in a stiff mechanical voice, "Please don't stay. Leave here immediately." Okay, I'll leave now." Fang Zhou replied that he did not stay in the expo center. Many fans who did not get tickets were waiting outside, holding up cheering banners in the hope that Jiang Bi would come out to see him after the event. After blocking the entrances and exits, they began to evacuate the crowd. The waiting crowd complained a little because of the sudden evacuation. "What are you doing? We are not hindering your work here." "That's right. I haven't heard of anyone not letting people wait outside before. Did something happen? Why do you suddenly want us to leave?" The police officers of the Joint Defense Bureau held anti-riot guns in their hands, and faced the uncooperative personnel with expressionless faces and repeated, "No comment. Please cooperate with our work and leave immediately. Otherwise we will take tough measures." After all, they were afraid of the armed personnel. Even the most stubborn and uncooperative people gave in. They left with a few unhappy words, and soon cleared the entire expo center area. Fang Zhou passed through the disbanded crowd and moved to the top floor of the building next to him, deleting the image of himself that was filmed along the way from the data transmission of the screen. The night wind blew Fang Zhou's hair in a mess, and she adjusted the wind flow around her appropriately. From a high place, she could see the situation in front. With the help of the surveillance eyes she had invaded before, Fang Zhou's vision was wider than before. After a while, the helicopter that had left the Joint Defense Bureau flew over the expo center. The searchlight in front of it shone a purple light. and now it was sweeping inch by inch along the position of the ceiling. The shape of the expo center is like a large bird's nest, with the concert venue located in the center. The ceiling above has 2 layers. Before Fang Zhou left, it was still a transparent special glass, and he could see the simulated night sky of the park outside. Now the layer that blocked the view inside slowly closed before the helicopter arrived, so that the inside could no longer see the situation above. Fang Zhou felt strange before. Most of the alien creatures outside the park mutated after the arrival of the fallen sun. The lower the level, the more there are. They will also reproduce multiple times among their own kind, such as the line python and the parasitic pot, so that the number is endless. For higher level creatures such as the imprisoned beast and the devil bat, it is difficult for the same kind to exist, which balances the ecology. Otherwise, high-level alien creatures will reproduce infinitely, and this world will be destroyed long ago. How did the alien creatures in the paradise come into being? With such a tight level of protection, it must be impossible for them to come in from the outside. Now there is an explanation. Because they were originally hatched from inside. In the purple light shown from the helicopter, a large translucent egg appeared on the transparent glass. Through the purple light, Fang Zhou could see its beating heart and hideous green blood vessels. The big guy inside seemed to be ready to come out at any time. At the same time, Fang Zhou also saw the information on it. Alien? Level? Status, unhatched. Wow! Fang Zhou exclaimed in her heart. It was the first time she saw an unhatched alien creature. Jiang Huailan could not only use his ability to see the alien creatures on the map, but also see the alien creatures that had not yet hatched. If so, Jiang Huailan's purpose was very clear. He had found it at the right time. It should be hatching soon. Jiang Huailan came at the right time. He would take it away before it hatched, and caused a real disturbance. Chapter 122. This is indeed a good idea, which not only reflects the role of Jiang Huailan's ability, but also makes him a hero who foresees the future. The transport helicopter in the air opened the outer shell on the left side, released the mechanical lifting equipment from it, and opened it after approaching the position of the egg, forming a huge gripper covering the translucent egg, and systematically adjusted the appropriate size according to the physical object it touched. Preparing to pull it into the warehouse of the transport helicopter, Fang Zhou saw that when the mechanical lifting gripper touched the translucent egg, it jumped violently inside, as if the alien creature inside had already become aware of the outside world. Fang Zhou couldn't let Jiang Huailan take the unhatched egg away like this. She hacked into the surveillance of the helicopter above and confirmed the personnel information. A pilot, Jiang Huailan, Duanja from the special detachment, and 2 armed men holding guns were unfamiliar faces. Fang Zhou was not sure whether they were capable people. Jiang Huailan didn't bring many people with him. After all, he didn't expect that someone would be eyeing his life at this time. His goal this time was just to bring the egg back. The lifting equipment began to rise. The egg was very large and had a certain weight. In order to avoid its damage and causing the alien creature to hatch prematurely, the driver who controlled the lifting equipment was cautious. But despite the other party's carefulness, something unexpected happened. The translucent egg penetrated the entirety of the gripper and fell back on top of the expo center. Jiang? Deputy Captain Jiang. This was too sudden. The driver was terrified by the change, and his voice was trembling when he called Jiang Huailan. Jiang Huailan had never thought that such a thing would happen. He looked at the situation outside in fear, and a cold sweat broke out. The egg that fell from the gripper slowly penetrated the top of the expo center until it stuck the cultivated egg halfway in. Half of the oval translucent sphere was exposed, and half stayed inside. And it stopped penetrating. Is its ability related to penetration? How can it use its ability while it is still incubating? This development obviously exceeded Jiang Huailan's imagination. In this case, they could not use the lifting device to move it to the cargo compartment. Fang Zhou, who was observing from a distance, took in this change. She could not help but laugh. She stopped the action she was preparing to take and decided to observe what would happen next. Jiang Huailan might have discovered this egg before and left it for this time to solve it. This backfired. Through the monitoring inside the helicopter that just invaded, Fang Zhou could see their every move. Deputy Captain Jiang, what should we do? Do we need to go from inside the expo center? Duanja looked at Jiang Huailan and stopped talking. Inside was the concert venue, with nearly 10,000 people. If they knew there were alien creatures here, they would be in chaos. It was impossible to operate from the inside. But even if the outside continued, It would penetrate like before. What if it fell completely into the concert venue? The diameter of this sphere is at least 7 or 8 meters long. If it falls into it, the riot and damage caused to the crowd can be imagined. Jiang Huaiyan also considered this. His face turned pale, and he felt that everything was not going well since he came to Minggang City. He immediately said to the communication device, "Jacob, help me transfer to Director Jiang O." Received. I have transferred you to Director Jiang O. As soon as the communication was connected, Jiang Huaiyan couldn't wait to say, "Director Jiang, I need help here." Jiang O, who had been paying attention to the movements of the Expo Center in the Joint Defense Bureau, naturally knew what happened. She said in a cold tone, "Speak. Please help me contact Zhong Chuyu in the tower. We need a barrier that can stop the hatching of alien creatures." Zhong Chuyu? As soon as Jiang Huaiyan mentioned this name, Fang Zhou quickly remembered who she was. She was the floor manager of the alien creatures on the 10th floor of the tower. And also the Zhong last name. It was already 8:35, and the concert should have ended long ago. Jiang Huaiyan encountered an emergency, and the entrance and exit of the Expo Center were still closed. Fortunately, the crowd nearby had been dispersed in advance, and there were personnel from the Joint Defense Bureau nearby who were strictly controlling it. The concert venue at this time, except for the light in the center of the stage, there was only the light of the cheering sticks in other places. The higher ceiling was even darker, just covering the half-embedded egg above. Jiang Biefu, it's time to say goodbye so soon. Thank you all for coming to my 6th anniversary concert. I really don't want to leave my sons. As he spoke, a cheer rang out from below. We also don't want to leave you. Jiang Biefu had just finished his closing remarks. As usual, he would have interacted with the fans for a while, and the concert would have ended. A staff member on the side of the stage gestured to Jiang Biefu. A voice came from the earphone. Hearing the instructions inside, the smile on Jiang Biefu's face disappeared for a moment, and a bit of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Then he quickly returned to his original appearance and said to the fans, "But before today's concert ends completely, I still want to share a song with you. It is normal for the concert time to be extended appropriately. For the fans who came in, this is an unexpected benefit, which diverted their attention to a greater extent, and waves of cheers rang out inside. But there were so many people inside, and many wanted to leave early. Some people had noticed something was wrong, and Jiang Xiyu was one of them. Recalling the scene when she first came, Jiang Xiyu was still ready to leave early to avoid the peak of leaving later. But the exit was blocked by the people from the Joint Defense Bureau. Some fans who also wanted to leave were stopped at the exit and lined up in a long line. She couldn't help asking, "What happened? Why did you block the venue?" "Miss, it's an emergency. We are very sorry. Please cooperate with our work." The police officer at the exit replied in a serious manner, and naturally did not answer her question. Jiang Xiyu felt a little uneasy in her heart. Seeing that leaving was fruitless, she had to temporarily give up the idea of leaving early, and habitually open the social software to check the situation outside. What is the Joint Defense Bureau doing? They inexplicably set everyone outside away. I've never heard of people not being allowed to wait outside if they didn't get tickets. I was forbidden from filming. Did you see the helicopter outside? Did something happen? Jiang Xiyu became more and more frightened as she watched. She didn't even want to listen to what Jiang Biefu was singing. After an unknown amount of time, the music stopped. "Thank you for your company. I have to say goodbye no matter how reluctant I am." After Jiang Biefu finished his song on stage and interacted with the fans appropriately for a while, he announced that the concert was over. "Is it over?" Jiang Xiyu looked up in confusion. The police officers, who were blocking the door, seemed to have received some message and reopened the blocked entrance and exit. Jiang Xiyu immediately followed the crowd out of the Expo Center. As soon as they came out, the hum of the helicopter in the sky was hard to ignore. The crowd looked up, and some people said, "The Joint Defense Bureau is so generous this time that they also sent a helicopter to patrol?" Many people also keenly sensed a bit of danger and quickened their pace to leave. Jiang Xiyu was one of them. She cooled down quickly from the enthusiasm of the concert. She smelled this abnormal smell and couldn't help looking up at the helicopter above. Her night vision ability is better than that of normal people. Just when she looked up, she saw a shadow hooked on the outside of the helicopter. Jiang Xiyu rubbed her eyes and looked up again. The shadow had disappeared. 10 minutes after Jiang Huaiyan contacted Jiang O, Fang Zhou saw a small drone flying from the direction of the tower to the top of the Expo Center. It aimed at the egg and quickly fired an injection at it. After the injection of something unknown into the egg, Fang Zhou could feel that its originally regular beating slowed down to almost stillness in an instant. This was probably the medicine that Jiang Huan applied to Zhong Shuyu to temporarily delay its hatching. After confirming that its hatching speed was temporarily delayed, the searchlight in front of the helicopter that removed the camouflage of the egg was also turned off. When this layer of purple light no longer fell on it, it took a while for Fang Zhou to see it once again blend into the environment. It seems that they have changed their strategy, taking away the eggs before causing a riot to waiting for the concert to end before dealing with it. In the current situation, there is indeed only one solution, although the effect may be somewhat different for Jiang Huan. In terms of the result, he discovered its existence in advance and prevented a huge chaos that might have occurred. At this time, the concert was completely over, and the blocked entrances and exits were opened. The inside began to clear the venue at the fastest speed. The crowd was like a black stream, pouring out continuously with the assistance of other police officers from the Joint Defense Bureau. But it is basically impossible to clear a venue like this with tens of thousands of people in a short period of time. After observing for a while, and making sure that Jiang Huan was not ready to act for the time being, Fang Zhou pointed her hand at the expo center opposite, and the flying rope was launched from her auxiliary mechanical arm guard and attached to the back of the expo center. She jumped down from the building, and the feeling of weightlessness came over her in an instant. The arm guard quickly retracted the flying rope. Fang Zhou adjusted the wind direction, supported her weight, and pushed her in the opposite direction to follow the position of the flying rope. Reaching the side of the top opposite faster, there were many eyes gathered above the expo center. Even if Fang Zhou deliberately hit her figure, she was scanned very quickly. Fortunately, she was prepared for interception in advance and intercepted and deleted all their signals. Jiang Huan was already anxious because he failed to take the egg away. Now he was anxiously waiting for the crowd inside to disperse. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen again, and he urged the people below again and again. Don't waste time. Speed up the clearance. His attention was all attracted by the crowd below and the egg that seemed to have stopped moving. He didn't notice that the real danger was approaching quietly until the window on the side of the cockpit was forcibly destroyed. A heavy blow exploded inside the helicopter, and the fragments of the side window fell down with a clatter, and strong wind poured into it. The destructive power of this armed guard was much stronger than Fang Zhou had imagined. She just tried it, and really broke the window forcibly. Of course, there is another reason. The helicopter Jiang Biafu was in was just an ordinary transport helicopter, and the material of the fuselage was not as hard as that of an armed helicopter. The pilot closest to this position was frightened and trembled. The whole helicopter swayed in the air for a while before it stabilized again. The pilot needs to stabilize the flight of the helicopter. Even if he encounters an enemy attack and has a gun pointed at his head, he must sit firmly in his position and dare not leave his position at this time. Who? Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. The two armed men who were closer to the cockpit immediately raised their guns and shot at Fang Zhou. The bullets came towards Fang Zhou, but she predicted and quickly dodged them. She moved in front of them. White tentacles composed of lion pythons emerged from her body, circled the necks of the two men, and twisted them vigorously in one direction. With 2 clicks, their necks were broken, and they immediately lost their vital signs. Fang Zhou did not attack the pilot. There were countless people below. Her target was Jiang Huan. There was no need to let the helicopter crash and cause unnecessary casualties. After dealing with the two armed men, Duanja in the middle rushed over after hearing the noise. If Pei Liangji was assigned to come here, Fang Zhou might have spared his life for the sake of Wu Yuanhua's employment, considering that he was a trusted and capable subordinate of Wu Yuanhua. But it was Duanja who followed, and he chose the wrong camp. Fang Zhou moved to his side and did not hesitate at all when he pulled the trigger at his head. Zheng. The bullet made a sharp buzzing sound when it hit the hard metal, and one side of Duanja's head quickly solidified into steel that was invulnerable to swords and guns, rebounding Fang Zhou's bullet. He also responded quickly, and his arm was painted with a metallic luster at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, and he swung it back at Fang Zhou heavily and quickly. Fang Zhou had never seen Duanja use his ability, and their relationship was stiff. During the time they worked together, it was difficult for her to ask Duanja about his transcendent power. Body steel? This is a good ability that is invulnerable to swords and guns. Fang Zhou really didn't expect that a shot that was sure to hit would be solved like this. Duanja's backhand swing was not completely avoided. She used the line python to buffer in front and then dodged. This still put a lot of force on Fang Zhou's arm. She instantly felt her right hand drooping weakly, and the mechanical arm guard on her arm also made a sizzling sound of damage. Before the gun in her hand fell to the ground, she used the wire python to pick it up. Fang Zhou frowned. This destructive power and protective power were really terrible. She underestimated him. After all, he was a person with the ability to enter the tower before. Who are you? Duanja noticed the damage to Fang Zhou's arm and attacked her more fiercely. His arm did not slow down at all after turning into steel. Fang Zhou did not answer his question, and conventional external means could not deal with Duanja. So he could harden the corresponding position in the first time for close-range shooting, not to mention other parts. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou immediately used the empathy of the black ball on Duanja. The right hand that was waving towards Fang Zhou suddenly felt a strong pain and could not muster any strength. Duanja was a little surprised. The man in front of him was a devourer and a transcendence? He had enough combat experience. Even if he didn't understand what was going on, he still immediately adjusted the attacking arm and ignored the other arm that was hanging down. The hand that attacked again was not Duanja's dominant hand, and its speed and strength were no better than his right hand. Fang Zhou dodged flexibly. Without her right hand, she could no longer use weapons. Knowing that weapons were useless to Duanja, the line python that emerged from her body formed the shape of a palm, holding the gun that Fang Zhou had just dropped, and shot at Duanja randomly. Originally, only some of his parts were steeled under the shooting of the line python. In just a few seconds, his whole body was covered with hard steel and painted with reflective metallic color. Seeing that the time was right, Fang Zhou smiled at him. Before Duanja could react to what her smile meant, the powerful sound wave force attacked him alone. The sound wave came into contact with the metal protection formed on Duanja's surface, forming a resonance at the same frequency. The impact of several times was trapped in his body. In just a moment, his soft internal organs were all broken and blood was exploded in his body. Wow! Duanja spit out blood, mixed with some internal organs. His eyes were blank, and he fell backwards in an instant. The metallized body fell inside the cabin, making a heavy sound. The driver in front of him trembled with his hands and dared not look back. After getting rid of Duanja, the obstacle, Fang Zhou finally turned his attention to Jiang Huailan, the target this time. Jiang Huailan was not prepared to confront her head-on. He had a clear understanding of his ability. During the 10 seconds that Duanja was dealing with her, he took out the spare landing equipment from the side and put it on very quickly, preparing to jump from the helicopter. His current position was very unfavorable to him. As long as he landed on the ground, he would not only be protected by the police officers of the Joint Defense Bureau, but also the Jiang family's ability users hiding nearby would have the opportunity to come out to protect him. Just before the arc moved over, Jiang Huailan shouted to the cockpit, "Open the door." The unrestricted pilot immediately opened the door. Jiang Huailan was delighted and jumped down without hesitation. He had just left the helicopter, but he did not feel the weightlessness he had imagined. He was held in the air by the wind and watched the distance he had fallen being leveled again. Jiang Huailan looked at the door of the helicopter suddenly. The woman in black casual clothes almost merged into the darkness. Only the light from the inside of the helicopter shone from behind her. She held the door with one hand, and the other hand was still hanging weakly. White tentacles emerged from behind her body and came towards him very quickly, wrapped around his neck, and pulled him back. Recognizing Fang Zhou at this moment, his eyes widened. "It's you." He stopped talking suddenly. His neck was hung by the wire python. His hands were holding the wire python. The helicopter was suspended in midair. Jiang Huailan's body was still outside, and his cheeks turned purple in an instant. This scene was captured by the eye above and transmitted to Jiang, who was still in the Joint Defense Bureau without any error. "Why are you? Want to kill me? Where did you get the news that I was here?" "Goodbye," Fang Zhou said. The wire python received her order and tightened its tentacles faster, hastening his death. Jiang Huailan had many questions that were not answered, and he could not understand why Fang Zhou targeted him until his death. Chapter 123. Fang Zhou did not conceal her ability to use. Even if she did not use those iconic abilities, she was the only one who could use multiple powers and had alien creatures by her side. It was normal for Jiang Huailan to recognize her at the last moment. She threw Jiang Huailan's body aside, shook her hand, and let the lion python temporarily repair her damaged right hand. Jiang Huailan's jump from the helicopter was probably captured by the eyes, and there were countless eyes in the sky. It was difficult for Fang Zhou to use the electronic control of the wall mouse to intercept so much information simultaneously during the battle. In addition, intercepting a large number of image transmissions at the same time was a cover-up. Fang Zhou had already prepared to be discovered, and now he did not choose to make up for it and delete the transmitted image information. The driver in front had a blank mind, and his whole body was soaked with cold sweat in a short time. He didn't even dare to turn his head when he heard the voice behind him. During the battle between several people, he tried to fly the helicopter in the direction of the tower, praying for the tower's protection. Now there was no movement behind him, and he naturally thought that he would be the next one. Fang Zhou didn't know the twists and turns in the driver's mind. After solving Jiang Huailan, she looked back and jumped off the helicopter. The lights were bright below, and the dark sky was lit up by light pollution. The streets around the expo center not far away were like lights of vehicles connected by a dragon, and the crowd was densely packed underground like a long snake. The wind blew past Fang Zhou's ears, blowing her hair wildly. She adjusted the wind direction, controlled it within the range she could bear, and landed steadily on a nearby building, hiding her figure. After getting rid of Jiang Huailan, the next one is Jiang O. But it is not so easy to kill Jiang O. Jiang O's position is much higher than Jiang Huailan, and there are many people who want to kill her besides Fang Zhou. If there is any mission of it on weekdays, she will not leave the Joint Defense Bureau at all. Even if she leaves the Joint Defense Bureau, she can send Wuming, a specially trained ability user, and there are probably many lurking ability users around her to protect her. She has to think about how to solve it. Fang Zhou doesn't know much about Jiang O, and can only roughly simulate Jiang O's current actions and thoughts. She is probably still guessing why she wants to kill Jiang Huailan, and then she will find a way to catch her. In this whole thing, Fang Zhou was the active party. Jiang O and Jiang Huailan were the passive parties. Jiang O was in the open, and she was in the dark. And this dark included her identity as Yin Shui. As far as this operation was concerned, she had a great advantage. Fang Zhou looked back at the location of the expo center. She thought for a while, and hacked into the nearby eyes to check the situation before making a decision. At this time, in the Joint Defense Bureau on the other side, seeing the last scene of Jiang Huailan being killed sent back by the eyes, Jiang O's eyes were bloodshot. Even if it had not been confirmed yet, she knew that Jiang Huailan's death was an established fact. The police officers next to him did not dare to breathe. Jiang Huailan's identity was not a secret. Anyone with eyes knew what it meant for him to suddenly enter the special forces at this time. Who killed him? Jiang? Director Jiang? Do you need to retrieve the surveillance video on LY2457? Retrieve it. Jiang O's voice was cold, and his mind was working quickly. They didn't know Fang Zhou, so how could Jiang O not know? Why did Fang Zhou target Jiang Huailan? Is it because of the appearance of this egg? Or is it because of Jiang Huailan's ability? If it was the former, she could just go straight to the egg. Why would she go to the trouble of entering the helicopter to kill Jiang Huailan? The latter possibility is higher. For Fang Zhou, Jiang Huailan's ability does have a certain threat, as long as she releases alien creatures within the range of Jiang Huailan's ability. There is a probability that she will be discovered by him. If that was the case, how did she know Jiang Huailan's ability? And how did she know where he was? How many undercovers were hidden in the official agencies? How long had the organization behind her been lurking in the park? But Jiang O felt that it was not enough. This reason alone was not enough for Fang Zhou to kill Jiang Huailan. What else had she overlooked? But she couldn't think of any other reasons in a short time, so she had to put this question aside for the time being. Jiang O was so angry that she vomited blood. Jiang Huailan's death completely disrupted her plan, and all her recent plans were in vain. The transfer of power within their family was not something she could just choose someone at will. It would be difficult to transfer a suitable person in a short time. Even though her heart was in turmoil, Jiang O still calmly began to command and clean up the mess that Fang Ark had brought to her. She first ordered the central system to assist Jacob lock the face of the strange woman who appeared on LY2457 10 seconds ago. Call all eyes to pay attention to her movements, and if found, dispatch the nearest police officer to intercept. Jacob got it. Chief Jiang O. After giving orders to Jacob, she contacted the pilot of the transport helicopter, and after properly comforting him, She asked him not to act rashly for the time being to avoid causing panic among the people below. Then she mobilized some personnel from the Joint Defense Bureau to go to the Expo Center for dredging operations, and arranged most of the ability users to guard the location of the egg. According to Jiang O's analysis of Fang Zhou's behavior during this period, she knew that even if Fang Zhou's target was Jiang Huailan, she would take away the alien creature in the egg before leaving. This person would not let go of any power that appeared in front of her. So Jiang O could be sure that she was still nearby and had not left. Not enough. This is not enough, Jiang O murmured. She had read Fang Zhou's information and deeds no less than 10 times, and knew that it was basically hopeless for those people from the Joint Defense Bureau to stop her and arrest her. Although she had instructed Jacob to perform a character scan, she had the ability to change her identity by camouflage. As long as she changed her form again after leaving the helicopter, she could hide quietly in the crowd. It just so happened that today was Jiang Biafu's concert, and the crowd gathered nearby was several times more than in the past. Did she decide to kill Jiang Huailan today? Jiang O couldn't help but think. So Jiang O returned to his office, quickly contacted the tower, and reported the whole incident in full. This is the specific situation. Uncle, please arrange for the right people to ambush the scene as soon as possible. The person on the other side pondered for a moment. I understand. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Jiang O opened his mouth, and finally said, Huailan's death. I'm sorry. It's no use to say these now. The first goal is to catch the culprit first. Yes. The tower is only 2 kilometers away from the Expo Center. If they act quickly, they can arrange for someone to go there within 5 minutes. After cutting off the communication, Jiang O exhaled, rubbed her eyebrows, and leaned back in the chair. If Wu Yuanbo was there on weekdays, she wouldn't have to command these things in person. Now the captain and deputy captain of the special detachment are not there, so Jiang O has to participate in it personally. She suddenly felt an indescribable fatigue, as if something was moving uncontrollably in another direction. Unlike what Wu Yuanbo thought, Fang Zhou did not perform a new step of mimicry, nor did she move. She was observing the situation through the eyes near the Expo Center. In the eyes of the central staff, the wall rat was taken away by the hacker who maintains the 4th dimension. Even though they have not figured out the main purpose of the hacker taking the wall rat away, the person who took it away is very clear. They don't know that it was actually Fang Zhou who took the wall rat away. The electronic control is in their blind spot. Through the images transmitted by those eyes, Fang Zhou can see that the layout of the Joint Defense Bureau personnel near the Expo Center has changed. She saw that the ability people in the Joint Defense Bureau, such as Pei Liangji and Goni, entered the concert venue one by one and moved closer to the location of the egg. There are also surveillance cameras near the Joint Defense Bureau. Fang Zhou can see that they are still adding more people to the Expo Center. This made Fang Zhou quickly guess Jiang O's purpose. It seems that she wants to ambush her and surround her when she goes to retrieve the alien creature in the egg. Jiang O was indeed not wrong. Before noticing these people, Fang Zhou wanted to take the alien creature in the egg away first. But she changed her mind now. All these show that Jiang O could not guess Fang Zhou's real purpose of killing Jiang Huailan, and naturally did not think that she would be the next target. Fang Zhou was about to give up trying to deal with Jiang O today. Killing her is much more difficult than killing Jiang Huailan. Jiang Huailan's death can also temporarily stop Jiang O's plan to support him to replace her. But this is only a temporary solution. Someone can replace Jiang Huailan, but no one can replace Jiang O. Jiang O's decision made her thoroughly understand how unequal their information was. The main combat force of the Joint Defense Bureau was dispatched, and Jiang O was defenseless. It would be impossible to have such a good opportunity again. After making the decision, Fang Zhou opened Xixiang's passage from the side, and let Xixiang teleport herself to the vicinity of the Joint Defense Bureau. Stepping out of the passage, her height quickly increased, and her face and clothes changed. She pretended to be Wu Yuanbo and appeared here openly. Then, Fang Zhou stepped into the Joint Defense Bureau of Minggang City in the appearance of Wu Yuanbo. Returning to the Joint Defense Bureau was like returning home. She was very familiar with the layout and personnel inside. She followed Jiang O's communicator and arrived at the door of the director's office without any obstacles. She knocked on the door of the director's office gently. Jiang O was just about to come out at this time, and the door was opened from the inside. Wu Yuanbai, why are you here? Seeing someone who shouldn't be here? Jiang O was stunned and looked at Fang Zhou with a slightly frowned brow. But she reacted the next second and her eyes widened. No. You are not Wu Yuanbai. Chapter 124. Fang Zhou raised her eyebrows slightly. Jiang O recognized that she was not Wu Yuanbai after just a brief encounter. Although she did not imitate him in her behavior, she could not find any flaws in her appearance. In order to prevent Jiang O from deliberately deceiving her, she pretended to be confused and asked, Director Jiang, what are you talking about? Jiang O retreated cautiously. She knew better than anyone that Wu Yuanbai could not appear here. It was impossible for that person to go back to the Joint Defense Bureau without authorization after she had just assassinated him, and let her catch this mistake. After Fang Zhou asked back, Jiang O was more certain that others might be deceived by Wu Yuanbai played by Fang Zhou. But she knew Wu Yuanbai too well. Since she is not Wu Yuanbai, who is she? After a brief moment of doubt, Jiang O quickly recalled that Fang Zhou had used similar means to disguise himself as the Orderer Zhao Jinyu to enter the Order Bureau, obtain the information of the Prophet Xia, and take her away. Jiang O immediately clenched his teeth, touched the gun on his waist, and his expression became gloomy. If it is really her, Jiang O realized how bad the current situation is. Wu Yuanbai, blocking the door. Most of the Joint Defense Bureau's forces were dispatched to the Expo Center by Jiang O himself. The current Joint Defense Bureau is like an empty shell. Jiang O did not expect that she would bury such a big pit for herself. Jiang O's expression said it all. Fang Zhou knew she had been discovered. She had originally wanted to quietly get rid of Jiang O and leave. Now that the other party was alert, she no longer concealed it, took off the disguise of Wu Yuanbai, and quickly bent forward. It was indeed her. Fang Zhou tore off the disguise and came towards her at a very fast speed. Jiang O also raised the gun in his hand in advance and fired 2 shots at Fang Zhou's position. He nimbly dodged the attacking line python and shouted to the central system, Jacob, I am willing to open the authority and capture the intruder as the primary goal. You will arrange it. Jacob, the authority is open. I will temporarily take over the highest command in the Mingang City Joint Defense Bureau. Jiang O really couldn't figure it out. Fang Zhou had a reason to target Jiang Huailan. But why did he take such a big risk to disguise himself and enter the Joint Defense Bureau to attack her? Is she one of her targets? The entire Joint Defense Bureau sounded a shrill alarm. Jiang O knew that she couldn't be Fang Zhou's opponent. Now she could only rely on her own ability. When Fang Zhou approached her, she used her ability to control his mind. Fang Zhou's movements were indeed slow. Jiang O saw the opportunity and passed her by and left the director's office. Just as she left the door, Jiang O felt a sharp pain in her head. Her head was buzzing. Her vision was blurred. And she couldn't even walk steadily. She stumbled and hit the wall on the side. This is the sequelae of the backlash of mental ability. Fang Zhou herself is not a transcendent. So there is no such thing as backlash caused by crossing levels. This only means that she also has mental alien creatures. And their levels are higher than hers. The information about Fang Zhou did not mention this point. Jiang O had no idea that she actually had mental alien creatures by her side. The only way to survive has now become a dead end, which makes her condition worse, and she is in a situation where she cannot resist. Jiang O could feel Fang Zhou approaching her. She raised her gun and shot. But because of the sequelae of mental control, none of the shots fell in the right place. Before she fired a few shots, the line python took the gun from Jiang O's hand. Seeing no hope of escape, Jiang O raised her head, looked at Fang Zhou with blurred vision, and asked desperately, what is your purpose? What was the clue that she didn't catch? Fang Zhou's hand came up to answer her, and the mechanical arm wrapped around her fingers with claws and teeth. And the cold machine clasped the junction of Jiang O's jaw and neck. Click. Jiang O heard the sound of her neck being twisted, and her body slid down from one side weakly without a sound. The whole process happened too quickly. From Fang Zhou's attack to Jiang O's death, it was only 10 seconds in total. And everyone in the Joint Defense Bureau could hear Jacob's cold reminder in their earphones. Chief Jiang O's vital signs have disappeared. Please clear the intruders as soon as possible. Please clear the intruders as soon as possible. When mentioning the intruders, Jacob repeated it twice to emphasize its priority. Jiang O was dead, and Fang Zhou had completed the purpose of this trip. She looked up in the direction of the exit. So, the question now is how should she leave here? At the same time she killed Jiang O. The police officers, who were still in the Joint Defense Bureau, finally came after receiving the alarm. They raised their guns and fired bullets at Fang Zhou. There was no sound of passing through the Only muffled sounds of hitting the wall again and again. Chief Jiang. Someone shouted at Jiang, who fell to the side. The Ark, who was originally in front, had moved to their side. Tentacles made of alien creatures emerged from her body, wrapped around them, and threw them to the side, breaking out an exit from the surrounded position. The strong sound wave attack enveloped the road where the Ark passed. After Jacob took over the authority of the Joint Defense Bureau, all the application facilities here were managed by it. Those who were originally scheduled to go to the Expo Center also received news of the enemy attack and were urgently summoned back. But they couldn't get back in a short time. The Expo Center is 5 kilometers away from the Joint Defense Bureau. In the absence of space transmission capabilities, it will take several minutes at the fastest. No one can stop her from leaving the Joint Defense Bureau. At this time, the layout on the ceiling changed slightly. Red laser shot out from above, and the flaming wire python was cut off in an instant. A police officer chasing behind her failed to escape. His arm was cut off directly after contacting the red light. Fang Zhou was shocked and barely avoided the red light. Jiang O's director's office was on the 2nd floor, farthest from the exit. Fang Zhou needed a distance to leave. Some locations inside the Joint Defense Bureau were set up with emergency organs to prevent intrusion. The control of these things had been transferred to the hands of Jacob. The Central System. After judging that the police officers in the Joint Defense Bureau could not stop Fang Zhou, it activated these organs that might hurt the chasing police officers. Before handing over the authority, Jiang O specifically emphasized that the primary goal was to capture Fang Zhou. It would only carry out orders, and it was not within its consideration whether the police officers would be accidentally injured after the mechanism was activated. Fang Zhou had not been in the Joint Defense Bureau for long, and the special detachment was not responsible for managing these things. She did not know where these settings were located, and when they would suddenly attack. This was too dangerous, and she could not guarantee that she could avoid such a sudden attack in the next process. The enemy that was hindering her now changed from a human to an illusory artificial intelligence in this instant. Fang Zhou could not attack it, and could not let it fall into a state of being unable to recover. After thinking for a while, Fang Zhou had a plan in mind. A tiny electric current began to float in the air, making a tiny click sound. The lights above exploded one after another like firecrackers due to power overload. After the power was accumulated enough, the entire Joint Defense Bureau fell into darkness in these few seconds, and all the machines that needed electricity to operate lost their proper functions. This was the ability of Wei Siyuan that Nereus had taken in, and it was the first time Fang Zhou used it. The backup power started up quickly. The lights did not recover from the damage just now, and the Joint Defense Bureau was still trapped in darkness. Fortunately, the original monitoring and other equipment had returned to normal. In just a few seconds, Fang Zhou's figure disappeared from the surveillance screen. Fang Zhou left. She quickly left the Joint Defense Bureau in the short time she had gained for herself. And she made a new mimicry. She made a mimicry for the 3rd time in a day. Her image flashed between the original her and the new one twice before it stabilized. The fatigue of her body also came over her. After killing Jiang O and Jiang Huan, Fang Zhou's main goal had been achieved. Now there was only one thing left. As Jiang O guessed, as long as there was a new power in front of Fang Zhou, she would not let it go. She returned to the Expo Center. At this time, half of the people in the Expo Center had been evacuated. Fang Zhou could see the information of the unhatched egg above, indicating that it had not been taken away by the Joint Defense Bureau. She still invaded the nearby eyes to take a look at the surrounding situation. Because of her surprise attack, Jacob called back some people from the Expo Center, and some stayed here. Fang Zhou's surprise attack on both sides made them not know where to start for a while, and the personnel were dispersed again. This was already a good situation for Fang Zhou. Killing Jiang Huan and Jiang O seemed to be going smoothly, but the high-intensity operation in a short period of time had already overloaded Fang Zhou a little, and it was better to take this alien away quickly. Many people from the Joint Defense Bureau gathered at the normal entrance and exit, as if they judged that if she wanted to take her away, she would start from above. Some people with special abilities were ambushed above the egg, and there were 2 more helicopters in the air than at the beginning. These 2 positions were blocked, and Fang Zhou sent out the Lion Python to explore the way. In the end, he knocked out a staff member, took down the other party's identity card, and sneaked into the backstage of the venue through a special passage that only staff could enter and exit. At this time, the backstage was still closing the concert, and everyone was busy. No one cared about Fang Zhou. a stranger who sneaked in. Because of this sudden incident, Jiang Biafu had to wait until everyone dispersed before he could leave. The blonde celebrity was still unaware of the death of his two relatives. 2 hours of singing and dancing consumed a lot of physical energy. He leaned on a chair to recover briefly. After a while, Jiang Biafu opened his eyes and saw Fang Zhou, who was about to go to the backstage. He glanced at the magnetic card hanging on Fang Zhou's neck, which had the information of his position. His dynamic vision was very good, and he could see some of the information on the magnetic card even when Fang Zhou was walking. He reminded, "Hey, there are special staff to clear the backstage. You are not responsible for this place. What are you doing in the backstage?" Just as he finished this sentence, screams came from inside. Fang Zhou ignored Jiang Biafu. She moved out quickly and saw the culprit who caused the riot. The egg that was originally stuck on the top fell down suddenly, and the hidden figure was completely revealed here. The translucent egg resumed its original beating frequency. It was about to hatch. Chapter 125. Fortunately, the people in the venue had been cleared out, and the place where it fell did not hit innocent pedestrians. Even so, this sudden change still scared many people. There are very few alien creatures in the park. For some people who were born in the park, alien creatures seem to be just a symbol. They can only be seen in videos occasionally on the internet. In life, the probability of encountering a transcendent crime is higher than the appearance of an alien creature. They have never really come into contact with such a thing. Fuck. What is that? Why does it look like an alien? No way. Go away. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen an alien creature. Why doesn't it move? It looks like an egg. Take a picture and send it to my ignorant friend. Some people saw something wrong at first glance. The desire to survive made them stay away from the place where the egg fell. They just wanted to leave quickly. Some brave people were full of surprise and dared to take out their communicators to take pictures of it. In a moment of distraction, the communicator in their hands was destroyed by the red light emitted by the patrolling armed robots. My communicator? No shooting. No shooting. Warning once. Please leave as soon as possible. I don't know whether Jiang Huan misjudged the time of its hatching, or the dosage of the delayed hatching potion handed over by Zhong Shuyu was not enough. In short, no matter what the reason was, this egg exceeded everyone's expectations and was going to hatch early. Seeing this, the armed robots and some police officers from the Joint Defense Bureau immediately isolated the location of the egg, stopped any pedestrians from approaching, and sped up the evacuation. This alien creature really did not play by the rules. If it had been above, it would have been easier for Fang Zhou to take it away. Now that it made such a big noise, it attracted the attention of all the personnel sent by the Joint Defense Bureau. It would not be so easy for her to take it away. Jiang Biafu followed Fang Zhou out immediately after hearing the noise. His eyes came into contact with the egg in the center, and he noticed that some fans in the venue had not left. His brows suddenly frowned. Seeing Fang Zhou wanted to move forward, he immediately reached out to stop her. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. Jiang Biafu is a member of the Jiang family after all, and he knows more about alien creatures than many ordinary people who have not had much contact with them in the park. He is worried about these fans who came for him, but he also knows that he can't go out now. Otherwise his appearance will further hinder the people from the Joint Defense Bureau from clearing the scene. Fang Zhou looked up at him. I'll go and ask what's going on. After hearing Fang Zhou's voice, Jiang Biafu looked at her. He has a good memory, and he has more or less impressions of the staff who appeared in the backstage. He was resting just now, and didn't pay too much attention to Fang Zhou's face. Now he realized that he had never seen Fang Zhou's face before. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you helping backstage. His eyes became alert, thinking Fang Zhou was a stalker. It was not uncommon for crazy fans to infiltrate the staff in the past. Fang Zhou didn't know what Jiang Biafu was thinking, and was a little surprised that he could find something wrong. Jiang Biafu turned around and wanted to go in and ask other staff to verify Fang Zhou's identity. Before he could do it, the cold tentacles wrapped around his mouth and limbs, and his movements were immediately restricted. He watched himself being dragged into a corner by her. His peach blossom eyes widened, looking at Fang Zhou in disbelief. Jiang Biafu finally realized that this was not just a stalker. When he encountered a dangerous stalker, he could still use his beauty to mediate, but the woman in front of him didn't even give him a chance to speak. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of hurting him. They just tied him up and threw him in an empty corner and walked away. after tying Jiang Biafu, who might cause trouble for her, to one side, Fang Zhou returned to the position where she could see the egg. The egg surrounded by the Joint Defense Bureau happened to have some unusual movements. The outer layer of the egg began to stir up waves one after another. Something seemed to be wriggling inside, and the frequency of the cyan blood vessels suddenly increased. Suddenly, it stopped, both the amplitude of the egg's outer part being pushed up, and the frequency of the beating stopped. About 4 or 5 seconds later, the translucent egg decayed in an instant, and the liquid inside was instantly absorbed, turning into a dark and dry empty shell. Its nutrients were completely absorbed by the alien creature inside at the moment it took shape. Fang Zhou saw that the information about the egg had changed. Alien, hidden worm. Danger level, Class A growing. Intelligence level, Class A. Status, newly hatched cub weak. At this time, a transparent cube container fell through the ceiling and just locked the egg in. Fang Zhou looked closely, and saw Pei Liangji squatting above the cage and falling with it. Fang Zhou had seen this cage before. It was made of special materials, and was specially used to imprison alien creatures, and suppress the power of alien creatures. At present, people were leaving several entrances and exits. It was not easy to bring such a large cage in, so Pei Liangji used his ability to bring it in. Looking at this thing, Fang Zhou couldn't help thinking. Her power comes from the alien creature. Could this thing also suppress her power? Now she didn't have time to think about other things. The information of the alien creature that Fang Zhou saw was displayed on the egg. But what about the alien creature? She didn't see it crawl out of the egg that had become an empty shell. And the information displayed on the egg also disappeared quickly. Other people couldn't see the alien information, so they naturally thought that the alien creature had been imprisoned. And Fang Zhou suddenly reacted at this time. She didn't hesitate, and immediately deployed the sitting prison centered on the entire venue. There were too many people gathered outside. The scope of deployment was too large, and too many people were trapped, which was a huge burden for Arkansas. She had just experienced 2 battles, and was very tired at this time. This hidden insect had already hatched from the egg, but she didn't see its existence. If nothing unexpected happened, it would have drilled out from the bottom the moment it hatched from the egg. It was indeed its ability to penetrate through the grappling hook before. This was very similar to Pei Liangji's transcendent power. The same type of penetrating power. Fang Zhou looked at the huge container. Pei Liangji's penetration could even penetrate people and objects together. If this alien creature could do this. No. Even if it couldn't penetrate people, it was enough for Fang Zhou to penetrate matter. This meant that her self-protection ability would be greatly improved. And she could also ensure that she had enough retreat when entering a confined space. She had to take this alien creature away. The moment the prison was deployed, Fang Zhou locked the position of the hidden worm. She found it quickly. It didn't move far, and was stuck in the space between this floor and the underground floor. At the moment when the Ark deployed the space, the communication of everyone in the venue was disconnected. The people who were originally preparing to leave the venue returned to the venue the moment they stepped out of the door. Pei Liangji realized that this was an ability he had encountered before. And the people outside also knew that Fang Zhou was in the exhibition center at this time. This is easier to capture than the large-scale prison she had opened before. The official personnel inside immediately reacted and began to check the people still in the venue with the armed robots. After the quick evacuation just now, there are not many people inside now. The armed robot is equipped with a face recognition system. According to the real name ticket of each person, the fan's information is recorded, and the identity of all the people who are still inside can be identified in a short time. But Fang Zhou did not give them more time. She launched a sonic attack on the hidden worm underground, penetrating the material below and directly attacking the hidden worm. It is a newly hatched cub, and it can't withstand Fang Zhou's full-scale attack. The prompt soon appeared. You seriously injured the alien creature hidden worm. Have the ability to absorb the alien creature hidden worm. Qualification. Do you choose to absorb it? Added illustration hidden insect. Number 31. Hidden insect. Level. A combined danger and wisdom level. Main ability penetration. Can carry objects that come into contact with it to penetrate all substances. Luckily, it is a power that can carry objects to penetrate together. Fang Zhou controlled it to move in her direction, without even seeing its appearance. Squatted down and touched the ground with one hand, letting it penetrate the ground and merge into her body. After getting the hidden insect, Fang Zhou prepared to leave the scene without hesitation. She evacuated the prison and recovered the lion python that tied Jiang Biafu. However, the patrolling armed robot automatically scanned the magnetic card on her chest when passing by Fong Ark, and then issued a sharp warning: face cannot be recognized. Wrong identity. The armed robot connected to the central system, and after discovering the recognition error, the command was transmitted in an instant, and all the armed robots turned their heads to look at Fong Ark at this moment. The other officials inside also realized the culprit of the accident. Fong Ark did not give them time to react, and she used the power of the hidden insect to penetrate the wall. At this moment, a bullet was shot at Fong Ark, and she subconsciously dodged to the side. After Fong Zhou moved, it still seemed to have eyes, and came towards her shoulder, directly piercing through the line python that Fong Zhou had put in front of him and the bulletproof vest she had put on in advance, and pierced her. This bullet can't be avoided at all. This ability is... Fong Zhou looked back suddenly, and the red-haired man held a gun in one mechanical arm, and next to it was an open vortex, and the space master was coming out of it. It was Caesar and Anxio, who had come to the paradise that Fong Zhou had seen before. He didn't expect that they would be arranged by the central government, and he didn't expect that Caesar's ability was still there. It seems that his hands are not the carrier of his power. Fong Zhou recalled the key point of his ability target locked within the line of sight. Is it the eyes like Feishing? This type of ability must not be dealt with head-on. Fong Zhou chose to continue to leave. After seeing the line python released by Fong Zhou to block, Caesar's eyes flashed with surprise. He had fought with Fong Zhou before, and the painful lesson of underestimating the enemy made him lose both hands. So even if Fong Zhou used camouflage and was not his original appearance, he recognized the line python on Fong Zhou at a glance. It was Fong Zhou. How could she be here? Caesar didn't know that the target he was arranged by the central government to attack this time was her. Before he could make more moves, Fong Zhou had passed through the wall and entered the passage that Xixiang had opened for her outside in advance, and disappeared from his sight. On the other side, Qianjiang City. The news of the dramatic changes in Minggang City soon reached Rui Pan's ears. After Jiangou's death, the entire Minggang City Joint Defense Bureau was now leaderless, and Wu Yuanbua, the captain of the special detachment, was urgently recalled. According to the requirements of the other side, Rui Pan did not notify them in advance, but personally went to the temporary residence where Fong Zhou and Wu Yuanbua were, and knocked on Wu Yuanbua's door. Captain Wu. It's me. Wu Yuanbua opened the door from the inside, and was a little puzzled by Rui Pan's sudden visit without any warning. What's wrong? Captain Rui. Is there anything that requires you to come to me in person at this time? Something happened at the Minggang City Joint Defense Bureau. You and Yin Shui need to return immediately. Wu Yuanbai, what happened? She frowned slightly. It must be something serious at this time. The conversation between Fong Zhou and her the day before flashed through her mind. Could it be? No. 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 It won't be so fast. It's not easy to get rid of him. Rui Pan, you need to report the details to the higher-ups after you go back. I can't explain it to you in a short time. Wu Yuanbai, okay. I understand. I'll go change my clothes first. Wu Yuanbai paused. She looked at the side and asked, Where's Yin Shui? Rui Pan, I haven't gone to find her yet. Wu Yuanbai said, Then wait for me for a while. I'll change my clothes and go find her with you. Rui Pan did not refuse her. After a while, Wu Yuanbua changed into his uniform and came to the door of Fong Zhou's room with Rui Pan. As Rui Pan knocked on the door twice without any response, Wu Yuanbua's heart skipped a beat, and even Rui Pan frowned solemnly. Fortunately, the door opened from the inside after a while. Fong Zhou yawned, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the two of them. With a surprised tone, Captain Wu and Captain Rui. Why are you both here? What happened? Are you here to have supper with me? Seeing that both of them were there, Rui Pan was obviously relieved. She repeated what she had just said to Wu Yuanbua to Fong Zhou. Something happened in Minggang City, and you need to return immediately. Ah? At this time? Fong Zhou glanced at the time. Okay. Wait for me a moment. I thought I would stay here for a long time this time. I brought a lot of things. I'll go and sort them out. Rui Pan nodded. Okay. I'll arrange your return vehicle. After notifying everyone and confirming that everyone was in Qianjiang City, and there were no abnormalities, Rui Pan walked aside to report. Wu Yuanbua noticed that Fong Zhou's face was slightly pale. After seeing Rui Pan walk away, she followed Fong Zhou into the room. After the door was closed again, Fong Zhou's face became even uglier. She suddenly bent down and covered her face with one hand. Wu Yuanhua stepped forward to help. How are you? Fang Zhou raised his hand to stop her from coming forward. Her appearance quickly jumped between Fang Zhou and Yin Shui. This scene was a bit scary just by looking at it. And Wu Yuanhua stood there, not knowing what to do. Fang Zhou came back just in time. Just when Rui Pan came to find her. She didn't even have time to treat her injuries before she forced herself to perform the fourth mimicry transformation today. Naturally, she couldn't control herself and started to jump continuously. When she first subdued the vine insect, 2 times was the limit of mimicry. Later, she gradually became proficient in mimicry 3 times. Today, she had to use it for the 4th time. The mimicry of the vine insect will lose itself if it is used beyond the limit. Fang Zhou was now vaguely showing signs of this. Fortunately, after a short jump, she stabilized. Even so, her arm and the gunshot wound she suffered were only temporarily repaired by her with a string python. Her condition could be said to be extremely bad, and her face was completely bloodless. Jiang O and Jiang Huan are dead. Fang Zhou closed his eyes and said with a sigh of relief. Wu Yuanhua saw that she had stabilized, took a step back, and the whole person also breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. She saw the difficulties and obstacles Fang Zhou had encountered on this trip. Killing Jiang Huan and Jiang O would inevitably encounter many obstacles. Wu Yuanhua's choice had already told her the answer. Fang Zhou would succeed, but she did not expect Fang Zhou to be able to solve them so quickly. For a moment, she felt a little unreal. The community of interests is the strongest relationship. From the moment Jiang O and Jiang Huan died, Wu Yuanhua and Fang Zhou were tightly tied together. Fang Zhou did not have to worry that Wu Yuanhua would betray her. If she betrayed her, it would be equivalent to blocking her career. This made Fang Zhou not mind showing his injured appearance in front of her. After the mimicry was completely stabilized, Fang Zhou withdrew from the repair of the line python and tried to mobilize the ability of the regeneration transcendent that she had absorbed on the train before. She still had the previous injuries accumulated on her body. The line python was only a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. It was a good opportunity to try whether this ability was useful to her. After driving the regeneration ability, she could feel that the wounds caused by the withdrawal of the line python were rapidly organizing the flesh and blood to restore to their original appearance. The A-level regeneration ability was so strong that it made her astonished. It was worthy of the ability to continue to repair even the headshot at that time, even if it was not as instantaneous as that ability user. The effect was still very good. Seeing the wound intact, Fang Zhou couldn't help but think, can Mi Li's regeneration reach this level? If Mi Li's regeneration level is so strong, she is afraid that she really has little chance of winning. It's a pity that she can only use the ability absorbed by Nereus a limited number of times. And the regenerated flesh and blood is still the cell tissue of her old human, which dispelled Fang Zhou's idea of finding a regeneration-type alien creature to get rid of this physique. Fang Zhou took off his clothes and put on the uniform of the Joint Defense Bureau. He looked up at Wu Yuanhua and said, "You should be investigated when you go back this time. I won't help you with this. That's enough. I know what choice I should make. If the fruit is delivered to me, I don't have the ability to eat it. And I don't think you will help me." Fang Zhou smiled and didn't comment. Jiang O and Jiang Huan died at this time point. Fang Zhou's purpose in killing them is unknown. The biggest beneficiary in the Joint Defense Bureau is Wu Yuanhua. From the fact that she was urgently recalled now, it can be seen that she is the only one in the entire Joint Defense Bureau who is qualified to be the main channel for communication with the tower. And Jiang O's position is also urgently needed. Someone needs to take it. There are pros and cons. Jiang Huan's death will not affect Wu Yuanbai, but it is uncertain whether Jiang O will die today. As Fang Zhou said, before Wu Yuanbai accepts this benefit, she will inevitably be thoroughly investigated by the Joint Defense Bureau and the tower. The deaths of Jiang O and Jiang Huan show that not only the tower, but also the Joint Defense Bureau has undercovers who sneaked in from behind Fang Zhou's organization. If they are not found out, they will be worried, especially when Fang Zhou killed Jiang O. He pretended to be Wu Yuanbai. Fortunately, she pretended to be Wu Yuanbai, which was deliberately done by Fang Zhou. Because of her imitation, Wu Yuanbai will definitely be investigated more severely. But in a sense, it can also clear Wu Yuanbai's suspicion. The Joint Defense Bureau's thorough investigation of Wu Yuanhua will not be as frivolous as Yin Shui's. She is about to face a storm. Fang Zhou reported a string of numbers and continued, Please remember this number. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. Wu Yuanbo frowned slightly. Electronic communication will leave traces. Fang Zhou, don't worry. I can erase it. As soon as Fang Zhou said this, Wu Yuanbo knew that the electronically controlled alien creature was taken away by her. Wu Yuanbo's eyes became subtle. She also knew that Rui Pan's alien creature was robbed before. It was hard to believe that there were so many monsters hidden in Fang Zhou's body. There was a knock on the door, interrupting Wu Yuanbo's thoughts. It was Rui Pan's voice. Are you all right? Fang Zhou replied, okay. Captain Rui. I'll be right there. Fang Zhou sighed helplessly in her heart. She had just returned from Mingang City. She didn't even have time to rest. She went back to the Joint Defense Bureau of Mingang City with Wu Yuanbo without stopping. As expected, after Wu Yuanbo and Fang Zhou returned to Mingang City, Wu Yuanbo was summoned away alone. What Fang Zhou didn't expect was that they didn't conduct a more rigorous investigation on Yin Shui. They just asked her to report the action record in Xinjiang City. It was almost dawn when they returned from there. The Joint Defense Bureau was in a mess. Many facilities inside had to be replaced. For them, this was destined to be a sleepless night. Wu Yuanbo and Yin Shui. 2 days after this trip, the Joint Defense Bureau of Mingang City has undergone earth-shaking changes. Gong Yi and Pei Liangji have just returned from the concert venue. Seeing Fang Zhou, they seem a little dazed. She asked, Yin Shui, you are back. Is Captain Wu back too? She looked at Fang Zhou and said, why do you look not so good? Fang Zhou smiled. I have been suffering from insomnia recently and have not slept enough. Captain Wu was called away. The higher-ups only called me and Captain Wu back, but have not told me what happened. Director Jiang and Deputy Captain Jiang are both dead. Gong Yi was silent for a moment and said, Duanja is also dead. Even though Gong Yi usually doesn't like Duanja and doesn't like Jiang Huailan, the airborne deputy captain who might step on Wu Yuanbo to get to the top. She still feels a bit sad when her colleagues die. This sadness does not come from how much affection she has for the dead, but from the confusion about her own future and the fear of death. Alas, will we die one day? I don't want to die. Gong Yi was depressed. Pei Liangji stepped forward and patted her on the back. Don't say such depressing words. Gong Yi said again, this world is really bad. As the murderer of these 3 people, Fang Zhou couldn't say anything to comfort him at this time. Death is common in the world outside the paradise, but it seems more distant to people in the paradise. Even Gong Yi, who is doing such a dangerous job in this special detachment, is not used to death. Let's not talk about this. Why did that person kill Director Jiang and Deputy Captain Jiang? Was he sent by other big families? Gong Yi changed the topic, and her emotions came and went quickly. Gong Yi has not yet had any contact with the real ARC, so his guess is naturally biased towards the struggle between the families in the park. After all, Jiang O and Jiang Huaiyan have their backers there, apart from the other 2 families that can stand on equal footing with the Jiang family, who has the strength and courage to kill them. Jiang O's death even happened in the Joint Defense Bureau. Many police officers witnessed the scene, and the higher-ups couldn't hide it. Pei Liangji shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. He had just had his second contact with Fang Zhou, and he could vaguely guess that the higher-ups were trying to catch this person recently. Pei Liangji could be sure that Jiang Huaiyan was killed by her, and Jiang O's death was probably related to this person. What's the reason? Yin Shui, what do you think? Gong Yi turned to Fang Zhou. You don't understand. So I don't understand even more. I've been in Xinjiang City these 2 days. Fang Zhou spread his hands. That's right. Alas, there are only 3 of us left in our special detachment now. Will the higher-ups transfer some people here? Pei Liangji, I think so. Now the positions of Director Jiang and Deputy Director Jiang are vacant. Do you think it's possible for Director Wu and you to take over? Gong Yi winked at Pei Liangji. Okay. That's even more uncertain. Don't talk nonsense. TSK. They can't transfer 2 people here for no reason. Is it so easy to be the director? You also know that this position is not so easy to sit. Pei Liangji's subtext is very clear. Without a backer, you can't sit in this position. Fang Zhou also knows this. Even if Jiang O and Jiang Huaiyan are dead, it is not so easy for Wu Yuanbo to sit in the position before Jiang O with his background. But the Jiang family certainly can't directly transfer someone who is not legitimate to take Jiang O's position. Chapter 126. Caesar was in a small, empty room. In front of him was a display screen with a recording function, on which his appearance was projected. Red hair, expressionless, listless. This was the reporting room in the tower. He was recording all of his and Enshio's actions word for word in the emotionless machine in front of him, waiting for it to report to the higher-ups. After the meeting, he walked out of this one-on-one reporting room. He was on the 96th floor of the tower. After coming out of the reporting room, he could see the brightly lit city below from the window next to him. He was still not used to everything in here, and said impatiently, after Caesar came out, Enshio also walked out of the report room next to him and said to him, "Boss, is it over? You have been in there for less than 2 minutes." "You too?" Caesar replied casually. "Enshio, there are too many troubles in here, and everything needs to be reported." Caesar asked her again, had the accommodations for other people who come and been arranged? "Enshio, everything has been arranged properly. Ark has been in paradise for a while. So he didn't know that there was a news that was suppressed by the central government recently. The safe zone is constantly shrinking towards paradise. Compared with the other 3 shelters, Shelter 001 was established the earliest, and is located in a relatively outer circle. Since Fang Xuanjiang and Fang Zhou left, the number of alien creatures nearby has increased in an extremely unnatural state in the past few months, which has brought great pressure to the Vanguard team. Misfortunes never come alone. The radiation situation in the periphery has become more and more serious. Under this situation, many people in the shelter have suffered from radiation sickness. The research center has a small number of personnel and cannot cope with this double-sided attack. Even if Fang Zhou and Fang Xuanjiang left, the culprit who oppressed the Vanguard team disappeared. The number of Vanguard team personnel has been decreasing day by day. Caesar sometimes thinks that if the commander had not left with him, facing those invading alien creatures, maybe the Vanguard team would not have lost so many people. This thought, which negated his previous choice, would soon be suppressed by him. Thoughts can be suppressed, but the bad predicament cannot be changed. Until recently, Caesar knew that the reason for all this was that the safe zone was shrinking inwards, and it would not take a few years for the 001 shelter on the periphery to be completely swallowed up. If Fang Zhou knew at this time, she would have doubted that she had never seen this news on the forum. Since Fang Xuanjiang's line was closed, the original 001 shelter would not appear in the central line, just like an existence that was no longer needed in the story line. 001 shelter is rapidly heading towards decline and destruction. In this case, Caesar had no more choices. He was responsible for the lives of his companions and residents. The central government threw an olive branch to him, willing to accept some people into the paradise, arrange for other residents to join the shelter inside the safe zone, and provide resources for treating radiation sickness. Even if he hated paradise, he could only accept the olive branch thrown by the central government. The two entered the elevator, and Enshio hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Is the person we saw today Fang Zhou?" The name Fang Zhou has disappeared for a long time. Her physique is too special. The central government and the commander have completely torn their faces. It is basically impossible for Fang Zhou to obtain antigens. So Enshio thought Fang Zhou had died long ago. Enshio did not recognize Fang Zhou at the first time. But on the way back, the more she thought about it, the more familiar she felt. She had seen the process of Fang Zhou and alien creatures merging, and she was not unfamiliar with the line python. So she couldn't help asking, "It's her," Caesar answered. Enshio opened his mouth slightly when he heard the definite answer. "Ah?" she just asked. But she didn't expect to get a positive answer from Caesar, which made her brain crash for a while. After a while, Enshio said, "Boss, are you okay?" Caesar twitched his mouth. "Didn't you ask me? Why do you look like I'm sick?" Unlike Enshio, Caesar had seen Fang Zhou's desire to survive. He always felt that she would not die so soon. When he saw her alive, he only thought as expected. But he didn't expect Fang Zhou to change so much. The whole center was trying to catch her, but she could leave surrounded by so many people. This made him feel dazed. The palm of the mechanical arm installed on his body clenched subconsciously. After confirming Fang Zhou's identity, Enshio became even more confused. How could Fang Zhou be in paradise? Why did the central government want to arrest her? Why did she have so many abilities? Was this still the Fang Zhou she remembered? Enshio didn't like to think about these things. Receiving too much information would make her body movements slow. The gun flexibly turned around her fingertips and put it back into her waist. I would rather believe that you are sick. Boss. Caesar. Go away. Then don't ask me from the beginning. Fang Zhou returned to the Joint Defense Bureau from there. And after making a simple report to Gong Yi and Pei Liangji, they returned to their respective residences. Even though the wounds on her body had healed, the irreversible blood loss in the battle made Fang Zhou extremely tired. She forced herself to check the relevant news discussions on the Paradise website about today. Only by searching for keywords can relevant information come out. But there are very few. The central government suppressed a lot of it. The videos and pictures of the hidden insect eggs taken could not be approved on the Paradise website. Many fans left before the eggs fell, causing only a small-scale commotion. People's gossip hearts cannot be extinguished. There are not many interesting things in the Paradise. In this case, the information can be compressed to this point. This makes Fang Zhou more aware of the degree of closure of information obtained by people in the Paradise, and the status of the central government in the Paradise. Ordinary citizens can only see the information that the central government wants them to see. The overall scale of the park and the isolation from the outside world make it easier for the central government to control it. Fang Zhou couldn't help but think that people locked up in the park were like mice locked up in a laboratory. After a rough understanding, she didn't take it too seriously and explored it. She separated the hidden worm. After it came out of the egg, it penetrated into the underground mezzanine. After being tamed by her, it directly merged into her body from below. Fang Zhou didn't even see what it looked like. So she released it. Unlike its huge and imposing egg, it is only the size of a cat, with a translucent beige body, a pair of wings on its back, and can fly into the air. Its body is an ordinary insect body. After seeing its appearance clearly, Fang Zhou merged it into his body again. After several times, Fang Zhou found that even if the alien creatures in the park were not of low level, their size would not be too large, and the average level of intelligence was relatively higher. It was as if they had evolved to adapt to the environment here, so that they would have a greater survival rate. Fang Zhou was exhausted, and then went to wash up and fell asleep. After a night's rest, Fang Zhou recovered a little, and she came to the Joint Defense Bureau as usual the next morning. Morning. Yin Shui. Good morning. Gong Yi and Pei Liangji, who had arrived long ago, greeted her. And the operation inside the Joint Defense Bureau recovered quickly, because the equipment damaged by her invasion was also repaired overnight, as if her invasion yesterday was just an illusion. But Jiang O's death and the 3 scattered people in the special detachment proved that what happened was not an illusion. Wu Yuanbo was called away for a whole night this time, and he still didn't come back in the afternoon. Why haven't I seen Captain Wu today? Gong Yi couldn't help but say. Maybe there are still things to investigate, and the higher-ups need to hand over the work, Pei Liangji said, with a worried look on his face. But in fact, he could understand that the handover work didn't take so long at all. As Gong Yi said, today the higher-ups transferred 2 transcendents to the special detachment, 1 man and 1 woman. The woman's name is Zhou Ruoli, and the man is a little older, named Li Xiafei. These 2 people are transcendents transferred from the Public Security Department. Gong Yi and they are old friends. She sometimes cooperates with them during missions, so she is very familiar with them. She was surprised and asked, "Why are you 2 here? Where is your department?" Zhou Ruoli was very calm. "Why don't we come here? We are old partners, and it is more convenient to cooperate." Gong Yi patted her. "Nonsense. Of course it's good. I am not happy." Li Xiafei smiled gently at Pei Liangji and asked him, "Where should we sit?" Pei Liangji, "There are 3 empty seats here. Just find the one you like. Don't fight." They were much colder to Fang Zhou. I don't know if they didn't want to contact her because of her identity and background, or they were simply indifferent because they were unfamiliar. Fortunately, Fang Zhou didn't care about these. She didn't come here to make friends and get along well with others. What now concerns her, and makes her doubtful, is that the Joint Defense Bureau seems to have just brushed aside the investigation of Inkwater with such ease. Just when Fang Zhou thought that they really would not conduct an in-depth investigation into Inkwater, she was called by the people from the Supervision Department. This time Fang Zhou did not go to the statement room where she was alone talking to herself, but entered the office of the head of the Supervision Department. "Please sit down," the man in uniform said. He had a feminine face, behaved in a gentle manner, and looked young, estimated to be around 25 or 26 years old. After seeing Fang Zhou, his eyes paused on her subtly for a moment. Fang Zhou remembered this voice. It was the person who conducted an oppressive investigation on her in the statement room. After coming out of the statement room, she asked Gong Yi about the information of the supervisory department and learned that the director's surname was Zhong and his given name was Shuqi, which was only one letter different from Zhong Shuyu, who managed the alien creatures in the tower. Fang Zhou sat down on the side and said, "Hello, Director Zhong. What do you need me to repeat this time?" Seeing that she mentioned the things that she kept repeating in the statement room last time, Zhong Shuqi coughed lightly and said, "Don't be nervous. But I have some questions about Director Jiang and Captain Wu that I need you to answer." Fang Zhou, "I see. I will tell you everything I know. Do you know why Chief Jiang O transferred you and Wu Yuanbo to Qianjiang City?" She looked up at him and hesitated. "Isn't there a mission for us to assist there? Is there any other reason?" Fang Zhou's answer obviously did not satisfy Zhong Shuqi. He pondered for a moment. "What kind of person do you think Captain Wu is?" "A good person. She recruited me and lent me a lot of money." "Be serious, Officer Yin Shui. She is a calm and thoughtful leader. She has a certain sense of distance between herself and her subordinates. However, I have been here for a short time. If you ask Pei Liangji or Geng Yi about this kind of question, you will get a clearer answer than me." Zhong Shuqi ignored her somewhat uncooperative offensive words and continued, "Do you know that Wu Yuanbo is from Dangang?" Fang Zhou's eyes widened slightly, with surprise in them. "Captain Wu is from Dangang? I can't tell at all. She grew up in the same place as you. Are you surprised?" "More or less. Don't you look at your background when you get promoted?" 10 minutes later, Zhong Shuqi finished asking Fang Zhou questions about Wu Yuanbo. So far, Fang Zhou's answers were all related to Wu Yuanbo. Yin Shui himself did not actually accept an overly detailed and oppressive investigation, which did not quite match Fang Zhou's judgment. She killed Jiang Huaiyan and Jiang O, and was able to obtain Jiang Huaiyan's ability and position, as well as her understanding of Wu Yuanbo and Jiang O. After summarizing her several action logics, it is very easy to place the undercover target in the intelligence department or the special detachment. Only these two departments can obtain so much information. There are only a few people in the special detachment. Duanja died. Pei Liangji and Geng Yi participated in the operation yesterday. Only she was not in Minggang City. There is a high probability that the focus will be turned to her. So Fang Zhou may experience a thorough investigation similar to Wu Yuanbo after he comes back. Wu Yuanbo has worked in the Joint Defense Bureau for 6 or 7 years. His information, whereabouts, and identity are all transparent. During this period, he had no contact with Fang Zhou. Nothing can be found out by turning everything upside down, unless there is a mental system higher than her own level to read her memory. At present, I am afraid that only the Archon can do it himself. But according to Fang Zhou's understanding during this period, the Archon will not use his mental control ability to search for undercover agents. Especially after the investigation, he found that Wu Yuanbo was clean enough. So it is even more impossible for the Archon to take action. Yin Shui is different. Jiang O accidentally pushed her in that direction before, which caused Fang Zhou a lot of trouble. Yin Shui's identity cannot withstand scrutiny. Just her special physique cannot be injured during the mission. Sooner or later, there will be flaws. After attracting attention, her identity as an undercover agent will only be exposed more quickly. After several times, with Wu Yuanbo in front, Fang Zhou completely understood that it is impossible for someone like Yin Shui, who has no background, to get in touch with the core and gain a certain amount of power in a short period of time. Fang Zhou does not have so much time to spend on this. Fang Zhou has already thought that if he cannot deal with it this time, he will give up Yin Shui's identity. At present, the benefits obtained by relying on Yin Shui's identity are enough. In the future, Wu Yuanbo's cooperation with her can completely replace Yin Shui's existence. So Fang Zhou did this approach that might abandon Yin Shui's identity and push Wu Yuanbo to the top. As for whether Wu Yuanbo can clear the suspicion and sit in the position she wants to go, it depends on her. Not to mention that she deliberately pretended to be Wu Yuanbo to invade the Joint Defense Bureau, which is like a rift between Wu Yuanbo and the Joint Defense Bureau. And to some extent, it has already washed away the relationship between Fang Zhou and Wu Yuanbo. Now Fang Zhou couldn't understand the move made by the Joint Defense Bureau. Fang Zhou never treated her enemies as fools. Most of the time, what she could think of, the enemy would think of. So more often, she would think one level higher based on what she could think of. This is exactly what made Fang Zhou unable to see the current situation clearly. Just as Fang Zhou was thinking about this, the communicator beside Zhong Shuqi rang. He nodded to Fang Zhou and apologized. I'll take a call. As a subordinate, Fang Zhou was very sensible and temporarily left the office and waited at the door. After a while, Zhong Shuqi finished the call, and Fang Zhou entered the room again. As soon as he came in, before he could even sit down, Zhong Shuqi said with a thunderous voice, "Are you interested in coming to our supervision department? Fang Zhou, can I ask why? I don't seem to be able to help the supervisory department. Your abilities are very suitable for any department. We also have criminals to track and arrest. I have read your information. Although your performance in these missions is mediocre, you solved the Jiangbiafu incident by yourself. You have strong observation skills, clear thinking logic, and good stress resistance. Even if you don't go on a mission, you are also suitable for observation and interrogation." The reason given by Zhong Shuqi seemed a bit far-fetched to Fang Zhou. How could she not know that she was so outstanding in the Joint Defense Bureau? However, Fang Zhou was sure that the supervisory department had access to much more information about some official personnel than the special detachment. Fang Zhou did not think that they would let her, who had joined the Joint Defense Bureau for such a short time and whose identity and background were so vague, contact them. This made Fang Zhou sure that they had begun to doubt her identity. Was this a bigger temptation to lure her into the game? No, Minister Zhong. I have finally gotten familiar with the special detachment. Fang Zhou spread his hands. What a pity. Since you are not interested, I will not force you, Zhong Shuqi said. At this time, he finally got to the point. Although you are not interested in joining the supervisory department, as your superior, I still have the right to command you. Is there anything I can help you with? There is a person here who needs you to locate his specific location. He only has one blood sample stored in the Joint Defense Bureau in Dangang. You need to go there and assist them in the capture operation if conditions permit. The first task given to her was to send her to Dangang through the last trip to Xinjiang City to assist Rui Pan and others in capturing the Golden Scorpion. Fang Zhou knew that the Joint Defense Bureau in each place would retain blood samples of the transcendent criminals who had been detained. Since it is Dangang, it must be a transcendent criminal who once lived in Dangang. That's no problem. When will you go there? Now? Fang Zhou was a little surprised. Am I alone? A lot of things happened yesterday, and the Joint Defense Bureau is currently short of manpower. I understand. I'll leave in a while. Fang Zhou came out of Zhong Shuqi's office and breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't see through Zhong Shuqi's purpose, whether it was just to ask for Wu Yuanhua's information, or to invite her to join the supervision department, or to arrange for her to go to Dangport. From the ultimate goal, they wanted to lead her to Dangport. What was waiting for her there? Fang Zhou thought for a moment, went back and put on some guns and equipment to prepare to go to Dangport. Before going to Dangport, Lei Qi sent her a message. Good news. The doctor has developed a drug to remove your brother's dormant state. He is expected to wake up today. Based on my understanding of your brother, I am a little worried that he will overturn the headquarters when he wakes up and can't see you. If you have time today, you better go back to the headquarters. Fang Zhou replied to him, got it. I will go back after I finish my work. After replying, Fang Zhou erased the transmission traces between Lei Qi and her. Fang Xuanjiang was about to wake up, which was indeed good news, indicating that her power to stand by her side unconditionally had increased. 2 hours later, Fang Zhou took the tram to Dangang. This was not her first time here. Before becoming Yin Shui, in order to better adapt to this identity, Lei Qi brought her to Dangang to get familiar with it for a few days. Compared to Mingang City, a technological city with high-rise buildings and high-rise buildings, Dangang looked gray and more like a small town in the old world that could not be more ordinary. The buildings were generally short, and there was not enough money and manpower for maintenance. The street scenery was slightly old, and there were many damp, dark and dirty paths. The resources here are not allocated enough, and the overall facilities are hundreds of years behind other places. Of course, compared with some desertified buildings and dangerous environments outside the park, Fang Zhou actually thinks that the conditions in Dangang are pretty good, but the public security is really chaotic. Just when she arrived here, she could encounter fights and foul language in any street. Fang Zhou looked at her nose and her heart, just pretending that she saw nothing and had no time to participate in such things. She set off for the Joint Defense Bureau set up in Dangang without stopping. When she arrived at the Joint Defense Bureau in Dangang, Fong Zhou realized what it meant to be really dead. Fong Zhou waited in the hall for a long time, but did not wait for the official personnel who came here to connect with her. Just when Fong Zhou was getting impatient, a bearded man in the uniform of the Joint Defense Bureau slowly came over. "Hello. Are you Yin Shui?" the man said. Fong Zhou took out his ID to prove his identity. "It's me." "Who are you?" "I'm the captain of the special detachment, Xing Yi." She stretched out her hand. "Hello, Captain Xing. First meeting." Xing Yi waved his hand to stop Fong Zhou's politeness, and he led Fong Zhou inside. "You are here to get the blood sample, right? This thing has been here for so long. I don't know why it is suddenly needed." As Xing Yi entered the interior, Fong Zhou found that there were indeed few officials in Dangang, and he didn't meet many people in uniform along the way. Fong Zhou asked, "Can you tell me who the owner of the blood is? Didn't your superior tell you the information?" "He only told me to take the blood sample and assist you in the arrest operation if conditions permit." Xing Yi laughed and said, "Take it back and ask the people in Mingang City to arrest him. After so many years, this person is probably not in Dangang anymore. How can we help? There are only 2 people in the entire special detachment. The Joint Defense Bureau in Dangang is basically abandoned, and the careers of the police officers who come here are almost sentenced to death." Fong Zhou didn't ask any more questions. Xing Yi took Fong Zhou to a storage room with neatly arranged storage boxes. He checked the information, took out one of the storage boxes with the number 221028, and handed it to Fong Zhou. "You want this person's information? Wait a minute. I'll find it for you." "Okay." After a while, Xing Yi handed a printed document to Fong Zhou. It was a woman with a slightly immature face, very unfamiliar, and the name column was written as Xiangxi. Fong Zhou had never seen this person, but she looked down at her ability category and immediately knew that this was Shi Xiang's information. Xiangxi. Shi Xiang. Yin Shui. Fong Zhou suddenly realized who the original owner of this identity was. Lei Qi really made full use of it, smearing the traces Shi Xiang had left in Dangang to give her a half-true and half-false identity. It's not that the Supervisory Bureau didn't investigate her, but when she didn't know, they turned the information on Dangang upside down. Zhong Shuqi asked her to take Shi Xiang's blood sample to tell her that her identity had been exposed? When did they know it? Only after he went out to answer that phone call? If that's the case, why didn't they choose to arrest her directly? Did they think they didn't have enough preparation and had no chance of winning? Fong Zhou suppressed a bunch of questions and smiled at Xing Yi. "Thank you, Captain Xing. Then I'll leave first." Xing Yi slowed down. Fong Zhou quickly came out of the Joint Defense Bureau with Shi Xiang's blood sample. She folded Shi Xiang's information and put it in her pocket. It seemed that she didn't have to go back to Mingang City this time, but she really couldn't figure out the meaning of the other party asking her to come here. This gave Fong Zhou a bad premonition, and her heart beat faster unconsciously. At this moment, Fong Zhou's backup communicator, which she used to contact Lei Qi, received a new message. She read the message directly with electronic control, without taking out the communicator directly. It was an unfamiliar number. Fong Zhou's communicator only contacted people from Yiji. Apart from them, it was very likely from Wu Yuanbua. The content above was, "Quickly leave Dangang." The owner of the message sent it in a hurry, and even had no time to add punctuation marks. Fong Zhou's heart jumped. The moment she finished reading the message, Fong Zhou deleted the communication transmission. She walked to the side and tried to open Shi Xiang's channel nearby, but found that the magnetic field in this area seemed to be a little wrong, and Shi Xiang's channel could not be opened here. Is this also in their plan? She immediately used her speed to increase the speed and moved towards the edge of Dangang with the wind flow, or to say, away from her current location. During the movement, she sent her location information to Lei Qi and Shi Xiang in real time, asking them to quickly come to Dangang to pick her up. The sharp sense of danger told Fong Zhou that this time it was not that simple. Her identity was indeed exposed. It was not just Yin Shui as an undercover agent, but Yin Shui as Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou felt the strong wind in the air, and something was breaking through the air and coming here. She looked up suddenly, and after realizing what was in the sky in the distance, she seemed to be paused, and her blood stopped flowing. It was a huge missile, coming towards Dangang with an unstoppable momentum. Fong Zhou could see its approaching trend from such a distance, so it was expected that its length would not be less than 5 meters. Fong Zhou could not imagine how wide the range of such a large missile would be. People within a radius of 10 kilometers might not be able to escape at all. Fong Zhou gritted her teeth. She finally understood why Zhong Shuqi transferred her to Dangang. Because they didn't care about the lives of tens of thousands of citizens in Dangang. In the entire paradise. Only in this place did the central government dare to launch such a large-scale damage missile. Who made this decision? The Jiang family eager for revenge? Or the Archons with unclear purposes? Is there no one to stop their crazy decision? The arrogance of the decision-makers was beyond Fong Zhou's imagination. So that she did not consider this absurd possibility at all. In any current battle, Fong Zhou rarely involves innocent pedestrians. She can use weapons against enemies with different positions, and kill them without mercy. But for ordinary people who know nothing, it is difficult for her to just treat life as a number. The weight of life is too much for Fong Zhou, who has been praying to stay alive from beginning to end. But obviously not everyone thinks like her. For some people, the lives of insignificant people are just numbers of survival and death. Numbers that are passed over when counting casualties. Fong Zhou wanted to try to open a black hole at the point where the missile would land and swallow it in. But it was difficult to judge the impact speed and landing point of the missile in the air. So she had to judge it in advance. And the wind direction in the air could not change its falling trajectory. Even if the judgment would be wrong. Fong Zhou still opened the largest black hole she could open at the approximate landing point. The black hole that Fong Zhou placed in advance only swallowed half of the missile, causing it to explode in advance without touching the ground, greatly reducing its explosive power. But this was far from enough. A deafening roar broke out in the Dangang area, and the power of the explosion shook the air ripples in circles, enveloping the thick smoke, and the structure of the building flew everywhere, and part of the Dangang area was razed to the ground in an instant. With the increased speed and the help of the wind, Fong Zhou quickly moved more than 3 kilometers in a short period of time, far enough away from the center of the explosion. Even so, she was still knocked out by the flames. Her head was buzzing, and the severe tinnitus blocked all the sounds from the outside world. The line python formed an explosion-proof aluminum plate above her body to reduce the impact, which achieved a certain degree of buffering. Fong Zhou's internal organs were still impacted. She suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and her consciousness gradually blurred. The desire to survive made her immediately mobilize blood and flesh regeneration to recover from the wound. The damaged internal organs and parts were quickly repaired under the effect of the ability, and the damaged parts were completely restored before death caught up with her. The buzzing sound echoing in the body subsided, and Fong Zhou heard the sound of flames burning around her. Although the injuries to her body had been completely healed, Fong Zhou did not feel a single breath of life. Her body was cold, and she was wrapped in unbearable severe pain. From the surface of her skin to the depths of her bones, Fong Zhou looked down at her hands. The blood vessels in her body turned from blue to red in the blink of an eye, and the complexities on her skin were almost bursting. It was not just an ordinary missile, but also contained a strong radiation source that was fatal to Fong Zhou. Chapter 127. The strong radiation directly penetrated the line python's protection and entered Fong Zhou's body, so that even if she repaired the wound, it was still useless. She heard her heart beating violently, and the blood vessels in her body also made a shaking sound. Her body was like a bucket with a hole in it, and her vitality was flowing out like water. Fong Zhou quickly thought of countermeasures in her head, and instantly went through the trump cards she had, and finally extracted 2 abilities that might save her life. Time reversal and material construction. Meng Xian's time reversal ability is reversing within 10 seconds for 5 individual creatures, and it cannot be used on the power user himself. The missile was launched in the air for at least several dozen seconds, and it flew from several dozen kilometers away. The former limitation made it impossible for the Ark to stuff the missile back to its original place in any way, so that all this never happened. But the latter limitation was not a limitation for the Arkansas. She could separate Nereus and rewind her for 10 seconds to clear the radiation damage caused by the explosion. Would this really work? She made a preset in her head. The 10-second rewind would reset her actions in these 10 seconds. She would return to the position she was in 10 seconds ago and enter a deeper radiation center. The line python could not defend against such a strong radiation invasion, and she would once again enter the current state. She drew a big cross on the time reversal. And Lu Filan's material construction can remove the radiation in her body through reconstruction, which is why Fong Xuanjian left him in the 001 shelter. But Fong Zhou cannot be used here. Otherwise the speed of reconstruction cannot keep up with the speed of its invasion. Finally, Fong Zhou came up with an answer. She can only leave here, and must stay away from here, and use material construction in an uncontaminated place. If nothing unexpected happens, the radiation released by the missile hidden in it is enough to cover the entire Dangang and the surrounding Yinchen. The resistance of people in the paradise to radiation is much lower than that of people outside the paradise. Such a strong radiation source is likely to cause radiation sickness to citizens in the covered area. Fong Zhou really couldn't figure out who would make such a decision. Her short thoughts were cut off, and Fong Zhou spat out another mouthful of blood. Her body collapsed on the ground. She felt that the oxygen she could absorb was getting less and less. She had no time. She didn't have any extra strength to move now, so she could only separate some of the alien creatures in her body. The mother demon, the child demon, and Nereus came out of her body one by one. Their anxious information and emotions were transmitted to Arkansas. The child demon picked her up and was about to move, while the mother demon tried to use the wind to clear the surrounding air. Fong Zhou. At this time, Fong Zhou heard someone calling her name. It was Xixiang and Lei Chia. They rushed over as fast as possible according to the real-time location set by Arkansas. Their arrival gave Fong Zhou a glimmer of hope. Xixiang was shocked by the scene in front of her. She looked at the ruined buildings under the thick smoke. The smell of radiation in the air made her, a human who had long adapted to the current world, feel uncomfortable. She lowered her head and coughed, cough, cough, cough. Fong Zhou's appearance was really horrifying. Bloody lines also climbed on her cheeks. Lei Chia was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. He used teleportation to take Fong Zhou from the hands of the Ximian demon, and took her and the separated alien creatures behind her through the passage that had not been closed when Xixiang came. After passing through the passage, Fong Zhou was taken back to the night headquarters by the two of them. At this time, the doctor had just injected Fong Xuanjiang with a drug to remove the dormant state and observed his condition. After hearing the movement outside, he immediately came out to check and saw them falling from the Xixiang passage. Fong Zhou's consciousness was completely blurred. It hurt so much that she couldn't think normally at all, and she couldn't even control and command the alien creatures at this time. Before Lei Chia and Xixiang explained the situation, the doctor instantly figured out what was going on through Fong Zhou's appearance. She had seen the old human data that Fong Zhou asked Lei Chia to hand over to her. She said to Lei Chia, "Bring her in." Then she turned to the two assistants beside her and said, "Go get the radiation remover to clean the radiation remaining outside her body." Then she re-entered the laboratory without saying a word and looked for ways to deal with it. Fong Zhou was moved inside by Reiki, and an oxygen mask was put on her. The other two assistants quickly brought the remover to clean Fong Zhou's body. A translucent jellyfish stopped their actions. The two assistants realized that there were alien creatures inside and immediately took 2 steps back, after confirming that the surrounding environment was normal, even without the control and command from Fong Zhou. Nereus took the initiative to move to Fong Zhou's side. It pushed Reiki and Xixiang away, swallowed the remover brought by the two assistants next to it, and then swallowed Fong Zhou whole. After a few seconds, it vomited the arc out again. The two assistants bravely stepped forward to check and found that the residual radiation on her body surface had been almost cleaned up by the remover. Unfortunately, this was not very useful to the Arkansas. The cells in her body were rapidly collapsing, and blood began to flow out of her skin. Nereus did not stop, and it wrapped its tentacles around the body of the Ark, emitting white light. It used material construction on the Ark. This was difficult. This time the radiation invaded the body with great force. It was unlikely to use material construction to restore it to its original state. This process would be very long. Reiki was frightened by the Ark's appearance and broke into a cold sweat. He could hardly feel the Ark's breathing just now. Seeing Nereus's actions, he could guess that it was making emergency repairs. He didn't come to his senses until now. He leaned to one side and supported his head, feeling his temples throbbing. He still couldn't figure out who would lead Yi Ji and fight against the Central Committee if Fong Zhou died. "What on earth is going on?" Xixiang said. Lei Chia shook his head. "I want to know what's going on, too," Xixiang said. "The radiation concentration there is very high. It should have exploded with the bomb. It was aimed at her. Her identity was exposed." Lei Chia was still frightened. He roughly guessed and said, "Is the Central Committee crazy? How dare they drop a bomb containing a radiation source in the city? Do they really want to kill her?" Not only Fong Zhou felt that it was unreasonable, But Lechia also felt that the Central Committee's behavior was incomprehensible. At the same time, in the hibernation chamber of another laboratory less than a few meters away from Fangzhou, Fang Xuanjiang opened his eyes. His dark eyes looked up, as if he was recalling where he was. Click. The door of the hibernation chamber opened with a sound as the person inside woke up. He pushed the door of the hibernation chamber open, sat up and looked around. He raised his hand and touched his neck. He did not touch the device that suppressed his ability, and the power in his body could function normally. He immediately came to the conclusion that this is not the center. Did his sister bring him out? Would his sister be here now? Fang Xuanjiang's mind turned, and he immediately came out of the hibernation chamber. After a long time without action, his figure shook and quickly stabilized, and walked outside. Hey, are you awake? The doctor came out with the potion, frowning slightly. She didn't have time to care about Fang Xuanjiang now, so she just said something and walked out. Fang Xuanjiang didn't say anything. He followed the doctor by instinct, and came to where Fang Zhou was now. What are you doing here? Has the surface radiation been cleaned? The doctor said to the two assistants. Doctor, the surface is basically cleaned. The assistant looked in the direction of Fang Zhou and answered, not knowing how to explain. Fang Xuanjiang, who was following the doctor, stopped his sight on Fang Zhou. After seeing her current appearance, the blood in his body was flowing backwards, and his face turned pale. Sister, Fang Zhou felt that her whole body was light, and her consciousness gradually faded away and turned into a vast expanse of white. After an unknown period of time, the picture in front of her gradually became clear, and a medical room that she was very familiar with appeared. This picture seemed very far away, and she could not see the specific appearance inside. Only two blurry figures. After a while, her vision changed, and the picture in front of her gradually became clear. She seemed to be sitting in a wheelchair, with a low line of sight. She raised her head, and Lu Filan's face appeared in front of her. Hello. I am Fang Zhou. Hello. My name is Lu Filan. The picture suddenly went dark, and then lit up again. Hello. Lu Filan. I'm Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou said. Hello. Can you please extend your hand so I can check your situation? Fang Zhou extended his hand and continued. Is this your first time here? Yes. I just came to the shelter yesterday. Really? But I have seen you many times. 100 times? Or 1,000 times? Your pickup skills are very poor. Lu Filan said mercilessly, if you really think so, I still suggest you go to the psychological counseling room. I'm sorry. I'm not responsible for this aspect and have no research on this. What a pity. She sighed, not knowing what she was regretting. See you next time. If possible. I don't want to see you again so soon. It's harder to reorganize you than I thought. Haha. You'll get used to it. Finally, Fang Zhou heard her own voice. She said to Lu Filan, do you think this world is real? Do you think this world is real? As she said this, the whole world went out. Fang Zhou woke up suddenly. Her eyes widened. She breathed heavily. Her chest kept rising and falling, and her eyes looked up and could not focus. The reputation of the third identity has changed significantly. Your third identity has changed. Chapter 128. Lechia noticed Fang Xuanjiang, who had woken up, and he suddenly felt a headache. Why did he wake up at this time? Antigen. Fang Xuanjiang looked at Fang Zhou and muttered, as if he had lost his soul, sister needs antigen. Fang Xuanjiang was about to go outside after he finished speaking, but Shi Xiang quickly stopped him. You are her brother. Where are you going? I'm going to the tower to find old human antigens. Get out of the way. His eyes were cold, and the power around him began to operate. Lechia suspected that if Shi Xiang continued to block him, Fang Xuanjiang would choose to attack her directly. He immediately stepped forward and stood side by side with Shi Xiang to stop him from leaving. Hey! Calm down. The central government doesn't have any antigens that can treat her. What? Fang Xuanjiang looked at him. She had already obtained the information of the old humans when she brought you out. They simply cannot research the antigens of the old humans. You have been deceived. Fang Xuanjiang narrowed his eyes. Lechia. I don't believe you. Seeing that Fang Xuanjiang was not listening at all, Lechia sneered. What can you do by rushing into the tower alone now? She has done so much and brought you out of there with great difficulty. But you are ready to fall into the trap and cause trouble for her as soon as you wake up. What Lechia said was a bit too much, but it was true. Fang Xuanjiang had been away from the Ark for too long, and he knew nothing about the current situation and her actions during this period. Fang Xuanjiang stopped moving, his dark pupils staring at Lei Chia quietly. Lei Chia was frightened by his black hole-like eyes. He didn't like to get along with Fang Xuanjiang. If Fang Zhou was rational and stable enough, he would think enough even in his crazy behavior. Fang Xuanjiang was a pool of dead water wrapped around a volcano. His emotional fluctuations were always too small. But Fang Zhou could cause the volcano inside to erupt at any time. He had no plan, rushed around, and didn't care about the consequences. Once he was silent, even a smart person like Lei Chia couldn't tell what his emotions were and what he was thinking. Lei Chia had thought about winning over Fang Xuanjiang at first, but he gave up the idea after getting to know him properly. He didn't expect that Fang Zhou would accidentally achieve this result. Lei Chia was really worried that Fang Xuanjiang would forcefully leave here. Currently, he, Xixiang, and the doctor could not stop him. After fiercely blocking her, Lei Chia knew what Fang Xuanjiang cared about. So he cleverly changed his words. Look carefully. Her alien creatures are treating her, and she is gradually recovering. What you want to do should be done after she wakes up and gets her permission. You should not want to make her angry. Right? The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, and Fang Xuanjiang looked away. He began to observe Fang Zhou again. His eyes were serious and solemn, and he was sure that the jellyfish on Fang Zhou had improved her condition. After a while, he sat next to Fang Zhou, staring at her, and said to Lei Chia, "Tell me what happened recently and what your sister did." Knowing that he would not take any more actions, Lei Chia finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to tell Fang Xuanjiang about what had happened recently. Fang Zhou also opened her eyes at this time. Her vision finally focused slowly. She heard someone calling sister in her ear. She had clearly recalled something when she lost consciousness just now, but now she couldn't remember it at all. Nereus became a soft pile. Its ability was completely consumed and emptied in the process of using material to reorganize the Arkansas. When it saw her wake up, its whole body stuck to the ground like water, and it crawled up and merged into Fang Zhou's body with a wilted wriggle. Fang Zhou saw a prompt in front of his eyes. The number of times A-level material construction has been used has been cleared. A-level material construction is no longer valid. Alien creature, Nereus. Main ability storage, S-level lightning 4 times. S-level time rewind 5 times. A-level weapon expansion 5 times. A-level material construction no longer valid. A-level flesh and blood regeneration 4 times. Looking at this message prompt, Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment. Yes, she seemed to have seen Lu Filin. Was it because of the influence of Nereus using his ability? Holding Fang Zhou's hand tightly, Fang Zhou's thoughts were diverted. She looked over and saw Fang Xuanjiang. He had woken up. Sister, how do you feel? Seeing her finally open her eyes, Fang Xuanjiang collapsed like Nereus, who had overused his strength. His voice was trembling, which Fang Zhou found a little funny. Not only Fang Xuanjiang, but also Lei Chia and Xixiang were relaxed when she woke up. Xixiang touched his heart. I was really scared. You can't die before Boss Wang. The doctor came forward to check her condition and confirmed that she was temporarily out of danger. She looked confused. What kind of ability do you have to restore the body of an old human to this extent? Fang Zhou felt that he couldn't muster any strength in his body, but there was no other discomfort. This is not reasonable. She lost too much blood in this trip. Even if Nereus wiped out the radiation in her body at the right time, the irreversible blood loss would still leave sequelae. She would most likely not survive this trip. Fang Zhou recalled the hint before she woke up. Was it the reputation of the forum? How was her identity discovered? Was there something wrong with Zhong Shuqi? Or was it the conclusion drawn by the intelligence department after information integration? Fang Zhou needed to think about too many things, which was not suitable for her current state of barely escaping from death. She put these questions aside for the time being and solved them later. Raki said that the central government deceived us, and they could not develop the final antigen of the old humans. Fang Xuanjiang was asking her for confirmation. He really didn't want to believe it. But even if he didn't want to believe it, he knew that Rachel had no reason to deceive him by saying that the central government cannot research antigens. Fang Zhou said as an answer, I don't want to lose you. Fang Xuanjiang held her hand and put his face against her palm. Her fingertips were cold, and she felt warm when they touched his skin. He said, Sister doesn't need me anymore. He had been helping Fang Zhou find a solution to this physical condition. Now that the gold was gone, he became at a loss, and couldn't find his existence and role in Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou touched his face and the hair on the side with his backhand. I never said that. We still have a lot of things to do. And I won't die like this. Okay. I will always be with you. Sister. Fang Xuanjiang was easily comforted by her words. No matter how much Lei Chia said, it was not as effective as her words, which made Lei Chia on the side roll his eyes. Then, Fang Xuanjiang continued to ask, Sister, who did this? He was asking Fang Zhou about the culprit who made her like this. His voice was calm, but it seemed to contain great anger. I don't know who made the decision. Fang Zhou was silent for a while. She sat up slowly and turned to ask Lei Chia and Shi Xiang on the side, who do you think did it? Shi Xiang said, Jiang family? You asked me to open a channel to kill the Jiang family last time. Maybe it was to avenge your relatives. Fang Zhou shook his head. It won't be them. Nor the other two decision-makers. Even if they don't care about the lives of the lower-class citizens and regard Dangang and Yinqing as wastelands, they won't do such a thing. If you want to be a noble, you need the support of the common people. Throwing such a large-scale lethal thermal weapon into the city, no matter how powerful you are, you can't cover up this behavior. This will cause the central government's credibility in the paradise to collapse and become a thorn that can never be removed between the central government and the citizens. And the ruler will completely become a slayer feared by the citizens, which is not conducive to the long-term management of those in power, who expand with family power as the center. In this way, it is obvious who can make decisions without them. But Fang Zhou can't figure it out. The central government can't research the final antigen of the old humans. In their eyes, she will die sooner or later. It will only take a few months. If they are curious about her power, they should capture her alive. If they are afraid of her, they just need to wait for her to die. Why do they take such actions to kill her? 1 hour ago, in the tower, Wu Yuanbai met Zhong Piling, the current head of the Zhong family. Before meeting Zhong Piling, she went through a whole night of in-depth investigation by the supervisors headed by the Jiang family. Mental oppression, information integration. In addition to the use of coercive means such as torture, they used everything they should use. Not surprisingly, Wu Yuanbai had no doubts, and they could not find anything from her. In this way, they could not bypass her position and directly arrange their own people to fill Jiang'o's vacancy. Menggang City Joint Defense Bureau was too important. After Jiang'o's death, its control fell from the hands of the Jiang family. Under the confrontation between various forces within the central government, it became a position that no one could use power to allocate. Wu Yuanbai, who had no problems, was the only person who was qualified to take over Jiang'o's power normally. Jiang'o had even tried to assassinate Wu Yuanbai in order to suppress her. Of course, they could not win over Wu Yuanbai. In this case, the Zhong family threw an olive branch to Wu Yuanbai and hijacked her from the Jiang family to enter the tower for identity investigation. Wu Yuanbai had no reason not to accept this olive branch. She also understood that it was difficult to climb up in the power center without a backer. Fang Zhou opened up the dilemma for her, and she naturally had to get out of it. As for whether she would be completely controlled by the Zhong family and become a dog of such a big family, Wu Yuanbai believed that she would not make a wrong decision. She would stand at a higher position. Whether they would fall down at that time was another matter. After reaching a consensus, Zhong Piling said, Yin Shui, your subordinate, is an undercover agent. If the identity is correct, it is Eris who we have been chasing. Wu Yuanbai did not expect Fang Zhou's identity to be exposed. She showed enough surprise on her face. How could she be? I'll need your help to capture her later. Zhong Piling made good arrangements, but she seemed to have received some news in the middle of the process. She went out to answer a call and came back with a very ugly face. Before she could say anything else, there was a sudden movement outside, and Zhong Piling looked out suddenly. Wu Yuanbai also followed her line of sight. The tower launched a large ton missile, which made a lot of noise. Zhong Piling looked at the sky in disbelief. She stood up suddenly, shaking with anger. Is he crazy? How dare he ignore our vote and do this? The situation was urgent, and she didn't care about Wu Yuanbai behind her at all. She walked towards the elevator entrance, wanting to reach the top floor to find the person who made the decision. Wu Yuanbai followed him out. At this time, the elevator opened, and in the elevator was Mi Le, who was about to go to the top floor. She stopped Zhong Piling's action and looked at her coldly. The Archon did not summon you. Zhong Peeling, who had been in the tower for many years, naturally understood the style of the Archon's direct troops. She could not forcefully break in. Not to mention that the bombs that had been launched would not return because of Zhong Peeling's stop. Zhong Peeling's expression instantly became depressed. Wu Yuanbo quickly judged the specific situation based on Zhong Peeling's speech just now and the movement of the tower. Even though she was a little uncertain and hesitant, she sent a prompt communication message to Fang Zhou, hoping that she could escape from it. A minute later, Wu Yuanbai's expression was shocked, and she looked in the direction of Dangang. The large-scale explosion in Dangang could be seen dozens of kilometers away, and the tremors from the ground could be felt in Mingang City, the farthest away. Crazy. Wu Yuanbai couldn't help but think that the owner of this place was a complete lunatic. Chapter 129. It's the Archon. Rachel gave the final answer for Fang Arc. After carefully sorting it out, Fang Arc would not be surprised if the Archon made such a decision. His identity is mysterious. He has been in the tower for a long time. In the game forum, no player has ever discussed his perspective. Most of them appear from the perspective of other characters. There is no relevant description of his purpose, personality, experience, etc. Fang Arc can infer the behavior logic of other high-ranking officials from their identities, but cannot judge the Archon. That's why the person who can make such a decision is more obvious. Fang Zhou had never had direct contact with the Archon, but she had an inexplicable intuition that he didn't care about anything in the outside world, whether it was human life or the evaluation and command of the tower. Is there something about her that threatens him? Why does he not even have the time to wait for her death? Sister, we have to kill him. We must kill him, Fang Xuanjiang suddenly said. Fang Zhou just thought he wanted to avenge her and eliminate the potential enemy who was eyeing her life. She touched Fang Xuanjiang's head. I know. I also want to kill him. But now is not the time. Last time, she just entered the tower to obtain the old human data, and it took a lot of effort to bring Fang Xuanjiang out. And it was with the help of Fei Xing. Now she had to go in and kill the Archon, the supreme ruler of the tower, an S-level spiritual transcendent. This difficulty was not something she could kill on a whim. She had to think carefully about what to do next. Okay, I know you have a lot to talk about now, so let's stop for a moment. The doctor spoke, and she said to Fang Zhou, just in case, I'll give you a shot of recovery agent first, and then give you a full body check, and then you can talk whatever you want. Okay. Fang Zhou cooperated very well. She looked at Fang Xuanjiang. You and Lei Xie Shixiang go out and wait for me. After instructing Fang Xuanjiang, she said to Lei Xie, bring Li Baiji, Xiaoya, Fei Xing and number 1 here, and meet at the meeting floor in half an hour. I have something to arrange. After a pause, she asked, how is the boss? Shixiang replied, not very optimistic. Fang Zhou, can we communicate? I need to ask him something. Shixiang hesitated. I'll go and see. After the arrangements were made, Fang Zhou stood up and followed the doctor into the examination room. Basically, every time she did an examination, the instrument would issue a red low-line warning, telling her how bad her physical condition was. After the examination, the doctor looked at her physical values and said, it is indeed recovered. This radiation invasion basically left no damage to you. But it was just that there was no damage. And Fang Zhou's original old human physique did not get any new improvement. Okay. Fang Zhou said, have you read the information I asked Rachel to pass on to you? I know what you want to ask. But unfortunately, I have no idea at the moment. And I need to tell you something. The doctor leaned on the instrument behind him. The last injection of long-acting antigen they gave you actually accelerated your death. If you had continued to inject the old antigen, you would not have had a problem resisting for another year or two. To be honest, after being attacked by a missile containing a radiation source, Fang Zhou did not find it strange that the other party had done anything before. Fang Zhou was silent for a moment and replied, I understand. Thank you. Her overly calm attitude made the doctor look sideways. I thought you would be angry. Fang Zhou, it would be a lie to say I'm not angry. It's just that too many things have happened. I don't have the extra emotions to be angry about this kind of thing now. It's good that you can adjust your emotions. A stable mood will help recovery. I also hope you can live longer. The doctor took out a cigarette, twisted it in her hand, and sniffed its smell. Considering the current environment and Fang Zhou's body, she did not light it. Fong Zhou couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She and the doctor had little contact before. They only met once, when they went to see Wan Chao before. What he knew about her was basically from Lei Chia. I believe that her understanding of herself was mostly learned from Lei Chia or Wang Chao. I won't die, Fong Zhou said. At least I won't die like this. The doctor shook the cigarette in his hand. Then I look forward to the day when you achieve your goal. This escape from death gave Fong Zhou a glimmer of hope. She was able to touch the boundary between the two worlds. Many incredible things happened to her. There must be a way to get rid of this old human physique. Thinking of this, Fong Zhou knew that she should go to the forum to take a look. She said to the doctor, "Can I take a short rest here? Please help yourself," the doctor said, and then left the examination room with a cigarette. Fong Zhou guessed that she should go to a place where she could smoke. After the doctor left, Fong Zhou looked at the communicator. Wu Yuanbo had not sent any more messages after reminding her. Now that she had woken up, she did not send any messages to report that she was safe. In Wu Yuanbo's situation, the less she knew about her, the better. Then, Fong Zhou called up the identity panel and took a look. Third identity improved, main perspective reserve. Auxiliary ability, after the game is updated. She has the right to release specific plots. What does this mean? Does it mean that she can decide the perspective plot she wants to release? Fong Zhou did not understand why this ability was of much use to her. The method of creating information gap through perspective confusion did not seem to have any effect on players who played the game. Fong Zhou thought about it, and felt that this might help her improve her reputation. Putting aside her third identity for the time being, Fong Zhou clicked on the forum entrance. Do you want to use one chance to open the entrance to the higher dimensional world forum? After choosing yes, the scene in Fong Zhou's mind changed, and she entered the game forum. The first thing she did when she entered the forum was to check the reputation value above. Current reputation, 100W. It has exceeded 1 million. Fong Zhou suspected that the reason why she was not affected by radiation this time, and did not experience the critical situation caused by excessive blood loss, was related to the reputation that just exceeded 1 million. This is a bit like in some games. When the level of the controlled character is increased, the blood volume and status will be restored to the full value. Fong Zhou couldn't help but wonder. When she reaches a certain value, will she get rid of this body? But her vague intuition told her that the real breakthrough point she needed to find was not here. After looking at the reputation, Fong Zhou didn't stay here for too long. She began to read the latest posts, trying to find out the specific movements of the central government. The most eye-catching hot posts on the homepage were related to her. From the title, it can be seen that they were discussions about the explosion. Fong Zhou didn't click into these posts for the time being, but flipped forward a little to find other information. Subject, Jiang O and Jiang Huan are dead. Sister Zhou killed me so happily. Subject, killing Jiang O and Jiang Huan is Fong Zhou's worst move so far. The two closely related posts have completely opposite views from the titles. Fong Zhou did not click on the previous post. She could probably guess the content without clicking on it. However, the following post should show her many things she did not know. Thinking of this, she clicked on the following post. Main post, although the fighting scenes were well done, it was very enjoyable to watch Fong Zhou killing all the way. But I really can't understand her purpose. Is it because Jiang O intended to push Yin Shui to be a scapegoat? I don't think this reason is sufficient. 1L, indeed. This action left too many doubts, allowing Zhong Shuqi and Bai Cheng to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, I think Fong Zhou could at least use the identity of Yin Shui to travel for a long time. 2L, this can't be blamed on my sister. I think her action of killing Jiang O can be regarded as flawless. But we have a god's perspective. 3L, oh, it's a pity that Yin Shui's identity is lost. 4L, apart from other things, Fong Zhou's execution seems to be getting stronger and stronger. She kills people as soon as she says she will, since she entered the paradise. Although she has few three-party perspectives, the whole plot is controlled by her behind the scenes, and the central executors are played around. This time, it can only be said that the central government is playing tricks. 5L, it's mainly because Yin Shui is in the Mingang City Joint Defense Bureau, and the intelligence that can be obtained is the first line. Sister Zhou was able to play the official around several times because of the convenience brought by Yin Shui's identity. So I really feel sorry for losing this identity. After reading the first few posts, it seems that players do not have the three-party perspective of her killing Jin Xie at that time, and do not know that this is a deal between Wu Yunbua and her. After losing the identity of Yin Shui, there will be a Wu Yunbua who is closer to the information center. So naturally they cannot understand why she killed Jiang O and Jiang Huailan, and will feel sad for her loss of Yin Shui. A useful identity. Fang Zhou continued to read. 10L. Bai Cheng and Zhong Shuqi's information integration ability gave me goosebumps. No wonder one of them is a manager at the intelligence level, and the other can gain a foothold in the supervision department of Minggang City. 11L. What information integration? It's because their abilities are too buggy. Isn't this just like in mystery novels where everyone is seriously reasoning? But he has a superpower to directly point out the murderer? It has nothing to do with the god's perspective. 15L. Excuse me. What are their abilities? 16L. Bai Cheng is the truth judgment. After obtaining enough information about a certain event or a certain person, he can ask questions based on the above information and conduct the final judgment to obtain the correct answer. This is how Yin Shui's undercover identity was exposed. Zhong Shuqi is the magnification of doubts. Under the premise of obtaining the doubt that Yin Shui is an undercover, his ability can see the information hidden in her. 17L. Jiang O's death allowed Bai Cheng to determine Yin Shui's undercover identity, and Bai Cheng paved the way for Zhong Shuqi. After confirming that Yin Shui was an undercover, he saw Yin Shui's true identity. To sum it up, this is it? 18L. Sister, I'm playing physics with you, and you're talking about magic with me? 19L. The above guy is laughing to death. 20L. That can't be said. The premise for the two of them to use their abilities is that there must be doubts. If Fang Zhou didn't choose to kill Jiangno, Bai Cheng wouldn't have obtained enough information for the trial. Zhong Shuqi wouldn't know Yin Shui's true identity without Bai Cheng's help. 21L. To be honest, Fang Zhou can't be blamed for this. Who would have thought of it? 22L. That's true. But I think with my sister's personality, she wouldn't kill Jiang O and Jiang Huailan so abruptly. There must be other reasons. 23L. That's probably the third-party perspective that hasn't been released. Ah. It's so hateful. She always plays this trick on us. 24L. Forget it. I won't talk nonsense with you guys here. I have to go see what the Central Committee is going to do to my sister, and how my sister solved it rubbing hands. According to the discussion in this building, Fang Zhou finally knew that Yin Shui is Fang Zhou. How did this point get exposed? No wonder Zhong Shuqi paused for a while when he saw her for the first time. Fang Zhou's current mood is similar to what 18L said. She knew that Yin Shui was an undercover agent and would be exposed. But she never thought that Yin Shui was Fang Zhou would be exposed in the Central Committee's sight. Fortunately, through their statements, Fang Zhou learned two new pieces of information. She was a little worried about Wu Yunbua, but from the player's narration, these two people were not able to get the answer without any information. After leaving this post, Fang Zhou returned to the latest homepage and took a look at the current hot posts. Subject: What the hell? The Archon dropped a nuclear bomb on Dangang to kill Fang Zhou? Subject: My heart is broken. I will kill the Archon tonight. Subject: Li Tao. Has the Archon's personality also undergone major changes? Chapter 130. Fang Zhou had anticipated the direction of their discussion. There were many titles with her name, basically all about this incident. In order to quickly obtain information without wasting time, she extracted keywords related to the Archon and clicked into these posts one by one along the timeline. Subject: What the hell? The Archon threw a nuclear bomb at Dangang to kill Fang Zhou? Main building. Ah. What is this? Why do I feel that the direction of this game is getting weirder and weirder? 1L. Halfway through the game, she came out to breathe oxygen. There is radiation in the missile. Although Fang Zhou's character was not likable at first, I watched Sister Zhou come here all the way, and watched her raise the fun of the entire game plot. I really don't want to see her die. 2L. Me too. I can't accept it. I can't help but pick out the sister scenes from other people's perspectives when I play the central line now. 3L. I thought the confrontation between the two sides after the identity of Zhou Jie was exposed. Central and Arc are scheming against each other, chasing each other. Confrontation in the eyes of the game's screenwriter, unable to catch Arc. Archon launches nuclear bombs to sweep a large area. 4L. Arc is dead. I really can't imagine the subsequent direction of this game. 5L. Joker is about to wake up from hibernation, and Sister is in critical condition. Does it have to be like this? 6L. Why don't you give Arc's perspective at this time? It would be a definite answer whether she is dead or alive. I don't have the heart to continue the plot at all. 7L. Oh? She just wanted to live. It's so hard. Why is it so hard? 8L. It's hard for me to imagine it during the beta test. Now I will burst into tears because of Fang Zhou's death. Then Muqiang said that she is my favorite character now. 9L. Calm down. Fang Zhou may not be dead. She has created such a character. If she really died, she would not be just written off. 10L. +1. But I really can't imagine how she survived. There are many posts in the previous posts that cannot accept her death. From their discussion of Fang Zhou, it can be seen that the perspective that players can see is only after the explosion, until she returns to the night. So for them, her death is still unknown. She flipped down and saw other analyses mixed in these comments. 33L. That's crazy. He sacrificed a whole city to kill one person. Does he really take human life seriously? 35L. Oh my sister. No way. 36L. After all, it's a game setting. I think this behavior is very brainless. As a superior, doesn't he know what chain reactions this will bring? 37L. That's where the problem lies. It's hard to describe my current mood. If the Archon's purpose is just to kill Fang Zhou, then his behavior can be said to be the fastest and most convenient way, not giving the enemy any chance to resist and struggle. 38L. This is what is called when the villain stops talking. 39L. The Archon has not really appeared so far, and he has not had direct contact with Fang Zhou. Even if her ability is feared by the Central Committee, they should not hate her so much. 55L. I think it is understandable. The alien creature abilities that Zhou Jia currently possesses are too comprehensive and too difficult to capture. She has escaped from the Central Committee many times. 56L. Her old human physique is an absolute weakness. I still think there is a better solution. 54L. I am so heartbroken. To be honest, after 2 days of plot, I am no longer interested in the struggles of these characters in the central line. I just want to see a new line. A new route to overthrow them all. 55L. Me too. The education I received since childhood made it impossible for me to accept such a leader. 56L. Hasn't Joker been rescued? Can his line be reopened? 57L. Is Dangang completely destroyed? 58L. No. Ark responded. The black hole ate half of the bombs, but the affected area is still quite large. 85L. It's just a game. Are you two involved? Ark is originally a supporting role. Her current strength and role are completely beyond the standard. Do you want to bring her into the main perspective? Are you kidding me? 86L. I support it. If it weren't for Ark, the Archon would not have launched missiles at Dangang. 89L. Are the people above crazy? 90L. What kind of monsters have sneaked in? Don't blame the Archons who don't care about the lives of civilians and launched the attack. Blame Fang Zhou? What kind of brain circuit is this? 91L. Sometimes it's helpless to surf the internet alone lighting a cigarette. JPG. Originally, it was a completely anonymous forum discussion, with good and bad people mixed together. In addition to the plot trend of the previous internal test, there are still some players who don't like Fang Zhou. It's impossible for everyone to stand on her side. When there are too many people, it's inevitable that there will be quarrels with opposing opinions. The back is full of quarrels. Fang Zhou glanced at it for a few times and left this post, clicking on another topic that she was more interested in. Subject: Li Tao. Has the Archon's character been greatly changed? Main building. Let me explain first. I have participated in 3 internal tests of the game. The internal tests only had trial plots. Compared with the current plot progress, the trial plots in the internal tests were about half of the current ones. The public test was greatly changed after Joker and Ark left the shelter, and there is basically no trace of the internal test. 1L. Take a small bench to the front row to take a seat. 2L. Front row. 3L. What? There is also an Archon in the internal test? Is he so crazy in the internal test? 4L. So is he the final boss? If so, there is too little information at present. 10L. The original poster replied to 4L. Yes. There is also very little information. The official did not give specific character information, but the Archon's presence in the internal test plot was not so strong. But it does not mean that he is a good person in the internal test. From the mouths of the NPCs at that time, it can be scattered that many human experiments and alien experiments were controlled by him. And there were also some exploration tasks outside the safe zone. From these subtle information, I concluded that he likes to test the limit. Whether it is the limit of the human body, the limit of ability, the limit of alien creatures, or the limit of this world. The original poster posted a few screenshots of the internal test game, all of which are some character dialogues. And there are several familiar faces in ARC. There is Levei, Mila, and a European female face. Fong Zhou has never seen her. Her name is Agatha on the dialogue box. She is the manager of exploration outside the safe zone. She also assisted in the capture of the wall rat incident. 15L. It feels so cruel. A natural antisocial personality? 16L. From this point of view, it seems normal for him to move missiles to kill Fong Zhou. Is this also a test? 17L. Original poster. I don't think this is a test. He should really want to kill Fong Zhou. The large-scale explosion with a strong radiation source is an absolute killing intention, leaving no loophole for Fong Zhou to escape. Now Fong Zhou's life and death is unknown, and I think it is very unlikely that she can survive. 18L. Such a heavy topic. 25L. Why do you think the character of the Archon has been greatly changed? To be honest, there is so little information about him that it is hard to tell whether he has been changed. 26L. Original poster. What the above said does make sense. But the Archon is too extreme at the moment. It is not like he always wants to test the limit in the internal test. His decision this time is completely arbitrary. And the people in power in the central government, led by those families, are opposed. 27L. According to the current development, it seems that the central government will fight among themselves next. 28L. I am looking forward to it now, because of what you said. I really want to see these villains fight each other. This post is a bit of a headline teller. Fong Arc didn't give more information about the Archon after clicking in. She flipped through it, and came out of this post. She read a few more posts along the homepage. In the mindset of not missing any information, she flipped forward several pages, and saw related discussions from a day earlier. When she saw one of the titles, her heart skipped a beat, and she clicked in without hesitation. Topic: The official Old Wasteland is preparing to launch holographic equipment. Has anyone signed up? Main post. It is said to be an upgraded version that is higher than all the holographic equipment currently on the market. The holographic mode can experience the third line of players creating their own characters. The first batch of tests are free to draw, and the free equipment drawn will be delivered directly to the door. The requirement is that the player has participated in the first 3 internal tests. 1L. Where is it? I rushed to sign up immediately. 2L. This requirement is too tricky. Not many people knew about the first internal test, but they actually asked to participate in all 3 internal tests. 3L. +1 to the above. They are all drawn. So the registration conditions should be relaxed? 4L. Really? I don't believe it. 5L. How can this unknown small company become so big? It is a third line with extremely high degree of freedom, and it is an upgraded version of the equipment that is higher than all holographic equipment on the market. Don't they lie without thinking? 6L. Indeed. It is probably an exaggeration, but it doesn't cost money to participate, so it's okay to try free things. 10L. I'm not very interested. I think the holographic games on the market are very average. The technology is still immature, expensive, and difficult to play. I don't think this so-called upgraded version will be that good, but I'm qualified to register, so I can join in the fun with the free stuff. If I win, I can resell it and make a fortune. 11L. The above abacus is really clacking, but don't let people like you win. 12L. We discussed this topic before. Is it directly upgraded to holographic? In this case, it is not impossible to make it. 25L. No. Haven't you realized the seriousness of the matter? If it is really a holographic route for the third line self-created characters, doesn't it mean that we can see the characters up close? 26L. 27L. 28L. 29L. Sister Jojo. Here I come. I want to stick to you face to face. 30L. Be careful upstairs. Your identity is suspicious, and if you get close to me, I will shoot you. 31L. Fuck. 32L. Well, after all, it is a wasteland world. Anyway, I can adjust the pain and reload the game. I am not afraid. 33L. I am going to spoil it for Sister Jo and immediately turn this game into a cool script. 34L. I may not be able to draw you. Why do you want to play so quickly? 43L. Will there really be such a high degree of freedom? Our behavior will not be restricted. We can do whatever we want? And the characters can really react to our behavior? 44L. Many NPCs in holographic games will use artificial intelligence technology to react within the range of their personalities. And most of them are quite realistic. You may want to search for some screen recordings of holographic games. 45L. If you are selected to try it out, can you choose to enter from any plot point? 46L. I took a look, but the official didn't say anything specific about this. 50L. Don't have too many fantasies. The 10th floor is actually quite right. The holographic technology used in games now is really bad. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people still playing console games. 51L. No. I play console games simply because I don't have the money to buy holographic equipment. 52L. Me too. 53L. +1. 54L. Stop talking. I will hate the rich. 60L. How many lottery spots are there in total? 61L. I took a look, and they said there are 1,000 spots. The result will be announced tomorrow. Those who are eligible should go to the official website to register. Fong Zhou went back to the beginning. The post was posted at 0:23 on June 26, 2062. The tomorrow mentioned below is actually today. Fong Zhou came out of this post and looked at the latest reply time. It showed 12:34 on June 26, 2062. At this time, the single forum time limit had expired. Fong Zhou was forced to exit the game forum. She felt her temples throbbing because of this topic. Chapter 131. Fong Zhou now has a lot of questions, which disturb her mind. She just escaped death, and her body has not recovered at all. But now she can't rest for a moment. She rubbed her eyebrows and began to sort out the questions in her mind. In what form will the players of the third line enter the game? Will they really come to this world? In what way does she become a game in another world when she is in this world? The game Old Wasteland itself is an interactive plot game with options. Some minor plots will have branch plots because of the options. But Fong Zhou has not yet felt the impact of the player's operation on this world. After all, there are thousands of people who control the game in another world. If the choice of any player in another world can affect this world, then I don't know what kind of mess it will be here. So Fong Zhou has never doubted the authenticity of this world. She was more inclined to believe that some kind of power or means projected what happened in her inner world to the outside world, forming the medium of the game. The player played more like a data copy of this world, with other external technologies to assist in producing another result achieved by those options. If so, Fong Zhou didn't have to worry about how the outside world would adjust the game. Even if it was a holographic mode, players creating their own characters were also a matter of technology in the outside world. But she felt that things were not that simple. Fong Zhou wanted to enter the forum to take a look. But this was her last chance to enter the forum this week. And the next time she could enter would only be 2 days later. The time progress in the game where Fong Zhou is located has always been very different from that outside the game. She has been inside for several months. But only 2 days have passed in the world outside the game. Sometimes a day can push the outside world for several hours. And sometimes half a month is only a dozen minutes. So Fong Zhou cannot judge when the third line they mentioned will be opened, and what will happen in 2 days. I just hope that those bad premonitions are illusions caused by her thinking too much. After sorting it out, Fong Zhou can't get an answer for the time being. She can only put this matter aside for the time being, and continue to rest for about 10 minutes before slowly walking out of the laboratory. Lei Chia is not at the door. Most likely, he took Li Baiji and facing to the meeting floor according to her instructions. Fong Xuanjiang is waiting for her to come out at the door, as expected. Sister, how are you? Seeing her come out, he immediately stepped forward and walked to Fong Zhou's side. There's nothing wrong with your body. You should go to the meeting floor with Lei Chia first. I'm worried about you. Fong Xuanjiang lowered his head and stared into her eyes, and said bluntly, Lei Chia told me a lot about what happened recently. You are too tired. Sister. Fong Zhou smiled helplessly. These are all inevitable. As long as the result is good, it's enough. Seeing that he didn't respond, she continued, you go find Lei Chia first and wait for me together. Okay? Fong Xuanjiang was silent for a while, bent down slightly, and gave her a hug, as if to comfort her. I know. Sister, no matter what happens, I can share it with you. As you said, we are relatives connected by blood, and we bear the weight of both sides together. Fong Zhou raised his hand and patted his back. Okay. I will. Although the words were well said, Fang Zhou would not tell others about information beyond the cognition of this world, such as forums and another world. No matter how much she trusted them, she could not guarantee that there would be any changes in it. Only she was the only person worthy of trust. Fang Xuanjian let her go, and obediently went to the meeting floor to meet up with Lei Chia and others. After Shi Xiang confirmed that Wang Chao was temporarily conscious, he came back and told Fang Zhou the news. And Fang Zhou went directly to where he was. After waking up, she also sorted out the chain reactions that might be caused by her identity being exposed this time. If only Yinshui's identity as an undercover agent was exposed, there would be no problem. The problem is that Yinshui's Fang Zhou is exposed, then Levi, who once helped her conceal the ability test, will be in danger. Fang Zhou wants to bring her out. In addition to the fact that Levi had helped her before, and she didn't want the person who helped her to be implicated. There is another more important reason. Levi should have stayed in the tower for a long time, and has a thorough study of the power of the Transcendent. She must know some information that Fei Xing doesn't know. It is beneficial to pull her into her side. However, this is not something Fang Zhou can bring out just because he wants to. According to what Wang Chao said before, Levi is not a member of Yeji, let alone an undercover sent by Yeji. Whether the other party is willing to leave with her and join her camp to help her is a question. So before that, she had to ask Wang Chao about Li Wei's situation. Arriving at the room where Wang Chao was, the lock on the door was automatically opened by the inside after she arrived. And Fang Zhou walked in. The owner of the space was standing in the living room outside and walking towards the door. Fang Zhou noticed that there were some water stains on the ground. He should have just come out of the pool. After not seeing him for a few days, Wang Chao's fusion degree increased by 1 percentage point. And he was getting closer and closer to death. Wang Chao learned about what happened just now from Shi Xiang. Seeing Fang Zhou appear in front of him intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Zhou asked, "Didn't you say that leaving the pool would make it worse?" Wang Chao said, "I can't let you see that look every time. It's really not decent." Fang Zhou smiled, "I don't mind. It won't affect our communication." After saying this, Fang Zhou did not continue to follow this topic, but changed the subject and went straight to the point. "I came to you because I want to ask you something. My identity has been exposed. Li Wei helped me in the tower before, and she will be implicated." Wang Chao thought about it, and soon understood Fang Zhou's purpose. "So you want to bring her out?" Fang Zhou nodded, "Yes. But I'm not sure if she will go with me, and whether she is willing to assist me. I need you to tell me why she helps us." As the first-hand information in the organization, Rachel didn't know the specific identity of Li Wei, and only thought that there was an undercover agent in the tower. Fang Zhou could only ask Wang Chao. Wang Chao was silent for a while before saying, "I was once her experimental subject, and the longest-lived devourer. It has been 10 years since I merged with Tucker." Wang Chao's words made Fang Zhou's eyes widen slightly. He lived for 10 years after becoming a devourer? The lifespan of a devourer can be as short as a few days, or as long as 1 or 2 years. It is extremely rare for someone like Rachel to live for more than a year, and still maintain a fusion degree below 50%. Wang Chao continued, "I stayed in the tower for 5 years, and escaped from it with her help 5 years ago. Levi is an excellent researcher. When I first met her, she was not yet a manager at that level. She was just a newcomer without much say. I was her first experimental project. From the perspective of lifespan, I was a very successful experimental subject. She made reasonable use of my transcendental power, a useless power that can communicate with all non-human creatures. This allowed me to try to communicate with the alien creatures in my body without being bewitched by their whispers, and to enter a deeper fusion. This power allows me to communicate with Tucker and negotiate with him." Wang Chao opened his right hand, and a blue tentacle emerged from his sleeve, wrapped around his fingertips, and looked at the Arkansas. He smiled, "So that I get along very well with it. Its intelligence level should be very high." Fang Zhou suddenly said, "Aliens with intelligence level below B are difficult to communicate with. Even Fang Zhou often cannot communicate with those low-intelligence aliens, and can only feel their emotions." Wang Chao was stunned for a moment and replied, "Yes. Tucker is an S-level intelligent alien. At first, other researchers were unwilling to merge it with me. It was Li Wei who gave Tucker to me against all odds." Li Wei thought very carefully. She knew that if she wanted to use Wang Chao's ability, it couldn't be an alien with low intelligence level that couldn't communicate. If the alien merged with me was another alien, you might not be able to see me here. It's actually S-class. Fang Zhou was a little surprised. She thought it was only A class. After all, she had never seen an alien creature with S-class intelligence. Wang Chao returned to the topic. He continued, "It is a painful thing to be a test subject of the tower. Failed test subjects will die, and successful test subjects will become supporters of the tower. From the moment we are selected as test subjects, the tower's admonitions will be engraved in our heads. Unfortunately, as a test subject whose survival time is observed, I am neither of them. I have only a long life of being manipulated. So I urgently want to escape from the tower. The result is obvious. I escaped. To be honest, I almost failed. It was Levi who helped me. She would consider all the experimental subjects that came out of her hands as her works. I was her first successful work. Rather than letting excellent works not see the light of day, she hoped that people would see them. She wanted to see how these works would grow and change after leaving the tower. So she helped me escape. Fang Zhou, this sounds a bit bad taste. This reminded Fang Zhou of the information leaked during the transport of number 1. She originally guessed that it was Levi who gave the information, and this confirmed it even more. Indeed, after I left, I occasionally contacted her. She wanted to see the growth process of her works, and I also wanted to get the information I wanted. Wang Chao finally returned to the original topic. She will leave with you, because she will come to check her results. And she is a person who cherishes her life. Fang Zhou, I understand. Li Wei is not loyal to the tower. Listening to Wang Chao's description of her, she is more like a person who is only loyal to herself. Wang Chao continued to ask, "What are you going to do? Do you want to enter the tower again? It is not suitable for me to be exposed to the central line of sight so soon." In their view, no one can escape from such a large explosion center. I am already a dead person. In this case, I will play a dead person well, and let Rachel and others do this. Fang Zhou continued, "It has only been an hour since the explosion. They may return to Dangang to look for my body. The tower will not be guarded for the time being. It is a good time. It seems that you have already made arrangements." Wang Chao saw that there was relaxation and relief in her eyes. His body fell down a bit, and it seemed that he had put down some heavy burden. Chapter 132. After learning about Li Wei and Wang Chao, Fang Zhou left Wang Chao and entered the elevator to the meeting floor. At this time, in the meeting floor, Fang Xuanjiang, Li Baizhi, Xiaoya, Fei Xing, Shi Xiang, number 1 and Lei Chia have all arrived. Fei Xing looked at number 1 in the corner. He was quietly curled up in the corner of the sofa, staring at Xiaoya, who was led by Li Baizhi, with his heterochromatic eyes. This made Fei Xing touch the eye with the eye patch, and his mood was a little subtle. By the way, that was his eye, right? Last time number 1 brought him and Fang Zhou out, his eyes were damaged, and he had to recover for 2 days before he could see things clearly. This was the first time he saw number 1. However, he quickly put his dugout eye behind him. He looked around, looking for Fang Zhou. "Didn't the world say that we were called here? Why isn't she here?" "She'll be here soon," Raki said. Fei Xing's question attracted Fang Xuanjiang's attention. He glanced at Fei Xing, who was unaware. Fang Xuanjiang remembered that this was the culprit who had captured him in the tower. If he hadn't believed in Fang Zhou so much, he would have attacked Fei Xing by now. Raki on the side was looking at Fang Xuanjiang. He was very unstable, so he kept an eye on his situation to prevent him from doing anything out of line. Fang Xuanjiang didn't care about him at all. After looking at Fei Xing, he looked away and stared at the elevator entrance. Li Baizhi asked, "Did something happen? Is it related to the ground shaking just now? Why did you suddenly call us all here?" Lei Chia and Shi Xiang didn't make it public when they brought Fang Zhou back. Now that everyone is here, Lei Chia explained the general situation to Fei Xing and others under Li Baizhi's questioning. Lei Chia, this is probably what happened. The expression on Li Baizhi's face changed from surprise to worry, and Fei Xing's red eyes suddenly widened. He turned around and was about to leave here to find Fang Zhou. Lei Chia stopped him. "What are you going to do?" Fei Xing, "I'm going to find Shiji. She's fine now. She'll be here soon." This familiar feeling made Lei Chia feel a little tired. Before Fei Xing could say anything else, the elevator door of the conference floor opened, and Fang Zhou appeared inside. She could feel everyone's eyes looking at her at this moment. "Shiji, sister." The two spoke at the same time, took a step forward in unison, and looked at each other. Fang Xuanjiang frowned slightly, but Fei Xing was heartless. She glanced at him and rushed to Fang Zhou. Looking at her anxiously, "How are you?" "Lei Chia just said you were dying." Lei Chia's forehead jumped. "I didn't say that. Don't tamper with my lines without permission. I'm fine." Without wasting any extra time, after making sure everyone was present, Fang Zhou got straight to the point. "I called you all here this time because I need you to bring someone out of the tower. And I won't interfere in this matter." Shi Xiang asked her, "Who are you going to bring out?" "She is an old acquaintance of Boss Wang. She helped me hide my identity in the tower." After saying that, Fang Zhou's eyes swept among the few people, and quickly arranged in his mind the positions that each of them should be responsible for. She first looked at Xia. "Xia, can you help me with divination and prediction?" Xia had been staring at her since she came in, nodding her golden little head without hesitation. "Yes. Yes. Then help me predict which floor of the tower the target we need to take away will go to after we enter the tower." Fang Zhou knew that her request was too specific, and Xia couldn't predict such a specific event. However, after listening to Fang Zhou's request, the little girl still tried hard to turn the power in her body. She closed her eyes and put her hands on her chest to make a praying gesture. After a while, she opened her glasses. Sweat beads fell from her forehead, and she said softly, "I saw people in white clothes walking around. Very high." During the time she spent with Li Baizhi, Xia's ability to express herself was much better than when Fang Zhou first met her, and her words were already very organized. As she thought, Xia couldn't tell the specific location, but she could see where Levi was at that time. A very high place. Undoubtedly refers to the tower. And the white clothes are most likely researchers, which means that Levi was probably still on his floor at that time. The Archon was determined to kill her by using a large-scale missile against Dangang, and the chain reaction caused was enough to cause chaos within the central government. It took them a lot of time to solve these subsequent issues, and it was not so fast to extend the investigation from her identity to Levi. "Okay, I understand," Fang Zhou said. After finishing the prophecy, Xia shook left and right twice, and was caught by Li Baizhi quickly, and then leaned on her arms and fell asleep quickly. Lei Chia was puzzled. "You know the other party's location now?" He had no clue about such vague information, but Fang Zhou could guess it at once, which meant that she had obtained a lot of information about the tower that he didn't know. "Yes, if I'm right, it's on the 168th floor of the tower." Hearing this floor number, Lei Chia's expression changed slightly. Shi Xiang and Lei Chia's ability to teleport in space was restricted by the space shielding device outside the tower. They could not use their abilities to enter the tower directly. But according to the last experiment, number 1's ability can take people in and out of the tower. After you two enter the tower, can you use your abilities inside the tower? Fang Zhou asked Lei Chia and Shi Xiang. "I have never been inside the tower, so I don't know." Shi Xiang shook his head. Lei Chia was silent for a moment and replied, "I can, but I can't get out of the tower after entering it. The entire tower body blocks the feasibility of space movement inside and outside, so I can only move inside the tower." Fang Zhou smiled. "That's enough." Then she looked at Fei Xing. "Fei Xing, how many people can you use your abilities on at the same time?" Fei Xing stretched out her finger. 3. Fang Zhou thought for a moment and asked, "Where is the fixed point of your ability now?" Fei Xing shook his head. "I haven't set a new location since leaving the tower." "Can you set the location here?" "Here? In the space we are in now?" "Yes, if possible. Set your transfer location here." Fei Xing was a little confused, but he immediately used his ability to set the location of the power in the meeting floor in advance. Since Shi Xiang and Lei Chia's abilities can no longer enter and exit the tower, if number 1 is needed to take them out of the tower, the whole process will become much more cumbersome. Then Fei Xing will be the only way to quickly take Li Wei and others out. Fei Xing's ability is to set a location in advance, capture the target character, and transfer it to a preset location. He used this to bring Fang Xu and Jiang directly into the tower before. This also shows that his ability is not protected by the tower. Fang Zhou explained to him, "Your ability can be used to capture people, or you can simply use the transfer to move the target." Fei Xing blinked. His original job was only to capture targets, and he had never considered other uses of his ability. As soon as Fang Zhou said it, he immediately realized why she asked him to set the fixed point of his ability here, and he said, "Oh," in sudden enlightenment, excluding number 1 who can leave directly after falling in, taking Reiki and Levi who needs to be taken away. The number of supporters in the tower can be increased by 1 person. Finally, Fang Zhou looked at Li Baizhi. Although her mental control level is not high, only B level. The researchers and some managers in the tower are ordinary people, which is enough to deal with some emergencies. By G, you go with them. On the other side, in the central tower, the Dangang incident happened too suddenly. The Archon's attack caught everyone off guard. The entire tower was in chaos. The subsequent repairs and finishing were overwhelming. The entire tower was busy at the same time. How wide is the damage range? What about the radiation concentration? Bai Chengqiao asked the assistant next to him. With Tonghu Street as the center, the radiation concentration in the explosion center has reached FS 4.35/H in a radius of 3 kilometers, and FS 3.44/H outside. The drones in other places have not sent back detection information. If nothing unexpected happens, it will spread to the surrounding areas. The radiation value outside alone is more than 3 times that of the normal safety zone outside the park, which has completely exceeded the radiation safety value set in the park. Even if you are not an old human, you will be affected by this excessive value. Under such a high radiation value, a short period of survival is enough for normal people to suffer from radiation sickness. 3 kilometers. Bai Chung frowned. The area that was almost razed to the ground by the explosion accounted for 1/5 of the entire Dangport. But this data is wrong. The explosion range of the missile launched by the tower should be more than 3 times the current range. Logically, the entire Dangport should be razed to the ground. There are very few eyes set up in Dangport, and the surrounding surveillance has not obtained many effective videos, and nothing can be filmed under the impact of the explosion. But Bai Chung soon realized that the target he was dealing with had made some remedies to the current situation. This made him a little scared. He could still respond in that situation, and the results were terrifying enough. This on-the-spot reaction ability and mentality made him feel more terrifying than the rigid information. However, Bai Chung did not think Fang Zhou could survive. Even if she escaped from the explosion, her old human physique could not survive such a strong radiation source. Unfortunately, even if Fang Zhou reduced the losses, and the explosion range did not cause the entire Dangport to fall, the radiation range spread from it would almost cover half of Dangport and spread to the surrounding cities. It can be said that after today, Dangang will become a unique unsafe zone in the park. Bai Chung rubbed his brows with a headache and continued to ask, how many casualties are there? It's still being counted. The explosion location is not the central location with the most traffic. The casualties may be better than we imagined. Bai Chung interrupted, don't tell me these nonsense. I need a specific number. Yes, the Joint Defense Bureau over there has also been a lot of involvement. I will urge them to make statistics as soon as possible. Compared with Bai Chung, who was doing the specific information statistics, the high-level people in the tower headed by Jiang Dong and Zhong Piling were in a mess. The people who were most affected by this incident were the decision-makers on the surface. An explosion of this magnitude cannot be concealed at all. The location of the missile launch was the tower set up in the center. Many residents saw the missile launch, not to mention the aftermath of the explosion. Now the whole park is boiling over this matter. The internet is flooded with discussions about this matter. Even if Tao Sun, who manages all the data networks in the park, enters keywords to automatically intercept and block information under the order from above, it cannot stop it. The image information transmitted everywhere. The tragic situation at the center of the Dangang explosion is transmitted from the communicators of countless citizens in the park. Partial image blocking and word blocking cannot stop the spread of this information at all. And this is even after they concealed the fact that the missiles also carried radiation sources. Why do they do this? Is the central government crazy? Is this to clean up the inferior people in Dangang? That's good. I don't want to see these people from other places in other cities. Can human lives be cleaned up? Now it's Dangang. And it will be us in the future. How can you guarantee that you will not become inferior people? Does the tower completely ignore civilians? Are you the only ones who are worthy of surviving in this world? It's terrible, living in such a place. I would rather leave paradise and go to the outside world. If you die at the hands of alien creatures, you can still understand the cause of your death. But here even the cause of death is unclear. The tower must give a reasonable explanation. The act of launching missiles is already an established fact. No matter how the tower conceals this act, it will be useless. They made emergency public relations and made several concise and vague explanations to the outside world at the first time. In summary, there are roughly 3 points. 1. For some reason, the entire park was threatened. 2. in order to eliminate the threat. The tower was forced to respond. 3. Now that the threat has been eliminated, such things will not happen again in the future. Chapter 133. As for what the danger is, and why it can threaten the entire paradise, the people are not aware of it at all. The central government did not give a specific explanation for these questions. Anyone can see the perfunctory nature of this notice. Of course, the central government could not disclose the existence of Fong Ark. A person who can play around with Ta and the organization behind her will undoubtedly destroy Ta's unquestionable majesty in the paradise. Even if this person is dead, they still can't say it. Not only can they not say it, but they also have to cover up its existence tightly, as if such a person has never appeared in the paradise. It's really aggrieved. Since Jiang Dong took this position, he hasn't encountered such a frustrating thing for a long time. On the one hand, it was caused by Fang Zhou, and on the other hand, it was caused by the governor. He is now over 50 years old. It is not easy for the family to cultivate a successor like Jiang O. Not to mention that Jiang Huaiyan is his son. He has not yet come out of the death of Jiang O and Jiang Huaiyan. The original Mingang City Joint Defense Bureau, which was supposed to belong to the power branch of the Jiang family, was also forced to hand over because of this sudden change. Jiang Dong wanted to get rid of Fang Zhou and wanted to cut her into pieces. But he still had reason. Like Zhong Piling, he rejected the suggestions made by the governor without hesitation. Who would have thought that the guy was not prepared to adopt their opinions at all, but just a notification to them? But no matter how dissatisfied they were with him, Jiang Dong and Zhong Piling did not dare to confront the Archon head-on. The S-level psychic ability was too powerful, and it could control a person without anyone noticing. There had been a case where the top leaders of an entire family were controlled before. Not to mention that he was happy to conduct various experiments over the years, and created a whole army of monsters belonging to him. But it was not so easy to get rid of the Archon. He never showed up, and only lived in the tower. They could not find a chance at all. Except for those subordinates, who were brainwashed by him. No one had seen him. Maybe there were some. But those who had seen him either became new zombies or corpses. How could they get rid of a person whose identity was not clear? But the two of them really couldn't understand why the Archon was so afraid of Fang Zhou. As an old human, her death was a matter of time. After ordering the missiles to be dropped, the Archon did not take any follow-up actions. They still ordered to search for Fang Zhou's body. As far as I know, it was Zhong Shuqi from the supervisory department who discovered her identity. Didn't he tell you immediately? Jiang Dong said to Zhong Piling. Zhong Shuqi was indeed the first person to discover Fang Zhou's identity. But it was the Archon who got the first-hand information after he reported it to his superiors. He thought that it was Zhong Piling's order to dispatch Fang Zhou to Dangang. Zhong Piling had never fallen into Jiang Dong's trap. She sneered, "Don't think about putting the blame on anyone or finding a scapegoat at this time. No matter what, you and I can't escape the responsibility. Think about how to minimize the impact. Once they are related to the tower, they will rise and fall together. They can only temporarily put aside their daily struggles and solve this imminent incident together." On the other side, in the Joint Defense Bureau, after this happened, Zhong Piling didn't want to try to arrange Wu Yuanhua again. Wu Yuanhua also returned to the Joint Defense Bureau as soon as possible. Now that Jiang O is gone, she is on the surface. The acting power of the director of the Mingang City Joint Defense Bureau is temporarily handed over to her. But the real work handover has not yet been carried out. Fang Zhou did not send a message to Wu Yuanhua. She was not sure whether Fang Zhou was still alive. But this would not affect Wu Yuanhua's next move. If Fang Zhou was still alive, everyone would be happy. If she died, even without her cooperation, Wu Yuanhua would still have his own way to go. But Wu Yuanhua vaguely felt that she would not leave like this. Dangang suffered heavy losses. The Joint Defense Bureau there was already sparsely staffed. After being affected, there were only more than a dozen people who could act sporadically. They were required to count all the deaths in the explosion center. But they could not do it at all. Qianjiang City, which was relatively close to the surrounding area, had already sent some personnel to assist. Mingang City, which was the farthest away and separated by two cities, was not to be outdone. Directly observing the situation on the scene is definitely more intuitive than passing on information. In addition to some ordinary police officers, Wu Yuanhua sent Geng Yi and Pei Liangji to the special detachment. After roughly instructing them on what they need to do, Wu Yuanhua closed the information. "Captain Wu, where is Yin Shui?" Gong Yi endured for a long time, but finally couldn't help it and asked Wu Yuanhua, didn't she get sent to Dangyang? Any news about her? Wu Yuanhua didn't tell them that Yin Shui was an undercover agent. First, the higher-ups didn't make this information public. And second, she herself judged that this information was not helpful to their actions. She just shook her head. No news about Yin Shui. No news basically means that Yin Shui has been sentenced to death. Gong Yi was stunned for a moment, and a little disappointed appeared on his face. Gong Yi and Fang Zhou didn't spend much time together, but in her opinion, they got along well. During this period, Yin Shui and she joked around, and the boring working hours became a little more interesting. The last teammate died yesterday, and another teammate died today. Gong Yi felt confused. However, the mission still had to be carried out. The two entered the armory, changed their equipment and simple protective clothing, and went to the helipad to take a helicopter to Dangyang. Touching the simple radiation protection on his body, Gong Yi said, it's okay for them to throw missiles at Dangyang. But what is the reason for putting a radiation source in it? Pei Liangji knew that the less you know about some things, the better. He advised her, we should just follow the orders from above. Don't think about it. I don't want to die without knowing how. Gong Yi's tone was a little angry. She'd boarded the helicopter. The reasons given by the above are so high-sounding. How could we not know whether there is a so-called danger threatening the park? It's just to deceive the people who know nothing. Pei Liangji was speechless. The special detachment is already the group of people closest to various special matters in the park. The special detachment in the Joint Defense Bureau of Mingyang City is even better. Even they have not come into contact with the so-called major events that can threaten the entire park. That is, there is none. Recently, there have been only 2 major police dispatches and major events. One was the encirclement and suppression of Fang Zhou in Xinjiang City, and the other was the assassination of Jiang O and Jiang Huaian yesterday. But from Gong Yi's perspective, at most, a very difficult enemy appeared, which was dangerous to a certain extent. How could it be combined with the crisis of the entire paradise to make the upper echelons make such a crazy decision? It is unacceptable anyway. There was no conversation along the way. The armed helicopter flew in the air for a while, and soon arrived at the location of Dangyang. Gong Yi and Pei Liangji looked from the sky. From this height, they could see the situation of Dangyang. There were many assisting drones floating in the air below, some of which were scattered to detect the radiation values at various locations, and some were observing whether there were any unofficial drones taking illegal photos at any time. Gong Yi looked down past these drones, and a large area of gray ruins in the south was the location of the explosion. The buildings in that area were torn into pieces, and the flying sand and dust had not yet completely recovered. It was like a wound cut open on intact skin, which frightened Gong Yi. Who can escape from this? She murmured. Before this, she thought that Yin Shui might still have a chance of survival. But seeing this situation, Gong Yi no longer had such expectations. Stupid decision maker, she cursed, causing Pei Liangji to look at her sideways. There was no helipad in Dangyang. When they arrived at a similar position, the pilot dropped a little. The door of the helicopter was opened, and the wind blew in. Gong Yi moved to the door. Pei Liangji approached Gong Yi. She raised her hand and grabbed Pei Liangji's arm. They were not wearing landing equipment, but they just jumped down and fell rapidly. When they were close to the ground, their falling speed slowed down, and finally landed lightly on the ground. This was Gong Yi's transcendent power, A-level gravity control. After landing on the ground, the terrible situation nearby was more intuitive. In some places, some broken limbs and arms, and some police officers in protective clothing could be seen collecting their figures. Pei Liangji saw that Gong Yi's face was getting worse, so he patted her shoulder in a soothing way. Let's go. Let's survey the environment first. At the same time, when all the official personnel were mobilized, the ground at the edge of the bottom floor of the tower shook like water waves. Click. A shielding device was thrown out first, and the surveillance screen here paused briefly. After a while, 4 figures came out. This was exactly the group of Lei Chia who were in this operation. After they came out, there was no internal alarm mode. Lei Chia shook off the dust on his head that had turned from water after the material change returned, and asked, which floor is this? They were in a dark data management room, in a corner of the first floor of the tower, which managed some paper documents of little use. There was a high level of access control outside, but the internal protection level was not too high. First floor. Feishan grew up in the tower since he was a child. except for the upper floors that he did not have the authority to visit frequently. He had figured out the layout of other floors clearly when he was still naughty. He could find out which position would be the least noticeable when sneaking into the tower from the outside, and which position was the weakest point of the tower. Fortunately, he had betrayed the tower not long ago, and it was impossible for the internal to make such a large-scale adjustment in a short time. His information was still useful. The route that number 1 took them to enter was led by Fei Xing. Raichia mobilized the strength in his body and confirmed that he could move inside the tower. Then nodded to number 1, "I'm fine." After completing the mission of bringing them in, number 1 blinked, squatted down, and touched the ground. The stable ground under him turned into a pool of water that could only accommodate 1 person, and he fell into the water and left. Fei Xing stepped forward to pick up the shielding device that had been thrown out in advance, and looked up at the monitoring position above. The shielding device will stop for too long and will attract Jacob's attention. Leave here first. Chapter 134. After entering the tower, Leichia's ability was released, and he could move directly inside, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Most of the locations here were exposed to video surveillance, and there were only a few places they could go. As long as one wrong step was taken, it would cause the alarm of the entire tower. Where to move to? Leichia asked Fei Xing. "I have visually estimated the height of each floor on the outer layer, and I can take you to a specific floor. But you need to tell me the specific location on the floor." He couldn't move to an accurate and specific location in a place he hadn't been to, and could only estimate it by moving distance. Fei Xing was the main guide for this operation. In addition to this place he was most familiar with, Li Baiji and Leichia had never seen Li Wei, and Fang Zhou didn't have any information about Li Wei, so he could only rely on Fei Xing to identify him. After Leichia asked, Fei Xing recalled and said, 25 meters north of the 168th floor. Move 6 meters west. After hearing the specific location, Leichia did not hesitate and took him and Li Baiji to move for the first time. For Fei Xing's previous appearance, Leichia was a little hesitant. To be honest, he felt that Fei Xing was not very reliable, and did not think that he could lead them to move safely in the tower. With such a prejudice against him, he could still act according to Fei Xing's words without hesitation, rather than saying that he'd briefly convinced himself to believe Fei Xing. It is better to say that he believed that Fang Zhou's arrangement would not go wrong. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in a new environment. Fei Xing activated the shielding device in his hand in advance and stopped the monitoring operation in the space when they arrived. Several large measuring instruments were placed in this small compartment, with glass windows for observation on the left and right sides. One side was an empty ability measurement site, and the other side was connected to the largest laboratory on the 168th floor. There were 2 researchers in white clothes on the instrument control console. 3 intruders suddenly appeared in the already small observation compartment. They were terrified and were about to call for help. Li Baiji reacted very quickly and stepped forward to press the shoulders of the 2, whispering in their ears, "You didn't see anything. Do what you should do." The 2 were pressed back to the chairs. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, they continued to do their original work as if nothing had happened, sorting out the measurement data of the experimental subjects. Li Baiji breathed a sigh of relief. She was very clear about the duty she was assigned this time, and was ready to use her abilities before the transfer. "What should we do now?" she asked. Raikiri turned sideways to avoid the observation windows at the front and back ends. "Where is this? Do you see the target person?" Fei Xing found an angle where he could see the outside world without being able to see them from outside, and looked at the field outside the compartment. He could see individual researchers coming and going, and took in the general scene. There are many laboratories on this floor, and some rooms are used to lock up experimental subjects. There are not many places where Levi will go. Take her away directly when you see her. Don't waste time asking for her opinion. This is what Fang Zhou said. They are in a hurry, and the danger will increase if they stay in the tower for 1 more second. There is no time to reminisce with Levi. Fang Zhou asked Wan Chao about Levi just to confirm whether it is possible to assist her after taking her away. The laboratory reported by Fei Xing is currently the most used on this floor, and it is also the place where Levi often goes. They can see the outside from inside when they stay here. As long as Levi appears in his sight, he can take everyone away together. To be honest, this is the best solution he can think of. She's not here. After looking around, Fei Xing said. Li Baiji looked at the 2 researchers inside, turned his ability to ask them, "Where is Dr. Levi?" They replied stiffly, "We don't know where Dr. Levi is. She was here 10 minutes ago. Can we only wait?" They couldn't wait too long. The longer the shielding device was frozen, the easier it would be for Jacob to find it, before Feishing and others could think of a better solution. The door outside opened. Not only did he not see Levi, but he saw Mila, who came to look for Levi. After the girl came in, she looked around. She had no expression on her face and asked the assistant on the side in a steady tone, "Where is Dr. Levi?" Feishing's heart skipped a beat nervously. Even though he knew that Mila couldn't see him, he still moved 2 steps to the side, away from the visible glass above, and leaned against the wall. Raki looked over, with a little surprise on his face. "Why is she here?" Raki had never had direct contact with Mila, but the information about her that Fang Zhou had obtained when entering the tower before had been reviewed with him. He knew how difficult Mila was. "Do you want to temporarily move and hide and come back? I remember that today is not Mili's inspection day." Feishing muttered quietly. Mila is the most successful grafted experimental subject. She is still in the growth stage. Her functions were not stable earlier, so she would come to Li Wei's floor for physical examinations 2 days a week to record various body functions and ability tests. This has been going on for many years without fail. If Feishing remembered correctly, today was not her test day. Feishing rarely used his brain. He didn't like to think about things that were too complicated. He was particular about speaking freely and freely. Because of this, he still developed such an optimistic personality even though he was born in a tower. But now facing this situation, he still knew to use his rusty brain to think about what was going on. Finally, she can be of use to the world, and we can't let her down. Feishing recalled the main reason Fang Zhou said they needed to take Li Wei out. Li Wei helped her, and now her identity is exposed, so she needs to be taken out. Mila is different from him. She almost never does things outside of orders and tasks. Even if she is very close to Li Wei in her heart, she will not come here on dates other than the test day. Combined with what Fang Zhou said, there is only one possibility. She came here under orders from above. I'm afraid that the investigation after Fang Zhou's identity was exposed has been carried out on Li Wei. If this is the case, they must not avoid Mila and wait for her to leave and come back. It has been just over an hour since the Dangang explosion. The division of labor in the tower is clear. After the initial chaos, they quickly adjusted themselves. People in various positions began to take charge of their own work and jointly promoted the progress of the immobilization. They couldn't face Mila head-on. Feishing didn't have the confidence that they could take Li Wei away from her. The most important thing was that her beatings really hurt. Feishing could foresee that if she was discovered this time, she would definitely not show mercy like last time, and would come up and dig out his only remaining eye at the first time. We can't be discovered by her. We must find Li Wei before her. Feishing shuddered, took a deep breath, and came to a conclusion. Lei Chia turned around and asked him how to find it. Do you have any clues? Feishing was observing Mili's movements. At this moment, he saw Mila raise her hand and press the headset. She seemed to have heard some instructions and looked towards them. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Jacob may have found it. Feishing said quickly, "Leave here?" They have been here for more than a minute. The 1-minute monitoring pause is enough to attract Jacob's attention. It has probably informed Mila of this abnormality. Seeing Mila getting closer and closer, Feishing also saw a familiar figure appear in the laboratory. It was Levi, who was coming in from the door. The power that Reiki was using to take them away suddenly stopped, and his body was unable to move. The same thing happened to Levi outside. Feishing had no time to explain to Reiki. Almost as soon as Levi appeared in his sight, he immediately deployed his ability Absolute Cage. Imprisoning 3 people was the upper limit of Feishing's ability. In addition, Reiki himself was an S-level transcendent and had the sequelae of losing an eye. He was in great pain when he used his ability this time. The use of his ability beyond the scope caused blood to flow from his eye sockets. Mila immediately noticed something was wrong. She quickly moved forward and directly raised her hand to tear the door of the observation room. She met Feishing's sight and instantly understood what he had done here. Mila paused briefly, and she turned to look at Li Wei, who was still out of the situation. Mila originally had a chance to stop Feishing's ability, but it was the tiny gap when she looked at Li Wei that reduced this chance to 0. Li Wei and Feishing and his group disappeared before her eyes. Chapter 135. After Rai Chia and the others left, Fang Zhou was not idle either. She went to Yiji's information room. Jin Xia died under her design. The doctor had no intention of competing for Wang Chao's position. Fang Zhou's authority to act at the headquarters was only lower than Wang Chao. And she had the authority to access all the information inside. After the others left, the siblings finally had some time to be alone. Fang Xuanjiang followed her all the way. This was a good opportunity to get familiar with Yiji's layout. But he was not in the mood to observe. He just looked at Fang Zhou's back. Sister seems to have lost a little weight. He suddenly said this. It's your illusion. My weight hasn't changed much. Really? Maybe I haven't seen my sister for too long. So I feel this way. Fang Zhou looked at him with a bit of amusement. Aren't you sleeping all the time? In your eyes. The last time we met shouldn't have been not long ago. Fang Xuanjiang was silent for a while. I originally thought so. But when I learned from Lei Chia how long I had been away, I suddenly felt that the last time we met was a long time ago. I missed a lot. And there are more and more people around my sister. In the previous plots, Fang Zhou and Fang Xuanjiang have always been tied together. And they are spiritual conjoined twins. Fang Zhou originally thought that Fang Xuanjiang's possessiveness for close people had broken out, causing him to be unhappy. She asked back, Isn't this good? Do you feel lonely? That's good. Fang Xuanjiang looked at her and said, I'm very happy. Sister. Although I don't want to admit it, I can feel that I alone can't help you with what you want to do. There are more and more people around you who can trust. Even if I'm not by your side, there are people who can help you. At this point, he repeated, That's good. Sister. Loneliness is inevitable. But I know that for sister. I am different from them. And that's enough. Fang Zhou was a little moved when he heard it. She raised her hand, and Fang Xuanjiang lowered his head with understanding. She rubbed his hair and smiled and said, You are naturally different from them. As you said, we are the only relatives. Yes. Fang Xuanjiang's cold face softened. He pursed his lips and smiled, seeming to be satisfied with her answer. After speaking, Fang Zhou took back her hand, and she turned to another topic. Tell me what happened after you were captured. Okay. Fang Xuanjiang responded. He lowered his eyes, and began to recall his experience after being captured by Feishing, and slowly told the story after a while. I was transferred to a small space. I wanted to resist, but I found that the ability in my body could not function. There was a gas in the space that could paralyze me, and I quickly lost consciousness. When Feishing was still working for the tower, the characters that needed to be captured were basically transcendents, including high-level transcendents above level B. So his fixed position in the tower was a special cage that was stored in the cell in advance, and could temporarily suppress the power of transcendence. After the target is transferred in, anesthetic gas will be released until the target completely loses consciousness. And then a long-term device that suppresses the target's ability will be put on. These are similar to what Feishing told her. The important thing is what happened to Fang Xuanjiang afterwards. Why did the Archon let him sleep? Why couldn't he control Fang Xuanjiang's mind? Fang Zhou didn't think that if the Archon could control Fang Xuanjiang's mind, he would choose not to do it. Then, I saw him. Fang Xuanjiang's eyes flickered. Archon? Fang Zhou added for him. Yes. I don't like this guy. He wanted to control me, but failed. I don't understand why. What does he look like? He was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see him clearly. He was sitting on a chair, but I felt familiar with him. After the attempt to control failed, I was injected with drugs and lost consciousness again. When I woke up, I was here. Who could make Fang Xuanjiang feel familiar? Speaking of this, Fang Xuanjiang narrowed his eyes slightly and added, Before I lost consciousness. He said, The winner will be me. The winner will be me. Who was he talking to? Fang Xuanjiang? Or her? No matter who he said it to. It can be said that it was not the first time that the Archon had contact with them. Why did he hibernate Fang Xuanjiang's body? Did he need Fang Xuanjiang's body? The more Fang Zhou knew, the more she couldn't get an answer. She rubbed her brows tiredly. Sister, he is very dangerous. We have to kill him. This was the third time Fang Xuanjiang mentioned killing the Archon. Fang Zhou finally realized that he was not so eager to kill him just because of what the Archon did. There might be other reasons. Xuanjiang? What do you know? Fang Zhou looked at him suspiciously. I don't know. Sister. His face showed the same confusion as hers. He raised one hand and grabbed the clothes on his chest. I just think we have to kill him. He is our common enemy. At this moment, Fong Zhou could feel the chilling murderous intent emanating from him. She raised her hand and grabbed his hand on her chest, staring at him. I know. This is also my goal. I will kill him. Under her sight, Fong Xuanjiang's murderous intent disappeared. No matter what other reasons there were, the fact that the Archon wanted her life so urgently had already violated Fong Zhou's bottom line. After walking for a while, Fong Zhou finally arrived at the information room, which was where Rachel had brought her to learn about the Golden Scorpion and the doctor's information. Wait for me here, she said to Fong Xuanjiang, and then walked inside and outside the innermost compartment, passing the iris scan and full body scan setup outside. Authentication passed. Core Administrator, Night Walk. 2 lines of words appeared on the display screen in front. The front door opened. Fong Zhou walked in and walked to the information data table on the side. She debugged the information above, entered the core management level of the Knight's database, and began to check the information of all the alien creatures recorded. Ever since Lei Chia brought her here to take away Yi Yan, Fong Zhou has been thinking about the alien creatures collected by Night. But at that time, Jin Xia had not died yet, and she had just joined Night not long ago. It was impossible for her to take all the alien creatures here as soon as she joined. It was not reasonable. Now the situation is completely different. She already has enough authority to deal with these alien creatures. And Night has now completely entered the central site and no longer recruits new companions. These little guys have no other use here except for doctoral research. Some of the information classification inside Yeji was done by Lei Chia. He classified the alien creatures here according to their ability types and levels, which was very intuitive to watch. Fong Zhou first looked at the level classification. S-level alien creatures are hard to come by. There are no S-level alien creatures imprisoned here, but there are quite a few A-level ones. Then, there are their ability classifications. Space system, enhancement system, natural system, spirit system, physical system. Her eyes stopped at the spirit system category. She clicked on this category, and there were a total of 5. 3 C-level, 1 B-level, and 1 A-level spiritual alien creature. Whether it is an alien creature or a transcendent, the spiritual system is rare, and the high-level ones are even rarer. Although most of the ones that Yi Ji has are not of high level, the number of them has exceeded Fong Zhou's estimate. There is even an A-level one. This is even more beyond her expectations. It is not so easy to contain an A-level spiritual system alien creature. A-level spiritual systems can even control S-level transcendence to a certain extent. Although there will be a certain degree of backlash, it is enough for it to escape. The vine insect was subdued by her at that time because its intelligence was too low and it was already seriously injured. Who brought it? Raikuri? Wan Chao. Anyway, this is good news for her. She will face the Archon sooner or later. He wants to kill her, and she doesn't want to kill him either. The mental crush is basically unsolvable. From Feixing and Fong Xuanjiang, we can understand that the Archon does not need preconditions when launching his ability. If she meets the Archon head-on, the probability of resisting the S-level mental invasion is 0. Fong Zhou must respond in advance. It is unlikely to find S-level mental alien creatures in a short time. But other methods can be used to save the country. She quickly remembered the new ability added when the first identity level was upgraded. The abilities of alien creatures of the same category can be superimposed after being subdued by her. When the sea monsters recovered in the white whale area reached a certain number, the whirlpool ability level of the sea monsters was upgraded from B to A. Same category does not mean same race, which means that the abilities of alien creatures of the same type can be superimposed. So the mental system of vine insects is also applicable. These levels are too low and may not have much effect. But we have to try it. After confirming the information in the database, Fong Zhou remembered the numbers of these alien creatures, and roughly browsed the information of several high-level alien creatures of other categories, and then went to the place where the alien creatures were stored. Chapter 136. Arriving at the location where the alien creatures were kept, some of the doctor's subordinates would be responsible for maintenance and observation of these alien creatures in the past. Today, there were naturally several people patrolling here. They saw Fong Zhou and did not stop them. She passed the external identity verification and entered these separate compartments. She found the location of the 3 low-level alien creatures and released the 3 sea-level alien creatures from the restricted cages. She was going to start the fusion with these first. Those below B level would automatically surrender to her when they reached a certain distance. Fong Zhou did not need to make any extra actions. A few lines of prompts appeared in front of her. Alien spider bird. Already surrendered to you. Alien creature silkworm. Already surrendered to you. Alien creature black moth. Already surrendered to you. New illustration spider bird. Number 32, spider bird. Number 34, silkworm. Number 33, black moth. Level, sea level combined danger and intelligence level. Main ability mental control. Can guide the mental thinking of targets within 3 people. These 3 can't do much, such as higher level mental control. Fong Ark called them to approach her, and they merged into her body obediently. Nothing happened after the fusion. These little guys are too low level. Even if there are 3 of them, it is impossible to bring any specific improvement to the level of the vine insects. Except for the sea-level alien creature with special abilities. Yiji basically would not bring back alien creatures lower than B-level, so as to avoid the situation where she accidentally collected other sea-level alien creatures during her trip. Then, Fong Zhou came to the place where the B-level one was imprisoned. Compared with the imprisonment environment of the 3, the B-level one was much more stringent. Fong Zhou opened the door of the compartment, and there was a reinforced transparent cage inside, where the B-level spiritual alien creature was imprisoned. This kind of ability is enough to stir up chaos at the B-level, and the means of imprisonment are also ensured with several layers. The intelligence level of this alien is not very high, only sea level, and it is impossible to communicate. Fong Zhou did not hesitate and chose to severely injure it and subdue it. New illustration Diao Beast. Number 34, Diao Beast. Level, B-level combined danger and intelligence level. Main ability mental control. Can mentally harass targets within 10 people, and can be precisely controlled by language. This ability is a bit similar to the one in Li Baiji's body. The latter's precise control is completely useless for this alien creature. Right? Fong Zhou was silent for a while, merged with this B-level alien creature, and came to the last compartment of the A-level mental alien creature. The compartment where it is located is at the innermost, and the external defense is more solid than the front. Fong Zhou passed several identity verifications before opening this door. In a special cage that is larger than before, there is a large black snake entrenched inside. Unlike ordinary snakes, it has 2 pairs of small eyes on both sides of its cheeks, which reduces its sharpness a lot. It looks a little funny when you look closely. Seeing Fong Zhou coming in, it raised its upper body and spit out its tongue at her, as if it would attack her as long as she took a step forward, provided that it was not locked in a cage that suppressed its power. After seeing this alien creature, its information appeared in front of Fong Zhou. Alien creature, Mo Lin. Intelligence level, a level. Danger level, a level. The intelligence level is much higher than that of the vine insect, and it has reached the level where it can think independently and communicate. Sensing her thoughts, the vine worm, which had always been despised for its low intelligence, protested unwillingly in her body. It was much smarter now than when Fong Zhou first received it. Fong Zhou thought and took 2 steps forward. The upper body of Mo Lin, who had been spitting at her, immediately leaned back, and the momentum just now disappeared completely. Fong Zhou, you are good at bluffing. Fong Zhou tilted his head towards it and said, do you want to surrender to me on your own initiative? Or do you want me to beat you up and force you to subdue it? Mo Lin's movements froze. It had no other choice at all. These alien creatures taken in by Yi, she could not use their strength in this special cage, and could only let her slaughter them. It had no possibility of resistance at all. Alien creature Mo Lin. Submit to you. New illustration Mo Lin. Number 35, Mo Lin. Level, A-level combined danger and intelligence level. Main ability mental control. Can control and interfere with any creature in the same space at the mental level. Ability limit. No more than 20 targets can be used at the same time, and frequent use may cause backlash. When the level is the same, Mo Lin's mental interference is stronger than that of the vine insect, and it does not require a very fatal contact position as a prerequisite. And the number of targets used has also increased from 10 to 20. The vine insect is a rare alien creature with both mimicry and mental control. Under this premise, the party it mentally interferes with is naturally weakened. Fong Zhou opened the cage that held Mo Lin. The black snake body coiled around her wrist, raised its head, and swayed left and right, as if it was savoring the long-lost freedom. It gradually merged into her body until it received Fong Zhou's impatient order. After Mo Lin entered her body, Fong Zhou could clearly feel that the power of mental control had become stronger. But this was obviously not enough to upgrade its ability, or the vine insect from A to S. There was still a lot to go. This was expected. And Fong Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. After collecting these mental alien creatures, Fong Zhou did not leave. She continued to walk into a compartment and opened the door. It was a colorful alien creature with a large body, conservatively estimated to be half a meter long, and similar in appearance to a lizard from the old days. After Fong Zhou saw it, its information also appeared in front of him. Alien creature 5-color lizard. Intelligence level, B level. Danger level, B level. After a quick look, Fong Zhou took action directly. You seriously injured the alien creature 5-color lizard. You have the qualifications to absorb the alien creature 5-color lizard. Do you choose to absorb it? Ark chose yes. Absorb successfully. Added illustration 5-color lizard. Number 36, 5-color lizard. Level, B level combined with danger and intelligence level. Main ability camouflage. Can be fused and camouflaged according to the environment. Ability limitation. Entering a new scene will remove the camouflage, and the ability needs to be reused to merge the scene. This alien creature is the one she felt it was necessary to get after reading this information, which is basically equivalent to half of the invisible power. After taking this one into her pocket, Fong Zhou stopped and did not continue to search for alien creatures in Yeji. After all, Yezi's current boss is not her, and these things are not collected by her, so she can't do it too casually at present. Compared with these, she is more concerned about the alien creatures in the tower. There are a full 10 floors of alien creatures. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. The central government has been collecting alien creatures from the outside since the establishment of the paradise. Fong Zhou dare not imagine how many types there are in it. How many high-level aliens exist, including the high-level spiritual alien creatures she may be looking for. If she could subdue all of them, her improvement would be immeasurable. If there was such a day, she would be able to build her own alien army. Of course, Fong Zhou knew that this was difficult. It was difficult to enter the tower and bring one person out, not to mention the large number of alien creatures under strict supervision. Let Ray Che and others go to the tower today, in addition to bringing Li Wei here, to test their abilities to what extent they can do in the tower, and make certain plans for the future. Calculating the time, they should be back from the tower. Thinking of this, Fong Zhou took Fong Xuanjiang away from the alien containment floor and returned to the meeting floor. She timed it very well. Not long after she returned, Fei Xing appeared in the meeting room with the target. He staggered forward twice with his eyes covered, and retracted the effect of his ability. Li Wei, who was suddenly brought here, resumed his actions. She finally saw Fei Xing, the culprit who temporarily made her lose her ability to move, and Fong Zhou, who had been sitting aside waiting. She showed a look of realization on her face. This is really Chapter 137. In the face of this sudden situation, apart from the initial confusion, Levi has now regained her composure and accepted the situation immediately. She looked around and said to Fei Xing, I thought I would never see you again. Fei Xing, how come you don't look very well now after not seeing you for a while? Fei Xing has special abilities and once transplanted an eye to number 1, who is also a frequent visitor to Levi. Because of overuse of power, the white of his single eye is red, with blood still on it, and his eyes are slightly squinting because of pain. Fong Zhou was stunned for a moment and stepped forward, saying to Reiki on the side, take him to the doctor for emergency treatment first. You will order me around. Reiki muttered, and was about to leave with Fei Xing. Levi on the side suddenly said, do you need my help? This should be my area of expertise. Fong Zhou looked at her, and met her smiling eyes. She replied, then please, come with us. On the way to the laboratory, Levi said to Fong Zhou, see you again. She looked at Fong Zhou with a bit of eagerness of a research maniac. Your ability is very special. I wanted to keep you last time. Fong Zhou, then I am very grateful that you didn't keep me last time. I remember you have an old saying. What does it say? If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not worry about firewood? I think we will meet again. And there is no rush for that moment. Levi was born before the fall of the sun, and she had a distinctly European face. She was not so accurate in using proverbs, but Fong Zhou understood what she meant. Levi had already put forward conditions to her. She wanted to study her abilities and exchange them for the information she knew. Fong Zhou looked at Levi with a half smile. Dr. Levi, you should have read my information. Right? Levi was stunned for a moment. Of course. I also have an alien creature with the ability of A-level mental control. The implication was that even if she didn't say it, she would have a way to force it out. Okay. Okay. Don't be angry. We can discuss everything, Levi said. I mean, if you have any intention to understand your power, you can come to me. If there is such a day, I will. As they chatted and laughed, they arrived at the laboratory. Levi looked around. The environment of the laboratory was slightly inferior to that of the center, but it was much better than she had imagined. After a while, Levi's sight stopped at a place. It was the doctor who was instructing the assistant. Her eyes widened slightly, and she walked forward quickly. When she saw the doctor's face turning around, her expression became more exaggerated, as if she had never expected to see her here. On the contrary, the doctor's performance was much calmer. She glanced at Levi. Are you surprised to see me? Levi's lips moved twice. And after a while he said, I thought you died a long time ago. Hua Chao never told me that you were here with him. The doctor laughed. You curse me. It seems better for me to die? Levi completely reacted. She took 2 steps forward and hugged the doctor directly. Teacher, you know that's not what I meant. I'm glad you're still alive. I didn't make the same choice as you at that time. Don't apologize for your own choice. Everyone has different goals. The doctor said that she was not used to dealing with Levi's overly enthusiastic behavior and pushed her away. Ark and Rachel looked at each other and saw surprise at this development in both of their eyes. But they also reacted quickly. Fong Zhou remembered the information that Rachel had shown her before, and knew that the doctor was also a researcher in the central government before. But because of different ideas, his family was killed and he joined Yeji. So he must have had a high position in the tower before. As researchers in the tower, there was a trace that Li Wei knew her. But Fong Zhou had never thought that the two of them were actually master and apprentice. Fong Zhou left Feixing inside and left the laboratory with Rachel. This world is really small, Rachel said. I don't think so. Some relationships cannot be brought together just because the world is small, Fong Zhou said. Are you talking about Boss One? Yeah. During this period of time, Fong Zhou has learned that Wan Chao is very far-sighted, including that he wanted to recruit her from the beginning. The change of Jinxia should be his rare Waterloo. Fong Zhou does not think that the fact that the doctor and Levi are master and apprentice is just a coincidence. Raki thought that his brain was already quite useful, and he felt a little insignificant in front of these two people. He smiled and teased with his eyes bent. No wonder I can only work for you. Fong Zhou, are you going to usurp the throne? He spread his hands. I dare not. With the relationship with the doctor, Levi's process of spitting out information was much smoother. She asked to meet Wan Chao, and after returning, she told Fong Zhou all the information she knew. As the management of the tower's transcendent research, Li Wei has been there for decades, and the amount of information she knows is too much for Fong Zhou to sort out in a short time. Among them are all of Mi Li's abilities, the power types of most of the transcendents in the Archon army, and the power distribution of the transcendent members in the tower, in addition to the 4 items that Fong Zhou knew from his previous battle with Mi Li. Tearing, regeneration, body strengthening and metal manipulation. She has another ability that she has not used, which is copying. As the name suggests, it is an ability that can copy the transcendent power used by the last person in front of her. Fong Zhou's ability type does not belong to the category of transcendent power, so she has not used this ability on Ark before. But this does not mean that Mi Li cannot use this ability when fighting her. It has a strong uncertainty, and no one knows what the last ability used in front of her was. Speaking of Mi Li, Li Wei obviously felt a little reluctant. She knew Mi Li very well, and she knew exactly what her ability could do. Others might not see it, but Li Wei knew Mi Li's mistake when Feixing took her away. She is a very loyal child, and she is absolutely loyal to the tower, she said. That absolute loyalty destined Mi Li not to betray the tower for what she and Feixing could seek. Mi Li would fight for the Archon and the tower until death. After listening to him, Fong Zhou asked back, Dr. Levi, as you said, if you are absolutely loyal, why are you still here? Levi was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about Fong Zhou's meaning, he suddenly laughed. After taking Levi out of the tower, Fong Zhou temporarily stopped moving. She began to take over the internal information of Yi Ji while observing the movements of the central government. Not long after she came to the paradise, she put on the vest of Yin Shui. Because of her undercover identity, she could not contact Yi Ji too frequently. If there was anything, she would still order it through Lei Chia. Most of the actions were at Yiji headquarters, and she had contact with the core personnel from the beginning. She didn't know much about the specific personnel distribution outside Yeji, the marginal members and the informants. She knew very well that if she wanted to maximize a certain force, she had to know it well enough. And the same was true for the organization behind it. So she had to find out how Yeji's underground forces were distributed. Now it's as easy as drinking water for her to get in touch with these. In the park, in addition to Xinjiang City, Yeji also has a branch in Yanqing District 2. And there have always been some ordinary members distributed outside the park. It's easy for the central government to find these ordinary members, but they can't get in touch with the distribution and location of Yeji's core personnel at all, and can't ask anything from these people. On the central side, they seem to have determined that Fang Zhou was dead and no longer searched for her whereabouts. However, the incident of Li Wei being kidnapped made them realize that there was still a resistance organization that had not been resolved, and they began to conduct an in-depth investigation. The most important mess in Dangang was almost resolved within 2 days. In order to prevent the continuous follow-up public opinion brought by the release of radiation sources, this group of political capitalists, who only deprived the lower-class people, actually issued a policy to support Yanqing and subsidize the original Dangang people to move to Yanqing, so that these people could reasonably leave Dangang. The subsidies and rewards they gave were generous, which many Dangang citizens could not imagine. Overnight, Yanqing became crowded, and Dangang almost became an empty city. Only a small number of people would never leave Dangang. The central government was not afraid of this small number of people. It was easier to shut up a small number of people than to solve the majority of people. This solution shows that those in power other than the Archon still want to secure their positions. The central government's policy reforms have allowed the branch originally established in Yanqing to receive a large amount of information and intelligence. Li Baiji and Shuashu were also sent by Fang Zhou to manage the branch in Yanqing yesterday. The calm time lasted less than a day. On the second day, Li Baiji sent a video call request to Fang Zhou. As soon as Fang Zhou answered the call, Li Baiji went straight to the point without a word of nonsense. "Sister Zhou, I think Shuashu is not right," she said. "His actions are very suspicious. He will do things that are not like what he would do. And he will ask me some information that he has known for a long time in the organization." Li Baiji's sudden report made Fang Zhou alert. She looked up at Li Baiji behind the screen. "Have you verified his identity?" "I secretly observed and verified it. Sister Zhou, his iris information is correct. And the genetic test is also correct. That's why Li Baiji couldn't figure out what went wrong." "Could he be?" "No. I don't think Shuashu would betray Yiji." Li Baiji didn't make any preparations. She just came to inform Fang Zhou because she felt something was wrong. She had verified Shuashu's identity before, and she came because she felt she had no clue. She looked a little tired. "But I can't explain his abnormality. I'm scared." Sister Zhou, Shuashu, and Li Baiji knew each other before joining Yeji. After joining Yeji, the two have been partners. They know each other very well, and have no second thoughts about Yeji. So when Fang Zhou assigned Li Baiji to his own camp, he also assigned her old partner Shuashu to him, allowing him to get access to a lot of core information. "When did you find out that he was not right? Tell me the specific time." Fang Zhou thought for a while and asked. "Yesterday morning, before you sent us to Yanqing. He even wanted to refuse your arrangement." Li Baiji's overall actions were particularly fast. Basically, she tested Shuashu as soon as she found something wrong, investigated further, and quickly reported the whole thing to Fang Zhou for her to investigate before the whole situation got worse. "You did a great job, Baiji," Fang Zhou praised. "As for what to do next, leave it to me." "Okay." Li Baiji was silent for a while, but still asked, "Sister Zhou, if Shuashu does something to betray the organization, will the organization kill him?" Shuashu's fusion with the alien creature in his body is already very high, and his death is a matter of time. But as a companion for so long, Li Baiji doesn't want him to die because of betrayal. Fang Zhou looked at her and didn't answer this question, but Li Baiji had already seen the answer from her silence. "I understand." She closed her eyes and exhaled. After hanging up the call from Li Baiji, Fang Zhou began to investigate. She felt that Shuashu's abnormality was not as simple as betrayal. According to Li Baiji, Shuashu's abnormal behavior. His behavior was not like his, and other abnormal behaviors did not look like the behavior of a betrayer. Instead, It was more like the difference brought by unfamiliarity with this identity. Fang Zhou had a bad premonition. She separated the wall rat from her body and asked it to use its data intrusion ability to check all signal sources on Shuashu and monitor his actions at all times, ready to intercept the content and whereabouts of the information sent. If she had to do these, it would be difficult to monitor them all the time, but it would be much easier to give them to the separated wall rat. Less than a day later, Wall Rat intercepted several messages sent from Sure Rat and forwarded them to Fang Zhou. The content on it was the location of Yi Yi's headquarters. He actually sent the information of Yi Yi's headquarters to the central government anonymously. Fang Zhou's doubts were overflowing. She did not take any action for the time being and continued to observe him for a long time to see if he had any informants. After the message was sent, Sure Rat seemed to be very confused as to why the central government did not send anyone to investigate. He even searched the internet for relevant news about Xinjiang City and asked indirectly whether Li Baiji's headquarters had any news. Fang Zhou really couldn't figure out the purpose of Sure Rat's actions. He had no one to contact in the central government. What he did was full of loopholes, and there was no meaning of hiding. He did not have the qualities that a spy or undercover should have after lurking for so long. Although she had not had much contact with Shuashu, she could at least be sure that Shuashu was not such a fool during those missions. Fang Zhou did not want to waste time, so she stopped observing and directly told Xixiang about the matter, asking Xixiang to bring Shuashu back for interrogation. When you bring him back, don't say you suspect him. Just say that there is a problem in the organization, and he needs to come back, Fang Zhou said. I understand. Using Fang Zhou's words, Shuashu followed Xixiang back to the headquarters without any struggle. It was not until he was imprisoned and could not use the power of the alien creature in his body that he realized something was wrong. But when the matter was exposed and he was caught and interrogated, he did not show any fear of being discovered on his face. Instead, he asked curiously, "How did you find out?" He was so self-evident that Xixiang couldn't help but roll up his sleeves and beat him up. "Who do you think you are? You dare to betray the organization so confidently." Although Xixiang's transcendent power is not a strong offensive power, she has been training for many years and has an outstanding physique of an A-level transcendent. So she is not ambiguous when beating people. Shuashu was beaten black and blue, but he didn't react to any pain as if he didn't feel any pain. He kept provoking Xixiang and said that she was hitting him and tickling him, which made Xixiang so angry that he almost beat him to death. Calm down, Xixiang. It was only when Fang Zhou stopped him remotely that Xixiang stopped. Hearing her voice, Shuashu's eyes lit up, and he looked eager to try, and said to Xixiang, "I want to see Fang Zhou." Xixiang couldn't help it, and kicked him again after hearing what he said. "Let me see Fang Zhou, and I will tell you why I did this," he continued. Not long after he finished speaking, the door of the prison opened, and Fang Zhou walked in from outside. Shuashu looked over immediately, and the look he gave Fang Zhou was full of surprise and novelty, as if he saw her for the first time, but not as if he knew her for the first time. And there was some impolite offense. With just one look, Fang Zhou knew that he was not Shuashu. Could it be a transcendent power of the possession category? Fang Zhou sat down on the chair in front of him and looked up at him. "I know you are not Shuashu. Who are you?" "Shuashu." The expression on his face froze for a moment. He didn't seem to expect Fang Zhou to say that. He felt a little cold when she looked at him. This made him immediately retract his eyes that were originally looking at Fang Zhou unscrupulously. He almost bit his tongue when he spoke. I'm not a rat. Who can I be?" "Well, now I'm here. You can tell me your reasons," Fang Zhou said, as if he felt that his previous performance was very embarrassing. He was much calmer now, and said in a nonchalant tone, "There is no reason. I just think it's interesting." "You?" Xixiang was so angry that he was about to smoke. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat him again, but was stopped by Fang Zhou. Knowing that it was impossible to get an answer from him, Fang Zhou closed his eyes and chose to directly invade his mind, letting him spit out everything that had happened. But when Fang Zhou used her ability, she found that there seemed to be a barrier outside Shuashu's mind, isolating her from exploring its interior. She couldn't even use mental invasion on him. "Why?" Fang Zhou frowned, and Shuashu, who had no feeling of pain at all, suddenly covered his head and screamed, "Ah! It hurts so much." "What?" He gasped in pain and then said, "Quit! I want to quit." Before Fang Zhou and Shi Xiang had time to think about what he was saying, Shuashu closed his eyes. And in just a few seconds, his body slid off the chair in a powerless posture. Fang Zhou's expression was stern. She went forward and touched the pulse of Shuashu's neck. There was no sign of beating. Shuashu was dead. His heart stopped suddenly, and he died in front of her, and Shi Xiang without any signs. At the same time, Fang Zhou felt the signal of data invasion from the communicator. She didn't need to click on the information to view the transmitted information. The green signal data appeared directly in front of her eyes. In her impression, only one person had this ability to invade data. The game has started. Be careful of the people around you. Remember to check the third section of the fourth dimension. From The Hacker Who Has Always Stood By You. Chapter 138. After the information was transmitted, the data invasion from the outside was withdrawn. Fang Zhou felt that his fingertips were cold, and Shuashu's body was still warm. But there was no sign of life. After Shuashu died, the alien creature in his body separated from his body. It was a white mole, which quickly expanded like a balloon and wanted to swallow Shuashu's body. Fang Zhou, who was confused, used sonic waves to hit it and injured it severely, and directly contained it. Shi Xiang had not yet come to her senses. She approached in a daze, thinking of the alien creature that had just come out of his body. And then she realized that Shuashu was dead. Her eyes widened slightly, and she seemed a little at a loss. Wasn't he still fine last second? Did I not hit him so hard? It has nothing to do with you, Shi Xiang. Fang Zhou closed his eyes and said, "Take the body of the rat down to check the specific cause of death. Don't deal with it for the time being. Store it and observe it for a while." Although Shi Xiang was confused, he still carried out her order first. I understand. Watching the body of the rat being carried out of the interrogation room, Fang Zhou sat on the chair and did not go out for the time being. She began to review the whole thing. It happened too suddenly. The body is the rat. But the person who controls this body, or the soul, the spirit body, is not the original rat. She originally guessed that it was a transcendent power of possession. And now this guess is in the follow-up rat's reaction, and the sudden data invasion were denied by her. Fang Zhou could not use mental control on him, and her invasion was blocked by the barrier. But this barrier was not an iron wall. Under her mental invasion, Shuashu felt pain. Before he died, he said, "Quit. I want to quit." And the reason why he said this was that he felt pain. This is absurd. Shi Xiang had beaten him up before, and he didn't say a word during the process. And he didn't seem to be afraid of pain at all. Perhaps it was this barrier that helped him block the pain. But because the mental invasion she used touched this barrier, he had to feel the pain. Fang Zhou took out the communicator to check. The information sent by the hacker had been erased by her. She tried to track the data signal, but the signal was completely cut off. The level of electronic control of the wall rat was far inferior to that of the hacker, and it was impossible to countertrack. Big rat. The meaningless and reckless behavior and the words he said before his death, combined with the message sent by the hacker. Fang Zhou thought of the post about the holographic device test when she entered the forum 2 days ago, and she had a very bad guess in her mind. The player from another world might have descended on the natives of this world. If this is the case, many things can be explained. Why did Shuashu behave abnormally? Wanting to sell Yeji's information, but not contacting anyone, and not hiding his behavior. Not afraid of being discovered. Because this is just a game for him. He can quit if there is any problem. And there is no need to consider these things. Fang Zhou has read the forum so many times. She knows clearly that not everyone likes her. And there are still many people who hate her character. And the reasons are all kinds of strange. And the lottery for this holographic test is still among the players who have participated in the 3 internal tests. The players who have participated in multiple internal tests are not as accepting of her as new players. It can be said that at least half of these 1,000 people don't like her. Then the purpose of Shuashu is very intuitive and clear. He tried to tell the central government about Yeji's information, hoping to see her enter a passive situation and get her bad ending. Just from this point, Fang Zhou could vaguely feel the malice of the guy who made this decision in the game company towards her. If this is true, have other players entered the game? They did not enter with their own characters, but were cast into the bodies of the natives? And who is this hacker? She knew her identity before, and helped her take in the wall rat. Now she knows that the player has entered the game, and sent her a warning. The cause of Shuashu's death soon came out. It was cardiac arrest caused by myocardial infarction. There was no sign of heart failure or possibility of subsequent rescue. At Fang Zhou's order, his body was not processed for the time being. She had to verify whether the player could enter the game again and return to Shuashu's body. Fang Zhou had too many questions. She recalled the hacker's reminder and began to try to enter the third section of the fourth dimension, hoping to find some clues from here. The interface of the communicator jumped into the blank blue section. The third section, which was always empty, now had a whole page of new posts. Fang Zhou glanced at it and saw a line of numbers changing in the upper left corner of this section. Current number of online users, 155. Just as Fang Zhou blinked, the numbers changed again. Current number of online users, 163. In addition, this section also added a pinned post. Fang Zhou did not rush to check the newly posted posts, but clicked on the pinned post posted by the administrator first. Topic: Basic rules for posting in the third section of the fourth dimension. Top. Main building. Welcome to the fourth dimension. This is the player exchange section for this holographic test. In order to better integrate into this section, please read the basic rules of this section carefully to avoid stepping on mines. 1. Players are prohibited from exchanging in-game identity information in this section. Once discovered, the account will be blocked. 2. Attacking, swearing, and disrupting the communication environment of the section are prohibited. Those who are serious will be banned for 1 to 7 days. 3. Players are prohibited from mentioning any relevant information about this section on social platforms outside the game. Otherwise, the player's test qualification will be directly revoked. 3. Each account has only one posting opportunity per day. Please cherish this opportunity, and do not post too much. 4. This section can be used for any in-game topic exchange. 5. I wish you all a happy game. Please do not post comments. There are not many requirements on this pinned post. Fang Zhou glanced at it and read it all. But this post alone made her fall into deeper doubts. According to the time when the fourth dimension was established and the last time Fang Ark confronted the hacker, it can at least be confirmed that she is not a player. So is the hacker behind the fourth dimension the official manager of the game? The original way to unlock this section was to enter the park with a communicator brought from outside the park. At that time, Fang Ark felt that the existence of this section was redundant. But now it has completely become a section for players to communicate. Fang Ark does not think that the former unlocking is meaningless. It is like a data test that accurately classifies a certain group of people. It's like a technical test specially done in advance to gather this group of players in this section. Before this, when Fang Zhou was still in the White Whale Zone, he had heard that the fourth dimension administrator would clean up the peepers, which made Fang Zhou realize that the hacker might not be just one person, and there was probably a team or organization with the same identity as her behind her. At present, the identity of hacker is very consistent with the identity of the game administrator. But Fang Zhou feels wrong. Her intuition tells her that the game administrator should not stand on her side. And if the hacker has the management authority, why would he go to such great lengths to live in this world for so many years and conduct such complicated technical tests? Shouldn't it be something that can be done casually by the outside world? The most important point is why the hacker classified her in. She does have an identity as a player. But Fang Zhou can be sure that the hacker does not think she is a player, and the game administrator will not make such a mistake. Fang Zhou exited the pinned post, returned to the homepage, and began to read the newly added posts one by one. Topic: Where are you all? Do you want to exchange information and play together? Main post: I am in Mingang City. Is there anyone in Mingang City? Silence. This is the second post of this kind I have seen today. Read the pinned rules. Topic: Huh? Is this the communication section in the game? Has anyone entered the game? Come and chat. Main post: 20 people online? There are still a few people now. Did I come in so quickly? This section is so magical that you can enter it directly from the information interface. Here I come. Wow. This small company has really exceeded my expectations. This game is too realistic. If I really couldn't feel the pain, I would have thought it was the real world. Crap game. Too many restrictions. Can't create your own character. Can't choose your own node. Can't save and load files. Is this a semi-finished product for testing? To be honest, for this sense of reality, it's worth it for me to play the semi-finished product. Not everyone has the opportunity to see such a realistic wasteland world. It feels so weird. Why do we need to set a logout limit? You can only log out twice if you force it, and they will recycle the equipment after use. What a stingy company. Can you say that? After all, this is a game cabin. It costs at least several million to build one. If this equipment is tested successfully, it is definitely not us who need the game company to provide this service. I hate rich people. Has anyone praised the interactivity of NPCs? The degree of freedom is very high, and there will be reasonable feedback for whatever you say. It's awesome, and there is no difference from real people. My bad taste has made me want to tell these NPCs many times that this is a game world. I really want to see if their program will crash. Why do the damn rules restrict this? They will be banned as soon as you mention it. It's so interesting. Is this a holographic game? Do the evil rich people experience this kind of high technology every day? I'm so jealous. Topic: I have superpowers for the first time. Do you have any suggestions? Main post: it's so cool. A-level transcendence is really cool. This is the meaning of this holographic game. Let me see how I can join the game plot. I'm so angry. The author of the question. Don't show off. The higher the transcendence level, the faster you die. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. The transcendence ability of my body is only C level. Is there anyone who is lucky enough to be randomly promoted to S level? Topic: why can't I create my own character? I really want to log out and change my identity. Main post: and I clearly chose the ARC faction. Why was I assigned to the central government? In real life, I am just a hard-working worker. And now I have to do business for others when playing games. Me too. I chose the ARC faction. But in the central government, the ARC sister will blow my head off when she sees me. I think it's quite interesting. Although it's not what I thought. Now it feels like playing an RP game. There are only 2 chances to log out. The questioner should save them. If you waste them, you won't be able to experience such a realistic holographic experience. Well, you are pretty good. At least you are in the park. I am outside the park now, and have no idea how to participate in the plot. But this game is so realistic that I will just treat it as a trip in the wasteland. It will be a different experience to set up camp in the wild later. Be careful of encountering alien creatures upstairs. I just ran into one head-on when I logged in and was eaten. Are you okay up there? It's okay. I set up 100% pain shielding. But I wasted an identity opportunity. It's so sad. If I am forced to log out this time, I will have to return the device. However, I stayed in there for half a day and returned to reality, and only a few minutes passed. It's amazing. Original poster. Think about it from a different angle. If you choose the sister camp, isn't it just right to assign you to the center? You can provide information to Sister Zhou. The above post has a good idea. I learned it. I feel a little confused. I don't know what to do after entering the game. How can I find the plot characters to participate? Topic: everyone remember to read the survival rule manual carefully and memorize the character experience. If you are found wrong by the NPC, you will really die. Main poster: there are only 2 chances. I have already been killed. I have only been in the game for less than half an hour. What identity did the OP get randomly? Wasn't he discovered too quickly? There is such a rule? I just put it away and didn't read it at all. There are not many people in the forum at present. It can be seen from the coming and going of replies that there are only a few people, and the overall sense of hostility is not strong. But Feng Zhou understands that the guys who really hold hostility will not come out to reply. Players are entering the game one after another, and are still getting familiar with this game world. Shu. Players who directly participate in it are still exceptions. It's like the calm before the storm. After reading the few posts at present, Feng Zhou sorted out the following information. First, players cannot create their own characters, but can choose camp information, ability direction, etc., and then be assigned to random characters to experience the game based on these choices. 2. Players cannot select plot nodes, cannot save or load files, but can set the pain level. 3. Players cannot log out normally after entering the plot, but they have 2 chances to force quit. Force quit will automatically abandon the random identity, and a new identity will be randomly assigned after the next login. 4. After entering the game time is not synchronized with the outside world. 10 minutes outside the game may be a day in the game, and players can experience the game for a long time. 5. Players cannot talk about any game with NPCs in the game. Otherwise they will be forced to mute. 6. players should try their best to play the role of the random identity. Otherwise they will bear the consequences. The amount of information received at once was too much, and Fang Zhou felt that his head was in a mess. According to the performance of Xiaoshu, the forced exit in the eyes of the players, the abandoned random identity, will lead to the physical and spiritual death of their bodies and the original owners in this world. At present, these players do not know this. In their eyes, they just played a game and changed a random identity. They are not at fault. Fang Zhou felt a dull pain in his temple. In what way is this world connected to the outside world? How does it let players enter this world? The game company of Old Wasteland, and this so-called upgraded version. Do the researchers of the holographic equipment know what is happening here? Do they know that the players are replacing the lives of another world? And is there anyone around her who has been replaced? Do the players who replaced them have good intentions or bad intentions towards her? Fang Zhou returned to the homepage of the forum and turned to the posting column. Unlike the outside world where she could only see the forum but could not participate, she could post and reply to posts in the third section of the fourth dimension. Her site returned to the top, and the number of online people had doubled. Online people, 320 people. Fang Zhou looked at the changing number of online people in silence for a long time, then exited the fourth dimension and went to the laboratory. It seems that there is no need to observe the body of the rat. He will not wake up again. Arriving at the laboratory, Xixiang, Lei Chia and Fang Xuanjiang were all here. Fang Zhou first asked them for the communicator and confirmed that the third section of the fourth dimension that they could enter was locked again. What is the situation with the rat? Lei Chia frowned and asked. He has no reason to betray us. Fang Zhou could not tell Lei Chia about the player and the game, so she could only change another statement. That is not the rat. It should be some kind of power that occupied and possessed his body. Fang Xuanjiang looked over. Lei Chia and Xixiang could not hide the surprise on their faces. If there really was such an enemy, their situation would become extremely dangerous. Tell the people below the news. Pay more attention to the people around you recently, and report if you find anything wrong. According to what those people in the forum said, many of the players who originally chose her camp and wanted to help her were randomly assigned to the central personnel. So there must be many players who chose the central government and wanted to overthrow her who were randomly assigned to her. It seems that she has to find a way to contact Wu Yuanbo. At this point, Fang Zhou reminded again, if they find anything wrong, tell them not to act rashly and make decisions on their own. Everything will be decided by me. Okay. I will pass the message on. The news of Xiaoshu's death soon reached Li Baizhi, and she immediately contacted Fang Zhou to ask about Xiaoshu. Fang Zhou said, Xiaoshu's death was very strange. He had a cardiac arrest. It was not caused by us. Li Baizhi was silent for a moment and asked, Sister Zhou, I heard from Xixiang that Xiaoshu wanted to send the information of Yizhi headquarters to the central government. The answer was already obvious. But Li Baizhi still asked, did he betray us? Fang Zhou looked into her eyes and answered, no. Xiaoshu did not betray us. Li Baizhi's eyes were red. Chapter 139. Realizing that she had lost control, Li Baizhi lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. Her emotions calmed down quickly, and when she looked up again, she had returned to her normal appearance. Sister Zhou, can you tell me what's going on? Is there anything I can help you with? Looking at Li Baizhi's expression over there, Fang Zhou felt a little heavy. She had seen too many deaths along the way, including enemies who died at her hands, and companions who died at the hands of enemies. From being alone at the beginning, just to survive, to now people constantly gathering around her, becoming the core of an organization. Fang Zhou knew very well that while accepting the convenience of Yizhi and using Yizhi, she also needed to give back to them and give them the same benefits and value. Even for herself, she had to ensure the operation of Yizhi and lead Yizhi towards their goal. Okay, I was just about to tell you about this, Fang Zhou said, and told Li Baizhi the conjecture he had just told Lei Chia and the others, and finally told her, Baizhi, if there are similar people who arouse your suspicion in the branch, you can try to use mental control on them. If the other party's own transcendence level is lower than yours, and they do not have the same ability, they can resist your control. Fang Zhou paused and continued, immediately restrict his personal freedom and report to me. Li Baizhi's mental control level is lower. Fang Zhou is not sure whether she can touch the barrier, but at least it is certain that if the opponent is a player, her ability will be 100% ineffective. Li Baizhi nodded solemnly, Okay. I remember. After appropriate explanation, Fang Zhou cut off the communication with Li Baiji. The death of Shuo Shu cast a dark cloud over the heads of Yi Ji. Fang Zhou's beautification. The speculation after that is still terrible. In addition to Rai Xie and others, Fang Zhou also informed the doctor, Levi and others of this information. The appearance of players is obviously disadvantageous to Yeji. The central government has a tolerance rate for mistakes, but Yeji does not. If one step goes wrong, it will fall into the abyss. Fortunately, there are not many core members of Yeji. Fang Zhou separated the wall rat and let it review every signal sent from the Yeji headquarters and monitor every core member. The ability of the wall rat can pay attention to the movements of so many people when used attentively. This reminds Fang Zhou of hackers. Wall rats, as A-level aliens, can do this. Then hackers with higher ability levels, then it will be 10 times, 100 times. After completing these emergency responses, Fang Zhou began to review the section information he saw and dig deeper again. Arc can currently divide people in this world into several categories. The first category is the main perspective in the game, such as Fang Xuanjiang, Mi Lu, Bai Cheng, Zhong Jiu, etc. They are the protagonists who show the plot of the game and are absolutely impossible to be replaced by players. The second category is the important supporting roles in the game, such as Fei Xing, Lei Jie, Xixian, Xia, Caesar, etc. Some of them have their own three-party perspectives, and some will enter the three-party perspectives of other characters. Such characters have a lot of scenes, which will greatly promote and change the progress of the plot, and are also irreplaceable. The third category is the minor supporting roles, who have appeared in the game and have a certain role, such as number 1, Li Baiji, Li Wei, Wu Yuanbua, Gong Yi, Pei Liangji, etc. They have a small role in the plot, and have a small role in promoting the plot. Overall, it will not have much impact whether they are there or not. Shuo Shu is the third type. He once appeared in the third-party perspective when Fei Xing investigated Yi Ji, and also appeared in the third-party perspective of her Jiehao. But he was still replaced. So Fang Zhou thinks that the third type is likely to be replaced. The last type is people who have never appeared in the game. This group is too large. There are many such characters around Fang Zhou alone, and they have a great influence on Yi Ji, such as the Doctor and Wan Chao. This type is the people of every class in this world, including high-level transcendents and people in power hidden in the dark, and ordinary people everywhere. Just like the speeches of these different players she saw on the forum. Some people's randomly obtained bodies have A-level transcendent power. Some only have C-level, and perhaps even S-level. Some people are in the park, close to the center of the vortex, while others are outside the park and have no chance to touch the plot line at all. From this, it can be seen that most players still fall into this fourth group of people. Fang Zhou has been paying attention to the changes in the fourth dimension. At present, the number of online people shown in the third section is still increasing. But compared with the time when she first entered, the current increase is very slow. Occasionally there is a very small drop, often 1 or 2, but it will be made up again in a while. According to the unequal time rules of the two worlds, and the very few logout rules of this test, the number of online people must be at least around 900 to complete the entry. Therefore, the number of online players less than 500 reminds Ark that only about half of the players have entered the game, and their invasion of the indigenous people has not yet ended. Even if it is now certain that some of the companions around them have not been invaded, there will still be changes in the future. Based on the above category analysis, Ark felt that she had caught a clue to the reversal, and she recalled the auxiliary skills after her third identity was upgraded. You can decide the three-party perspective plot to be released by yourself. At that time, she thought that this ability was not very useful, and thought it was just a function to assist in increasing reputation. Now it seems that its use is really too great. She can completely use this ability to make the third and fourth category companions become the second category that will not be invaded. Ark will not assume that every player is like this just because Big Rat has no plan for action, stupid means of advancement, and no idea of playing a role. There is a post in the third section that reminds everyone to remember to check the survival rulebook and role experience, which shows that players can actually see the experience and information of their randomly assigned identities, including the choice to adjust the pain. Not everyone will adjust it down to 0%. There are also people who seek the realism of the game and choose to increase the pain to a certain level. Such people are often real players who are willing to immerse themselves in the game. As long as there are such players who want to play well and fully integrate into this game, they may not be able to discover the abnormalities of these people. In addition to people from her faction, many of those who know the location of Yishi's headquarters and some core information are researchers under the doctor who assist her in her research. She needs someone who understands them to judge their abnormalities. And this person can only be the doctor. This has accelerated the process of turning the third and fourth types of characters into the second type. Wu Yuanbua, Li Wei, the doctor, Wan Xiao. Number 1. Li Baiji. They are all extremely important arms for Fang Zhou, and any one of them being invaded will have a significant impact on her and Yi Ji. Fang Zhou closed her eyes and began to try to use this new auxiliary ability. At this moment, the thing she had experienced appeared in her mind like a revolving lantern. She extracted the plot of the doctor helping to treat her, who was invaded by radiation. The plot of arranging number 1 Li Baiji and others to take Li Wei out of the tower. And the plot of her instigating Wu Yuanbua to rebel. Fang Zhou also found that she could cut these plots. She deleted some information in these 3 plots that might expose Yi Ji's specific location and should not appear in the player's perspective. After doing some tricks, Fang Zhou released the 2 plots about the doctor's treatment and rescue of Li Wei, but did not release Wu Yuanbua's plot. At present, it can be confirmed that the players who have entered the game have become part of the plot advancement of this world. For their sense of involvement and experience, they cannot view the forums of the outside world and cannot see the god's perspective that normal players can see. Otherwise, Fang Zhou can use this ability to mislead players. But those players who have not entered the game may see the plot she released. Fang Zhou is guarding against those players who have not entered the game. Even if this will reveal the information that she is not dead, she must release these at this time to reduce the probability that these people may be occupied. It is for this reason that she cannot release the plot point about her rebellion against Wu Yuanbua. If some players have a chance to tell the central government that she is not dead, the central government will not believe it. They will first question and then doubt. Question why someone knows her existence, and doubt whether the person who gave the information has bad intentions. Maybe she doesn't need to solve it. The person who gave the information will be solved by the central government. As for the information that she is not dead, it will not bring much change to the situation. Fang Zhou is willing to bet on this. As for the Archon, Fang Zhou vaguely feels that he knows that he is not dead. Wu Yuanbai is different. If the perspective that Wu Yuanbai was instigated by her is released, and the player reports Wu Yuanbai's information, because of Yi Ji, the central government has been investigating undercover agents recently, regardless of whether the news is true or false. It is a devastating blow to Wu Yuanbua. The means of raising Wu Yuanbua from the 3rd category to the 2nd category cannot be implemented. Fang Zhou now needs to confirm her situation and learn about the situation inside the central government from her. Wu Yuanbua is an official staff on the surface, according to the camp distribution they mentioned in the section. Even if someone invaded her body, it is likely that they are players who want to help her. But the camp division is not absolute, and those who speak out are just individual cases. In addition to these concerns, Fang Zhou does not want Wu Yuanbua to become another person. The reason why she cooperates with her is only because she is Wu Yuanbua, her ambition, and her unique situation. These are the reasons why Fang Zhou likes her. If she became a player, none of this would exist. Fang Zhou would not trust a player whose behavior was unpredictable. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou quickly took action and used the ability of the wall rat to send a meeting request to Wu Yuanbua, attaching the address and time. After making sure that she had read it, he erased the traces of the message he sent. Fang Zhou asked for a meeting in half an hour. Her decision was made suddenly, and she did not give Wu Yuanbua time to prepare. If Wu Yuanbua did not come in this half hour, Fang Zhou would directly classify her as a player. Camp. Then, Fang Zhou made a new mimicry and asked Qi Xiang to open the passage directly to the neighborhood where Wu Yuanbua lived. Chapter 140. When Wu Yuanbai received Fang Zhou's communication, she was handling matters within the bureau and arranging new personnel. 2 days had passed since the Dangang incident, and she had officially taken over some of Jian O's authority. And her position changed from the captain of the special detachment to the acting director. It would take a period of observation for her to be formalized, which usually takes 1 to 3 months. If she makes achievements during the process, she can be formalized as an exception. Although it was called an observation, Wu Yuanbai knew that the Zhong family would have to observe her for a period of time before deciding whether to officially hand over the director's authority to her. The Director General Jiang O originally placed on the desk in the director's office. The name tag has been removed and replaced with a new one, which reads, Acting Director Wu Yuanbai. Wu Yuanbai looked at it in a trance. This is much better than the life path Wu Yuanbai originally planned. Before Fang Zhou appeared, her road ahead was full of fog. The Jiang family was like a mountain pressing on her head. Her road seemed to have only two choices, wandering in place or death. Now there is a third option. Although if she continues like this, she will easily fall into a situation controlled by another family again. But this Dangang incident made Wu Yuanbai see that the interests are consistent, and the top leaders of the indestructible tower fell into a brief turmoil. The subsequent handling methods of the top leaders were very consistent. Wu Yuanbai keenly glimpsed one thing from Zhong Piling's reaction at that time. They had differences of opinion on the decision of such a major event. For someone like her, if she wants to go higher, she has to wait until the high-rise building collapses before she has the chance to become a new load-bearing pillar. Wu Yuanbai sincerely hopes that Fang Zhou is still alive. Only if she is alive can the situation become more chaotic. Congratulations, Director Wu. I will need your continued care in the future. Zhong Shuqi's voice brought Wu Yuanbai back to his senses. He smiled and handed over the information on some areas that Jiang O was originally responsible for to her. Of course, Minister Zhong. We will have to fight side by side for the tower and the paradise for a long time in the future. Wu Yuanbai also smiled at him, said some high-sounding words to the other party, and then took the information from him. Wu Yuanbai knew that one of the reasons why the Zhong family dared to promote her when they were initially suspicious of her was that there was Zhong Shuqi in the Joint Defense Bureau. As long as there was a flaw in her, Zhong Shuqi, who had the ability to magnify the doubts, would be the first to find it. Director Wu. A new person will be transferred from the tower today. And this is the information of the new person. Zhong Shuqi handed over another piece of information. I have been told about this by the higher-ups. I will arrange it. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Zhong. As you said, we will fight side by side for a long time. This is my job. The remaining electronic information will be transferred to your authority system by the relevant responsible personnel in the tower. The two exchanged a few appropriate pleasantries, and Zhong Shuqi left the director's office. Wu Yuanbai's eyes stopped at the second file he handed over. She moved up one level, and the positions of the captain and deputy captain of the special detachment were vacant at the same time. Originally, they should have moved down one level and selected from the special detachment. But the special detachment has lost too many members, and the qualifications of the new members are not enough. Among the old members, Geng Yi has not been in the team for a long time, and only Pei Liangji meets the requirements. Wu Yuanbai originally wanted to promote Pei Liangji to the position of captain. His information has been sent for evaluation. The main decision is still made by her. If nothing unexpected happens, this position will be his. As for the vacant deputy captain, she reported it to the higher-ups and let the people above decide. The special detachment of the Mingang City Joint Defense Bureau is a popular one because it is the best springboard to enter the tower. But the position of the captain is higher than most of the people in the tower, and the information and data they have access to are closer to the core. But they didn't expect that the character they sent was originally a person in the tower. With this person's original position, if Wu Yuanbai didn't know what they meant, he would not have been able to survive under Jiang O for so long. They were eyeing the position of captain. She made a decision in her heart. Pei Liangji's information in the system center was reviewed and approved quickly. Wu Yuan checked it and called Pei Liangji to the office through the summoning device of the center system. After a while, there were 3 knocks on the door. Wu Yuanbai, come in. Pei Liangji walked in from outside, his face calm. Slightly lowered, Director Wu. What do you want me to do? Don't be so reserved. Sit down, Wu Yuanbai said. Pei Liangji sat down on a chair beside her, looked up at her, and showed a sincere smile on his face. Thank you, Director Wu. Congratulations on your promotion. Wu Yuanbai also smiled. Pei Liangji could actually guess why Wu Yuanbai summoned him, but he was not sure where he would be. A new member will join the special detachment soon. Transferred from the tower. Wu Yuanbai said, I need you to help pick him up and take him to handle the joining of the special detachment. Pei Liangji was stunned. Is he transferred from the tower? Yes. You can also go to handle the promotion procedures for the deputy captain later. Hearing her words, Pei Liangji's eyes widened slightly, and the stone in his heart fell. He took a deep breath, stood up hurriedly and bowed to Wu Yuanbua. Thank you for your promotion. He then asked, is the new captain the person transferred here this time? Yes. Are you disappointed? How can I be disappointed? Pei Liangji quickly denied, I was promoted. And I am too happy to be happy. Compared with other newcomers, Wu Yuanbai must trust him more. If he can be promoted directly to the position of captain, he will definitely not hesitate. Unlike Jiang Huayan's airdrop at that time, the tower rarely makes such external personnel changes. Pei Liangji can more or less guess that the other party must be a person who can only sit in the captain position, and has no opinion on this arrangement. How is the situation in the team? Do you get along well with the two people transferred from other teams? Wu Yuanbai has been busy handing over information these 2 days, and has not paid much attention to the situation of the special detachment. Not bad. These two people are originally from the bureau, and have cooperated with us before. Gong Yi and I are quite familiar with them. That's good. After chatting for a while, Wu Yuanbo received new news that the people transferred from the tower have now arrived at the Joint Defense Bureau. Pei Liangji went out to greet the new members with great insight. Not long after, Pei Liangji brought him to Wu Yuanbo first. Hello, Director Wu. I am a new member of the special detachment transferred from the tower. Xie. The man introduced himself. He was still wearing the uniform of the tower, and had not changed it. His facial features were relatively feminine. When he saw Wu Yuanbo, he observed her calmly. Hello, Wu Yuanbo said. She stood up and shook hands with Xie. I am surprised that the tower would transfer a talent like you. Xie is the captain of the 3rd Squad in the Central Elite Force. She used to follow Colonel Agatha to explore outside the paradise. She is an A-level transcendent and has rich experience in fighting alien creatures. She had no choice. People in this position can only be captains when they come to the special detachment. After confirming their identities and assigning their positions, Pei Liangji took Xie to go through the entry procedures. After the two left, Wu Yuanbo officially began to connect with the information and data that Jiang O was responsible for. In the future, she will need to communicate directly with the tower. Even though she is still the acting director, the information and data she will take over is much more than when she was the captain. After looking through the paper materials in her hand, Wu Yuanbo entered the information through the terminal settings in the office. The tower had updated her permission information. Wu Yuanbo began to look down one by one, and her expression became more solemn the more she looked. Buzz. The communicator vibrated on the desktop, and Wu Yuanbo suddenly woke up. She picked up the communicator and took a look. There was a new communication message on it. Wu Yuanbo clicked it in. As soon as she took in the information above, her heart couldn't help but jump suddenly, and the message disappeared in the next second. There was a random meeting address and time on it, with the ability to delete messages. Wu Yuanbo knew who sent it without thinking. Sure enough, she was not dead. Wu Yuanbo's residential area is located in the center of Mingang City. It is only 1 street away from the Joint Defense Bureau. The security is very strict. Identity verification is required for entry and exit, and surveillance cameras are installed in the corridors. Fang Zhou did not know the specific floor where she lived, so he could not let Xixian open the passage directly to Wu Yuanbo's home, and could only choose to move to the outside of the community. Fang Zhou walked a short distance along the street outside the community. Looking forward, she could see the building facilities of the Joint Defense Bureau. She did not approach it, but turned into a commercial street on the side, and entered a bar that had just opened. Fang Zhou had already figured out the distribution of stores on all the roads nearby when he was at the Joint Defense Bureau. This bar has many regular customers. It will be crowded at a certain time. Some come here just to drink. Some come here to party. And some come here to watch activities and performances. It is under the official control, so there is no illegal behavior. The good thing is that there are many people. Wu Yuanbai came at the right time, and she left at the right time. It is now 5:50 in the afternoon, and there are still 10 minutes before the Joint Defense Bureau gets off work. Fang Zhou knows that Wu Yuanbai drinks, and occasionally comes here for a drink after get off work. Although she did not give Wu Yuanbai extra time to prepare. The time she came and the position she set were very considerate of Wu Yuanbai, so as not to let her attract the attention of others. After entering, Fang Zhou quickly found the hidden positions of several built-in cameras, estimated their shooting range, found a less conspicuous place to sit down, ordered another glass of wine, released the line python and began to pay attention to the people coming in and out. She took out the communicator and started to be a mobile phone person like the people around her. About 10 minutes later, the empty seats in the bar were full. Browsing some meaningless news in the park, Fong Zhou began to think about some questions that she had not had time to think about. In addition to verifying Wu Yuanhua's identity, she also wanted to ask her if there were any relevant changes in the central government, although she probably had guessed the answer. According to the time Li Baizhi said, the player should have descended into the body of the rat yesterday afternoon. According to the time of the posts posted on the forum and the number of new posts, he should be the first batch to enter. Because of Li Baizhi's sharpness, the identity of the player who entered, and the impatient operation, she discovered it very quickly. The personnel in the central government are complicated, and it takes a while to report and review the abnormalities one by one. 1,000 people are not many. If it is another world, a country with hundreds of millions of people, these 1,000 people thrown in will not even cause a splash. It's just that this world is different, because the doomsday is coming. The safe zone is shrinking. The number of humans is pitifully small, and many players have landed in the bodies of official personnel and entered the core organs, making the existence of these people more conspicuous. Even if there is no abnormality now, it will come soon, regardless of the hacker's purpose. Fong Zhou was able to see the discussions of these players with her help, which was extremely beneficial. She could know the general situation of the players through this section. So as long as there was a short period of time, Fong Zhou would enter the third section to check if there were any new developments to prevent herself from missing anything. While waiting for Wu Yuanhua, Fong Zhou slid in and took a casual look. The title that appeared at the top made her pupils tremble slightly. Topic: Has everyone who entered the game received the first novice camp mission? How to do this? Chapter 141. Faction Quest? This title shows a lot of information. Fong Zhou clicked it without hesitation and quickly browsed the topic. Main post. I have been in the game for a day. I suddenly received a faction quest today. Has everyone received it? What faction quest? I have not heard of it at all. Me too. I was confused when I first came in. It feels a bit strange. Each of us has a different identity and position. How can we do the same faction quest? Did the questioner come in early? I just entered the game half a day ago, and indeed did not receive any faction quest. I suspect this is the case. Can the questioner tell us what faction mission it is? I can prepare for it. Questioner, it turns out that it was not released at the same time. Sorry. This mission is related to the identity I entered randomly, so I won't tell you. So mysterious. Ah. I came in half an hour ago and received it. It has nothing to do with the time of entry? What's the reason? It should be triggered by a specific event. Many RPG games are like this. I thought it was a single-player mode, but it turned out to be a multiplayer RPG, or an RPG mode where you can't make friends with each other and reveal your identity. What event triggered the novice mission? Remind the kids. I've been wandering outside the park for a long time. Give me a chance to enter the plot. Has the questioner disappeared? Don't talk about the specific mission. Tell us about the triggering mechanism. This mode is too real. I'm still exploring the new world. Why did you start doing the mission? What happened to the friend upstairs in the past half hour to trigger the faction mission? The friend upstairs also disappeared. Has the game started rolling? No information is shared? It's not for a holographic device. What holographic device? Didn't you see the reward mechanism when entering the game above? The device must be returned after 2 trial opportunities. But the top 50 who advance the plot progress can keep the device. The cheapest holographic equipment on the market costs 500,000 yuan. Not to mention this level of realism. This equipment is conservatively estimated to start at 2 million yuan. If it is sold later, it will be a windfall for many ordinary people. It's only 2 million yuan. And you're already doing this? Brother Fu V me 500,000 yuan. I will join you in scolding those who conceal information and rush to get ahead. It depends on the production of this company. If the quantity is not large, it will definitely be more than this price. Aren't they afraid that someone will run away with the equipment? Compared with the probability of winning the lottery, this 1 in 20 probability is not low. Why do something illegal when you have the opportunity to legally own it? To be honest, I just found out about this and almost missed out on 2 million. Some people have already started the faction mission and are ready to enter the plot, while some people have just entered the game and don't even know the specific rewards for this test. You must be sweating profusely. Netizens. The top 50 players who advance the game plot can keep their equipment. No wonder some people have always wanted to enter the plot point. No one can resist money. Players have different identities randomly assigned to them, plus the rare number of trials. If you want to advance the plot to the greatest extent in the rare opportunity, you must at least ensure that your 2 randomly assigned lives live longer. This will make more players choose to play their roles seriously and experience the game world, concealing their identity information. If some players' goal is equipment, there is indeed a competitive relationship between players, so the questioner is unwilling to reveal too much information. Similarly, 50 places are not a small number. Although the third section does not allow players to exchange identity information in it, it does not guarantee that offline players will not discover each other's identity and form a team. Fong Zhou now suspects that the show player was anxious to spread the news at that time. In addition to simply wanting to do it, it may also have something to do with this faction task. It has only been half a day since the discovery of the player entering the game. Fong Zhou also learned a lot of basic information little by little in the forum. She had to overturn some of the speculations between them again and again based on the information provided in their chat. There is another point that Fong Zhou is very concerned about. From the fact that the questioner mentioned Camp Novice Mission, rather than simply Novice Mission, it can be seen that the administrator of the outside world really wants to divide the players into 2 camps. This makes Fong Zhou more certain that the malice of the game administrator of the outside world towards her, that she felt at the time, because of the test extraction conditions was not her illusion. Why did the game administrator have malice towards her? Fong Zhou had thought about how this world was connected to the outside world a long time ago, and the entry of players this time made this problem even more confusing. So in the eyes of the game company, what kind of existence is this game that has been modified beyond recognition? When she thought of this, a terrible guess suddenly popped up in her mind. They know her existence, think her existence is unreasonable, and want to eliminate her. So now they are racking their brains to make her way forward more difficult. This way of thinking also reminded her of an enemy she had never met, the Archon. The constant temperature in the bar was set a little low, and this invisible enemy made Fong Zhou feel endless coldness. Fong Zhou rubbed his eyebrows. She hoped that these were just her useless guesses. After all, the players have only entered half of the game, and a lot of basic information is constantly being overturned. In addition to the rat, she has not yet contacted other players. She knew that she had to meet the person who had been hiding behind the scenes as soon as possible. Only by meeting him could these questions be solved. At this time, the Line Python, who was always paying attention to the flow of people at the entrance, reminded Fong Zhou and pulled her out of this vortex of thinking. There happened to be a performance today, and the seats in the small bar, which was not very big, were basically full. Only the seats at the bar were left. Some people who didn't like to sit at the bar chose to share seats with others. Fong Zhou sat in a seat facing the door. After a while after the Line Python's reminder, she moved the wine glass in front of her towards the entrance. The wine in it was not touched, and the ice cube had melted half. Then, a familiar figure walked towards her. "Sorry, can I share a seat with you?" Fong Zhou raised his head. Wearing a uniform after get off work and entering some consumption places would cause some bad panic. Wu Yuanhua had changed into regular clothes before coming. After a pause, Fong Zhou smiled, "Of course. Please sit down." Fong Zhou made a new mimicry, and Wu Yuanhua could not recognize her. She could find this position so accurately simply because there was only Fong Zhou's wine in the place that had not been touched when the ice melted. She had been waiting for a while. She didn't drink. Or maybe she didn't come here for the purpose of drinking. The two of them had eaten together before, and Wu Yuanhua knew that Fong Zhou didn't drink. Maybe she just didn't like it. Or maybe her physique couldn't touch it. But that was all. Wu Yuanhua was not sure of Fong Zhou's identity, so she did not speak first. She was able to find him, and just by meeting him, Fong Zhou knew that Wu Yuanhua was still Wu Yuanhua. Fong Zhou broke the silence. "This is my first time here, and it's much more lively than I thought. I have never been here before. Why did you suddenly want to come this time?" Wu Yuanhua said. "A friend of mine got promoted, and I wanted to come and celebrate for her." Wu Yuanhua finally confirmed that the strange face in front of him was Fong Zhou. She smiled. "That's a coincidence. I got promoted too, so I thought of coming here for a drink. Congratulations. It's hard to do any job now, and it's even harder to get promoted. Thank you, and congratulations to your friend." Fong Zhou did not come here to tell Wu Yuanhua that he was not dead, nor did he just exchange information with her. With the help of the wall mouse, she could directly communicate with Wu Yuanhua using the communicator. and the risk of being discovered was even lower. She came here for only one purpose, which was to confirm whether Wu Yuanbo was still Wu Yuanbo. This could only be confirmed by seeing it with her own eyes. Fortunately, Wu Yuanbo was not invaded by the player, and this environment was not suitable for information exchange. So after confirming the other party's identity, the two did not continue the conversation. After a few minutes, Fang Zhou glanced at the communicator, and then said to Wu Yuanbo, "My friend changed the location, so I left first." Wu Yuanbai raised his glass to her, "Goodbye." After Fang Zhou left, Wu Yuanbai did not leave with him, but drank a few more glasses of wine in the bar at his usual pace before walking out of the bar. It was already dark, and the screen of the communicator was bright. Wu Yuanbai took a look, moved his fingers to send a message, and then walked towards his residence. When she arrived at the door, Wu Yuanbai passed the identity recognition at the door, and the door opened. She entered the living room from the entrance. As expected, there was already someone waiting for her in the living room. Fang Zhou sat on her sofa and waved to her, "Good evening, Director Wu." Before confirming Wu Yuanbo's identity, Fang Zhou couldn't ask her any information directly, including the specific address of her residence. After confirming it, he asked her specific address and transferred it directly. It's not as safe to talk anywhere as in such a private space. You are still the acting director now. Wu Yuanbo hung his coat aside and sat down beside her. The soft sofa sank down a bit. "It's a matter of time, isn't it?" Fang Zhou said. "How does it feel to be called Director Wu?" Wu Yuanbo glanced at her, with a smile in his light brown eyes, and said frankly, "It's really cool." Wu Yuanbo's house was not equipped with any artificial intelligence, not even a housing system. Fang Zhou continued, "You have a housekeeping robot in your office, but there is no residence. I don't like those robots. They make me feel like I'm being watched." Fang Zhou nodded in agreement. She helped check when she came in and confirmed that there were no monitors or eavesdroppers inside. She did not expand on this topic, but got to the point. "After I left, was there any abnormality in the central government? What specific changes have been made to the Joint Defense Bureau? Internal abnormalities? At present, except for the Dangang incident, there have been no other abnormalities." At this point, Wu Yuanbo looked at Fang Zhou. "The situation there was terrible. I'm curious how you survived." Fang Zhou smiled and said, "This is a very long story. We probably don't have so much time to talk about it now." The question Wu Yuanbo asked was completely Fang Zhou's personal matter. She didn't answer it specifically. She didn't care, but continued to answer another question Fang Zhou asked just now. "I promoted Pei Liangji to the position of deputy captain, and a new person was sent down to sit in the position of captain of the special detachment." "You didn't promote Pei Liangji to the position of captain? Is this person very important?" Fang Zhou immediately grasped the key point. "He is from the tower, and was originally the captain of the team under Colonel Agatha." Fang Zhou remembered Agatha. She was responsible for the exploration outside the safe zone. She had a large number of central elite troops under her. The higher-ups would not send someone down for no reason. But Fang Zhou had no clue about it at the moment. At this point, Wu Yuanbo suddenly brought up a topic. "Do you know that the safe zone has been shrinking?" Chapter 142. This is what Wu Yuanbo knew after taking over some of Jiang O's authority half a day ago. The director of the Mingang City Joint Defense Bureau can access the tower's more core information, and is also the medium for the tower to communicate with the outside world. Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment. And she asked, "About when was it discovered? And how much has it moved so far?" The originally stable safety zone began to shrink towards the inner circle, squeezing out the already limited living space. If this problem is not solved, the world will be destroyed sooner or later according to this trend. About 3 months ago, the current wasteland moved 20 kilometers, and the outer periphery occupied about 50 kilometers. So many? Fang Zhou was surprised. At this rate, it will only take more than 20 years for there to be no safe zone in this world. By then, there will really be only one paradise left. Yes, so the central government is also worried about this matter. The area outside the safe zone where no one has really walked out is called the wasteland zone. The outer area is the boundary between the wasteland zone and the safe zone. This boundary is about 100 kilometers. And the radiation concentration gradually increases from the wasteland zone to the safe zone. Except for the old humans, the radiation concentration that humans can currently withstand is about Fs 1.05/H, Fs 1.32/H. which is also the criterion for determining the safe zone. The radiation concentration in the outer area is much higher than this value, and humans basically cannot survive there. More than 3 months ago, at that time, she had already left Shelter 001. According to her impression of the location of Shelter 001, the outer area occupied 50 kilometers, basically covering the location of the shelter. Fong Zhou finally knew why Caesar and others accepted the olive branch throne by the central government. According to the information obtained before, Agatha led the exploration team. So the captain of this new special detachment should have been responsible for the exploration outside the safe zone. Logically speaking, the elite troops of the central government should be busy with this, and they are short of manpower. Why would they assign the captain of a team to the special detachment? I mentioned this because they will have an operation soon, and the special detachment needs to cooperate with them. Wu Yuanbo paused. You should know that this kind of radiation is a new substance, and it cannot be created artificially at present. Right? Fong Zhou nodded. This was also the reason why she felt palpitations when she saw the raw stone carrying a strong radiation source on the train. She suspected that the missile thrown by the Archon at that time contained something similar. It is easy to conduct experiments with a small amount of radiation, but such a large amount of strong radiation can only be brought from outside the safe zone. Are you worried that they will use the same method against me? Fong Zhou said. I am not sure now. After all, before the Dang Port incident, I would never have thought that they would use this method. Thinking of this, Wu Yuanbo still felt it was absurd and couldn't help laughing. She was happy to see the person in power go crazy, but it would be bad if he went too crazy and destroyed the paradise. I will pay more attention, Fong Zhou replied. The other party had used this method before, and the result was that Fong Zhou was unscathed, while the central government returned empty-handed and was forced to allocate a large amount of resources to settle Dangport, which also greatly affected the authority in the hearts of the people. Fong Zhou didn't think that the Archon would use such a useless method to deal with her under such circumstances, unless he dropped a nuclear bomb on the entire paradise this time and completely destroyed the world. Fong Zhou could sense that he didn't take human life seriously, but that didn't mean he wanted to destroy the world. The shrinking of the safe zone was not something Fong Zhou was currently concerned about. She had more pressing matters ahead. If she couldn't survive, who would care about what would happen in 20 years? Please keep an eye on the new captain of the special detachment for me recently. Xiejuan. His name is this. Is there anything wrong with him? Fong Zhou was silent for a moment, and said tactfully, you can pay attention to whether he has behaviors and common sense that don't match his identity. If so, you should try to be careful of him and pay attention to his movements. Okay. But why don't you be careful of him? But let me be careful of him. Fong Zhou smiled and said, after all, I'm far away. Xiejuan's appearance at a delicate time. Just at this time, he was transferred from his original position and entered a new environment. Even if there was something abnormal about him, it would be difficult for his new teammates to detect the changes in him. Fong Zhou thought it was always good to be more careful. Wu Yuanbo did not ask about this issue in depth. Since Fong Zhou and she became accomplices, she found that Fong Zhou knew too much information that she, a person working for the official, did not know. For example, when talking about the elite troops today, she did not even ask further about the role of this unit. She might know the layout of the tower better than she did. Wu Yuanbo had no idea where she got this information from, but she must have her own methods. By the way, did you take Li Wei away? Wu Yuanbo asked. Yes. She helped me. Fong Zhou did not deny it. She nodded her head. Here is the information I want. Wu Yuanbo still felt a little frightened after getting a positive answer. Li Wei disappeared less than an hour after the Dangang incident. Wu Yuanbo didn't know how Fong Zhou survived, but she didn't believe that she was unscathed in that situation. And she was thinking about how to take people out of the tower right after she was attacked. Wu Yuanbo could imagine how some people in the tower would jump up and down after knowing that Li Wei disappeared. At this point, Fong Zhou looked at Wu Yuanbo and teased, there is a fiery eye in your bureau. Director Wu, don't get caught. If you get caught, you will become a desperate criminal like me. Although I can accept you, that should not be the destination you want. Wu Yuanbo looked back at her. Do you know what my transcendent power is? Wu Yuanbo did not tell Fong Zhou what her ability was, and Fong Zhou had not seen any related discussions in the forum. Fong Zhou guessed, prediction? This was her guess based on Wu Yuanbo's battle. Wu Yuanbo shook his head and explained, I can see the probability of every choice in my own life. Choices are everywhere in life. I can see no matter how small the choice is. Zhong Shuqi's ability is hard to threaten me. Her ability is not a secret in the eyes of those superiors. But those people are not her after all. This kind of wide-ranging power cannot be summarized in a few words. Not to mention, Jiang'o simplified my file at that time in order to prevent me from having a chance to stand out. And it has not been updated until now. This also led to those people not knowing the extent of her ability. Zhong Shuqi's transcendent power is magnifying doubts. Which means that there must be doubts about her first. These doubts that may appear will enter her choice probability when she makes every decision. And will also extend from the probability of a large choice to the probability of a small choice, allowing her to clear the doubts little by little. Fang Zhou went over Wu Yuanhua's words in her head, and could roughly guess what she could do with this ability. This was her first time to come into contact with this type of transcendent power. And she really hadn't thought about it in this way. This is really a blessing in disguise. She leaned closer to Wu Yuanhua and said, "Then what is the probability you see in me?" "That's hard to tell." Wu Yuanhua smiled and said, "The probability of the choice is known by too many people, which is full of more uncertainty. It is still a long way from the endpoint. Try not to increase this uncertainty. It seems to be a high probability." Fang Zhou said, "This ability is in some sense as Bugya Xiao's prophecy, because it is the power to see the future." Fang Zhou was originally worried that Wu Yuanhua might still be replaced when the next players enter the game. Now it seems that she was worrying too much. This made Fang Zhou feel relieved. She had confirmed everything she wanted to confirm and obtained additional information. After a few more pleasantries with Wu Yuanhua, Fang Zhou left. After returning to Yeji headquarters from Mingang City, Fang Zhou immediately reorganized the personnel. She transferred Li Baiji back from Yancheng and asked Shi Xiang to help manage the place. After Li Baiji came back, she called Lei Chia and Fang Xuanjiang to her office together. "Sister Zhou, why did you suddenly call me back?" Li Baiji asked anxiously, looking a little tired. It had only been less than a day since the incident with Xiaoshu, and Fang Zhou's sudden remobilization made her nerves tense. "Sister, is there anything you want us to do?" Fang Xuanjiang also said. Lei Chia was used to her sudden instructions. "I need you to leave the park and start recruiting members outside the park again," Fang Zhou said. "What?" Lei Chia looked over, confused by Fang Zhou's decision. "Can I ask the reason?" Even Li Baiji couldn't figure out why they had to recruit members at this point. Fang Zhou knew that she had to speed up her actions. She couldn't wait for players to appear one by one and passively accept the changes they brought. She could actively lure some players out step by step. Through the information in the third section, Fang Zhou knew that many players had landed outside the park, accounting for a large proportion of those speeches. Since Yiji officially debuted in the Central Vision, she stopped recruiting members. She is now preparing to reopen this channel. But this is limited to outside the park. If it is carried out in the park, it is not ruled out that the central government will choose a one-pot approach. But the central government's hand cannot reach completely outside the park. At most, it will arrange some people to participate in their personnel recruitment and mix in. This is a good screening for Fang Zhou. If the players outside the park see that Yiji starts to recruit members again, those who want to participate in the plot line will join in. They will not think about the reason why Fang Zhou opened this channel. It is difficult for Fang Zhou to explain all this to Li Baiji and others. He can only say, "I have my own arrangements. I will not go out with you. There is no need to do any special publicity. You just need to screen out those who have a certain desire to enter Yiji." "Okay, sister." Before Li Baiji and Lei Chia spoke, Fang Xuanjiang agreed first. Lei Chia looked at him speechlessly. In the end, she and Li Baiji chose to believe Fang Zhou. "I know. I will arrange it later." Chia has an information network and informants. Li Baiji's mental control can check the players. Fang Xuanjiang's force can protect the two. And arranging the three of them to go out can achieve the maximum effect with the least number of people. As for the location of the stage, it is undoubtedly Shelter 004. At present, Shelter 001 is probably no longer the same as before. There is a high probability that Shelter 002 and Shelter 003 will soon surrender to the central government. Only Shelter 004 is the best to act. After arranging everything here, Fang Zhou first entered the first section of the fourth dimension and roughly looked at the current situation of Shelter 004. Fang Zhou has not paid attention to the situation of Shelter 004 for a while. This discussion section is still hot, with many new topics every day. It is not as depressed as Fang Zhou imagined. She scrolled down and saw several discussions about the Order Bureau. One of the topic posts made Fang Zhou understand the reason. Subject: why is the new S-Class Order of the Order Bureau so depressed that he wants to come to Shelter 004? Same. Wouldn't it be better for this level to go to Paradise? Staying in such a place is really a waste of talent. Paradise is not so demanding now. And S-Class Transcendence can bring anyone they want in. It would be great if I had this power. I would rush into Paradise without saying a word. I was already unhappy with these tax thieves. But now they are proud of them again. Are the above serious? It's a blessing to have such a character reappear. If the Order Bureau falls, we will be the first to suffer. I am the only one who is still curious about the Battle of Red Bank. What happened? How could they kill two S-classes? It's been so long. I'm still confused. Don't ask. It turns out that the Order Bureau has a new S-Class Transcendent. The deaths of Meng Xian and Wei Ziyuan could not be concealed after all. With the fall of the old king, a new king will naturally be born. This place is more tenacious than she thought. Originally, it was thought that after the opening of the park, some talents would be lost, and the end of Shelter 004 was a matter of time. But the influx of this powerful fresh blood made their ending less absolute. After reading some more topic posts, Fang Zhou almost understood the situation. She returned to the top and edited a somewhat weird post without thinking and posted it in the first section. After the post was published successfully, Fang Zhou felt quite satisfied with the title. This was in line with her first impression of Yiji. Subject: are you confused about the future? Are you disappointed with this world? Are you unwilling to accept your own mediocrity? Do you want to change? Join us. Change your life. Change the world. There is nothing we can't do except what you can't think of. Attached is the Yiji logo.jpg. If you are interested, please send your experience to the communication number 123XXX, and we will arrange an interview for you. In order to avoid being searched for keywords and to prove her identity, Fang Zhou also attached a half-moon and half-sun corporate icon of Yiji. There have always been a lot of people in this section. After a while, someone responded to Fang Zhou's post. She scrolled down to take a look. MLM organizations. Don't do this business. You can't cheat people in this era. So many complaints. Such an abstract title. I couldn't help but click in to take a look. It feels even more abstract. Don't support it. Let it sink. What if someone really gets cheated? Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou was silent for a while, and naturally ignored these impolite replies. After posting the post, she did not proceed to the next step immediately, but waited for a while. The inexplicable title and content made this topic sink quickly. After a while, she could not find any trace of it. Then she exited the first section and moved to the third section. After entering the third section, Fang Zhou looked up and took a look at the number of people online. Online users, 635. After confirming the number of people, she scrolled down the page and looked at it. Except for the initial influx of players, there were basically no new posts now. It is difficult for a forum to become very popular with a few hundred people. Fang Zhou didn't pay much attention to it. She also posted a new post in this section. The moment she posted it, a topic followed by new appeared on the homepage of the third section. Topic: is Yiji recruiting people outside the park again? Main building, attached picture.jpg. After posting the post, Fang Zhou did not wait for replies. She temporarily left and opened the information bar. Her forum times have all been reset, and now she can enter the outside forum to check the plot results she released, and also confirm whether the players who were forced to quit the game have posted relevant posts on the forum. Do you want to consume one chance to open the entrance to the higher dimensional world forum? Fang Zhou closed his eyes, selected yes, and entered the game forum. Chapter 143. It had been exactly half a day since Fang Zhou released the plot, and she entered the forum. She was not sure how much time had passed in the outside world, and whether there was enough time to trigger relevant discussions. After all, she had also been in the game. The best way was to wait for 2 more days before checking the results. But Fang Zhou did not dare to bet on the changes that would happen in the meantime. After entering the forum, Fang Zhou looked at the reply time of the latest post, which showed 23:45 on June 27, 2062. It was only more than 10 hours since she last entered the forum. That is to say, in this half-day, they announced the lottery list and sent the holographic cabin to most of the players who were drawn. No wonder Fong Zhou saw that the number of people online in the third section increased very slowly. There must be some people who did not enter the holographic cabin immediately after getting it. She returned to the homepage and quickly scanned the titles of the posts on the homepage. There were no posts related to Yiji, and the Shuashu incident did not enter the site of external players. There are two possibilities. One is that the plot related to her has been completely restricted and needs to be released by her herself. The other is that the plot related to the player will be hidden. Fong Zhou thinks it is the former, since the official has issued tasks for players to enter the plot line and even regards this as a reward. It is unlikely that all the players' characters will be hidden, unless they projected all the plots in the external game separately, which was unlikely. If they could interfere, they would have interfered forcibly when she first appeared and affected the plot. Thinking of this, Fong Zhou began to read the posts. There were two posts next to each other, with very eye-catching titles, both about this holographic test. Fong Zhou did not look for the discussion of the released plot for the time being, but clicked into the previous post and looked at the posting time first, which showed 23:05 on June 27, 2062. It was a post posted 40 minutes ago. After confirming the time, she continued to read on. Subject: first-hand experience of the holographic test of Old Wasteland. First time. The company's attempt this time will subvert the entire gaming industry. Main building. There are only two opportunities to enter this test. The first time I entered, I encountered an emergency and died too quickly. Now there is another chance to prepare for a while before entering again. I really can't help but come out and howl. It's awesome. This new equipment is awesome. 1L. Occupy the front row. 2L. Is it really that awesome? Tell me in detail. 3L. I'm so jealous of those of you who have been selected. I don't even have the qualifications to participate. 4L. I'm really curious. When will this thing be officially launched? It doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. I really want to play with my friends. 5L. The good fortune of the OP is certainly enviable, but the money of the above is even more worrying. 6L. This is too fast. Wasn't the list just announced in the afternoon? The holographic equipment has arrived. The OP has also finished testing it. Either way, it's so magical. 7L. So fake. The company has to wait a day to hire a water army. 8L. Plus 1 to the above. 9L. The OP. Let me first tell you how amazing it is. 50L OP. In terms of freedom, realism, and NPC intelligence, I can say that it beats all holographic equipment and games on the market. It's so real. If I hadn't adjusted the pain to 0, I really couldn't tell whether I was playing a game or traveling through time. This technology can be applied to more fields in the future. This small company must have huge resources to support it. 51L original poster reply to 6L. The holographic cabin was delivered not long after the list was announced. I was also surprised by this. It should have been sent out before the list was announced. 52L original poster reply to 7L. I am not a troll. I just came here to share my feelings. 101L. This is too much. How come there was no news about such a powerful technology before? 102L. I was shocked to see it. Is it really that powerful? 103L. Did the OP meet the important supporting characters in the game? Did you see Sister Joe and Joker? 104L. I don't believe it unless I can play it. 105L. The trolls are sure. I will laugh at anyone who believes this post. 205L original poster. Forget it. You can believe it or not. I will continue to enter the game anyway. I will survive this time, and try to get involved in the plot and meet Fong Zhou as soon as possible. This should be the first post related to the holographic test. It was pushed to the top hundreds of floors in just over half an hour. Some of them are not even players of Old Wasteland, but are attracted by this so-called upgraded holographic device. Fong Zhou exited this post and entered the post next to it. The titles of these two posts are particularly funny when put together. Subject: Beware. Holographic test? Is the safety of the new equipment really up to standard? Players who have not entered the game should not enter. Main post: I am a lucky player who participated in the holographic test this time. After the holographic cabin was delivered, I couldn't wait to enter the game, and I didn't consider whether this so-called upgraded version holographic equipment is really safe. Fong Zhou glanced at the time. The post time of this post is 20 minutes later than the previous post. After confirming this, she continued to read. 1L. What happened to the host? Can you finish your words at once? It makes me anxious. 2L. I said that this holographic test is very suspicious. Where did a little-known small company get the resources to get this new equipment that has not yet appeared on the market? 3L. There are only 2 related posts in the forum now. And the comments are so polarized? Who should I believe? 4L. These 2 posts are next to each other on the homepage. Humor level plus 10,086. 5L. The effects are secondary. If there are safety hazards, who would dare to play? 6L. That's right. Life is more important. 7L. New facilities that have not passed safety standards cannot be put on the market. Friends, don't believe everything you see. 8L. Where is the host? Why did you stop talking halfway? 25L. Host. This holographic test cannot choose the plot nodes. And we cannot create our own characters. The identity and landing location are completely random. It is not a standalone game. But all players enter a game. And the NPC is not as likable as the plot shows. For all these, I think the experience is very bad. And compared with what I encountered later, these are minor problems. I am very sure that this holographic cabin has great safety hazards. When I entered the game to set it up, my pain setting was set to 0. And I confirmed this in it. But when I was going through a certain plot, I suddenly felt a strong tingling sensation in my head. Even if I forced myself to quit the game, this feeling still did not dissipate. My head still hurts now. I dare not enter the game again. Fong Zhou raised his eyebrows. This is really a coincidence. Seeing this, the identity of the person who posted this post is already very clear. It is likely that he is the player who occupied the body of the rat. 57L. Aren't these rules officially released? Otherwise, how can it be called a test? The full version must be officially launched before you can experience it. Didn't the OP read it carefully at all? 58L. This is a bit scary. I don't dare to play if there are safety risks. 59L. Are there any other people who participated in the test who would like to speak out? 60L. Did the OP go to the doctor? Do you have a medical record? Maybe you have a physical problem? 61L. Others have not entered yet or are still experiencing the game. Isn't it possible to log in twice in this test? 89L. I am also a test player this time. I didn't encounter the situation of the OP. But I probably won't enter the game again. The sense of reality is too strong. And the feeling of death is too real. Finally, I would like to advise that if anyone else wants to enter the game next, please don't set the pain to more than 30%. 90L. Are you guys traumatized by the realism? 91L. I am even more curious about my friends. 92L. Why do I feel like these 3 players are all rich? Don't you care about the holographic equipment? Can't the top 50 keep them? 93L. I feel like this thread is getting more and more crooked. The most important thing now is to find out if there are any safety hazards. 94L. The authorities will probably take action. The thread starter will receive a lawyer's letter. 95L. Thread starter. I didn't lie. Is there any smear campaign? I still have a headache. My personal doctor is on the way. If there is any problem, I will file a lawsuit against the game company. 96L. Private doctor. Okay. Got it. I'm the only poor guy in the world. 97L. Waiting for a follow-up. 98L. I'm the only one who cares about which NPC you met that you find unpleasant. 99L. +1 to the above. 100L. Please tell me about the NPC you met. I'm really curious. Have you met Sister Zhou? 101L. What about 89L's big brother? Have you met any NPCs that we are all familiar with? How smart are they? On the other side, the outside world. Seeing that the last reply was about the NPC, Wu Ruibing said, and turned off the phone screen in annoyance. What should he say? He encountered Fong Zhou. And finally, he was beaten up, and had to quit the game miserably. Thinking back to the pair of eyes he saw in the game. Even after leaving the game, Wu Ruibing couldn't help but shudder. What a crappy game. It doesn't know the fun of players at all. Wu Ruibing was the player who replaced Shuashu this time. He was a Krypton man who never went through the novice tutorials for any game, didn't read the guide, and liked to use money to solve everything. This also caused him to miss the identity information that was prompted at the beginning. The questions he asked Li Baiji were actually in the identity information. He wanted to continue to read the follow-up of the post, but his head was really aching. Now the nerves in his temples were still throbbing. Even if this feeling would be much less after quitting the game, it still made people feel unbearable. This feeling was a pain he had never felt before, as if it came from deep in his head. The pain made Wu Ruibing more and more irritable, and he kicked the holographic cabin in anger. The doctor who received his message also rushed over quickly arranged for him to undergo a full set of examinations, and took some measures to relieve the pain. But these measures had no effect on him at all. After a long time of tossing, Wu Ruibing's head showed no signs of improvement, and the doctor also thought his situation was incredible. "You are in good health. I didn't find any abnormalities. Do you want to go to the central hospital for a check?" After a long headache, Wu Ruibing's mood was extremely bad. He cursed irritably, "Get out! Trash! I give you such a high salary, but you can't even check such a small thing." He began to think about what the problem was. Is it the holographic cabin? Or something else? For some reason, he couldn't help but think of the arc in the game. It couldn't be that she did something to his head? Thinking of this, Wu Ruibing suddenly shuddered. Chapter 144. These two posts were posted very recently, but they were both highly discussed in a short period of time. Apart from these two, there were no other feedback posts about the holographic test. Fang Zhou left and began to check other posts. Many people have seen the perspective she released. According to the time of these two holographic feedback posts, it can be seen that only about half an hour has passed since she released the perspective. The two perspectives given by Fang Zhou. The first one stopped after her conversation with the doctor, and the second one stopped when they brought Levi back. It takes more than 10 minutes to read the plots of the two perspectives, so the fermentation time is not much at present. There are only a few related discussion posts that were recently released on the homepage. Subject: Good news. Fang Zhou is not dead. She was rescued. Subject: She was tricked right away. The central government must be mad at her. Subject: Yizhi boss is already Fang Zhou? Inventory of Yizhi's core personnel. She clicked on the first post first. Main post. I knew that since the officials spent so much time and effort on her, they would not let her die so easily. Otherwise, I would really send knives to the production team. 1L. I rushed in when I saw this title, and I felt relieved to continue playing after confirming this. 2L. This process was too thrilling. I was nervous and painful watching it. I cursed the Archon 100 times, and suspected that my sister would not survive several times. It was hard not to feel distressed. 3L. Me too. The big rock in my heart finally fell. But what will happen to Zhou Jia's body if this continues? 4L. By the way, Joker finally woke up. Although the scene he saw when he woke up was too shocking and scared the child a lot. Will the Joker line be reopened later? 5L. It's hard to say. There is no movement at present. 6L. How was it solved specifically? What is the alien creature that has been around Fang Zhou doing? The body of the old human is exposed to such a large amount of radiation. Even if the gods come, they can't save it. 7L. I think the new character doctor has been directing the process. Who is she? 8L. Should it be a researcher of Yeji? There are so many new characters that I can hardly remember them all. 9L. Do the new characters have a way to deal with the body of the old humans? There are not many replies to this post so far. Fang Zhou knew that his goal had been achieved when he saw them mention the doctor. Players did not know that the reputation reversed her death, which was a fantasy, and they would automatically attribute the credit to the doctor. After she exited this post, she clicked on the last post related to Yeji. Topic: Is the boss of Yeji already Fang Zhou? Inventory of the core members of Yeji. Topic: Wow! Although I knew Fang Zhou had joined Yeji before, I didn't expect that she was already the boss of Yeji. This three-party perspective finally made this organization appear more complete. I sorted out the characters who have appeared so far and can participate in the core events: Rai Xie, Li Baiji, Shi Xian, Fei Xing, and Number 1. There is also a new character, the Doctor. Except for Fei Xing and Number 1, the others are the original members of Yeji, and the Doctor's position should be higher than them. From the information obtained from the conversation between Fang Zhou and her, she should have been a candidate for the position of the boss of Yeji. I am very curious about the character of the Doctor now. She has her own research team in Yeji. She should not be an unknown character before. I guess it has something to do with the official. 1L. I'm dizzy. What about the original boss of Yeji? Why don't you release such important information? 2L. Same question. I'm curious about how Fang Zhou got to this position in such a short time. The guy who was able to gather this group of people must have some means. 3L. Fang Zhou may not have taken the position of the boss. The conversation between the doctor and her only shows that she is not so interested in this position. Logically speaking, Their real boss has not appeared yet. Right? 4L, even if the sister is not the boss now, her position should be very high, and she can mobilize their actions and issue orders. I think she is more like a candidate. 5L, it should be said. She is worthy of it. 6L, no. What are you doing? Official? What kind of a terrible plot process is this? Hidden information is not hidden like this. 7L, I really can't stand it. We still need to guess such important faction information one by one? What on earth are the producers doing? I'm going to get angry. 8L, I feel like I'm watching a TV show with messed up editing lights a cigarette. 9L, one person wrote in blood to set Fan Zhou as a new perspective. I'm sorry. I really want to know what happened to her. 10L, take me with you. There are not many replies in this post yet. Many of them are denouncing the official plot information for being too confusing. The most taboo thing for this kind of plot-based console game is that the plot rhythm is wrong. Fan Zhou did not consider these things before releasing the plot. This is not within her scope of concern. Her goal is to make Li Baiji, Number 1 and the Doctor have irreplaceable roles. As for the loss of players in Old Wasteland and the deterioration of the game's reputation, it has nothing to do with her. She doesn't have the heart to help them write a reasonable plot. This also made Fan Zhou certain that the game officials could not limit the direction of the plot, and the outside world could not interfere with her world from the root. The interval was too short, and there was no more relevant information. Fan Zhou looked at the game forum, and saw that the viewing time was only halfway through. She did not exit for the time being, but adjusted the forum page forward by many pages, almost jumping to the time period when the game beta was just released, looking for any discussion about the third line left at that time. There were quite a few posts scolding her during the beta period, and some players posted life records that were not related to the game. Not finding any information, Fan Zhou exited the game forum without any nostalgia and returned to reality. Knowing the trends of the game forum in the outside world, Fan Zhou opened the third section of the fourth dimension and opened the post she had left for a while to check the follow-up. Topic: Is Yiji recruiting people outside the park again? Who posted this recruitment post? Such a special title and content. It feels like you will be stuck once you go there. Where did the questioner see it? Is this screenshot the chat section of the fourth dimension? No. How do you know this is a recruitment post posted by Yiji? Look at the icon. The Yiji icon that appeared before. And Raikiri also has this tattoo on his body. It must be Yiji. Friends outside the park are in luck. We finally found a way to get on the main line. Wow. Can't we have sex offline? No. Do we have to go to the park? Won't it attract the attention of NPCs? The intelligent mode of NPCs in this game is quite good. I'm afraid there will be some strange effects. Besides, why did Yeji suddenly start recruiting people? Won't the topic posted in the fourth dimension attract the attention of the central government? They are probably trying to find out the organization behind Fan Zhou now. It doesn't matter whether you join Yeji or not. What matters is whether there are people in the same camp who want to team up to push the plot and rush to the top 50. We can exchange information offline. Good idea. But the forum prohibits exchanging identities. How can we confirm whether we are one of us? When checking the code, should we check the NPC or the player first? After checking, check the camp. Is there anyone in the park who wants to form a team? Raise your hand. Set a code? The situation in the third section is similar to what Fan Zhou guessed. There are many replies questioning why Yiji started recruiting people. Although the questions are questioned, those outside the park will definitely send resumes to the communication number given above, and then observe the specific situation. The subsequent floors gradually turn to the topic of camp team formation. They have started to set codes. Identity information cannot be exchanged in the forum, but offline is not managed by the fourth dimension forum. Fan Zhou also guessed that players may form a team. And now there are signs. After understanding all the situations and planting the bomb outside the park, Fan Zhou looked thoughtfully at the speeches they were still posting to request the camp team formation, and his expression gradually became a little subtle. Chapter 145. The next day, Fan Zhou first got himself a new ID card from Yiji and went to the doctor's experimental floor to check on Fei Xing's condition. When he broadly way back, he overused his ability and had some problems with his eyes. After receiving emergency treatment, he still needed to do follow-up examinations. Fan Zhou looked around and found that the doctor was not there. Fei Xing was testing her ability in the compartment. When he saw her coming, he came to the transparent window and pressed his face against it. He didn't know what he said to her inside. And Fang Zhou couldn't hear it at all. It was Li Wei who helped Fei Xing check. This was her specialty. She was very familiar with Fei Xing's previous information, which was handed to her by the doctor. In addition to them, Number 1 and Xiao were also in the laboratory. Their abilities also needed further testing by Levi. The two of them got along well. They were sitting aside playing Go Bang. When they saw Fang Zhou coming, they both looked up at her. Levi raised her hand and said hello to her. "Hey, you're here. How is Fei Xing?" Fang Zhou asked. "He lost an eye, and his ability has declined. We can no longer estimate it according to the previous upper limit." Levi said, "Break through and take 3 people away by force. It's good that his eyes are not blind." Fang Zhou thought for a while and asked, "Can the eyes installed on Number 1 be transplanted to Fei Xing?" Fei Xing's eyes can't play any role on Number 1. So it's better to return them to their original owner. The eye on Number 1 is no longer usable, and transplanting it back to Fei Xing won't help. Levi replied, and then asked, "You haven't given him a name yet?" Hearing what Levi said, Number 1's eyes, which had originally returned to Gamoku, turned to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment before realizing that she was referring to Number 1's name. She directly refused. "I'm not very good at naming, and I can't come up with any meaningful name. Let him decide the meaning of his own name in the future." Number 1 looked away disappointedly. He was still familiar with some relatively simple common sense. Fortunately, he knew ordinary literacy and didn't need to be taught. But he now understood that Number 1, it can't even be considered a name. Xiao blinked and whispered something in his ear, and his expression suddenly turned from gloomy to bright. Li Wei looked at them and nodded. "That's fine. Let him decide his own meaning." After confirming Fei Xing's status, Fang Zhou pinched a new mimicry and got up to go to the branch in Yinqing. Li Baiji was arranged to leave the paradise with Fang Xiu and Jiang Leiqie yesterday. Now Yinqing is managed by Xixian alone. Her transcendent power is not as useful as Li Baiji's at this time. Fang Zhou needs to go there in person to check the situation and do something by the way. Because of the distance, Xixiang needs to transfer twice to open the passage from Xinjiang City to Yinqing, just to facilitate familiarity with the environment and layout of Yinqing. Fang Zhou did not let Xixiang open the passage for her, but took the tram to Yinqing by himself. Arriving at the border of Yinqing, raindrops from the sky fell to the ground one after another, and the air was filled with a damp smell. The rain on the ground flowed into the sewer pipes and entered the circulation mode. The climate management section in the park implemented a separate rainfall mode for the zoning of Yinqing. The rainfall mode in the Yinqing area has been turned on for at least 2 days. Rainfall is helpful to block the spread of radioactive substances to a certain extent. Dangang is close to Yinqing. This is an auxiliary means for the central government to prevent the radiation from spreading over there. Fang Zhou came out of the station. In the past few days, the central government has been constantly transferring residents of Dangang to Yinqing. Even if it was raining on the street, there were still many pedestrians carrying luggage coming out of the station exit and walking on the street. This was her first time in Yinqing. The overall environment here was slightly better than Dangang, but the continuous rain and the flow of people made some streets that had not been renovated in time look muddy. The Yeji branch was located in the central street of Yinqing. Fang Zhou did not go directly to the branch, but called a car to the vicinity of the Joint Defense Bureau of Yinqing. Fang Zhou learned a lot of things when he was doing the seal water. There was a high-class wall between District 1 and District 2. Even the Joint Defense Bureau of District 2 could not be compared with District 1. The information that its director and the captain of the special detachment could access was completely incomparable to that of other cities in District 1, let alone the Joint Defense Bureau of Dangang City. Even if they are in the same position, there is a world of difference. For example, Wu Yunbo can know the information of the director of Dangang, but the director of Yinqing cannot know the information of the director of Mingang City. To some extent, this place is basically implemented with a laissez-faire system, and the tower will not tell resources to the second district. But this does not mean that the Joint Defense Bureau of Yinqing has no authority, and it still has enough voice in the local area. At present, due to the Dangang incident, Yinqing has a tendency to revive, and even the Joint Defense Bureau here has seen signs of rejuvenation. Since the past 2 days, it has arbitrarily catered to the central government and started to crack down on some small organizations in Yinqing. And the branch has also been affected by some turmoil. Yinqing has a special location, which is also the reason why Yiji set up a branch here. In addition to Xinjiang City, Fang Zhou guessed that many players would land here. If the location of the headquarters is discovered, it will be difficult to escape in Xinjiang City. Fang Zhou needs a completely safe city to isolate the danger. Yinqing is a very good choice for the location of the mobile headquarters. Fang Zhou does not need to be as cautious as in Mingyang City. She has obtained the information of the director and the captain of the special detachment in advance. Unlike in Mingyang City, the police officers here can hardly touch the tower. Even the director and the captain of the special detachment are rarely summoned to the tower. She knows that she can directly take this ready-made Joint Defense Bureau into her pocket through mental control. This is also another purpose of Fang Zhou's trip. There are too many blind spots in the city. Fang Zhou can accurately find the blind spots and move them outside the Joint Defense Bureau. After finding a good position, Fang Zhou's figure instantly blended into the environment. This was the ability of the five-colored lizard, an alien creature she had taken in a Yiji, which could achieve the effect of camouflage and invisibility. Then, Fang Zhou used the ability of the hidden insect to directly pass through the wall and enter the Joint Defense Bureau of Yinqing. This location happened to be the bathroom of the Joint Defense Bureau. There was no surveillance inside. Entering the new environment, Fang Zhou's camouflage was about to fade. She remobilized her strength to cover the new camouflage, then walked out of the cubicle and stopped at the exit, first reading all the outside environment. When she left the bathroom again, the camouflage on her body was not taken off again. The surveillance of the Joint Defense Bureau could not project Fang Zhou's appearance. The police officer in the monitoring room was still dozing off and did not notice anything unusual. Fang Zhou walked past some police officers in the corridor without changing his expression, separated several lion pythons from his body, and made them become the same material as the wall to lurk on it as cameras to report the situation to her. She was familiar with the Joint Defense Bureaus in Mingyang City and Xinjiang City, and had also been to the Joint Defense Bureau in Dangang. The general layout of each Joint Defense Bureau was very similar, with only the facilities and size being greatly different. So she found the target office with ease. She looked up and saw Director's office written on it. The director of Yinqing is named Qiu Shui, and her transcendent power is A-level telepathy, which can read the thoughts of people around her whose transcendent power is lower than hers to a certain extent. Logically speaking, her ability should be valued, and there are more positions that are more suitable for her, rather than wasting her life in a place like Yinqing. But the problem also arises with this ability. Who knows when she will turn off her ability, and when she will turn it on again? No one wants to be seen through the darkness in their hearts. People who know her ability will be afraid of her, even those in power. So Qiu Shui is destined to be unable to enter the core place like the tower. Instead, she was sent to a place like Dangang at the beginning, with almost no possibility of leaving. Recently, something happened in Dangang, and the Joint Defense Bureau in Yinqing has become busy. Many police officers from Dangang have been assigned to Yinqing. Qiu Shui has been overwhelmed by the rearrangement of personnel these 2 days, and has not slept for 2 consecutive days. Lack of sleep gave her a splitting headache. After arranging another group of people, she propped up her head and dozed off briefly. Hello. A female voice scared away all of Qiu Shui's sleepiness. She raised her head suddenly, and found that a strange face had appeared in the office. Qiu Shui immediately activated the transcendent power in her body. The voices of some police officers not far away entered her mind one after another, but none of them were from the woman in front of her. Who are you? How did you get here? Qiu Shui calmed down. Normal people would go over the answers in their heads after being asked questions, but the person in front of her did not. Qiu Shui still heard some useless thoughts from outside, and she felt something was wrong. Either this person's transcendence level is higher than hers, or this person knows her ability and blocks all thoughts in her mind. Either one is terrifying enough. She wanted to press the emergency button on the side, but before she could do it, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Fang Zhou planted a mental mark in Qiu Shui's mind. From today on, any information that needs to be reported in Yinqing must be reported to me first. You must obey all my orders, and don't let others notice that you are wrong. After a few seconds, the vigilance on Qiu Shui's face gradually disappeared, and she replied, I understand. Feeling that the mental mark was successfully planted, Fang Zhou's hand also moved away from the gun on his waist. It is not easy to exercise this kind of mental control on a class at Transcendent. If it was the previous Vine bug, it would be almost impossible to do it. After Fang Zhou's last search in Yeji, her mental control is indeed much higher than before. She had learned about Qiu Shui's information from Wu Yuanbua in advance. Her transcendent power is very dangerous. The situation is chaotic recently. Breaking into Yanqing to recruit her is a must. Copy all the personnel information and recent events here to me. Xiao Shui didn't say much, and quickly backed up everything she wanted and handed it to her. After doing what she wanted to do, and getting what she wanted, Fang Zhou passed through the wall and left the Joint Defense Bureau. According to the address given by Xixiang, he took a taxi to the Yeji branch. Not long after, she arrived at her destination. This street was the entertainment venue of Yanqing. It was dark on rainy days, and the surrounding shops lit up their signs even during the day, making the somewhat dim environment colorful. Unlike the headquarters, which was built in the basement of a shopping mall, the location of the Yanqing branch was in line with Fang Zhou's stereotype of underground organizations. This whole street was built with casinos and bars, and the people coming and going were mixed. As soon as Fang Zhou arrived, he saw a casino in front of him throwing a drunk gambler out of it. He fell heavily to the ground, and the blood on his head merged with the water on the ground. Chapter 146. When the gambler's blood was about to flow to Fang Zhou's feet, he stood up as if nothing had happened, raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face, and didn't even frown. Fang Zhou heard him muttering in a low voice. "It's so unlucky. What can I know if I continue like this?" She paused, and when the man passed by her, she separated a line python and put it on him to monitor him. He didn't seem to come to the casino to gamble, but to get information. Fang Zhou now cares about this kind of guy who can't feel pain and is weird. It's always right to be more careful. After doing all this, Fang Zhou waited at the entrance of the casino for a while, and Xixiang, who received the news in advance, came out from the exit on the side. Fang Zhou made a new disguise. Xixiang could not recognize her, and she took the initiative to walk toward Xixiang. Seeing the unfamiliar face, Xixiang looked alert. Fang Zhou put away the umbrella and handed it to Xixiang. "It's me." In Xixiang's sight, Fang Zhou's wrists showed tentacles made of line pythons to confirm her identity. "You always change," Xixiang muttered. "It's not so easy to transfer trust to a strange face again. This is more convenient." After confirming that it was Fang Zhou, Xixiang took her into the casino called City of God. As soon as she entered, the noise inside suddenly rushed into Fang Zhou's ears, as if she couldn't get out of here without being skinned. This casino has 3 floors in total. The first floor is a hodgepodge of good and bad people, and most of them are gamblers holding chips and trying to turn their fortunes overnight. Fang Zhou looked around and followed Xixiang into the elevator on the side, and went up to the 3rd floor, leaving the first floor without a threshold. The whole space became much quieter. The 3rd floor is divided into many private rooms. There are 2 staff members at the entrance. After seeing Xixiang, they bowed consciously and made way. The branch established here is not named Yeji. There are many small organizations in District 2, which is the gray area of paradise. The underground weapons, equipment, and resources brought by District 1 are mostly circulated in District 2. The Joint Defense Bureaus of Yanqing and Dangang have always turned a blind eye to these small organizations. This casino was a ready-made force that Wang Chao, Xixiang and others seized directly after solving the problem of the leader of Yeji, when Yeji was first established. Later, Wang Chao arranged for some members to come here and become a branch of Yeji. Yeji's weapons and research equipment are regularly purchased from Yanqing branch and then transferred by Xixiang. Fang Zhou followed Xixiang to the room at the end of the corridor to pass the identity verification. After entering the room, Xixiang put Fang Zhou's umbrella aside and asked, "Why did you think of coming here today? Is there something wrong here again?" After getting along for a while, Xixiang also understood that Fang Zhou always did things for a purpose. Fang Zhou did not answer her question for the time being. When she arrived at the new place, she subconsciously released the line python to sweep it all over. The size of the wire python can enter all the gaps, and even without a wall rat, it can check all the instruments meticulously. After collecting and checking the wire python, Fang Zhou walked to the table and mobilized the sound waves to vibrate the gap between the desks. There was a very light crackling sound from inside, which was the sound of electronic equipment being damaged. Fang Zhou then mobilized the wind flow, and a micro/eavesdropping device fell out of the gap. She squatted down to pick it up and held it in her hand to check. This, Xixiang's heart skipped a beat, and he took a breath. When was this installed here? Who has been in and out of here recently? Fang Zhou asked. It stands to reason that the management staff of the headquarters cannot enter alone. Shi Xiang had a headache. I rarely come here except for the regular weapons replenishment time. Dai and Shuishu were here the past 2 days. Who used to maintain order here? Shi Xiang pulled up a document from the electronic screen in front of the table. The woman in the photo smiled harmlessly. Her facial features looked very kind. But there was a bit of fierceness in her curved eyes. Shi Xiang said, the original second in command of this casino. Ji Hyun joined us directly after the boss died. Wang boss thought she was very ruthless and kept her. She is a B-level transcendent with the ability of blood clone. It is possible to use part of the blood in the body to separate an identical self to act. Does she know about the headquarters? I don't know. Most people in the branch don't know the information of the headquarters. But Ji Hyun usually contacts us more often, so she can sense it to some extent. After Shi Xiang finished speaking, he frowned. Could it be her? What is her purpose? Do I need to kill her? Fang Zhou. No need to alert the enemy. I have a way to find out who installed it. This eavesdropping device may not have been installed recently. Later, she only needs to use the wall mouse to track the signal source to know the target. I want to move the headquarters. Fang Zhou returned to the topic. Her words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. Why? The headquarters has been set up in Xinjiang City for 2 years and has never attracted the attention of the central government. It is very safe there. Shi Xiang's eyes widened. This was indeed beyond her guess. Besides, do you know how big a project it is to move the headquarters? It was safe before because Yi Ji had been lurking all the time, which is different from the current situation. Fang Zhou continued to ask back, have you considered what to do if the location of the headquarters is suddenly exposed? I can move the important things immediately. Fang Zhou, once the current location of the headquarters is exposed, given the geographical location of Xinjiang City, it will take no more than 10 minutes for the official to dispatch personnel. The central government can surround us at the first time. The originally safe underground shopping mall is like a closed cage with only a few entrances and exits. Even the feasibility of escaping in all directions is extremely low. Not to mention how to transfer the data and resources of the headquarters. Shi Xiang, can your channel take all these things away in a short time? The answer is of course no. Shi Xiang's channel can only accommodate a small carriage at most. And it may not even be able to accommodate a gathering of people. More importantly, Fang Zhou recalled, they have always had the technology to deal with space transfer capabilities and a special invalidation device. When I was in Dangang, I couldn't use your ring to open the channel. This means that in the face of the raid they prepared, Shi Xiang may not be able to use his ability. Shi Xiang was a little speechless. The current location of the headquarters gives them a zero-tolerance rate. In the case that players from the enemy camp may be lurking around, the headquarters is more likely to be exposed. Fang Zhou does not think that the group of people in the center are all fools. As long as they catch a clue, it is only a matter of time to find their nest. Fang Zhou must find a suitable place to transfer in advance, and find a new place that will give them enough time to act even if the location is leaked. After being pointed out by Fang Zhou, Shi Xiang also reacted to these reasons, and she compromised. I understand. I will assist you. But this matter is too important. Have you discussed it with Boss Wang and the doctor? Fang Zhou, don't worry. I came here to survey the environment first. We have a lot of preparations to do. If we can't find a suitable location, this decision will not even be possible to start. So there is no need to tell others. The good news is that Yanqing seems to be very suitable at present. The Joint Defense Bureau here is very easy for Fang Zhou to control. And there are many black areas. It takes a certain amount of time for a large number of central personnel to be transferred from District 1 to District 2 for roundup. With the assistance of the local Joint Defense Bureau, Fang Zhou will definitely receive the news at the first time. What do I need to do next? I need you to select a safe place for direct transfer based on the distribution of specific forces and buildings in Yanqing and hand it over to me. Fang Zhou warned, don't tell anyone about this. Fang Zhou needs to find a suitable place for transfer in Yanqing first, since weapons have been transferred before. There are 2 safe transfer stations between Xinjiang City and Yanqing for Shi Xiang to transfer. The step of finding a transfer station can be omitted. After finding a safe point, Fang Zhou can notify the most core personnel, discuss the internal transportation process, and start the relocation. Okay. Leave it to me. No one is more familiar with this place than me. Shi Xiang patted her chest. She grew up in Dangang. Yanqing and Dangang are close to each other and have very similar structures. Shi Xiang is naturally at home in such a place. After explaining this to Shi Xiang, Fong Zhou put the focus back on the gambler just now. She said thoughtfully, "Turn up the surveillance video on the first floor just now for me to see." Okay. If it wasn't for such a big thing as moving the headquarters, Shi Xiang wouldn't ask all the questions. Although Wang Chao was not dead, she now regarded Fong Zhou as a superior who could command her. Shi Xiang entered the system through the tablet terminal device on the desk and pulled out the surveillance video just now. Fong Zhou took the device, sat on a chair at the side, and started to check the surveillance video by pulling the progress bar. The gambler was in the City of God half an hour before Fong Zhou came here, and participated in several small-scale gambling games. He quickly lost all the chips he exchanged. After losing all the chips, he did not leave, but looked around inside. Fong Zhou extracted his facial information separately and identified it inside the system, and found that he had been here once a day ago. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Through the visual surveillance outside the door, it can be seen that the person knocking on the door outside is Ji Yun, whom Fong Zhou had just learned about through Shi Xiang. Shi Xiang looked at Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou dragged the progress bar of the surveillance, waved at her, and signaled Shi Xiang to let her in. "Let's see what's going on." The door opened and the woman came in. Fong Zhou could feel Ji Yun's eyes on him, with a hint of inquiry. Fong Zhou raised his head and smiled at her. She had never been to the branch before, and was a stranger. It was normal for her to feel suspicious. Seeing Fong Zhou's smile, Ji Yun subconsciously smiled back at her, and then looked at Shi Xiang, not knowing whether to speak directly, and hesitated. "What is this?" "It's okay. Just ask if you have any questions," Shi Xiang said, indicating that Ji Yun didn't need to care about Fong Zhou, and also indicating that she was an identity that could know anything. Ji Yun came at a very coincidental time. The line python that Fong Zhou had placed on this gambler also sent back a message at this time. He was dead and was killed by someone. And Fong Zhou also confirmed his identity. This person was indeed a player. Chapter 147. 10 minutes ago, the man left the City of God and returned to his residence to simply treat his wounds. He then took a piece of paper and pen and began to record the information he had collected today. He was a player who entered the game 2 days ago. He was unlucky and landed as an ordinary person with no ability. He had no chance to get close to the plot line. He was originally planning to restart the game. But yesterday he accidentally saw the NPC Shi Xiang who had appeared beside Fong Zhou entering and leaving the City of God. So he tried to start from this casino. He didn't get much information in 2 days, but he lost all the points on the bracelet, which were not many to begin with. At this time, he didn't know that there was an alien creature on his body that recorded all his actions. After sorting out his thoughts, he was about to burn the paper, when a figure appeared silently behind him and cut his throat neatly with a knife. Blood splattered. The man had reduced his pain to 0 before entering the game, and he couldn't feel the pain. At this moment, as the blood continued to flow from his neck, he actually felt like he was really dying. He looked back and couldn't figure out who would kill him. He could only see a vague figure. The person who killed him didn't say a word. He wore a mask and a combat suit that was convenient for movement. The man could only tell from the figure of this person that it was a woman. After he fell, the figure picked up his scattered papers, looked at them for a while, lit them with a lighter on the side, helped him to destroy them, and then turned over and left through the window on the side. These are the messages sent back by the line python. The record of the man's thoughts was messy, and the line python only extracted a few keywords from it. Shi Xiang, Yishi God City, Boss Ji. Fong Zhou can see from this that the man is indeed investigating Yishi. The only people who know Shi Xiang's identity and appearance are Yishi's internal staff and players in the outside world. Not to mention such an ordinary-looking Yincheng person, whose identity as a player can be confirmed. The guy who killed the man. His target was very clear. He was targeting the man. What surprised Fong Zhou was that even Line Python didn't see when the killer came in. Was he the original owner's enemy? Or was he simply targeting this player? The killer destroyed the man's messy papers, and it is very likely that he is from the City of God. Fong Zhou can guess that he is a player based on the man's whereabouts. If there are also players landing in the City of God, it is natural to infer the other party's identity based on the other party's actions. If this is the case, it means that there are players hunting players. Fong Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. The official reward conditions may be to encourage players to actively participate in the game and advance the plot. But this also means that there is competition and conflict of interest between players. Each player has such a limited number of times to enter the game. One less item means a lower possibility of participating in the plot. In this case, it is possible that there will be players with clear goals who will kill the same kind when they find them, reducing the possibility of competitors. This person was fully armed when killing this player, and did not let the other party know his identity. The other party would probably think that he was the enemy of the original body. This may be considering that the other party may remind others in the third section when he logs in for the second time. He is a more meticulous guy. There are not many branch members in the City of God who can meet these conditions. Judging from the time when the player died, the murderer is unlikely to be Ji Yun who appeared in front of her now. But Fong Zhou did not forget what Shi Xiang said about her ability blood clone. It is not impossible to separate another self with this ability to commit crimes. And as the main manager of Shi Xiang, she can find out anything unusual in the casino at the first time. Fong Zhou put his eyes back on Ji Yun. Under the sight of the two, Ji Yun told Shi Xiang about the report with a sad face. The trader who provided us with equipment supplies for a long time has cancelled the trading day in 2 days. Shi Xiang asked, "What's the reason?" The other party said that the Joint Defense Bureau has been investigating closely recently, and we will consider it after the storm is over. At this point, considering that Shi Xiang just came yesterday and was not clear about the situation in Yanqing, she added, "It will take some time for the personnel migration and policy benefits in Dangang to come. During this period, the Joint Defense Bureau will be much stricter than before in order to show off to the upper level. It is not only this trader, but also other traders. It will be fine after a while." Shi Xiang did not answer. She subconsciously glanced at Fong Zhou, and then said, "Okay, I got it." Ji Yun noticed this look. Fong Zhou could use mental control to determine whether Ji Yun was a player, but mental control was ineffective on players. If he acted rashly, he would be noticed and log out directly like Shuashu. Compared to the unknown player who suddenly appeared at any time the second time, this kind of player under her nose was more convenient for her to observe and monitor. After reporting the matter, Ji Yun did not leave, but looked at Fong Zhou again. Hesitantly, "Who is this?" Before Shi Xiang answered, Fong Zhou stood up and showed her a harmless and somewhat silly smile. "I am the assistant sent by the higher-ups to assist Shi Xiang. You can call me player." Ji Yun paused slightly when she was about to extend her hand, and Fong Zhou grabbed it carelessly. The nickname she casually gave this time was too shocking, and it was just short of telling those players that they were the same kind. Ji Yun's surprise could not be concealed, and it further confirmed Fong Zhou's guess. Shi Xiang's performance was too obvious. There were not many people above her in Yazili, and Ji Yun could easily guess that she was Fong Zhou based on Shi Xiang's reaction. But if she was a player, Ji Yun would overturn all the former guesses. It was impossible for an NPC to know this, and she could not be sure whether Fong Zhou was the same kind. Although there were many players who treated this world as a game that could be played again and did stupid things, and there were indeed many players in the third section who begged to form a team, it was really suspicious to be so blatant as her. Was it because she came too soon? Or was her original code name really this? Didn't Shi Xiang have any doubts? Whichever it was enough to throw a player into confusion. However, Fong Ark's location was obviously closer to the core. A player who would hunt his own kind just to get the equipment and move forward seriously would definitely come to test her, whether he wanted to form an alliance with her or to kill this more competitive opponent. "Hello. I'm Ji Yun. I take care of everything in the City of God on weekdays. You can ask me anything about this place," Ji Yun said. "Then I'll be polite. I'll bother you with any questions later." This time, Ji Yun did not stay any longer. After knowing Fong Zhou's identity, he left directly. After Ji Yun left, Fong Zhou asked, "Is the equipment supply she just mentioned important? The headquarters is not short of weapons and equipment for the time being. It won't have any impact once or twice. The main thing is that I need to ask her about the supply from the doctor." After that, Shi Xiang looked at Fong Zhou in confusion. "How many days will you stay here? What about the headquarters? Isn't it possible that the situation like Shuashu may happen again?" Fong Zhou sighed. "It would be great if I could also split myself." Shi Xiang, "Be serious. Wait for me to find a safe place to move the headquarters with you here. As soon as possible. The headquarters has a wall mouse to help monitor for the time being, and the most urgent task is to successfully relocate the headquarters. Fong Zhou is somewhat constrained by the current location of the headquarters, and cannot be assured. Raichia will not start screening players outside the paradise until 2 days later. It is best to find a suitable location for relocation before the player screening. After roughly understanding the situation of the branch, Fong Zhou arranged his temporary residence in the member building in the City of God, right next to Jihyun. After returning to the temporary residence, she took a look at the situation in the third section. The upper right corner shows the number of online people who have almost stabilized. Online people, 945 people. On the other side, outside the paradise. According to Fong Zhou's instructions, Lei Chia and his party have returned to Lioli Street in the White Whale district. Lei Chia is responsible for the contact number left by Fong Zhou in the first section. To be honest, even if he obeyed Fong Zhou's instructions this time, he still didn't understand the purpose of this operation. I never thought that anyone would really see Yiji's recruitment information and apply. At the beginning, Yiji's recruitment was not so simple. Setting the target group and prescribing the right medicine were all very tedious processes. Until they determined the location, and after Li Baiji's inquiry, Lei Chia checked the messages received by the communicator. You have 20 unread communications. Chapter 148. Seeing the unread messages above, Lei Chia raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help saying, how come there are so many people sending messages? How did Fong Zhou do it? After hearing this, Li Baiji also leaned over to look and asked the same question as Lei Chia. 20? Are they all people who are interested in joining Yiji? Where did Sister Zhou Zhou do the recruitment promotion for Yiji? She was previously in charge of recruitment outside the park, and she knew that the most difficult step for such an organization was how to promote it in a low-key manner while attracting interested people. The tedious steps of screening were nothing before this step. When Lei Chia clicked on the messages to check the content one by one, another new message came, causing the two to look at each other in surprise. Lei Chia snorted and laughed. Anyway, she always has her way. Just do as she says. Among the three people who were arranged, only Fang Xuanjiang had no interest at all. He checked everywhere and transferred some of the equipment he brought out, and then said to Lei Chia, when can we go back? Lei Chia, the time for personnel screening is set in 2 days. According to Fang Zhou's estimation, it takes a certain amount of time to wait for everyone to see the news and rush over from other places. 2 days is just right. Fang Xuanjiang frowned, obviously thinking that 2 days is too long. Lei Chia immediately spread his hands and said, brother, this is your sister's decision. If you are not satisfied, go find her. Fang Xuanjiang's frown gradually relaxed. I know. I didn't say I was dissatisfied. After a second, Fang Xuanjiang reacted belatedly. His dark eyes looked at Lei Chia, and said in a bad tone, don't call me brother. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was just joking. For Fang Xuanjiang's sister first attitude, Lei Chia curled his lips. Anyway, as long as someone can restrain him, everything is fine. In this way, he doesn't mind having such a powerful companion. Li Baiji looked at Fang Xuanjiang curiously. She had never seen him before, but she had heard that Fang Zhou had a younger brother who was the commander of the 001 shelter. She said, you and Sister Zhou Zhou have a good relationship. Fang Xuanjiang's tone did not change. We are family. This is natural. Li Baiji pursed her lips. Her eyes dimmed. Not all relatives are like you. She did not continue to talk about this topic. Lei Chia looked at her and said to the two, I will go out to ask about the recent situation here. You should be careful, and do not attract the attention of the order. There are many members recruited by Night Ji and Lioli Street. These are Lei Chia's informants outside the paradise. Even if he leaves the White Whale district for a period of time, he can get the first-line information when he returns here. It is a quick thing to find a suitable recruitment position. There are more than 900 people online, and it does not change. This means that the test players are basically in place. Some of them may have restarted for the second time. Fang Zhou checked some posts in the third section. The people who entered were fixed, and there were not many new posts in the third section. She looked at the subsequent new posts and summarized a pattern. Players in the park rarely speak in the third section. They are naturally closer to the top 50 rewards than players outside the park. A lot of information does not need to be exchanged with them. On the contrary, many players outside the park are still speaking, and they have even sorted out some secret codes to communicate and form teams offline before the night recruitment. This shows that the competition between players has begun, and Fang Zhou is happy to see it happen. After reading the third section, Fang Zhou began to check the list of personnel Shi Xiang gave her. The personnel of the branch are mixed, and from time to time some low-level personnel with little effect will leave the City of God. These people don't know any information, and many of them may just think that this is an ordinary small organization. Watch out didn't specifically restrict these people at the bottom of the branch before, but the guys who are slightly higher up and have access to more information must not leave so easily. The day after Shuo Shu was discovered, 2 middle-level managers left the City of God and hid. There were many busy things in the past 2 days, and Shi Xiang has not had time to deal with them yet. Fang Zhou looked at the information of these 2 people. They have been in God City for 2 years. It is impossible for them to leave suddenly for no reason. They are very likely players. They may have had contact with Shuo Shu before. When Shuo Shu was recalled to the headquarters, they sensed the crisis. Perhaps they thought that they would be investigated by Shuo Shu, so they simply left God City. Now they may have left Dangport. Of course, this is just Fang Zhou's guess. After all, for these people, this is a game. Even if they have a goal, their behavior is very unstable. The answer may be very simple. They don't want to play the role of NPC conscientiously. Fang Zhou felt a bit chilly. She didn't know how many players had sneaked into Yiji, how many had descended from the headquarters, whether they had any connection with the central government, and whether the central government had noticed the player invasion. Could she really find all the players who had descended around her and monitor them by herself? Fang Zhou was not sure. She was not a god, and she couldn't predict all actions and thoughts. Even if she was fully prepared, there would be omissions. This reminded her to put the headquarters transfer on the agenda. With this urgent goal in front of her, Fang Zhou had no energy to focus on other things. She left this temporary residence, called Shi Xiang who was about to rest, and returned to the office of the City of God to work harder to check for suitable safe spots in Yanqing. There are a lot of things in the headquarters. The new transfer point Fang Zhou found needs to be wide enough and have enough floors while ensuring concealment. It would be best if it had underground floors like Xinjiang City. But such places need to be built in advance, and they don't have so much time. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say to start tomorrow? Shi Xiang was dragged by her to screen locations all night, and he was so sleepy. The big rat incident is not an accident. Shi Xiang. Fang Zhou flipped through the information without raising his head. When I transfer, I will screen at the headquarters. Not everyone will be brought with me. Some people will be transferred to the branch. Shi Xiang knew what Fang Zhou meant, and her sleepiness disappeared. She became serious and stopped complaining. After a while, she suggested to Fang Zhou, there are several office buildings for rent on 11th Street. We can use a company as a cover. Fang Zhou shook his head. Find a place that has been in use. When they move, the headquarters built under the mall will definitely be exposed. It will be a hidden danger to establish a new company in Yanqing at this time. The best way is to find a ready-made one. Fang Zhou began to look through the power divisions in Yanqing. The situation here is more chaotic than the White Whale district outside the park. Several high-rise buildings in the city center were built by the consortium of District 1. The location of the game city where the City of God is located is a distance away from the Joint Defense Bureau. It is basically located near the suburbs of Yanqing, so this area is also much more chaotic. The area with the best order is the city center, where the Joint Defense Bureau is located. This is natural. No matter how chaotic it is, you have to give the officials some face. Fang Zhou quickly circled the target. She circled 2 locations. Shi Xiang took a look and looked surprised. This is a bit close to the Joint Defense Bureau. Even the current headquarters dare not be established too close to the Xinjiang City Joint Defense Bureau. The director of the Joint Defense Bureau here has been controlled by me, so don't worry about this problem. Fang Zhou said that if there is any discovery, the Joint Defense Bureau will get the first-hand information more quickly if it is close, which means that Fang Zhou will also get the first-hand information, and their tolerance rate will become higher. When? Shi Xiang didn't expect Fang Zhou to have dealt with the Joint Defense Bureau before coming here, and he felt more stable. From the beginning, Fang Zhou had been silently dealing with the enemy. Her action and decisiveness made Shi Xiang have to submit to her. Shi Xiang replied, Okay, I know. She opened the drawer under the table and took out 2 guns from it. One was inserted into her waist, and the other was handed to Fang Zhou, opening a passage for her. Fang Zhou and Shi Xiang stepped into the black passage. After a brief darkness, they appeared in another building. The location Fang Zhou chose was a biotechnology company called Contai in the outer ring of the city center. It was a shell company established by a consortium in District 1 in Yinchuan to launder money. The geographical location was neither good nor bad. And it was built in a residential building. There are 6 floors in total and 3 basements. There is no actual business dealings. In the past, there were few employees here. In addition, there were some illegal transactions that took place on weekdays. There was no surveillance installed in the floor. Only a high degree of prevention measures were set up outside, which was useless for Shi Xiang, who could directly open the space channel. Shi Xiang had done equipment transactions with him before, so he knew some information. It was almost morning now, and the sky outside was gradually getting dark. But it was pitch black inside, and there was no one. Fang Zhou released the line python to scatter and check the situation inside. Among the 6 floors above, only the first and top floors showed signs of human activities, and only one of the 3 underground floors showed signs of activity. The building scale of the first floor is built according to the structure of the laboratory, and there are some newer experimental equipment inside. The next 2 floors are more basic facilities, enough to set up an arsenal and carry out higher standard security renovations. This is it. Fang Zhou directly finalized the location. Come back to the headquarters with me. I need to notify this matter. And come back tomorrow to clean up the follow-up. Shi Xiang opened the passage to the wall on one side without saying a word, and took Fang Zhou to transfer twice back to the headquarters of Yeji. Her passage was directly opened on the meeting floor, and she asked Fang Zhou, "Who do you need me to notify to come to the meeting?" Rachel, Li Baiji and others were outside the paradise. Fang Zhou was going to notify them directly after things stabilized. There were not many people who could be trusted at the headquarters at present. She said, "Call the doctor. Number 1. Xia, Feixing and Li Wei. I will go to see Boss 1 alone now," Fang Zhou ordered. Not long after she finished speaking, the communication device on her body rang. It was a communication message from Wu Yuanbo forwarded by the wall mouse. She clicked it to check. Someone has been summoned to the top floor these 2 days, and the elite troops mission in 2 days has been cancelled. Agatha and more will stay in the paradise. Chapter 149. Someone was summoned to the top floor. The last time Fang Zhou met Wu Yuanbo, he emphasized that she needed to pay more attention to the personnel changes in the tower. If Wu Yuanbo could notify her, it means that the person summoned to the top floor was definitely not someone like Milu who had a reason to go to the top floor. Is it a player who was found to be abnormal? If it is a player, it means that the identity of the governor is problematic. In the eyes of these natives who know nothing, players cannot be invaded by the mind. At least not by the mind below S level. Because of the game restrictions, they cannot tell NPCs any reminders about the game. No matter how they are tortured, the abnormality of the players will at most be regarded as an undercover, and the governor does not need to deal with it personally. Fang Zhou had so many encounters with him after coming to this world, and he knew that he was not a superior who would personally inquire about everything. Not only was she taking action, but the Archon was also pressing in the dark. In the news from Wu Yuanbo, another piece of information further increased the sense of urgency that Fang Zhou vaguely felt. Agatha, who was not supposed to stay in the paradise, stayed at this critical time. Moore and Agatha were colonels on the same floor in the tower, each in charge of half of the elite troops. Agatha was also mainly responsible for the exploration of the outer perimeter of the safe zone. The information provided by Levi before did not have any information about the transcendental power of these 2 people. They joined the tower earlier than Levi, and Levi had never been tested for transcendental power. Those who can manage the central elite troops and return safely from the outer perimeter of the safe zone all year round. Their strength is beyond doubt. Fang Zhou had an incomplete understanding with Agatha during the wall rat operation. She was able to open the firewall to prevent the wall rat from invading the data network of Minggang City. On the surface, it was also an ability related to the data network. But Fang Zhou felt that it must be more than that. This ability was of no help to the exploration of the outer perimeter, and it could not suppress the transcendence of the elite troops. The original firewall was probably just a part of her ability. As for more, Fang Zhou only saw his name in the post about the tower administrator in the game forum, and knew nothing else. In this way, 2 guys who knew how powerful they were without a direct confrontation suddenly became free and were detained by the Archon in the paradise. Who was the enemy the Archon wanted to deal with? It could only be her. Fang Zhou's hair stood up. The message said by Wu Yuanbo made her smell the breath of danger. This feeling was like a dark cloud hanging over her head. She immediately put away the communicator, took the elevator up, and hurried to the room where Wang Chao was. The dim light in the entire corridor made Fang Zhou even more breathless. So she quickened her pace. When she arrived at the door of the room, she passed the identity verification at the outermost, entered the room, and walked to the airtight iron box where Wang Chao usually stayed with ease, and pressed the communication button at the entrance. For a long while, there was no movement from inside. Fang Zhou did not waste time, but used the ability of the hidden insect to directly pass through the metal wall and enter the space inside. As soon as she stepped in, accompanied by the wet rustling sticky sound of objects moving, a strong wind blew in her face. Fang Zhou did not hesitate, and controlled the wind blade to cut off the tentacles that were about to attack her. With a few clicks, the front end of the blue tentacles fell to the ground. The incisions of the tentacles cut by Fang Zhou instantly grew new tentacles. The tentacles that were originally aggressive paused in the air when they saw the intruders, and did not attack further. Fang Zhou looked at the position where Wang Chao was. He was soaking in the pool as usual, with glowing blue lines crawling on the surface of his skin. His originally amber eyes were pitch black, and even the position of the pupils could not be seen. But she knew that it was looking at her. Fang Zhou could see that his fusion degree had reached 99%. It was obvious that it was not him who was occupying his body, but the killing intent of the alien creature in his body. She took 2 steps forward, and the tentacles that had crawled out of the pool and were ready to attack actually moved back. It seemed that they had not reached the point where they could not communicate at all. It was not only the killing intent that occupied his body, but also the alien creature Tucker in his body. Fang Zhou looked at it and said, "Tucker, let Boss One come out. I have something important to discuss with him." After hearing her words, the blue tentacles paused for a while before retracting, reluctantly swaying towards her, and then slowly returned to the pool. If it wasn't Fang Zhou who came in, the opponent's attack would never stop so easily. As the tentacles were retracted, the lines on Wang Chao's body and the black in his eyes slowly faded, and he returned to his usual appearance in a short while. Slowly regaining consciousness, Wang Chao blinked his eyes and saw Fang Zhou, who suddenly appeared in front of him. His pale face was a little surprised, but he quickly suppressed it. He asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen? I want to move the headquarters. I have already found a location in Yanqing. I came here to discuss it with you." Wang Chao laughed a little, and he said, "You are not discussing with me. You are here to inform me. No, if you don't want to move, I won't force you." Fang Zhou looked calm. "It's just that I'm not acting on impulse. There is a high probability that the position here will be exposed. The central government may have already started to act. There will be no way to retreat. That's not what I meant. I was just joking." Wang Chao smiled and said, "You have made all the preparations." "Of course I agree. Didn't you know this before looking for a good position?" Wang Chao's agreement was indeed within Fang Zhou's expectations. She continued, "I will let Xixiang move you there first." "No need." Wang Chao refused. He looked at Fang Zhou with a gentle look in his eyes. "I will cover the rear by then." Fang Zhou looked at him for a few seconds, and did not reject the proposal because of his high degree of integration. "Okay. I will arrange it. I will contact you through the communication equipment when the transfer begins. Are you sure you can stay awake at that time?" Wang Chao smiled and said, "I will discuss it with Tucker." Fang Zhou also smiled. "That's good. Then I'll leave first." After quickly conveying the matter and reaching a consensus with Wang Chao, Fang Zhou went through the wall and took the elevator back to the meeting floor. The doctor and others had already arrived at the meeting floor under Xixiang's notification. Seeing Fang Zhou coming down, the doctor raised his eyes and asked directly, "Is there something important that requires us all to gather together?" The people Fang Zhou notified to gather this time were all people she trusted, and what she wanted to say must be no small matter. The doctor had already guessed it. "We need to move the headquarters." "Doctor, have you told Wang Chao?" Fang Zhou nodded. "I just went to see him, and he agreed." Doctor said, "Since both of you agree, then I naturally have no objection. But the process of moving the headquarters is not that simple. Have you found a suitable location?" "Xixiang and I have checked it tonight, and there is a place that is suitable. I hope we can move as soon as possible. Don't let anyone know about this before confirming the mobile members." After Fang Zhou finished speaking, he looked at Xia, who was sitting upright, and said, "Xia, can you help me predict Agatha's next move?" Fang Zhou did not ask her to predict the central movement, nor did he ask her to predict whether Yi Ji would be exposed. Her ability would be clearer with the help of Levi. The bigger the future involved in the prediction, the more her ability would be consumed, and the more vague the answer would be. On the contrary, this kind of prediction about people would be clearer. Xia nodded obediently. She made a prayer gesture, and her small eyebrows slightly wrinkled. After a long silence, Xia opened her green eyes with sweat on her forehead. She panted and raised her hand to point upwards in the eyes of several people. Shi Xiang showed doubts and leaned forward. What does this mean? Fang Zhou's face changed slightly. Did you see them all? Xia nodded. Now the faces of everyone present changed. This means that Agatha will come here. As for when she will come, whether they will leave at that time is unknown. Chapter 150. After making a prophecy, Xia's body began to sway from side to side. Fang Zhou quickly supported her and used the string python to support the weight of the little girl, so that she would not fall to the ground because of the uncontrollable sleepiness. He carried her to the sofa on the side. Agatha. How could it be Agatha? Levi couldn't help but say. As the leader of the elite troops, some things that happened in the park did not require her to appear at all. Now they would send Agatha out to deal with this organization? No. No. Li Wei reacted, and her eyes looked at Fang Zhou, who was placing Xia on the side. With her, the central target was not only this organization. The previous encirclement and suppression by the Joint Defense Bureau was far from enough. Only the tower could be dispatched. The power within can do it. Fang Zhou's interpretation of the location pointed out by Xia has already explained one thing. Will the location of the headquarters be exposed? Even though she has encountered many emergencies, the doctor still felt a little panic at this time. She had a headache and said, "What is the reason? Will something like the rat happen again? When will it be exposed?" The doctor stopped. She realized that the timing predicted by Xia was still unknown. Now they can only pray that Agatha will find this empty body after they have moved. Maybe. Or maybe not. Fang Zhou answered her. The most urgent task now is not to find these people, but to move the location of the headquarters as soon as possible. When the answer was in front of her, Fang Zhou became extremely calm. The danger that made her feel cold due to uncertainty also dissipated at this time. With the answer, what she needed to do became clearer. The few people who were not so aware of the danger of the headquarters being exposed felt urgent at this time. Xia's prophecy accelerated the transfer operation. Several people began to act. The doctor selected the personnel she was more familiar with, and trusted according to Fang Zhou's intention. Shi Xiang and Li Wei helped to count and transport experimental equipment and weapons and equipment. Some equipment that could not be taken away and carry the main system data had to be destroyed in advance. Fang Zhou first notified the news to Rachel outside the park. She did not specifically call them back. It took them half a day to rush from the White Whale area to the periphery of the park, and this transfer operation would last at least 1 to 2 days. The player recruitment operation would be tomorrow. After receiving her message, Lei did not reply to her. After a while, he directly requested a video call with her. As soon as the call was connected, Lei asked, "What happened? Why did you decide to move the headquarters?" Lei, who was usually careless, became serious in front of such an important matter. He frowned slightly and got straight to the point. Fang Zhou raised his eyes, told Shi Xiang and others the pros and cons he had talked about before, and then told Xiaoya's prophecy. Finally, he said, "It is certain that they have found it over there. Now we can only speed up the pace of transfer to have a chance to escape this disaster." Lei took a breath, sorted out the information, and realized that he could not make it back this time. After a while, he said, "Okay, I know. You guys should be careful." After cutting off the communication with Reiki, Fang Zhou had to go back to Yanqing before the official start. She needed to deal with all the managers of Contai Biotechnology. This was not a difficult task for Fang Zhou. The existence of such shell companies violated the rules of the park. The weapons and equipment that flowed into the market were not put on the table. Generally, they were handed over by individual responsible personnel, and would not involve the consortium behind them. She only needed to control those responsible personnel, and the operation here would be completely stable. Fang Zhou quickly solved the follow-up matters of the new site. While she was taking action, the headquarters also completed the most basic preparations under the command of the doctor and others. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Fang Zhou returned from Yanqing. The doctor had gathered some of the members she trusted on the meeting floor, waiting for Fang Zhou's final mental scan to confirm whether their identities were correct, so that they could participate in the transfer operation of the headquarters. Is it them? Fang Zhou said. The doctor nodded casually. If there is no problem, I will inform them of the matter and carry out the cleanup operation. This process is more cumbersome and requires more manpower. The doctor brought more than 20 people, some of whom were experimental staff, and some were logistics staff. Fang Zhou had more or less impressions of them. They were suddenly summoned and now looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Fang Zhou didn't waste any words and used her mind control ability to release her power to conduct mind exploration on these 20 people one by one. Among the mental creatures of the opposite sex that she has subdued, the most powerful one is Mo Lin, who can control 20 people synchronously at a time. Fang Zhou needs to screen this group of people twice. Using it on multiple people at a time requires a lot of energy. Fang Zhou felt a dull headache after only screening once. Not to mention that she had used mind control several times just now. She forced herself to continue using it on the remaining people. These people only felt that there seemed to be a sense of invasion in their brains, and they returned to normal before they had time to think about what was going on. Fang Zhou retracted her ability and sat aside to support her head for a while. She had not slept all night. If she used too much mental power in a short period of time, there would also be the danger of backlash. She could integrate the power of all mental alien creatures in her body to achieve the effect of leaving no trace after mental scanning. Those mental alien creatures in her body were separated and could not be used like her. Otherwise, she could completely extract them and then check all the people in the headquarters. She rubbed her eyebrows. These people did not have the brains of the big rat at that time. The barrier she felt in her head at least confirmed that their identities were not a problem. And she nodded to the doctor. No problem. After receiving her affirmative reply, the doctor began to make arrangements in a hurry. The remaining members were gathered by Fang Zhou, and Number 1 and Fei Xing were temporarily in charge, waiting for everything to be ready. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shi Xiang and others had counted the things that needed to be transferred. Some logistics personnel began to integrate weapons and equipment, and the researchers under the doctor were responsible for their experimental equipment. When these were half completed, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and one by one, the boxes loaded with Yi Ji's 2 years of hard work were concentrated in the warehouse on the second floor of the basement. Near the dawn, most of the core equipment was packed and waiting to be transferred. Let's get started. Fang Zhou checked and gave the order. Where is Boss Wang? Shi Xiang opened the passage from the second floor warehouse to the transfer station and asked Fang Zhou, transfer Boss Wang first. Let him be the rear guard, and transfer him when everything is almost done. Shi Xiang didn't think about it, and said solemnly, no, transfer Boss Wang first. Fang Zhou looked at her. Shi Xiang would become nervous when encountering things about Wang Chao. She joined the organization earlier than the doctor, and was also the most loyal member to Wang Chao. Fang Zhou sighed, Shi Xiang, this is not a decision made by me. It is Wang Chao's wish. You can go and debate with him directly. Shi Xiang opened her mouth, but after knowing that this was Wang Chao's wish, she did not ask again. Fang Zhou did not take this lightly, and looked at her eyes with a smile. If I asked him to cover the rear, would you forcefully transfer Wang Chao? Wang Chao is now in a state where she can no longer manage Yeji. All arrangements within the organization are managed by Fang Zhou. The Central Committee's several setbacks were calculated by her step by step. Her position has long been synchronized with Wang Chao. Shi Xiang's overly tough rejection of her orders is not a good sign. Her eyes were clearly smiling, and Shi Xiang could not help but look away when she looked at her. She lowered her head slightly, and realized her problem, and said in annoyance, sorry, I was too anxious. This situation will not happen again in the future. It doesn't matter. After all, I haven't known you as long as Wang Chao. I'm too concerned. Fang Zhou stopped at that point, and found a way out for her. He joked, next time when you reject it, I hope you won't be so tough. You can ask me the reason first. Shi Xiang took a breath and nodded. The logistics staff cooperated with the machinery to move the sorted equipment to the transfer station through the channel opened by Shi Xiang. This process was boring and long. They were like worker ants transporting food. After carrying it once, they returned to make the next trip. When the sky was bright, they worked overtime, and the most core things were almost moved. Fang Zhou kept an eye on the situation on the ground, and used the ability of the wall mouse to invade the surveillance near the mall. What about those alien creatures? After counting the remaining items, Shi Xiang asked, those things are not easy to move. They are currently moving research equipment and weapons. But the alien creatures on that floor did not respond. Shi Xiang has already made some guesses in his mind. As she said, the time and energy spent on moving these things should not be underestimated. Fang Zhou said, I have discussed with the doctor. I will recycle these things. These things were originally used by Fang Zhou as backup forces. And now there is a reasonable reason to take them all in. Shi Xiang, there are a lot of things. Are you sure you can take them all away? There were all the alien creatures that Yi Ji had collected in the past few years. There were indeed quite a few of them. Fang Zhou had counted them before. There were dozens of them in total. But not many of them were of high level. There were only 5 A-level creatures. And the rest were B-level alien creatures. It will definitely be faster than transporting them one by one. Okay. I understand. Shi Xiang had no objection to this. The more powerful Fang Zhou was, the more he could protect them. It would be better for those things to become her strength instead of being left there. Shi Xiang opened the passage from the transfer station to Yanqing again, and started a new round of transportation. As for Levi, the doctor and Xia, who had no combat ability, they naturally carried out the first wave of transfers, and went to the new base in Yanqing first to arrange the transportation of resources. Fei Xing and Number 1 were responsible for guarding the entrance to the headquarters, and dealing with some emergencies. This process lasted for a day and a night. Time passed by minute by minute. The things in the transfer station were finally cleaned up. Shi Xiang returned to the headquarters, and started the finishing operation with the remaining people, transferring the remaining things to the transfer station. Fang Zhou came to the location where the alien creatures were imprisoned and began to contain them one by one. During this process, Fang Zhou did it in a hurry, and had no time to count the abilities of these alien creatures. She had not rested for a long time, and her attention was a little distracted. The prompt messages passed by her one by one. Before she finished containing all these things, Fang Zhou noticed something was wrong. A helicopter landed above the mall. Her forehead jumped. The ground surveillance could not monitor the situation in the air. It was parked at a high position. Fang Zhou connected to the equipment on the helicopter through an unfamiliar signal source before he noticed it. When was it? Fang Zhou immediately checked the model source connected. Through the surveillance inside the helicopter, she saw a man and a woman in military uniforms. Both of them had very typical white faces. The man had a tough face and a crew cut. The woman had blonde hair and brown eyes and short, neat hair. At this time, she stood at the open door of the helicopter and looked down. The target location has been confirmed. You can notify the action. They have nowhere to escape. Chapter 151. Now the sky is getting brighter. The mall is closed. The city is still asleep. And the helicopter's searchlight shines down from above. The identities of the two people are obvious. They are Agatha and Moore. Fang Zhou immediately checked the surrounding surveillance. At present, there are no other enemies except them. Just as Agatha's voice fell, she seemed to notice something, and her brown eyes looked at the internal surveillance thoughtfully, as if she met Fang Zhou's eyes on the other end. The next second, Fang Zhou's data source connected to the helicopter was immediately cut off. This is Agatha's ability. Fang Zhou could feel that the data network was covered with a layer of defense, blocking the invasion of unknown forces. The opponent's level is higher than the ability level of the wall rat, and she can't break this layer of defense. In addition to the helicopter, the surrounding surveillance that Fang Zhou had successfully invaded was also squeezed out, and she could no longer observe the situation on the ground. Through Agatha's words, Fang Zhou quickly understood what was going on. The central government learned from the previous lesson. After obtaining the information from the headquarters, it did not surround them in a big way, but sent Agatha and Moore first to make sure they were trapped. Fang Zhou did not receive the reminder from Wu Yuanbua, which means that even the director of the Mingang City Joint Defense Bureau did not receive the signal of their action. The central government has always known that there is a Shi Xiang on their side. They concealed the action to this point. It is very likely that they have installed a shielding device for space transmission in this building. After making these preliminary preparations, we can start to arrange the operation. If nothing unexpected happens, the police officers from the Joint Defense Bureau and the tower will arrive within 10 minutes. Fang Zhou looked solemn and pressed the communication device. Before she could speak, Shi Xiang's voice came through the communication device first. What happened? My channel is closing. I can't control it. World, where are you? Fei Xing's anxious voice could be heard faintly over there. The worst situation still happened. Calm down. Shi Xiang, is the channel completely closed? How many things have not been transferred? Shi Xiang's voice was a little difficult. And Fang Zhou could feel that she was trying her best to control her power. My ability is out of control. And the channel is gradually shrinking. Go back to the second floor. Shi Xiang also knew that the central government's main target was Fang Zhou. Yi Ji couldn't live without her now. So she wanted Fang Zhou to leave here first. Fang Zhou released all the remaining alien creatures that had not been contained in an instant. More than a dozen strange-looking alien creatures rushed out of the cage and rushed towards her. Before they could touch her, another wave of alien creatures separated from Fang Zhou's body and collided with this wave of malicious monsters. Fang Zhou let the two groups of alien creatures fight. The alien creatures she released also included S-level mother demons. She simply gave them to these things so that she didn't have to contain them one by one. She used the power of the hidden insect to penetrate the connected ground and ceiling, and quickly rushed to the second underground floor to check what was going on there. At the same time, she also instructed Shi Xiang on the other side. I still have a lot of things to do. And the remaining equipment has not been destroyed. These will expose our information. Shi Xiang, you leave here first. I can't leave. If I leave, who will take you and Boss Wang away? Although Fang Zhou had warned her not long ago to obey her orders, Shi Xiang still forgot about it at this time. Fang Zhou was speechless. The ability of the hidden insect was only to pass through the wall, and it had not yet reached the effect of burrowing underground. Even if number one was there, if she wanted to leave, she had to go to the ground. She wanted to cleanly deal with the finishing work of Yi Ji here, and it was a fait accompli to welcome the personnel sent by the central government. While the two were talking, Fang Zhou opened a prison for the entire mall, temporarily blocking outsiders from entering this area, and quickly reached the second floor. Shi Xiang was reluctant to leave, and Fei Xing and number one would not abandon Fang Zhou to transfer. Seeing her return, several people looked at her. Fang Zhou's sight stopped on the wall. In order to facilitate the transfer, Shi Xiang's passage was opened very large, almost occupying a wall. Now it has shrunk to the size of a head. The next second after she came back, the dark passage disappeared completely. Although Shi Xiang and his team did not leave, they stuffed many members who helped with the transfer in the second floor warehouse into the passage at this critical moment. Although not all of them were transferred successfully, there were not many people left. What's going on? Shi Xiang put one hand on the wall and watched the passage disappear unwillingly. Her ability was blocked. She guessed that the enemy had begun to act, but she didn't know the specific situation as well as Fang Zhou. The transfer work was 80% completed and was about to succeed, but an accident happened at this time. The blood on Fei Xing's face faded. He was very clear about this method of blocking space transmission. World, we need to find a blocking device to destroy it. Number one looked very sluggish. He had not yet felt the strong crisis. He just looked at Fang Zhou and waited for her order. That thing could not be installed underground. Yi Ji's headquarters was completely separated from the upper level. Ordinary members needed to scan the equipment to enter, and could not bring it in at all. It is likely to be inside or outside the mall. Fang Zhou prefers the outside location, such as on the helicopter where Agatha is. Fei Xing, number one, go inside the mall to find the barrier equipment, Fang Zhou said. Fang Zhou knew that the prison could not trap them for long. They must have a way to deal with her prison this time, but they should be able to prevent them from breaking in for a short time. After receiving her order, the two did not hesitate, put on their auxiliary equipment, took up their weapons, and went to the upper level. Without the view from the ground, Fang Zhou was not sure about the movement above, and could only rely on the prison to count the number of people outside. At present, there are no other people in the mall except Fei Xing and number one who went up. However, more and more people are gathering outside. They still step into this space even though they know that she is the prisoner inside. This makes Fang Zhou more certain that they have found a way to deal with it. You stay here. Sound the internal alarm. Let everyone gather on this floor, and be ready to open the transfer channel at any time after the ability is restored, Fang Zhou said to Shi Xiang. Okay. You pay attention to safety, Shi Xiang replied. Fang Zhou let the line python roll up the time bomb that had been prepared long ago, and came to the meeting room on the bottom floor. After installing it, he carried the remote control that could be turned on and off at any time with him. More and more people gathered above, and the mall was surrounded. Fang Zhou's heart was getting heavier. She returned to the floor where the alien creatures were. The message prompt in front of her had been paused. These guys had all been contained, and they rushed to get close to her and enter her body. The illustration number also increased to 79 in this short period of time. Fang Zhou quickly went through the abilities of these alien creatures. Among the abilities of the contained A-level aliens, some were more practical, and one of them had the ability of structural perspective. Fang Zhou was thoughtful. She tried to mobilize some of the structural perspective ability. The next moment, the equipment structure in the room was clearly reflected in her eyes. She looked up and increased the ability to operate. Her vision penetrated several floors. Just like a 2D auxiliary view, the situation of the people above appeared clearly in front of Fang Zhou. She could see the movement of people within her sight. Fang Zhou was slightly surprised. This was a timely ability, much more useful than she had imagined. Within a few minutes, the situation outside the mall was almost the same as Fang Zhou had guessed. The vehicles of the Joint Defense Bureau were parked outside, and Fang Zhou could see the weapons in the hands of those people and the auxiliary equipment on their bodies. After discovering that she had activated the sitting on the ground as a prison, they still began to direct the police officers to enter the mall where they would get lost. Fang Zhou began to move upwards. She had done everything she could do underground. Now her goal was to destroy the blocking equipment they carried, release Shixiang's ability, and let all the members inside evacuate. The bombs she installed on the bottom floor were enough to blow up all the underground floors. Feishing, what's the situation up there? She asked the communication device. Sorry, world. I haven't found it yet. It only took a few minutes. The mall was quite large, and it was difficult for the two to conduct a complete investigation. Fang Zhou knew this, so she comforted him. It's okay. Just do your best. After that, she quickly moved to the first floor of the mall, released the line python in her body and other highly intelligent aliens that could move, and cooperated with Feishing and Number 1 to quickly investigate inside. She looked up at the sky. Her sight penetrated the eaves and the external structure of the helicopter, and saw the situation inside the helicopter where Agatha and more were above. The helicopter was a transport helicopter, huge in size. Fang Ark could see that it was loaded with countless weapons and equipment, including guns, shells, and auxiliary equipment for attack. Why did they bring so many hot weapons? Before Fang Ark could figure out why they were carrying these cumbersome things since they were not bombarding this place directly, she found that these things were disappearing at an alarming speed. Someone was eating them frantically. There were only 4 people in the entire helicopter, except for the 2 pilots in the cockpit, and only Agatha and more were left. After elimination, Fang Ark realized that the person who was eating these hot weapons, the person was Colonel Moore of another elite unit. Is this his transcendent ability? Fang Zhou couldn't guess his power type from such an action. Now because of her imprisonment, the two were still in a stalemate, and no one could bump into each other. They were intertwined and wandering in this space maze, as if they were in a state of preparation. And they didn't really start a war. But this state didn't last long. The alien creatures over there were reporting the search locations to Fang Zhou one by one. The entire mall was checked, and there was a 90% probability that the barrier equipment was not set in the internal position. At this time, a new guy stepped into the space. Fang Zhou felt that a corner of his space seemed to have a hole, and the hole was getting bigger and bigger. It was being torn open by a force. Chapter 152. Agatha was constantly observing the situation below. In 10 minutes, the perimeter of the mall was basically surrounded. The Joint Defense Bureau of Xinjiang City immediately began to move out after receiving the news. Moore, who was beside her, was placing one hand on a 1-meter-long bomb, and it was sucked into his hands like gas. After absorbing the missile, he looked at the remaining half of the weapon, stretched his arms, and said casually, "Is it necessary to make such a big scene? It's just a small organization, and the target person is a little difficult to deal with. Why do so many people come together? The small organization you mentioned took Li Wei away from the tower unscathed, and a member of the small organization you mentioned killed Meng Xian and Wei Siyuan of the 004 shelter, escaped from the siege of the Joint Defense Bureau 3 times, participated in the task of catching himself in the Joint Defense Bureau as an undercover, entered the tower twice and escaped unscathed, took away the criminal detained by the tower, instigated Feishing of the direct unit to rebel, and broke into the Joint Defense Bureau of Mingang City to kill Jiangho, and survived the explosion of Dangang that was aimed at her," Agatha said expressionlessly. "These are just things that happened in the past half-month. Do you still think this is just a small organization? This small organization has almost figured out all the information about the people in the tower, and they have also visited all the top leaders. Moore paused. Because the safe zone has shrunk recently. He and Agatha have been busy with matters outside the safe zone. They haven't returned to the paradise for a while, and have not paid attention to what happened inside. They just vaguely heard that a difficult person appeared. Agatha came back not long ago. That is, the last time she helped to round up the wall rats. She knew much more about what the Ark had done during this period. Unlike Agatha, Moore was completely confused by the sudden order from above. He was too lazy to look at what Feng Zhou had done during this period. He just learned about Feng Zhou's identity and the power she possessed so that he could respond in the battle. So when he heard such a detailed summary, he officially realized why so many people were sent to encircle and suppress. You should change this bad habit of not reading the information. Agatha gave him a cold look. Moore scratched his face and made an excuse for himself. Do I need to know these for the official battle? Isn't it enough to know the enemy's strength? There is not so much information to understand when encountering those monsters outside the safe zone. It's up to you. Don't look back and die without knowing how. Moore knew he was in the wrong. So he changed the subject and said, so which one should be given priority this time? This small organization or the target person who turned the tower upside down? Agatha glanced at him, as if she was looking at a fool who was asking questions knowing the answer, which made Moore a little annoyed. She said, of course. We should solve all of them. No matter which one is missed. Our mission will be considered a failure. Moore. After that, Agatha stopped talking. A voice came from the communication device on the other end. Colonel Agatha. The personnel have been arranged. Should we arrange some personnel to enter the space maze? Agatha, you can start now. Got it. The person on the other end was Rui Pan, the captain of the Special Detachment of the Joint Defense Bureau. This operation was very sudden, and no instructions were given in advance until a few minutes ago, when the tower directly transferred the information to issue the encirclement and suppression mission. Rui Pan, who was on duty, received the news and jumped up immediately. Even 2 colonels of the elite troops in the tower were dispatched. The seriousness of this was self-evident. This was the highest level of operation. Under this priority, the Joint Defense Bureau acted very quickly. Rui Pan only learned who the target was when he rushed to the scene. Eris. It was her again. This time, it was not just about encircling her, but also the organization behind her. Rui Pan had 4 one-sided battles with her. The first time, she snatched an alien creature from her hand. The second time, she was trapped in a space maze on the way to investigate. The third time was a siege mission against her. The fourth time was to arrest the Golden Scorpion. I didn't see her every time, and I was fooled every time. Rui Pan knew how powerful this person was. This space maze alone could fool them, even if she had some emotions at first. After realizing this gap, she didn't have any emotions at all. She just hoped to participate less in her related tasks in the future. Rui Pan didn't have any big ambitions or aspirations. She knew that there were people who were better than her. With her ability, reaching this position was almost the upper limit. She just hoped to live a few more years in this position. Unexpectedly, a new mission came not long after this. This time, the battle was many times bigger than before. Both colonels in the tower were arranged to come. If the venue was not free enough, it would be possible to arrange the entire elite force. Why are the top leaders so afraid of Eris, and so eager to get rid of her and the organization behind her? As things have developed to this point, Rui Pan, who has not had enough access to information, can no longer figure out this problem, and can only bite the bullet and act according to the orders from above. According to Agatha's instructions, she arranged some people to enter the mall. After those people entered the space maze, Rui Pan's communication equipment connected to them was instantly disconnected and could not be connected. This trip was a journey to a place where there were tigers, knowing that there were tigers in the mountains, and whether she would live or die after entering was unknown. Rui Pan had no idea what method could be used to crack this space maze. But her doubts did not last long before she got enough answers. The tear in the space became bigger and bigger, under the leadership of the owner of this power. The people following him also found the original right path. Feng Zhou immediately recognized the owner of this power. It was Milu. Her hands could tear apart everything, including the transcendent power that Feng Zhou had used on her. He knew this when he fought with her in the tower before. But Feng Zhou had never thought that she could actually tear apart the space. This was indeed in Feng Zhou's blind spot. Thinking back carefully, she could even tear apart black holes. She suddenly felt amused. In order to deal with her and Yiji, The central government had indeed arranged all the powerful characters that could be arranged this time. They were so hardworking that they wanted to kill her. It was clear who was in charge of this operation. Fang Zhou's expression became colder and colder, and his killing intention towards the Archon became stronger. The most urgent task was to solve the current dilemma and successfully transfer the members of Yi Ji who had not yet left. The internal space inspection was completed, and no possible equipment settings were found. The next step was to check the outside. Fang Zhou transferred the alien creatures that were originally checking the external situation to the outside of the mall, and called number 1 and Feishing back again. Feishing. Number 1. You go back to the second floor to guard and respond to the enemies coming in at any time. And then let Shixiang transfer all the personnel to the 9th floor. Okay. We understand. Mila was moving very fast, and Fang Zhou could feel that she was approaching the center quickly. Under this stalemate of power, Fang Zhou realized that the range she could tear open was limited. If she left her original position for a certain range, she would need to use her ability again, and she could not completely break her space. This was a good sign. Mili's output of power would definitely be much greater than her output. Fang Zhou could not stop Mila and her subordinates from approaching, but those outside who wanted to come in needed to find the right path in one blow. Otherwise they would still be trapped in it. Fang Zhou also approached Mili's position. She had to stop her from approaching Shixiang's position, and wait for the alien creatures outside to complete the inspection. After moving to the center of the mall, Fang Zhou saw a crack on the ground connecting the mall and the underground, which was like an earthquake. Mila placed her hands on it, and was about to jump out of it. She was accompanied by many people, some of whom were from the Joint Defense Bureau. 2 of them were familiar faces, Xiang Meng and Fu Ninggle from the Special Detachment. In addition to these 3 people, there were 2 people wearing the same military uniforms as her behind Mila. They should be her subordinates in the direct unit. Seeing Fang Zhou, several people tensed up, and bullets crackled, which were dodged by Fang Zhou one by one. Fu Ninggle, who had a strengthened body, been up at the first time. Mila raised his head and looked at her, and jumped into the basement from the gap. Fang Zhou didn't care about the people she brought with her. She dodged Fu Ningle's attack, and used the wall-penetrating ability of the hidden insect to fall to the ground with her. And the people above were empty. The first floor of the mall is an underground mall, and the next floor is an underground garage, which is not directly connected to Yeji. Long time no see. Mila greeted her, and she seemed to be in a good mood to fight Fang Zhou again. We have seen each other a little more frequently, Fang Zhou said. I am afraid we will not see each other in the future. Mila continued to tear a new hole in the ground and fell down while speaking. She seemed to be confident about this action. It was obvious that she wanted to use this method to reach Yeji all the way. Fu Ninggle and others above also followed the crack where Mila fell. Fang Zhou would certainly not allow her to continue like this. She quickly followed and landed in the garage on the second floor of the underground. She stepped on the parked vehicles and quickly approached Mila. Xiang Meng and Fu Ninggle who followed rushed towards Fang Zhou, trying to make time and space for Mila to avoid Fang Zhou's obstruction. Just as Xiang Meng was about to approach Fang Zhou, she slightly turned sideways, trying to touch the shadow under her. Xiang Meng's ability is to achieve the effect of immobilization by touching the shadow, which Fang Zhou had already known when he contained the black ball. Before Xiang Meng could use her ability, she felt the ground was empty, and the lion python wrapped around one of her feet and threw her to the side. With a bang, her body hit the vehicle next to her heavily. The severe pain came, and she felt that her whole body was about to fall apart. She lay on the ground and coughed a few times, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fu Ningle's B-level body enhancement was not worth mentioning in front of the A-level speed enhancement of the Zimian demon. His speed could not catch up with Fang Zhou at all. He watched with his own eyes as the white tentacles that had thrown Xiang Meng aside retracted, hooked the dagger on Fang Zhou's waist, turned into the shape of a hand, estimated his trajectory, and shot at him twice. One bullet hit his chest, and one bullet hit his thigh. Fu Ninggle fell directly to the ground. The bulletproof vest blocked the bullet in his chest, saving his life. And Fang Zhou didn't even turn his head. Fu Ningle's mouth was bitter. He knew clearly that they could not help at all in this level of battle. They were arranged to follow Mila to deal with other people in the organization. Who would have thought that they would run into the big boss as soon as they arrived? The 2 of them temporarily lost their ability to move, and the subordinates in the tower that Mila brought with him also followed. Fang Zhou separated 5 alien creatures from his body and let them deal with these people. staring at the crack opened by Mila. Mila also didn't care about the battle in front of her. Through the crack, she could see the scene below. The light below shone through the crack. The white corridor and the double road rooms. After entering 2 underground spaces in succession, she was finally about to reach the headquarters of Yeji this time. Mila supported the crack and prepared to jump down. Before she fell, a strong suction came from under her. The arc opened the black hole and advanced under her torn hole. Although Mili's tearing ability is domineering and powerful, it requires both hands to touch it. There was no place to hide. Mila could only return to the top. But the wind was surging above, and the sharp blade was ready to stare at her head. Her face sank, and she followed the suction of the black hole. When half of her leg was sucked in, she twisted her waist and tore the black hole open. The legs that were sucked into the black hole were bloody. But even so, this degree of injury was restored to its original state in an instant. The other people who followed Mila were trapped in the underground garage by the alien creatures released by Fangzhou, and could not follow Mila into the lower level. Now only Fangzhou and Mila were left. There was no one in this level, and some facilities inside were empty, which was beyond her expectations. With this, Mila did not dare to go down any further. There was a sound of fighting from the upper level, and the people she brought were also trapped by Fangzhou. Mila could not help but look at Fangzhou not far away. Her presence was too strong. No matter what level, Mila could not ignore her. What are you struggling for? Mila chose to face Fangzhou head-on. She approached Fangzhou and said, "If you escape alone now, you may still have a chance of survival." Fangzhou said, "You don't seem to have considered the possibility of your failure." "Huh?" Mila laughed and said in an ambiguous way, "When you start to have burdens, you can't escape failure." As Mila said, if Fangzhou ignored Xixiang and the others and left by himself, there would be a high probability of escape. But Fangzhou couldn't do that. Leaving Xixiang, Fei Xing, and number 1 behind, she would be equivalent to throwing away Yiji's backing. She understood very well that the current situation of the confrontation with the Central Committee could not be broken by her alone. She will enter the tower again, find the Archon, and solve the mystery of this world and the outside world. Yiji's existence is crucial in this process. These are not her burdens. Fangzhou did not answer Milu again, and concentrated on dealing with the battle in front of him. Most of Mili's abilities require contact. Fangzhou tried to keep a certain distance from her, and use wind and sound waves to attack her. However, Mili's body enhancement is conservatively estimated to start at level A. The pursuit movement is fast and steady. She does not dodge some non-fatal attacks at all, and lets them fall on her body. The wind blade that is enough to cut other people's bones falls on her body. But under the enhancement, it is just a minor injury that does not hurt. She drove the power of flesh/body regeneration, and these tickling injuries healed completely in the blink of an eye. Mila had a very high tolerance for pain. If Fangzhou had not seen her fighting style in the tower before, he would even doubt whether she had been replaced by a player under the opponent's unscrupulous fighting style. Being in such a confined space did not have any advantages for Fangzhou. Her physical condition destined her to be unable to engage in close combat like Mila, and she used to rely on the Line Python to make up for her physical defects. Mili's attack came head-on, and the Line Python in front of him had no defensibility, and was caught by her backhand. Fangzhou had to disconnect these Line Pythons and dodge her attack. The wall next to him was dented under the heavy blow, and the whole space was shaken a little. The metal products she hit turned into untraceable blades and stabbed Fangzhou. Fangzhou was too late to dodge, and her arms were embedded in the blades. She used the wire python to push the blades out and quickly repaired the wounds. Knowing that she couldn't fight face to face, Fangzhou went directly into the closed door on one side, and the metal door lock on the other side flew towards Fangzhou under Mili's control. The wall-penetrating ability of the hidden insect allowed Fangzhou to freely shuttle between the compartments on this floor. Fangzhou knew the terrain of Yiji very well. She knew every room on this floor, the compartments in the room, and every wall here. Mila performed RIP. The speed of the pursuit was not as fast as her action without any pre-swing. After a few rounds, Mila was fooled by her, and couldn't get close to her anyway. Mili's tearing is certainly difficult to deal with, but this is not the most difficult part. There are many ways to avoid the tearing and give Mila fatal injuries. The problem lies in whether this simple fatal injury is really fatal to her. The real difficulty is her extraordinary recovery of flesh and blood, which makes Mila have the possibility of countless mistakes. Fong Zhou has seen the regeneration ability of A level, which can have a slow recovery ability after being shot in the head. When Fong Zhou killed the Transcendent with this ability, the only means was to abolish the opponent's ability to move and consume the person's transcendent power to achieve the effect of death. Mi Li's power is stronger than that of A level, and ordinary methods will definitely not kill him. But the Transcendent's power will be exhausted. Number 1. Who is the same as Mi Li, has done a lot of tests with the help of the Doctor and Levi. Their abilities are grafted, but the Transcendent's power they use is the same. And the same is true for Mi Li's power. However, Levi reminded Fong Zhou that Mi Li's Transcendent's power is more vigorous than that of ordinary people, and is not so easy to be exhausted. They started fighting for less than half a minute, and Mi Li used tearing and regeneration more than a dozen times. In the case of such frequent use of tearing and regeneration, Mi Li still did not restrain herself. For her, this loss of power seemed to be nothing. Gradually, Mi Li also noticed Fong Zhou's intention, and she said directly, "Are you trying to consume my Transcendent's power? I have enough time to spend with you. Do you?" The outer space maze was not officially lifted, except for those who came in with Mi Li. Others were still wandering outside. Agatha and more did not officially join the battlefield. Several alien creatures sent by Fong Zhou were hunted and killed. Half of the facilities outside were checked, but the barrier device was still not found. She had to try to destroy the barrier device before Agatha and more took action. Fong Zhou sighed. Her eyes looked at Mi Li. "And stop this chase. You are right. I really don't have time to waste with you." Looking at Fong Zhou's calm eyes, Mi Li felt a little uneasy and vigilant in her heart. In a blink of an eye, Mi Li's position moved to a few seconds ago, and a black hole that was just big enough to eat a head appeared close to the side of her head. Mi Li was unable to react, and her memory also returned to a few seconds ago along with her position. Her body was sucked sideways, and as her ears and head were half-eaten, a condensed wind blade that was enough to cut off her neck followed, cutting the flesh of her neck. For Mi Li, these two attacks were too sudden. She reacted quickly, putting one hand on her throat to tear away the wind blade, and immediately raised one hand to touch the black hole. Before Mi Li reacted to tear open the black hole, Fong Zhou quickly closed it. The opening of the black hole takes a long time, but closing it is a matter of seconds. The half of Mi Li's head that was eaten was directly cut off, and blood covered her face like a water column. Mi Li finally couldn't help but scream in pain. Fong Zhou avoided her hands, with the effect of tearing. Even if she threw Mi Li into the black hole, she could tear open the space inside and escape in the first place. If the black hole did not cut directly, the suction would only cause some flesh wounds. Even so, Fong Zhou had seen that the half of her head that was lost was growing granulation at a speed visible to the naked eye, reorganizing and recovering in a few seconds. Fong Zhou felt a little shocked that such injuries could recover so quickly. Mi Li was more shocked than her. This was the first time Fong Zhou used time reversal. Mi Li could not guess what this ability was after just one time. She was just confused. When did these things appear? New unknown abilities? Such damage did not have no effect on Mi Li. When she recovered completely, she began to pant uncontrollably, no longer using tearing and regeneration at high intensity, and began to avoid Fong Zhou's attacks. The previous attack was elusive, and Mi Li's nerves began to be highly tense, fearing that Fong Zhou would hit her like this again. Fong Zhou also confirmed his guess. In the face of such fatal damage, the transcendent power consumed by Mi Li's regeneration was very huge, and she was not really as difficult to deal with as she appeared. Just as Fong Zhou and Mi Li were fighting, the situation outside the mall also changed. The lion python that moved to the outside to check informed Fong Zhou of the situation above. Moore in the helicopter moved to the door of the cabin. His right hand was aimed at the mall below, making the shape of a gun, and energy gathered at his fingertips. Snap! Fong Zhou seemed to hear the sound of glass breaking. The space maze centered on the mall was like a glass hit by a concentrated power bullet, and the space maze turned into golden light and dissipated in this power. Agatha and Moore finally started to act. Fong Zhou could feel that the prison was offset by a force, and as it disappeared, the energy in her body that built the prison also left. She originally thought that the central government's means of dealing with her space maze was Mi Li's tearing, but it seemed that it was not her, and Mi Li was just a cover. Is this Moore's power? Fong Zhou recalled the piles of hot weapons on the helicopter and Moore's actions of absorbing them. Several guesses popped up in her mind. Does his power need to be supplemented? Equivalent type of energy conversion? It seems that she initially got the target wrong. The reinforcements outside continued to enter the mall. Fang Zhou closed his eyes and used the wall-penetrating technique to go down to the second floor. Mila immediately followed. Fei Xing and number 1 were guarding the second floor. The place where Fang Zhou landed was exactly the warehouse for transfer. Shi Xiang and others had already followed her instructions and moved to the 9th floor. Only the 2 of them were left. Seeing Fang Zhou appear, they didn't know what happened until they saw Mila following him. She was covered in blood. Fei Xing still recognized her at a glance. And her face suddenly changed. Mila? Why are you here? When Mila saw Fei Xing, he subconsciously prepared to get rid of him first. And Fei Xing turned and ran away in fear. Don't get close to me. World. Save me. The atmosphere became funny. Although he shouted like that, Fei Xing was still able to dodge before Mili's attack came. He had received physical training. Although he couldn't beat Mila, he could start to fight with the help of auxiliary equipment. Number 1 on the side met Mili's attack. Under his touch, the materials of the entire floor could be transformed into any form of weapons. The trauma that Fang Zhou had just given Mila weakened her condition. Number 1 and Fei Xing could deal with her in a short time. When meeting number 1, Mili's expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but scold number 1. You are also an idiot. Number 1 was scolded and confused. He had no impression of Mila, who secretly regarded him as his brother. In his long experimental career, he was awake very little. But after staying in Yeji for so long, number 1 could more or less know that Mila was scolding him. He said dryly, Why are you scolding me? He had just come out of the laboratory for a short time, and his physical skills were very poor. He could not compete with Mila in close combat, and was easily shot at close range. However, the substances he had touched were like a wall blocking him in front of him, turning into bulletproof materials that were enough to block bullets. This process was very short, and each move took only a few seconds. Fang Zhou did not intervene. After confirming that number 1 had a certain ability to deal with it, she said to them, I need to go outside to deal with those people. Wait! World. Fei Xing was terrified, and looked at Fang Zhou with one eye wide open. Before Fei Xing said anything to keep him, Fang Zhou used the power of wind flow to pass through walls and left directly from above. Returned to the mall, and then informed Wan Chao of the situation above through the communication equipment. Wan Chao had not responded yet, and Fang Zhou did not know what his condition was. After doing this, Fang Zhou separated some of the alien creatures from his body, and also separated the mind-controlling ink scales from his body. After receiving the order, the black python quickly twisted its body into the narrow ventilation duct that could lead to all floors. She will face Agatha and more next. Both of them are S-level transcendents. A-level mental control will have a great backlash risk if used on them. It is not applicable in such a fast-paced battlefield. Fang Zhou simply separated Mo Lin and helped number 1 and Fei Xing deal with a large number of police officers who will break in next. The mall has been surrounded outside. Fang Zhou did not meet the fully armed police officers, but moved to the top floor of the mall quietly. The airflow in the air surged, and there was only this helicopter in the whole sky. Fang Zhou turned on the ability of the 5-color lizard, and her figure merged with the scene. This kind of stealth ability is enough to deceive the naked eye and the camera. The 2 people on the helicopter did not notice the figure not far away. The arc gathered the wind flow in the sky. The environment in the paradise was not suitable for using natural elemental abilities. The ability of the mother demon was greatly weakened, but it was more than enough to crush a helicopter. After breaking through the space maze, Moore looked at the situation below. His patience was not so good. The weapons that should be absorbed had been absorbed almost, and he had not started to act yet. He said to Agatha, No? We are waiting outside? Agatha said firmly, Don't worry. She will come out. In this situation, the 2 were not on guard against the upcoming attack. The flow in the air made the surrounding trees rustle, and all gathered above. At this time, the strong wind blade broke through the air and slashed towards the helicopter. With this kind of power, let alone helicopters, there is a chance that floors will be cut off. There was a loud crash from above, and the helicopter that should have been split in half was intact. Fang Zhou felt the wind blade cut outside a transparent protective layer. This feeling was extremely similar, just like when she was squeezed out by Agatha's power during data intrusion. Fang Zhou immediately realized that this was also Agatha's ability. As she expected, Agatha's power was not only a firewall for the data network, but also a defense layer that could be built in any space. The alien creatures that Fong Zhou sent out to check the external situation also came back one by one. They checked all the locations they could check. And the answer was naturally no. Here they come. This sudden attack shocked Moore. He looked down and saw only busy police officers outside the mall. Now it was daybreak and the area was blocked. But Moore could not see any unknown persons. Agatha said to the communication device, "Jacob, automatically lock unknown persons." Jacob's stiff mechanical voice came, "I'm very sorry, Colonel Agatha. No camera has identified unknown persons nearby. I can't find it. Is it a camouflage ability?" Moore was thoughtful. Considering this possibility, he raised a hand to the bottom, and the power that offset the imprisonment gathered at his fingertips again. Wow! The next second, a wave of energy vibrated in this area, and golden particles could be seen floating in the air, and the rooms on the ground could not avoid it. After being exposed to this power, Fong Zhou's camouflage power was like being imprisoned on the ground, and it cancelled each other out again, causing her camouflage to fade away. The automatic recognition camera in the air immediately locked onto her figure. After being exposed to this ability for the second time, Fong Zhou was more convinced that this was a kind of energy cancellation power, and it might be used to attack in another way. As soon as she finished this thought, a golden light came towards her position. Fong Zhou did not hesitate and jumped down from the top floor of the mall. The wind passed by her ears, and the place where she was hit made a loud noise. The top floor was completely destroyed, and a blazing fire ignited, making the building shaky. One is an absolute defense. The other is an energy offset/attack. The helicopter has almost become an independent space that is impossible to break through. Fong Ark checked the entire mall, and there was no clue about the barrier equipment. There is nothing inside, and there is nothing outside. Take the tower as an example. This kind of thing that can be used to isolate space for a long time will not be too far away from the effective place. Fong Ark can be sure that it is nearby. Shi Xian's ability is crucial. In order to prevent them from leaving, they will place this thing in the safest place. The safest place for them. Fong Ark fell down. She looked up, and the shadow of the helicopter in the sky was imprinted in her eyes. The weapons inside had been absorbed by Moore. Without these things to confuse the audience, all its internal structures emerged clearly. The humming sound of the helicopter running reached Fong Ark's ears in the chaotic battlefield, and the answer emerged in Fong Ark's mind. It's up there. Chapter 153. No wonder Agatha and the others didn't take action. If Fong Zhou wanted to transfer Yi Ji's important personnel, it was necessary to break the barrier and unlock Shi Xian's ability. This thing would be found by her no matter where it was installed around. So they put it in a position where she couldn't break through. And Agatha and Moore guarded it. Because of this, they didn't need to leave the helicopter to trap her in the building. And she would take the initiative to fight. The person behind the scenes seemed to be sure that Fong Zhou would not abandon Yi Ji and escape alone. Fong Zhou figured out the situation in a few seconds. Her body fell from the high building. Moore's auxiliary glasses helped him quickly capture the position of the falling Fong Zhou, and the power gathered in his hands attacked her again. Facing the energy coming from the air, Fong Zhou could only control the flow of wind to adjust his posture in the air and avoid the attack from above. Moore's sweeping range was extremely wide. Even if he didn't have the ability to face him head-on, the energy fluctuations from behind could still cause crackling tiny flames when they fell on his skin. The line python attached to Fong Zhou's body surface dissipated like burnt paper. The blow from the air almost cut the mall in half. But the broken building debris did not fall from above, but was completely eaten up by the flames, disappearing strangely. Seeing this, Fong Zhou's heart sank slightly. Did he offset all the building materials? He could offset more than just energy. The mall was not too high, so she fell for a short time. When she was close to the ground, she used the wind to hold her weight and landed safely. Before she could stand firm, bullets rained down on Fong Zhou. She summoned the line python, which turned into a bulletproof aluminum plate in front of her, and entered the mall. Considering the police officer sent inside, Moore would not use his ability to destroy the entire mall at once. He retracted his hand that was about to release energy. TSK. Moore made an impatient sound. How can she be so flexible? It's so annoying to hide here and there. The higher-ups have used missiles to bombard Dangang. Why don't they bombard this place too to save so much trouble? Agatha was observing the situation inside the mall through the images sent back by the people inside the mall, and gave him a look that looked like a fool. Can Dangang be the same as here? You are as hypocritical as them, dividing people into different levels. In my opinion, you should treat everyone equally and not care about their lives. Morse said, I will go down to meet her. You take care of your things. Agatha did not refute. If you have to, you can destroy this place. Keep enough power. Don't use it all up. It's not so easy to use it up. This is the worst option. Moore's transcendence ability is equivalent offset. When releasing the ability, it can offset all the transcendence power on the surface, and can also be used for attack and offset any substance, as long as there is enough power. His ability release range is extremely wide, and the lethality is extremely high. It is an S-level transcendence ability that can be used for both attack and defense. But there is a premise for offsetting. That is equivalence. Before using power, he needs to absorb something of sufficient value and store energy that can be used to offset it before releasing the power. This is why he absorbed so many thermal weapons before. Of course, the equivalence here is a very vague standard. Moore has used his ability for so many years, and still doesn't understand the conversion value between the energy he absorbs and releases. This time, in order to deal with the arc, the things he absorbed from above were enough for him to go on more than 10 or 20 missions in the past. Many of them are new weapons and new equipment developed. Detonating these things in the park can blow up 10 more dang ports. This made Moore feel like he had suddenly become rich. He spent it without hesitation, and even left some scraps on the side without absorbing them. After speaking, Agatha glanced at Moore, who had already put on the landing gear, and said, If you go down from here, I will not be responsible for your life or death. You should know that you are invincible when you are with me. Then I will just stare at you here. How do you know that they won't think of other ways to escape? People still have to go out of the safe zone and explore the outside world. Moore jumped off the helicopter with a double meaning. Agatha did not stop her. The Ark did not participate in the operation to take Levi away at that time, and there was no guarantee that they would choose to abandon the car to save the general and let number 1 leave with important members. Here, Fong Zhou, who had re-entered the mall, observed the situation above through the structure and dealt with several police officers who were about to enter the basement. She didn't have much time. Once the prison was broken, helpers from outside kept coming in. She didn't have time to deal with all the people coming in. The alien sent out could help block them for a while. But number 1 and Feishing below couldn't deal with Milo for much longer. It was only a temporary thing to hold Milo back. Fong Zhou had to break this situation quickly. From the previous rounds of confrontation, Fong Zhou could more or less understand their abilities, as long as the two of them were together, let alone destroying the barrier on the helicopter. It would be difficult for her to even get close, especially the power of Moore. Milo could only break a hole in the prison, but he could completely destroy the prison she built. This ability of the prison beast was the main ability that Fong Zhou had been able to come and go freely in the hands of these people for so long. Many things she would do next would require its help. Moore's ability was too threatening to her. If she stayed, there would be endless troubles. Agatha and Milo were another matter. Moore must die. Just as her mind was working frantically, thinking about how to unlock the invincible mode of these two people, Fong Zhou saw Moore jump off the helicopter and walk towards the mall. The situation that was originally at a loss was solved at this time. Moore's actions at this time were full of contempt for her. He did not think he needed Agatha's defense. The action of leaving meant that he believed he could kill her. Fong Zhou's brows relaxed slightly. She used a dagger to cut the throat of a new enemy and observed Moore's every move. After the prison was lifted, the monitoring equipment inside began to operate normally, but it was also half destroyed by Moore's 2 attacks. Moore couldn't find Fong Zhou's specific location. Since he couldn't find it, he wouldn't waste time looking for it, but went to the location leading to the Knight's headquarters. Fong Zhou would naturally come out to stop him. When the other party was unprepared, she quickly approached and shot at Moore's head. The close-range bullet was offset by the force wrapped around his body before it touched his head. She was shocked. She didn't expect that Moore could actually use his power to this extent. Wrapping himself in a lasting defensive state, Moore swung his hand back, and the golden energy gathered in his palm, quickly ricocheting towards the location of Fong Zhou. Although the oncoming attack could be avoided, the energy aftermath of the attack would explode in the air, and they would splash on her skin and quickly offset the line pythons on her body. This was not a good sign. Although there were many line pythons, each of Moore's attacks would be forced to consume a wave. If the battle line was extended, sooner or later all the line pythons would be killed. without the line pythons to repair, and with this aftermath splashing on her body. She was doomed to lose. The bad thing is that once the sound waves and wind blades that Fang Zhou often uses gather near Moore, they will be offset by the power wrapped in the outer layer of his body. Every attack that Moore released inside would not cause much damage inside, but every time it just happened to burn the line python on Fang Zhou's body with the aftermath. Fang Zhou immediately realized that Moore knew her abilities very well. Those alien creatures, and their powers, that she revealed, and were known to the central government were completely understood by this man. And he was deliberately consuming them. She has an A-level speed enhancement. And the battle rhythm with Moore is very fast. And she can go back and forth many times within a minute. Moore did not check what Fang Zhou did specifically. But it does not mean that he did not carefully understand Fang Zhou's abilities before setting off. He and Agatha are both colonels who command elite troops. They have come to this position step by step in battle. How to use their own strength to deal with different enemies is his compulsory course. His ability is very strong. But this kind of strong backing needs a strong backing. In this world, only the central government has enough capital to feed him so many valuable things and turn them into his strength. Fang Zhou, who threatens the central government, must die. In this regard, he is actually more determined than Agatha. Once again, the attack was offset by external energy. Moore twisted his neck and said with a little contempt, "Is it just this level? There is no need to send both me and Agatha." Fang Zhou ignored his ridicule. She was thinking about the absorption behavior that Moore had performed on the helicopter before. She did not think that this action was meaningless. It must be closely related to his ability. It is necessary to absorb first as a prerequisite for releasing power. And the essence of his energy is to use offset to achieve defense and attack. So that's it. After several battles between heaven and man, Fang Zhou probably had a guess in his mind. When the next attack came, Fang Zhou adjusted Moore's time and rewound it to 10 seconds ago. All of Moore's actions were cleared. Her injuries recovered. And Moore returned to the position where she was 10 seconds ago, where a huge black hole was waiting for him. The larger the hole it opened, the more power it consumed. And the closer to the hole, the more terrifying the suction. This ability of the black hole is actually the most mysterious of all Fang Zhou's powers. It can swallow anything, and no one knows where it leads to. Moore, who was back in time to the center of the black hole, faced the strongest suction force. The energy wrapped in Moore's body did not offset the black hole, but the suction force of the black hole. The suction force of the black hole is endless. The power of his body to defend everything offset the unimaginable energy of this non-stop suction force in an instant. When Moore came to his senses, the power he had originally absorbed was almost gone. He quickly left the location of the black hole. His face turned pale and ugly. Didn't they say that her black hole has a long forward swing? When did it appear behind him? The information given above is incomplete. Fang Zhou has abilities that they don't know. Time reversal is not easy to guess. When it reversing someone's time, it will also delete their memory. When she fought Mingxian, she guessed her ability after she used it repeatedly, after only experiencing it once, and without enough external changes to remind her. Moore couldn't guess what the reason was. There was only a little ability left in the body, and it took a lot of energy to wrap the whole body for defense. The remaining energy could not sustain the opponent for a few moves. Realizing that the situation was reversed, Moore didn't want to fight at all. He turned around and ran outside, ready to return to the helicopter. "Agatha, help me." He asked Agatha for help while moving. Seeing this, Fang Zhou knew that his guess was right. His power was limited. It not only offset her power, but also the ability he had stored in his body. How could Fang Zhou let Moore go? She closed the black hole and used all her power. Moore had just stepped out of the mall when the energy defense on his body was about to dissipate. His expression changed. He knew that he could not escape. He turned around and gathered all his energy to attack Fang Zhou, who was chasing him. Boom! With a sound, the bottom layer of the mall was penetrated, and the top suddenly fell down. In the dust and fire, Fang Zhou accurately pointed the gun at Moore's head. Bang! The ground exploded his head. Blood flowers exploded in the dust. Fang Zhou quickly dodged the collapsed area, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. No matter what, she really liked the enemy's contempt for her and their high recognition of themselves. When she was still weak, she survived this contempt and took off the heads of these enemies. And now it is no exception. Chapter 154. Moore is dead. By the time Agatha reacted, Jacob had already sent back the alarm that his vital signs had disappeared. His call for help came too late. And death came too quickly. There were only a few seconds between Agatha receiving his communication and Jacob's alarm. And she had no time to respond. What on earth was going on? Agatha couldn't believe that the energy he absorbed had been completely exhausted. Agatha had been a partner with Moore for many years. In addition to Moore himself, Agatha was the second person who understood his abilities. As long as his energy was not exhausted, he was invincible. This was also the reason why Agatha allowed him to jump out of her defense territory and go down to fight the Ark. Not to mention that the energy he absorbed and transformed this time was extremely huge. But it only took 2 minutes from the time he confronted Fang Zhou to the time he ran out of energy and asked Agatha for help. Except for this last blow, the rest of the internal battles did not affect the outside, which shows that he was quite restrained in the use of power. How could he use up the stored power in such a short time? Moore died too quickly. The surveillance in the mall was destroyed during their battle. There was no camera to capture the specific process before and after his death, which made Agatha unable to think of the specific reason. There must be something beyond Moore's knowledge, and some unregistered ability of the other party gave him a fatal blow. After Moore died, Agatha could not confirm whether this mission would be successful. There were too few S-Class Transcendents, even in the central government, and many offensive S-Class Transcendents were equal to an army. Losing Moore had dealt a heavy blow to their combat power. Her expression gradually turned cold. Even if Fang Zhou could not be killed, at least the organization behind her had to be destroyed. This time the battle was quite large, and now an S-Class Transcendent was lost. If they returned empty-handed? She closed her eyes, not daring to imagine this result. Agatha thought, even if they knew what Fang Zhou had done, they still underestimated her too much and should not have let Moore leave the defensive territory. Agatha calmed down and looked at the situation below. Moore's last blow caused the entire mall on the ground to collapse, and at the same time covered the entrance to the Underground Knights headquarters, temporarily forming a situation where people inside could not get out and people outside could not get in. Under Agatha's orders, the people below began to look for the traces of Fang Zhou. After arranging the movements of other people, Agatha contacted Mila, who had already entered the interior of Knight's headquarters through communication equipment. Mila, Moore is dead. How is the situation on your side? After a while, a voice came from the other side. Colonel Moore is dead? Don't worry about me. I will solve it. Agatha could hear the gunshots and fighting sounds coming from there. Mila was an experimental product pushed out by the person on the top floor. She had more than 2 S-level abilities, and blood and flesh recovery that was against the will of heaven. Even Fang Zhou would not be able to kill her so easily, let alone others. After getting rid of Moore, Ark used the wall-penetrating ability of the hidden worm to descend to the underground floor, and at the same time did not forget to take Moore's body with him. The number of times for material reconstruction has been used up, and Nereus has a new vacancy. Moore's ability is so strong. There is no reason for Ark not to accept it. She separated Nereus and let it eat Moore's body. Alien, Nereus. Main ability storage, S-level lightning 4 times. S-level time rewind 3 times. S-level equivalent offset 5 times. A-level weapon expansion 5 times. A-level flesh regeneration 4 times. A-level material construction invalidated. She looked at the details of Moore's ability, which was almost the same as she guessed. However, there are prerequisites for using his ability. Only the central government can support this type of S-level transcendent in such a large amount of money. If she receives this ability completely without limit, she may not have enough things to support it. Fang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. She had used time reversal twice in this battle. Once to deal with Mila and once to deal with Moore. Now there are only 3 times left. If there is no time reversal, she really has no other ideas to deal with Moore's ability. Now there is only Agatha left outside. Fang Zhou thinks she is more difficult than Moore. She had tried to use wind blades and sound waves to attack the helicopter outside just now. There is no doubt that they were blocked by that layer of defense. The entire helicopter was included in her defense territory. Fang Zhou guessed that her ability should be to divide a certain area and open a protective layer on it. And the same applies to the firewall of the data network. She still had to continue to test and test before she could think of a specific solution. She hoped that number 1 and Feixing could hold on longer. Underground on the other side, the alien creatures released by Fang Zhou did block many central transcendents, who went down outside the first layer. Just relying on Mo Lin's A-level mental control, They could stop dozens of B-level and below transcendents and ordinary people, leaving enough space for number 1 and Fei Xing. Even so, the two of them could not hold on for too long in the face of Mi Le. In addition to material conversion, number 1's other abilities were like tailor's practice works. He was reluctant to try with precious fabrics, and spliced a bunch of low-level transcendent powers. Not long after Fang Zhou left, number 1 and Fei Xing inevitably had wounds of varying sizes on their bodies. Fei Xing struggled to dodge Mi Le's attack. He could only use weapons to attack Mi Le. But bullets were nothing in front of Mi Le. Even if she was hit, she could recover quickly. Number 1's physical skills were terrible. He relied on the material transformation of his hands to barely resist the attack. And he couldn't spare a gap to cause harm to Mi Le. "You two rubbish want to stop me?" Mi Le said. Her slightly childish face was filled with unconcealed anger. Just looking at Fei Xing and number 1 made her feel irritated. The two guys who were supposed to be her family and companions stood against her, betrayed the tower, and also betrayed her. Just a careless moment, and the arm of number 1 was penetrated by the metal bullet she controlled. He immediately converted the metal in his body into water, which flowed out from the wound that had already formed. This was not a solution. They could only hold on for 1 or 2 minutes at most, and it was very likely that they would not be able to wait for Fang Zhou to come back. Thinking of her instructions to them before she left, Fei Xing looked at Mi Le, gritted her teeth, and said to number 1, "Cooperate with me." Hearing him say this, Mi Le realized what he wanted to do, and the attack originally aimed at number 1 immediately turned to him. The metal controlled by her floated in the air and turned into countless bullets and rushed towards Fei Xing. After Fei Xing conveyed the signal to number 1, she immediately used absolute cage on Mi Le, who was about to approach her. The metal bullets that were attacking him stopped in front of him, and all fell down with a crackling sound before piercing his face. It's not without reason that Mi Le wants to kill Fei Xing as soon as he sees him. His absolute cage will seal the target's actions and abilities during activation. If you don't block his sight in advance, you can't stop him from releasing his abilities. Even Mi Le is the same. Her tearing can't tear apart this power, but will be sealed by it. The next step after the ability is completed is to move with the target to the fixed position set in advance. Fei Xing's fixed position is also set on the meeting floor, where Shi Xiang and others are. So he certainly can't move with Mi Le before the power of the transfer step is exerted. He retracted his ability. In this process, there will be a very short moment that can stop Mi Le's actions. Number 1, who first received Fei Xing's signal, did not disappoint him, taking advantage of the moment when Mi Le could not move. Number 1 condensed the water that had just been transformed from a bullet into a bullet and shot it through Mi Le's throat. Fei Xing knew that it would take a lot of transcendent power for Mi Le to repair her fatal injury. This injury would not kill Mi Le, and he did not want to kill Mi Le, but he knew that this was enough to reduce the frequency of her subsequent attacks and delay time. Blood gushed out of Mi Le's throat, out of Fei Xing's control. She covered her neck with her hands. The ability of flesh/body regeneration took effect, which made the wound extremely itchy. She stared at the two of them with her eyes, and her eyes were as red as the blood on her cheeks. She said hoarsely, "Assholes, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 155. Wow. Seeing that Mi Le could recover from such an injury, the inexperienced number 1 let out a genuine exclamation. During the night, number 1 was taught a lot of common sense, knowing that he was special as a test subject to use so many abilities. Levi also told him about Mi Le's abilities and existence at the instruction of Fang Arc, in case the situation like now would require them to fight Mi Le would happen later. After several battles, number 1 more intuitively realized that Mi Le was the same as him, which made him curious about Mi Le. Her recovery ability was so strong. Wouldn't she recover when the amputated limbs were reassembled? However, the current urgent and exciting battle scene was not suitable to answer his questions. Although he was curious, number 1 did not hesitate at all. When Mi Le's movement slowed down due to her fatal injury, he transformed the ground he had touched under Mi Le's feet into sharp blades and stabbed her. Mi Le stared at number 1, and the blades twisted their shapes the moment they touched her and returned to their original appearance. This was her last ability that Levi said, which could copy the transcendent abilities of others that she had seen. When she was fighting against Fang Arc and half of her head was eaten by a black hole, Mi Le wanted to copy Fang Arc's ability to make a black hole suddenly appear. But her copying ability also has a prerequisite. That is, she needs to know what ability the other party uses in order to copy. She guessed several times but failed to guess. and she didn't know how Fang Zhou did it. So the copying failed. And all the abilities of number 1 are open book exams for Mi Lu. And copying once is no problem. Unlike Fei Xing's expectations. After Mi Lu recovered from the fatal injury in her throat, her attack frequency not only did not converge, but was even higher than before. And she even used the copying ability. Their behavior angered her. And her murderous intent was stronger than before. Fei Xing was not Mi Li's opponent. Even if he joined forces with number 1, he couldn't suppress her for long. Interrupting the drive of the ability was a big burden for him. The vision of his remaining eye became blurred because of the forced interruption of the ability. He was shot by a bullet when he was distracted. The whip converted by number 1 pulled it and missed the vital point. And the shot was deflected to the shoulder. After repairing fatal injuries twice in a row, Mi Lu was not as relaxed as she appeared. She could feel that her transcendence power had been lost a lot in the 2 times of reversing life and death. But she only wanted to kill number 1 and Fei Xing now, and was too lazy to think about the consequences of excessive use of transcendence power. This unrestrained attack ended after the next message from Agatha. She woke up, and the inexplicable anger in her heart solidified. Moore is dead. Mi Li's heart sank. In just such a short time, Fang Zhou actually killed Moore. And what was she doing? Not only did she not kill any enemy, but she also let these 2 people hold her back. Fang Zhou could stop her from going to the lower level, but it didn't mean they could. What on earth was she doing? Completing the mission was the primary goal. When Fei Xing and the other man thought they were doomed, Mi Li's attack slowed down. He heard Mi Li's question Moore is dead, although Fei Xing's wounds hurt like hell. His expression was high-spirited. This meant that Fang Zhou was fighting outside, and he and number 1 had played a role, allowing her to focus on fighting more powerful enemies. She would succeed as long as they didn't hold her back. Fei Xing blinked. His vision was much clearer than before, and the pain from his injuries had dissipated a lot. Fei Xing looked at number 1 next to him with some awareness. Number 1's left hand emitted a green light. He had a C-level healing ability, which could not heal as quickly as a high-level healing ability, but it was more than enough to relieve the injury. Just as the 2 were preparing to continue fighting Mi Lu, she looked at them deeply, stretched out her hand to tear the ground under her feet, and moved quickly to the lower level. Fei Xing's eyes widened. Oh no! He and number 1 hurriedly chased after him. Without the terrifying black hole, like the ark squatting below, Mi Li's way to the lower level was simply unimpeded. Even if number 1 transformed the ground into water and took him all the way down, there was no way to stop Mi Lu. What's worse is that the alien creatures placed outside by the ark could not prevent all the central foreign aid from entering. Some high-level transcendence still broke through the alien creature array she released and entered the headquarters. Rui Pan, the captain of the special detachment, was one of them. Rui Pan's ability is to deprive creatures within 5 meters of their 5 senses, making them unable to hear, see, smell, or touch. Most of the alien creatures of level A and below are simply unable to resist this ability. The 3-person team she brought in later entered the first level of Knight's arrival safely. Her team members Fu Ninggle and Xiang Meng were lucky enough to meet Eris, but they saved their lives from her hands. They just lost their ability to move and were transferred out by the logistics staff. Fei Xing and number 1 below noticed that a new enemy had broken in. They did not act rashly and immediately informed Fang Zhou of the situation through the communication equipment. Fei Xing, world, Mi Lu is going down. We can't stop her. Someone has also invaded from above. There was a whoosh sound from the other side. Fang Zhou replied, it doesn't matter. Let her go. You can directly descend from the elevator to Xiang's floor and continue to fight after she comes down. The internal elevator of Yeji is set to emergency mode, which can quickly descend to the designated floor after turning it on. Mi Li's speed of descending cannot catch up with them. Listening to the soft and firm voice on the other end of the communication device, Fei Xing quickly calmed down and took number 1 to do what Fang Zhou said. Fei Xing and number 1 did not catch up. Mi Lu looked back a few times and did not pay attention to them anymore. Mi Lu fell down 3 floors, roughly taking in the environment of these floors, and her brows gradually frowned. Why is there no one? The layout inside is also very strange. The middle floor where she is now is obviously the experimental floor before. She did not rush to continue falling, but checked it again on this floor. Looking at the situation here, her eyes paused. Did Li Wei leave? This thought was quickly thrown away by her, and she confirmed that the equipment inside had been emptied, which was definitely not something that could be done in such a short time. Mi Lu had a bad premonition in her heart. and she fell down another floor to confirm the situation. There were neatly arranged white compartments on this floor, and each compartment was equipped with equipment for imprisoning alien creatures. But there was not a single alien creature in it. Mila confirmed her guess and contacted Agatha. Colonel Agatha, the interior of Yeji has been basically emptied, and most of them have been transferred. It is very likely that they were carrying out the final operations when we arrived. Agatha took a deep breath. I understand. You continue to check. They must have important people who have not been transferred. Otherwise, the Ark would not be here to mediate with me. If you want to destroy the barrier device, pull out their member who can perform space transmission and kill him. I will continue to send people in. Listening to the instructions from the other side, Mila responded, okay. I know. Cut off the communication with Agatha. Mila touched the ground with both hands, ready to tear the ground apart and continue to transfer downwards. No reaction. She did not tear the ground open this time. Mila was sure that she had used her ability just now, and she had indeed used it. Why was the ground still in its original state? Her tearing could tear everything apart. Even the central government had not been able to develop equipment to deal with her power, and Yeji was even less likely to do so. She was suspicious and used tearing on the ground again. This time, the ground was torn open by her as usual, as if it was just her illusion just now. This made Mila have to wonder if there was something wrong with her feeling. She took a deep breath. She couldn't find a specific reason in a short time, and she couldn't waste time on it. She could only continue to go down. After going down 2 floors, when Mila passed the 8th floor, the room at the end of the corridor heard a faint sound of running water. An alien creature separated by Fang Zhou was conveying the external situation to Wang Chao. The black in his eyes slowly faded, revealing his original amber pupils. He whispered to the alien creature, I understand. Thank you. I will pay attention to the situation inside and let her rest assured. At the same time, on the other side, Fang Zhou was in a stalemate with Agatha. The helicopter carrying Agatha was parked steadily in the air. No matter what means, it could not be opened. As long as she showed her head, the bullet would be aimed at her, brushing her body and falling on the ruins behind. The data firewall set by Agatha would be broken by an S-level hacker. But the S-level ability of the defense arc she set outside the helicopter could not break it. She guessed that this should be related to the range of her display. The range of the firewall defense was extremely wide, covering half of Mingang City. And now she only needed to ensure the safety of this helicopter. And the power of the same level could not cope with it at all. Even if it was offset by Morse power, it would take a huge amount of exchange energy in advance to do it. At this time, Fang Arc had no time to find and absorb things with so much value. The central reinforcements were still increasing. 20 minutes had passed since the mall was surrounded outside. The central personnel in Mingang City also came one by one. Fang Arc knew that if it continued like this, the situation would get worse and worse. Even so, the situation was so urgent. Her expression was very calm. The alien creatures she separated scattered, and she left a few of them inside Yeji to observe the situation and report at any time. So Fang Zhou knew it the first time Mila started to move down. After calming Feishing, Fang Zhou stirred the wind in the air, rolled up the dust caused by the collapse of the mall, obscured the vision of the people around, and headed towards the helicopter above. The dust could not break through its external defense, but it was no problem to control it to cover the camera used for aiming outside the helicopter. The bullets outside could not lock Fang Zhou, so she took this opportunity to move towards a high-rise building next to her, using the wind to push herself all the way to the top floor quickly, then took off into the air, using the wind to lift her body and push her above the helicopter. At this moment, her time coincided with Mili's movement to the 6th floor and preparing to continue going down. The power that Mila disappeared from appeared in Fang Zhou's hand. She turned over and aimed at the layer of defense outside the helicopter. Then, Agatha's indestructible defense was broken by this power that can tear everything apart. Chapter 156. In the current situation, Fang Zhou's ability is indeed unable to break Agatha's defense, including the ability of the alien creature she had taken in from Yeji not long ago, which did not have the power to break its defense intuitively. Fortunately, there was the protective wall incident before, which allowed Fang Zhou to have some guesses about Agatha's ability in advance and respond earlier. Since her power cannot be broken, then think about what abilities can be used at present. Mili's tear is the power that made breakthrough among the people present. She originally wanted to kill Mila, and then use Nereus to swallow her body to see if she could get her tear. Unfortunately, Mila was not so easy to deal with, and the outsiders were pressing forward. Fang Zhou had to start thinking about other countermeasures. If it really didn't work, she would use the worst strategy and spend a lot of effort to kill Mila. So before she officially faced Shangye, she carefully checked the abilities of the newly contained alien creatures. She had added more than 30 new creatures this time, more than 20 B-level creatures, and 5 A-level creatures. She contained too many at once, and could only quickly go through the names of their abilities before. The names of most alien creatures' abilities are very intuitive, and you can know their functions at a glance. But she also overlooked a lot of abilities that need to be clicked in detail to know the specific functions. Fang Zhou clicked on the details, and was attracted by the detailed description of the ability of a B-level alien creature. Alien creature, Thorn. Level, B-level. Main ability absorption trap. Can set traps at 5 designated locations lasting 10 minutes. If someone uses power at the trap location, it can be transferred to the hand of the trap owner. The transferred power will be released at the same time as the transfer. After the trap takes effect, it cannot be used again for a short time. This is a long worm-like alien creature that looks like thorns. Even if the ability of a B-level alien creature is useful, it has many limitations. This ability can be said to be the most limited that Fang Zhou has seen in such a long time. She tried to make her heart a trap. This trap not only takes a certain amount of time to be released, but it cannot be set on a creature, which means it cannot be used in a sudden battle. These two things alone destined this ability to be a waste power. In this world where alien creatures and transcendence are everywhere, there are countless waste abilities. Among the alien creatures she has taken in, there are many powers that are completely useless. In the past, she probably couldn't think of a suitable scene to use it. But today there is such a suitable situation to use it. During the battle against Moore, Fang Zhou separated the hidden worm and the thorn. Let the hidden worm and the thorn sink into the ground. Set 5 traps at several locations she designated, and then returned to her body, waiting for Mila's visit. She knew that as long as Mila wanted to go to the lower level, Number 1 and Feishing would definitely not be able to stop her. Even if she wanted to stop Mila from going down, she had to use a black hole in advance. And Feishing and Number 1 had no relevant means to deal with it. But she saw that Mila cared about Number 1 and Feishing. When she met the two of them, Mila would definitely mediate with them for a while, until they lost their ability to fight. This was also confirmed when she saw Feishing's reaction. Before Mila woke up, Number 1 and Feishing could delay for a while. As for what news could make Mila wake up, give up the battle with Number 1 and Feishing, and go down to find Shixiang, the real core character of Yiji. Moore, who left the helicopter, provided enough breakthroughs for everything. Fang Zhou knew that all this would form a closed loop after she killed Moore. Of course, this was not absolutely achievable, and Fang Zhou did have a gambling element. 10 minutes of trap triggering time. 5 trap positions that did not completely cover the floor. All of these would become factors of failure. Fortunately, her luck was not bad, and this step-by-step arrangement finally ushered in a perfect ending. Through the line python that had been arranged inside, she understood the internal situation, grasped the timing, and used tearing on Agatha's defense at the right time. Success. This defense crack that she didn't know how to break through welcomed her arrival. Fang Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly, and without waiting for the people in the helicopter to react, he immediately entered through the torn crack, and then used the wall-penetrating ability of the hidden worm to let himself fall into the interior of the helicopter. Agatha inside felt that her defense was actually broken. Her face suddenly changed, and she reacted very quickly to reduce the defense space to the minimum space range that could wrap the helicopter. Fang Zhou just barely entered the interior, and this defense space was re-established. If she entered any slower, she would be locked out. Through structural perspective, Fang Zhou could see the distribution of people inside this transport helicopter. She landed in the unmanned cargo hold, and used the ability of the 5-colored lizard to integrate herself with the internal environment of the space. After doing all this, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief, suppressing the fatigue from frequent battles and excessive brain use. Agatha's heart skipped a beat. Even though she had rebuilt a new defense space as quickly as possible, she was still not sure whether the Ark had entered the inner space. The sand that blocked the camera's view had quietly dispersed at this time. The wind outside stopped, and the helicopter could observe the situation below again, and did not lock on the face of the Ark. Damn! Transfer to the cargo hold. She said to Jacob that she could not continue to reduce the defense territory. If she abandoned the cargo hold, even if the Ark did not come in, It could attack the location of the cargo hold and cause the helicopter to fall. What power did Fang Zhou use to break through her absolute domain? The more Agatha thought about it, the more frightened she became. Agatha's defensive ability, absolute domain, cannot prevent the damaged helicopter from falling. She can build a defense domain anywhere, including data network space that is not in the same dimension, to resist technical invasion, supernatural invasion, weapon invasion, and even radiation invasion outside the safe zone. And the smaller the space she built, the higher the defense value of the absolute domain. As Fang Zhou guessed, the domain space she set up in the data network was too vast, so the hackers of the same S level could break through her domain when invading. But the A-level wall rack could not do it. Now the absolute domain that Agatha built around the helicopter has concentrated her to a certain extent. It can be said that 99% of the S-level transcendence abilities cannot break through her domain. But once she breaks through the outer layer of protection and enters the domain, she cannot stop the people inside from using their abilities. And only one domain space can be opened in the same dimension. The situation inside the cargo hold was transferred to the screen through the camera inside. There was indeed no figure inside, but Agatha's intuition told her that the Ark had entered. She has a quasi-invisible ability, and it is very simple to prevent the camera from shooting her. Realizing this, Agatha quickly picked up the landing equipment on the side. Moore is dead. She must not die. As expected, a figure appeared next to Agatha the next second, accompanied by a bang. Gunshot. The bullet came towards her head, but stopped just a few feet away from her, blocked by the defense territory concentrated around her. It is indeed not as simple as Fang Zhou thought to end Agatha's life. Since she can build a defense territory that covers the entire helicopter, she can naturally build a defense territory that only covers herself. The absolute domain that is concentrated several times is more solid and indestructible. Fang Zhou does not have a second tear to use. Agatha's ability is much more difficult than Moore's, and it is unlikely to kill her in a short time. Fortunately, Fang Zhou's goal had been achieved. The huge wind blade outside slashed towards the middle of the helicopter at the moment when she retreated to the outer realm and chose to protect herself. Without her defense layer, Fang Zhou's ability fell firmly on the helicopter. The helicopter was severely damaged and could no longer stabilize in the air, and began to fall rapidly. As it fell rapidly, Fang Zhou fell through the bottom of the helicopter, and did not choose to fight with Agatha inside. Boom! The helicopter fell to the ground quickly with black smoke. Fang Zhou could see Agatha in the firelight wearing landing equipment and falling to the ground safely. She tried to gather strength to destroy her equipment, but was undoubtedly blocked. Almost all the central reinforcements arrived, and many armed helicopters gathered in the sky. And the sky above Xinjiang City was also filled with eyes. Fang Zhou panted, dodged the bullet shot at her from above, landed on the top floor of a building on the side, and fell down one floor through the ability of the hidden insect. As the helicopter fell, the barrier device was also destroyed. Shi Xiang sent a communication to her, and her voice was a little urgent. My ability has been restored. Where are you? Fang Zhou was able to understand the situation through the alien creatures arranged inside. She closed her eyes, sighed and said, Shi Xiang, don't wait for me. Take them away directly. In this short period of time. The battle on the other side also entered a white-hot stage. After Mila found out that Yiji had moved ahead of time, she was more eager to descend and look for people gathering. It didn't take long for her to reach the corridor where the meeting floor was located, which was already the bottom floor. There was no door on this floor. Mila checked it and used tear on the wall at the end, tearing the wall open to reveal the hidden room. As soon as there was any movement, a burst of bullets shot at her. Mila dodged it easily. As she thought, there were indeed many people gathered in this huge space on this floor. Number 1 and Fei Xing had already arrived at this floor by elevator, and were standing behind the wall waiting for her arrival. Mila couldn't tell who Shi Xiang was. Her eyes fell behind them. She didn't even look at them, and was ready to go forward to kill them. Number 1 and Fei Xing immediately stepped forward to stop her. Huh? Mila sneered. I didn't kill you, but you came here to die. She rushed forward at a high speed, shooting at Number 1 with a gun in her hand at close range, and kicked Fei Xing in the stomach. Number 1 controlled the wall he had touched to change its shape and block in front of him. But Fei Xing couldn't dodge and fell heavily to the side. He coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. To make matters worse, the team led by Rui Pan also followed Mili's steps to this floor. Chapter 157. It is extremely difficult to escape from the interior of Yeji. The space is small, and the fighting is extremely limited. If you open fire inside, you will be swept away if you are not careful. Not to mention that they are now at the bottom of Yeji, and have no way to retreat. Seeing that the other side has reinforcements coming, Fei Xing's face is even uglier, which means that more people will come in next. It is extremely difficult for them to deal with Mi Lu. If there are new enemies joining the battlefield, they immediately realized that after the enemy arrived, the situation would completely lean towards Mi Lu, let alone delaying time. They have become lambs to be slaughtered in an instant. Number One's expression suddenly became a little confused. He also saw the current situation. Will they all die? Will he be caught and used for experiments again? He didn't want to die. Nor did he want to return to the center and become the randomly cut experimental subject on the operating table again. Perhaps this strong emotion stimulated Number One's potential. His originally drowsy head became much clearer. He made a choice in a very short time. He stepped on the wall with one foot, jumped in the air, touched the ceiling, and controlled the wall material to quickly fill the gap torn when Mi Lu came down, preventing others from coming here through the road opened by Mi Lu. Mi Lu noticed his action and temporarily gave up Fei Xing on one side and turned to Number One. Fei Xing on the other side ignored the pain and blurred eyes, and used the absolute cage again towards Mi Lu, controlling Mi Lu's actions for a very short time. Fei Xing's eyes stung, and he cried out in protest. He released his ability without hesitation. Every minute and every second they delayed would be a new life. Rui Pan, who was not far away, had just arrived at this level and fell from above. The crack above was closed by Number One. As the captain of the special detachment here, Rui Pan immediately identified the current situation and moved towards the location of several people. But before she had time to get close to use her ability, the walls on both sides suddenly tightened under the control of Number One, as if some of the material was extracted. The next second, a steel door that isolated the battlefield in front suddenly stood up in front of her, preventing her and the two team members behind her from moving forward. Captain Rui. The two behind him braked urgently and hesitated. They were not Mi Lu, and they did not have the corresponding ability to easily break through such a steel door. Rui Pan lifted her hair when she saw this. The situation was like this, and there was no way to deal with it anyway. She was not in a hurry and waved her hand lazily. Let's find another way. Behind the wall, the ability was interrupted again. Fei Xing's vision was completely blurred. He could only see the blurry figure in front of him. A gunshot sounded, and there was a sharp impact in his chest. The bullet shot at his chest was blocked by the bulletproof vest inside. Although his vision was blocked, Fei Xing still moved towards the position in his memory, pulling away from Mi Lu. He was in pain all over his body. His eyes were stinging, and his chest was hot from the impact of the bullet. He could only rely on imagining the scene of Fang Zhou solving the enemies outside and leaving with him to support his belief at this time. Mi Lu looked back at Fei Xing. She was furious at the cooperation between the two. She was about to turn around and tear open the steel door that Number One had erected. The ground turned into a sharp blade and came from under her feet, preventing her from approaching. She had to deal with the situation under her feet first. Seeing this, Mi Lu simply gave up the action of opening up the subsequent road and turned to rush towards Number One. Number One was covered in cold sweat, and the black hair by his ears was soaked with sweat. After such a series of control, he was almost at his limit. Mi Lu's attack was not able to dodge, and the hand that was touched by her on his shoulder tore the flesh and bones, and was almost cut off. Fortunately, this hand was not the one that controlled the change of matter. Plop. With a sound, the ground under Mi Lu's feet turned into a pool of water, and then returned to its original shape the moment she fell. Hey, are you okay? Fei Xing approached Number One, but Number One did not answer him. He stared at the ground and held his breath for a moment. A crack suddenly appeared under his feet, and a hand stretched out and grabbed him. Number One, who was always paying attention to the situation under his feet, dodged in time. But this could not hold Mi Lu at all. She tore a space that could accommodate herself in the ground and supported the ground to turn over. Mi Lu was like a bloody person. Number One had caused her a lot of damage. But even so, her injuries recovered in an instant. The two looked pale. They had reached their limit, and less than a minute had passed. They could not hold on any longer. It was at this time that Mi Lu paused. On the other side, Shi Xiang arranged the members, who had not yet left in the conference room. Through the internal surveillance camera, She could see the situation outside. Seeing the one-sided battle outside, the death of her companions was a matter of time. Shi Xiang was unwilling to give up. Her ability could not be used in battle. But it did not mean that she had no fighting power. She really could not hide in a safe place, like a turtle, and wait for others' protection. She turned on her auxiliary equipment, pulled out her gun, and loaded it. The other members even breathed softly. Shi Xiang's movements were unusually harsh in such a quiet environment. A female researcher who was familiar with her grabbed her arm and frowned to stop her. Don't be impulsive. If you die, we will not survive. Shi Xiang's eyes were red. How could she not know this truth? This made her feel discouraged. Fortunately, a turning point has appeared. Shi Xiang suddenly felt that her ability had a new end point for release. She was stunned for a moment, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She knew that the arc had solved the enemy outside and destroyed the barrier device. This made Shi Xiang feel much more resolute. Without saying anything, she began to release her abilities and prepared to open the passage to transfer the people inside. At the same time, she told Fei Xing and number 1 outside the news and asked them to be ready to come in at any time. Unfortunately, Milo also received a communication from Agatha at the same time. It was this news that slowed her down. Agatha's voice came from the other end, mixed with the sound of woohoo. Wind, she said. The barrier equipment has been destroyed. Mi Li's face was a little distorted. She was trapped in this situation again and was dragged down by these two people. She tore open the passage on the other side of the wall again, opening a new path for Rui Pan and others, and then turned around and went to the compartment. Number 1 and Fei Xing, who had already reached their limits, were unable to stop them. Rui Pan and others also approached them. A face-to-face meeting took away the 5 senses of the two, and took out the guns on their bodies and shot at them. Mila directly tore open the wall of the compartment and came to where Shi Xiang was. Shi Xiang's ability had a strong pre-swing, so in such a short time, she didn't have enough time to open the passage. The passage on the wall only opened a small hole in this moment. Mi Li's bullet flew past her ear, and Shi Xiang's ability was forced to be interrupted. Number 1 and Fei Xing were now in danger of their lives, and they had no energy to spare time at this time. It was bad. Shi Xiang's passage could not be opened under such obstruction. Not to mention that Mila had already broken in. They had so many people to transfer. If she followed them to the transfer station, the situation would be even worse. It was clearly a breakthrough of hope, but it was heading towards another abyss at this time. She knew that Fang Zhou could not teleport here to solve this dilemma at this time. Shi Xiang could not help but feel a little desperate. But she also felt that there was still a chance for things to turn around. According to her understanding of Fang Zhou during this period, she must have left them a way out. Shi Xiang felt that she was trying to grasp this clue. In a trance, Shi Xiang seemed to hear a sound approaching their location rapidly. When Milo locked the target, the whole person approached Shi Xiang, and the hands that split the air touched her. Wow! The blue tentacle that suddenly appeared wrapped around one of Mi Li's feet and pulled her away from Shi Xiang's position. Mila was startled. She flexibly arched her upper body and held the suddenly appeared tentacle with her hands, ready to split it into pieces. At this time, Mi Li's face suddenly changed. Her ability stopped working at this time. She could not feel the existence of any superpower and could not use any ability. What is this? Mila immediately realized that it was the ability of the blue tentacle that touched her. She threw out the dagger hidden in her sleeves, cut off the tentacle that wrapped around her ankle, and distanced herself from it. Even without the ability, her physical fitness and physical strength still existed. Shi Xiang's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at the person who came. Wang Chao's figure appeared from the entrance. His lower body had been completely swallowed by Tucker. Below the waist, the blue octopus tentacles were crawling and walking. Number 1 and Fei Xing were rolled by his tentacles, and avoided the bullets shot by Rui Pan. Rui Pan and the other two people she brought were also controlled by the tentacles. The transcendence in their bodies seemed to disappear, and could not function under this control. Sorry, I'm late. One of Wang Chao's eyes had been completely alienated. The white of the eye and the pupil were black. Only the left eye was still amber. He gently told Shi Xiang, open the channel and take everyone away. Shi Xiang's nose was sore, and he rubbed his eyes with his hands, and started to operate his strength again, opening the dark channel of space transmission, and finally had a gap to contact the arc outside. As she thought, the arc seemed to have known the situation here for a long time, and knew that Wang Chao would come to help. Her sigh came from the other end, asking them to leave first. After breaking free from the control of the tentacles, Mi Li's strength was restored. She did not give up and still wanted to stop Xiang, but was blocked by the strong tentacles that kept opening in front of her. The touch she needed to tear with both hands. The premise became the biggest obstacle at this time. Once she touched the opponent's alien limbs, her abilities would disappear again, forcing Mi Li to rely on weapons and metal manipulation to deal with Wan Chao. This ability is invalidation. It's you, Mi Li panted, after several rounds of consumption by Fangzhou. Number 1 in Feishing. She had actually reached her limit. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are not dead yet." The ability of the alien creature on Wan Chao was too special. After a few encounters, Mi Li recognized Wan Chao's identity. Wan Chao was once one of the experimental subjects of the Central Committee. Mi Li had never had contact with him, but he knew of his existence. When he escaped from the Central Committee, his fusion with the alien had reached a certain level during the continuous experiment. The Central Committee had searched for his traces vigorously, but found nothing. After a few years, the Central Committee sentenced him to death. Mi Li looked at him vigilantly, not daring to approach Wan Chao again, and could only use weapons to harass Xiang, which were blocked one by the tentacles controlled by Wan Chao. "This disappoints you," Wan Chao said. "Aren't you curious about where Levi is?" After he mentioned Levi, Mi Li was a little absent-minded, but she quickly adjusted herself. She pursed her lips and forced herself not to care about what Wan Chao said. Without the obstruction of Mi Li and others, Xiang's passage was opened very smoothly. A passage large enough to pass through appeared in front. Other members helped Number 1 in Feishing, who had basically lost their ability to move through it. Xiang waited for everyone to leave until everyone's figure disappeared at the other end of the passage. Now only she and Wan Chao were left. "Boss Wang," she shouted at Wan Chao, wanting Wan Chao to leave first. Tucker's ability to temporarily control Mi Li and others did not mean that Wan Chao could easily leave with Xiang. He said with a serious face, "Go over and close the passage immediately after you pass." How could Xiang not know what it meant for Wan Chao to use the abilities of alien creatures at such a lingering degree of integration? His upper body was gradually merging with the tentacles below, and he no longer looked like a human being. It was already his limit to control the last bit of consciousness. Xiang had been following Wan Chao for 5 years, and was the first member to receive Wan Chao's favor. She knew that this day would come a long time ago. But when it really came, she still felt unwilling and sad. Xiang was born after the fall of the sun, and lived in Dangang since she was a child. She had an unreliable guardian, who made a living by cheating and deceiving. After the other party died, the remaining enemies found her. Fortunately, her ability awakened early, and when she was still young, she learned to use her ability to constantly escape back and forth between cities. She didn't dare stay in the cities of District 1 for long. The security there was very strict, and identity verification was required everywhere. She stayed in Dangang and Yanchun the most. She saw the good and evil of people in the chaotic areas, which formed a completely opposite mirror to the bright and colorful life on the other side. The privileges brought by the status of a transcendent were sometimes a curse. Her long-distance teleportation ability was exposed to the eyes of the authorities, combined with her bad past caused by the choices she sometimes had to make when she survived. They ruled out the option of taking her in for their own use. They listed her as a transcendent criminal and began to capture her on a large scale in Dangang and Yanchun. The result was obvious. Without her companions, she was imprisoned in the strict prison of the Joint Defense Bureau without any resistance. Xiang sometimes thought that the world outside the paradise might be freer than inside, but later she found that it was the same everywhere. She hated the system of this world, but could only drift with the tide like duckweed. Xiang thought that she might be imprisoned to death as a criminal of transcendence, or sent to the central government to become a pitiful experimental subject. All this changed because of the appearance of Wan Chao. Xiang found that a new path appeared in her life. Wan Chao threw an olive branch to her. Xiang always remembered what he said when he saw her. "I need your ability. We will become companions and fight against the injustice of this world together." The face in the memory overlapped with the face in front of her. Xiang wanted to say something, but Wan Chao had already controlled a tentacle to force her into the passage. At the end of her sight, Wan Chao's face was completely integrated into the blue alien body. Chapter 158. The dark entrance was completely closed after Xiang entered, and the figures of Xiang and others completely disappeared behind. Mi Li looked ashen, and the operation to eliminate the organization Yeji behind the Ark was undoubtedly a failure. In the end, she didn't even leave a single person. She knew that this operation was a complete failure. Mi Li's sight shifted to the creature in front of her. Wang Chao had completely merged with the alien creature on his body. His body and consciousness disappeared in the transparent blue body. What appeared in front of Mi Li was a huge octopus that occupied half of the room. Its tentacles were randomly distributed, and it entered a very manic state at the moment of successful fusion. The tentacles it spread out were huge and extremely powerful, swinging towards them. Mi Li and the others had not yet adjusted to Xi's departure, and now they had to start dealing with this violent octopus. What's worse is that as long as they touch its body, their abilities will disappear. Most of Mi Li's powers require contact to be used, and conventional weapons and guns are simply not enough under its extremely fast recovery ability. Rui Pan used 5 sense deprivation on it, but after the 5 senses disappeared, its movements became more unscrupulous. The other 2 police officers she brought were swept up by it and flew into the air, and she was unable to dodge, and her legs were grabbed by the tentacles. This state did not last long. After a few seconds, it stopped moving and did not react for a while, as if it was digesting something. Rui Pan took advantage of this gap to shoot the hand on the leg and the tentacles that wrapped around her 2 team members. This attack made it react again. All the tentacles on the ground waved violently, and finally unexpectedly stretched upwards, wrapping its head with all the tentacles. This made it look like a blue egg, and it fell into silence again after doing this. Mi Li took a deep breath and raised her hand to stop the actions of Rui Pan and others. She looked at the huge alien creature vigilantly, moving slowly closer, and told Agatha the situation inside. "Colonel Agatha, the enemies have all left. I'm sorry that I didn't stop them." Then, she reported Tucker's existence to Agatha. "We found the previously escaped experimental alien 0626 here. Its ability is invalidation. We can't let it escape. If it is absorbed by the Ark, when it has its ability, we will really be unable to stop it." The other end was silent for a while and answered her, "I understand. I will report the news immediately and arrange for people to come." After cutting off the communication, Mi Li turned his attention back to the alien creature. It has a strong recovery ability. The tentacles pierced by bullets can grow again in an instant. Now it wraps its fragile head. It is difficult to really hurt it with the weapons it carries. Mi Li and others have no way to deal with it for a while, and can only wait for Agatha's action. Agatha knew that it was not that easy to kill Fang Zhou again. Now that she knew Tucker's ability, her thoughts were the same as Mi Li's. This alien creature with invalidation must not be allowed to fall into Fang Zhou's hands. Commanding the 2 teams to act separately, and then Jacob sorted out the specific situation here and reported. Agatha felt very tired, and a sense of powerlessness surged in her heart. This operation was their great defeat. More died, and there were many casualties. Their original goal was to destroy Yi Ji and kill Fang Zhou. Neither of these 2 was achieved. They were the hunters who had the information and made sufficient preparations in advance to encircle and suppress the prey. But in the end, they were defeated. The current situation was something Agatha had never considered before she set out. So much so that she didn't understand why the person on the top floor wanted to kill Fang Zhou so much. Even if they didn't take action, her old human body would sooner or later collapse. So why bother to spend so much effort to solve it? Agatha looked up at the building where Fang Zhou disappeared. Although she was still arranging people to capture her, she knew better than anyone that without the support of the Night G members, they couldn't catch Fang Zhou, and it was impossible to pull her out. On the other side, Fang Zhou was avoiding the pursuit of the follow-up personnel, listening to the loud whistle outside the building. Not long after Shi Xiang contacted her, the news of the successful transfer of the headquarters personnel came, which temporarily put Fang Zhou's heart at ease. The alien creature that had been arranged to communicate with Wang Chao also conveyed the information of Wang Chao and Tucker's fusion to her. Wang Chao's final fusion was inevitable. This time, he was responsible for the last step of the transfer, which further doomed his fate. Fang Zhou had been prepared for this. She exhaled slowly, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Many official personnel gathered in the building that Fang Zhou entered and began to search for her whereabouts. Without any worries, it was easy for Fang Zhou to escape from these people. She used the ability of the 5-colored lizard to avoid their sight, and watched these police officers in official uniform searching everywhere like headless flies. At the same time, Fang Zhou noticed that Agatha was arranging people to go to the headquarters of Knight's End. She knew their purpose without thinking. It seemed that they wanted to take Tucker away, avoiding the police officers who were searching everywhere. Fong Zhou observed the situation on the other side and took out a that she was carrying. She had already placed enough bombs inside Knight's Inn to blow up all the 10 underground floors, just for the purpose of destruction after the subsequent transfer. But now it has other uses. Waiting for Agatha to enter, Fong Zhou mercilessly activated the time bomb that was arranged in advance. A few seconds later, a deafening boom. A loud noise came from the other end. The huge explosion underground made the nearby ground feel a little bit of vibration, especially the area closer to the center of the explosion. The officials around felt a wave of heat coming from the collapse of the mall, and the next second, they were overturned by the aftermath. The ruins of the mall, which were already crumbling, suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a message passed by Fong Zhou. The alien creature Tucker is willing to submit to you. You have the qualifications to absorb the alien creature Tucker. Do you choose to absorb it? Seeing this message, Fong Zhou was a little surprised and chose to absorb it without hesitation. Absorption successful. Added illustration Tucker. Number 80, Tucker. Level, SS combined danger and wisdom. Main ability ice disintegration. Can actively invalidate the target's ability through contact. Fong Zhou was not surprised by Tucker's ability. Wang Chao told her about Tucker's ability before the transfer. No wonder Agatha didn't even chase her, but went underground to capture Tucker. If she had this ability, it would be almost impossible for them to kill her, let alone stop her invasion. Fong Zhou was more surprised that Tucker would actively submit to her. According to her idea, this explosion would affect Tucker below, making it seriously injured. It would be natural to contain it. Tucker is a double S alien creature with S intelligence and S ability. It is not easy to make it actively submit. But the message that appeared in front of her was that it had surrendered voluntarily, which meant that it had chosen to surrender to it before it was seriously injured, overpowering the information of serious injury. Fong Zhou took advantage of the chaos to move to the corner of the explosion center with some doubts, separated the hidden worm, and watched it sink into the ground. After a while, a small octopus head with its newly grown tentacles moved out of the corner with the hidden worm. Tucker has a strong recovery ability. Its tentacles can recover instantly after being torn into pieces. In this kind of explosion, as long as it protects its head and uses its tentacles to continuously resist the explosion, it can survive. Of course, the price is to inevitably give up some strength and enter a state of injury. Fong Zhou merged it into his body, moved away from this area, and hacked into the surveillance cameras around the mall. She needed to confirm whether Agatha and the others were affected by the explosion. To her disappointment, Mila and Agatha, who she wanted to kill, were still alive and walked out of the ruins. Presumably Agatha responded at the critical moment, and Fong Zhou withdrew the surveillance and intrusion. The most difficult step of this transfer operation was completely over. Fong Zhou originally wanted to contact Shixiang first and return to the transfer station, but Tucker in her body was constantly sending her signals that he wanted to come out. It seemed that he had something to say to her, but he was unwilling to convey it directly to her inside. The matter had been resolved, and Fong Zhou was not in a hurry. In addition, she was also curious about how the S-level intelligent alien creature would communicate with her. So she first found a safe place, hacked into the nearby surveillance camera, and then released Tucker. The transparent blue octopus separated from her body. In her body, its injuries caused by the explosion recovered quickly, and when it came out, it had recovered to half a person's height. When Fong Zhou was still wondering what it wanted to do, the alien creature in front of her suddenly made a sound. It raised a tentacle under its body and waved at her, saying to her, "Hello, Fong Zhou." Tucker uttered human language, and the sound he made was very familiar to Arkansas. This was clearly the voice of Wang Chao. Wang Chao. Fong Zhou was stunned. Aliens cannot speak human language, except for aliens like vine worms that can mimic humans and speak a few human words. No alien can speak human language while maintaining its original form. Wang Chao is not dead. This made Fong Zhou's already overloaded brain even more unable to work. She was too lazy to think about too many things for a short time. She looked at the alien in front of her and waited for it to give an answer. "No. I'm Tucker." The blue alien raised a tentacle. The two eyes on its head looked at Fong Zhou and said in a soft tone, "But you can call me Wang Chao. I absorbed his memory and experienced everything he experienced. Memory can be the carrier of the soul. From your human perspective, I can also be Wang Chao. Besides, the word Wanqiao itself means octopus, doesn't it? Tucker was originally an S-level alien creature with extremely high intelligence. After absorbing Wanqiao's memory, his way of thinking and learning only had Wanqiao as a reference, so that he spoke the same way as Wanqiao. But compared to Wanqiao, he was obviously more lively and had a curious exploration of the new world. I understand. Tucker. Fong Zhou quickly accepted this fact. She did not choose to call it Wanqiao. It just had Wanqiao's memory, and it was not Wanqiao in essence. Fong Zhou also asked his doubts. Why did you choose to let me take you in? After swallowing Wanqiao, you don't have to fulfill your promise with him. Determined to become the alien creature of the Ark, it must obey the orders from the Ark 100%. If the Ark is allowed to choose, she will never hand over her freedom to another person. The tentacle raised by Tucker bent and pressed against its round head. I originally thought so. We creatures don't have the courtesy and integrity of you humans. It is normal to break the agreement. But after receiving Wanqiao's memory, I changed my mind. Tucker's words made the Ark curious. And she asked, after all the Devourers merge with the alien creatures, will the aliens obtain the Devourer's memory? Tucker answered her, no. I am a special case. Wanqiao can communicate with the alien creatures and understand my needs, so that he voluntarily gave his memory to me when he merged. Many alien creatures are willing to accept human invitations and lend them power because of the instinct of low-intelligence creatures to get close to high-intelligence creatures. They want to learn from humans, but they have no way to communicate with you, and it is difficult to understand their own needs. This is beyond my imagination. Fong Zhou couldn't help but say, Tucker is too much like a human, and Fong Zhou can't regard it as the same as the alien creatures like the lion python. Many A-level intelligent alien creatures are still more animalistic. They don't have the living environment of humans, and their cognition is different. Even if Fong Zhou can communicate with them, they can't express it as clearly as Tucker. Tucker's presence made Fong Zhou feel like he had an equal companion, which was quite novel. Wait a minute, Tucker suddenly said. After talking to Fong Zhou about a bunch of irrelevant things, he finally remembered the purpose of his coming out this time. Wanqiao has a last word that I need to bring to you. Fong Zhou tilted her head slightly and pretended to listen. She didn't expect Wanqiao to have something to say to her at the end. Let me think about it, he said. Thank you. I'll leave it to you next, he said. It's a pity that I didn't meet you earlier and couldn't see the last world. Also, believe in the path you chose. Thank you for letting me be free. Are these all his last words that he wants you to pass on to me? Fong Zhou asked. She could understand the first part, but the last part made her feel a little confused. She and Wanqiao were just partners, and had not known each other for long. From his perspective, at most, his career had a reliable successor. How could he be free? He had too many last thoughts, which made it difficult for me to summarize. So I just told you all. Tucker paused after he finished speaking. His tentacles and eyeballs became motionless following the pause in his tone, as if he was thinking about this question, thinking about whether Wanqiao really wanted to convey these to Fong Zhou. Finally, he firmly answered Fong Zhou's question. I think these are all true. Chapter 159. After communicating with Tucker, Fong Zhou merged it into his body and contacted Shixiang, asking her to take him back to the new headquarters. Shixiang, who received her communication, was obviously relieved. She had been waiting for Fong Zhou's contact. It seemed that she had not recovered from the battle yet. Her voice was a little trembling. I'll be there right away. Fong Zhou, I'll send you the location. The scope of this battle was controlled within 100 meters of the mall. The battle started when the mall was closed. The scale involved was not large, and no innocent people were involved. But the waves set off in the park were not small. The location of this mall was close to the city center of Xinjiang City. On the other side was a commercial street, and there were residential areas nearby. A mall turned into ruins overnight. Even if the authorities blocked the surrounding area in advance, it would be impossible to erase all the movements. On the way out of the battle center, Fong Zhou could see some bystanders filming the helicopter in the sky that had not yet evacuated. Although the process was not easy and made her extremely tired, she was in a good mood, with joy in her eyes. The winner of this battle was undoubtedly her. Yi Ji, are you happy? A blue tentacles appeared on Fong Zhou's wrist, with Tucker's black eyes on it, swinging and asking her. It was able to separate a part of Fong Zhou's body with her connivance. Fong Zhou glanced at it. You don't seem to like to communicate with me directly mentally. Yes, I think it's more magical to talk to you directly. This is an experience I have never had before. And I like it very much. Tucker said, You haven't answered me yet. Are you happy? Of course. Fong Zhou said, with a bit of coldness in her smiling eyes. Weakening the enemy is to strengthen our side. It's not pleasant to always be treated as prey. I hate the feeling of being passive and running away. I have experienced enough of this feeling. Next, I should switch positions with him. This time, the news that Wu Yuanbo conveyed to her in advance was of great help. She realized the crisis and moved the headquarters in advance, which turned the whole situation around and achieved a completely different result, which also had a very strong impact on the subsequent situation. There are not many characters in the central government who can really threaten her. The previously unknown Moore and Agatha are among them. Now that Moore is dead and Agatha's ability is exposed. With Tucker, Mila can no longer threaten her. And they want to find Yiji's location again and attack like this time. It's even more impossible. She controlled the director of the Joint Defense Bureau of Yincheng. With the geographical location of this city, and the cutoff of its only contact with the official, this city has become her kingdom. Even if the central government knows the location of the new headquarters, they can't pose such a big threat to them like this time. The tip of the tentacle nodded. And Tucker agreed, from this point of view, we have gained a lot from this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the tentacles that had originally emerged retracted into Fong Zhou's body. Fong Zhou looked to the side, and saw that Xiang's passage was open. After Fong Zhou sent the specific location, a black passage opened on the wall on one side. Fong Zhou stepped into it, and landed in the transfer station to Yincheng headquarters. Most of the people who had just left the headquarters safely were still gathered here. Seeing Fong Zhou, Xiang looked her up and down, checked her body for injuries, and after confirming that she was fine, Xiang finally couldn't help asking, Boss Wang. He has merged with Tucker. Fong Zhou replied, wiping out the only hope in Xiang's heart. And her shoulders collapsed. Seeing the expression on Xiang's face, Fong Zhou couldn't say anything to comfort her, so he could only raise his hand and pat her shoulder in a soothing manner. The people from the central government came too suddenly, and some things in the transfer station had not been completely transferred. After getting the exact answer, Xiang quickly adjusted herself. She reopened the transportation channel to the new headquarters, and arranged for follow-up personnel to carry out the finishing operations. Fong Zhou looked around and didn't see the two shadows. She asked, Where are number 1 and Feixing? Xiang, they are too seriously injured. I will transfer them directly to the new headquarters in Yincheng for treatment. Okay. I'll go and see, Fong Zhou said, crossing the channel opened by Xiang and arriving at the new headquarters in Yincheng. The passage Xiang opened was the experimental floor on the underground floor. The subsequent finishing operations were still going on. The doctor was helping on the side. When she saw Fong Zhou, she immediately waved to her. The doctor was transferred here in advance and did not experience the central blockade. The experienced doctor was panicked for a long time when she received the news. She was relieved only after Xiang said that everyone had escaped. Thank you for your hard work, the doctor said. Have all the personnel come out? Fong Zhou nodded. Except Wan Chao. Everyone has come out. The doctor was stunned for a moment. She sighed and smiled helplessly. This is also something that can't be helped. It's beyond my imagination that he can hold on for so long. Fong Zhou did not continue the topic. How are number 1 and Feixing? Levi is treating them. Don't worry. They are not in danger of death. I'll go over to see them. By the way, doctor. Fong Zhou tilted his head and looked at the doctor and said, Please help me count the current members to see if all of them have been transferred here. And don't let the transferred members leave. The central government will know that the news about Yiji is not groundless. Most likely, there are players who have sneaked in and spread the news. Although she has made a lot of preparations, it is impossible to be comprehensive and keep a close eye on everyone. Okay. I'll count them later. After giving this instruction, Fong Zhou continued to walk inside to find the location of number 1 and Feixing. As soon as she approached, she could hear Feixing's ghost howling coming from the newly built medical room. Ouch. It hurts so much. I'll tell her when I come back. As soon as Fong Zhou entered, he saw Li Wei using potion to clean his blood-red eye. Feixing twisted around on the bed because of the pain. Li Wei acted quickly and accurately, completely ignoring Feixing's howling. Number 1's injuries seemed to be more serious. He was exposed to Li Li's tearing, and half of his shoulder was almost pulled off. Now he was lying on a bed on the side. His eyes were closed, and his body was wrapped in bandages. He had just taken a recovery agent and fell into a deep sleep. Dr. Li Wei, Fang Zhou said. Fei Xing used the ability to interrupt twice, and his eyes were seriously damaged. He almost fell into a state of blurry vision again. Hearing Fang Zhou's voice, he sat up from the bed with a carp. You're back. He vaguely felt Fang Zhou's shadow approaching, and his expression suddenly became aggrieved. Fang Zhou rubbed his head to comfort him, and asked Levi on the side, how are the two of them? Number one has a special physique, with sea-level healing and strong recovery ability. I gave him emergency treatment, and there will be no problem with subsequent recovery. Levi washed his hands with disinfectant and shrugged. As for this big speaker here, it will take a while to recover this time. The damage caused by excessive use of this ability may become irreversible damage a few more times. Pay a little attention. After all, there is only one left. You pick my other one. Fei Xing hummed in dissatisfaction. Li Wei, this is an order from above. I can't do anything about it. Okay. Thank you. She had more or less foreseen this outcome when she left them to meet Le. And after confirming that their injuries did not affect them, Fang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. The whole thing came to an end, and the news from Lei Chia and the others over there was about to blow up Fang Zhou's communicator. Today was the day they were recruiting personnel outside the park, and it was not until the evacuation here was complete that Lei Chia and the others received the news that the headquarters was attacked. Thinking that Shi Xiang should have explained everything to them, Fang Zhou did not read the news. She looked at the empty bed on the side and asked Li Wei, are there any other injured people? Li Wei shook his head. Her tone was full of admiration. No. You retreated almost without any damage this time. She was still a little hesitant. After she left the Central and joined Yiji, she had to face a giant like the Central. She didn't have much confidence in Yiji. After this operation, her mind changed completely. Okay. I'll take a rest. Wake me up if anything happens. Fang Zhou rubbed his eyebrows. Since she started looking for a transfer location for Yiji, she basically didn't sleep much. After the matter was over, this kind of fatigue hit her in an instant. Even if it was to prevent this extreme body from falling apart, she had to give herself some rest time and deal with the things that had not been dealt with after waking up. So she simply found an empty bed in the medical room and fell asleep for a short time. The complete victory of this battle made Fang Zhou's pace slow down for a while. Hearing that she wanted to rest, Fei Xing beside him even breathed lightly, and Levi treated his wounds without making any sound. After a while, he blinked and tried to look in the direction of Fang Zhou. When he couldn't see clearly, he asked Levi carefully in a whisper, is the world asleep? Levi glanced at Fang Zhou and answered Fei Xing in the same whisper. She's asleep. Chapter 160. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Zhou woke up from her sleep. After a while of rest, her mind became much clearer. She glanced at the time. They all successfully transferred around 6:50 in the morning. Now it was 12:20. She had slept for about 4 hours, which was not a long time. Fang Zhou casually opened the messages sent to her by Lei Chia and Li Baiji in the communicator. Most of them asked her about the situation at the headquarters, with a few asking about her situation. Fang Zhou glanced at them and did not read them carefully. Lei Chia had probably communicated with Shi Xiang, so she did not need to repeat the specific situation. There were also several messages from Fang Xuanjiang. He didn't care about Yiji at all. He asked anxiously and nervously whether she was injured. Scrolling to the end, the latest one was sent by Lei Chia. Fang Zhou looked at the keywords in the preview and clicked it. Lei Chia, the action is scheduled for 7 p.m. Shi Xiang said you were resting. Your brother stopped me from calling. Remember to contact me when you wake up. He seemed to guess that Fang Zhou would definitely click on this message. And he also complained about Fang Xuanjiang. After reading the message, Fang Zhou did not contact Lei Chia immediately. Li Wei was no longer in this medical room. The door was closed. Number 1 and Fei Xing did not leave. They had just received treatment and were now in a deep sleep. Fang Zhou took back the lion python that she had released to observe the situation, and stood up and left the medical room. Some members were moving in the corridor. The equipment on the experimental floor had basically been transferred and was now being debugged. She stopped a researcher under the doctor, asked the doctor where he was now, and went to find him. After the transfer equipment was roughly installed, the doctor was now counting the transfer list with Shi Xiang according to Fang Zhou's instructions. When Fang Zhou arrived, she saw that both of them looked unhappy. So she asked, "Are all the people here?" The doctor said with a headache, "2 people are missing. They left before the transfer. Sorry, I didn't take good care of them." Fang Zhou took the information from her and looked at it. These 2 people were not researchers under the doctor, but logistical personnel. Their names were Shi Wenhao and Yao Luan. They were C-level and B-level transcendents, mainly responsible for managing and maintaining some circuit equipment in the organization. Their work scope was relatively wide, and it was indeed difficult for people to notice their actions. Shi Xiang hesitated and said, "These 2 people have always been loyal to the organization. There is no reason for them to betray. Is it the case of Shuaoshu?" Fang Zhou knew that she meant whether these people were also replaced. She said vaguely, "It may be. There may be such people in the organization next time. We still need to pay attention." Shi Xiang had a murderous look in her eyes after hearing this. She said coldly, "Do we need to get rid of them? Traitors in the organization must be eliminated, even if they are not the original owners." Fang Zhou waved his hand. "Don't worry about them." She did not forget that these players still have one chance to enter. Since they already know the identities of these potential dangers, there is no need to kill them all. Otherwise, who knows who will be the next one to enter? What other information do they know about the organization? Mainly personnel information and the internal layout of the old headquarters. Now the headquarters has been moved and the old site has become a ruin. The latter is not a threat. Fang Zhou frowned. "Where is the branch information?" Shi Xiang nodded solemnly. "Not too detailed, but they have some contact with the branch situation." At the beginning, Shuaoshu also wanted to hand over the location information of Yi Ji to the central government. Now these 2 players also ignored the follow-up and did the same thing as Shuaoshu. Fang Zhou suspected that this might be the camp task received by some central camp players. According to Fang Zhou's understanding of the high-level officials in the central government, whether it is the mysterious Archon or other people in power who have reached the top of the paradise, if they hand over the information to the central government, even if they leave Yi Ji, they will be hunted down and guarded by the central government. At present, the City of God is operating normally, and Qiu Shui, who is under her control, has not conveyed any information to her, which means that the central government has not received any other information and has not yet hunted down the 2 people. Come to think of it, after they confirmed Yi Ji's location, they are probably paying attention to her and Yi Ji. What is going on? The doctor lit a cigarette for himself. Is it the transcendent power of someone in the central government? This is not a solution. There is no sign of their replacement. It is difficult for us to prevent it. We must find a way to deal with it. Fang Zhou knew this. But there was no quick solution to this strange phenomenon involving the border between the 2 worlds. At present, there are only 2 people who may become a breakthrough point. One is the Archon, and the other is the hacker. The hacker deliberately hides her existence. With her transcendent ability, it is impossible for Fang Zhou to find her. The hacker's only 2 appearances have always been helping her. Fang Zhou thought she would contact her soon, but she didn't expect that there has been no movement until now. Is it because the time has not come yet? Fang Zhou vaguely feels that the hacker is guiding her in the direction of the Archon. She seems to want them to meet and let her and the Archon decide the winner. Compared with the hacker who has no whereabouts at all, it is much easier to start with the Archon. According to the information given to her by Feishing, the Archon has never left the tower since then, and no one has seen him leave the top floor of the tower. His location is very clear and has always been within reach. After this incident, it is difficult for the central government represented by the Archon to take any new actions. Just like she and Tucker said, the positions of hunter and prey can be switched now. I will go to the top floor of the tower and kill the Archon, Fang Zhou suddenly said after thinking for a while. This sentence made the doctor stop smoking, and Shi Xiang also looked at her. They all knew how difficult it was to do this, and what kind of turmoil would it cause in the paradise if they succeeded. They sneaked into the tower twice and took the people away. It was very thrilling. As the saying goes, 3 times is the limit. After 2 such experiences, the protection level of the tower will definitely be upgraded. The higher the floor, the more difficult it is. You are very bold, the doctor said cautiously. I thought you would start with something easier to do. I don't have that much time to go step by step. Doctor? Fang Zhou looked into her eyes and said. The doctor suddenly realized. She chuckled and put out the cigarette in her hand. Sorry, I forgot about this. Fang Zhou was too powerful. She had a line python to isolate radiation. like a spinning top that was always running. She squeezed herself in the limit of time. She was not like an old human at all. She had survived in such an extreme situation. This made the doctor occasionally forget the countdown to death hanging over her head. What do we need to do? Shi Xiang quickly accepted Fang Zhou's decision. Wang Chao was dead, and Fang Zhou didn't have much time left. She didn't dare to imagine Yi Ji after Fang Zhou left. Doctor, when you were still in the tower, you should have been mainly on the 156th to 166th floors. Right? Fang Zhou said to the doctor. The doctor was stunned for a moment. She looked at Fang Zhou and found that she looked very confident when she said this. Her previous information was not recorded in Yi Ji's database. She didn't expect that Fang Zhou could see it. She nodded and said with a smile, yes. How did you know? Guess? It's quite accurate. Yi Ji has been collecting alien creatures for many years, creating voluntary devourers, and has the means to extend the survival time of devourers. It is difficult to make such things without enough time for research. In addition, Fang Zhou has seen many alien creatures in the doctor's laboratory, which also shows that she has made certain achievements in this regard. Li Wei is her apprentice. She first came into contact with an alien-related experimental subject like Wang Chao. After Wang Chao escaped, she turned to research related to the ability of the transcendent. Since Li Wei came, this research has been thrown to her, which made Fang Zhou more convinced of the doctor's previous research direction. Yes. Fang Zhou responded and stated his purpose. I need all the information you know about these 10 floors. That's fine. But I must make one point. It has been several years since I left there. They can't have changed at all. In order to prevent rebellious criminals, they must have made significant changes in the future. Fang Zhou smiled at her. Thank you. I understand. I need more detailed information about the tower now. Any one of them may be the way to life at that time. Telling them the next target does not mean that she will start to act immediately. The internal situation of the tower is not clear enough. If she wants to successfully sneak into the top floor, she needs more information. The specific action plan needs to wait for Lei Chia and others to come back before it can be formulated. Fang Zhou looked at the time and looked at Shi Xiang. Shi Xiang, I need you to take me out of the paradise. You are going to meet up with Lei Chia and others? I think so, Fang Zhou said. Lei Chia and others are still gathering some players outside the paradise before starting the next action target. She still has other preparations to make. 10 minutes later, Fang Zhou left the paradise and arrived at the teleportation point set by Shi Xiang that is closer to the 004 shelter, and drove to the White Whale area. Chapter 161. It has been a while since Fang Ark left the White Whale zone. Now, the several entrances from the 004 border are guarded by the Order Bureau personnel, and outsiders need to register their identities before they can be released. During the time after she left, the custody policy of the 004 shelter was reformed during this period of time, which was much stricter than before, and it was no longer an area that was willing to accept any personnel. The culprit who caused this reform did not change his face at this time, and returned here with a new look. The location for the gathering players was chosen by Raikiri, and the specific location was in the dungeon of Lily Street. This place was where Fang Ark stayed for a few days before leaving the White Whale zone. It was the most chaotic area for people to come and go. Even if the White Whale district changes its policy and controls outsiders, it is impossible to ban Lily Street in a short period of time. It is still the most chaotic street in the entire White Whale district shelter. Although Lei Chia does not know who Fang Zhou is going to screen and recruit, there are only two types of people who are willing to rush to Lily Street from other places, where they will be robbed and involved in various vicious incidents if they are not careful. One is the guy who Fang Zhou said has an urgent desire to join Yi Ji, and the other is the official personnel who may receive the news and fish in troubled waters. And Lei Chia has many informants here, and he has the means to know the whereabouts of the strangers who appeared here yesterday. Seeing the address chosen by Raiki, Fang Zhou guessed why he chose this place. When Fang Zhou arrived at Lily Street, there were still 2 hours left before the time set by Raiki and the others. She randomly found a hotel near the dungeon to stay and did not choose to meet up with Raiki. Since yesterday, she has been busy with the transfer of the headquarters, and has no time to observe the posting trends of players in the third section of the fourth dimension. While there is still time before the reunion, she opened the communicator and clicked in to see their movements for the day. After entering the third section, Fang Zhou confirmed the number of people online above. Online number, 903 people. There were actually quite a few fewer people in one day. Dozens fewer than the last time she checked. This was a bit beyond Fang Zhou's imagination. According to her speculation, players with 2 lives still had the opportunity to enter after dying once. And the number of people should not change much in a short period of time. What happened? After confirming the number of people, Fang Zhou began to check the posts. If it were placed in the normal communication section, 900 people would not have much activity. But there were quite a few new posts in the 3rd section. After all, these players could not connect to the game forum in the outside world after entering the game, and could only rely on the 3rd section to discuss game-related matters. Subject: do you have friends in Xinjiang City? The central government is making such a big move. Is it against Fang Zhou again? Is it the mall on Joko Street? I noticed it too. I even sneaked over to join in. But there were spies all around. I was stopped by the police from the Joint Defense Bureau in a few seconds. I was almost handcuffed and taken to the Joint Defense Bureau for ideological work lighting a cigarette. Does this mean that someone is trying to push the plot forward? Wait a minute. How long has it been? And the plot is already moving forward? Who is so fast? Could it be that some lucky guy landed directly inside the night intelligence? The noise was quite loud. I could hear it from across the street. I don't know what happened specifically. I felt like I was left behind. I was so anxious. The node we entered the game should be here at the explosion in Dangang. Right? Is the Central Party taking the initiative? Then I guess it is very likely that Yeji's position has been exposed. Sure enough, someone was lucky enough to enter Yeji. What's wrong with this probability distribution? Those players who directly replace Yeji personnel and Central personnel naturally have the advantage of entering the main line. This advantage is not ordinary. How can someone start the game early? The starting line is lower than others in this life, and it is still lower than others in the game. Is there no insider who can come out and tell us what is going on? Please, how can these stakeholders come out and share information with us? There are rewards for the top 50 in the plot advancement. We are all competitors. I don't really care about this game cabin. I just want to know which side wins in the end. Me too. I've always been bad at playing games. I don't think it's possible to get into the top 50. I just want to interact with the characters in such a realistic holographic mode. Friends, I've been playing it as a Sims game. I don't want to join the main story for 2 days. We'll know who the winner is after we see if Night Solitaire's recruitment has stopped. Subject: Lioli Street is ready to charge. How many people have come? Raise your hand. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I wonder which Night Solitaire NPC I'll see. Will the Ark come? The Ark can't possibly come. This kind of thing should be left to the subordinates. Wait a minute. Are you all here? I was born in Shelter 003, and I can't get there in 1 day. Friend above. This is too far. Do you want to try to gamble and restart? There are so many people landing outside the paradise? How many people have sent messages to Yi Ji? Won't too many people attract their attention? I'm also very curious. So far, the NPC calculation program of this mode is very smart. I haven't found any bugs. Don't mention it. I went to the streets to loot supplies and wanted to get some weapons to use. As a result, I was almost killed by the NPC. My health bar dropped by more than half. And now it's still dropping like a debuff. You above, why don't you take care of your wounds? Otherwise you will be debuffed. They won't think we are suspicious and kill us as the central team. Is there anyone who wants to team up? I don't want to be alone. You still dare to team up? Check out the next post. After reading 2 posts, Fang Zhou continued to scroll down and raised his eyebrows when he saw the title below. Subject: Are some idiots engaging in malicious competition? They don't participate in the main story and want to climb up by killing competitors? What's going on? Does the questioner mean that there are players killing other players? I'm so scared. Friends, isn't it forbidden to exchange information here? How does the other party know who the player is? Yesterday, a lot of people were sending team-up codes. I guess a lot of people have already formed teams now. The thread starter did give me a good idea. It's always good to eliminate more competitors. But I don't think it's a good idea to start so early. It's very likely that you will only kill the scum. After all, you have to wait until the final round to eliminate the opponent. I'm convinced. How can there really be such a person as the one above? The above? This is not reality. Everyone is a competitor. This game cabin is enough to buy a house outside the 3rd district. Did the author of the question get ambushed while forming a team? My hair stands on end. Who dares to form a team? No wonder the rules forbid us from posting information related to our personal identity here. It turns out that they are protecting us. Check the code. Isn't it, Cat? Author of the question, no. Have you also been deceived? The person who deceived me should not be the same person. Yes. He exchanged information with me in the name of forming a team. And after exchanging information, he attacked me when I was not paying attention. I lied to him that I had already died once. Author of the question, this method is the same as what I encountered. That's right. I suspect more than one person. Wait. The information above is a bit high. Suddenly I feel like my brain is not working. Does this mean that some people have formed a team to hunt players? And they specifically target players with only one life left. So no one has spoken out until the poster and the above poster concealed this information? I seem to have encountered it too, but the other party couldn't help because I was too low in level. And finally the team failed. Now it seems that it's because I still have one life. Ah. This. People are evil. When it comes to money, there will always be people who don't behave like human beings. After reading it all the way, this post just explained to Fang Zhou why so many people were missing in one day, which made her think of Ji Yun from the branch at the first time. But according to the two players, Ji Yun should have nothing to do with the people in this hunting team. Where there is interest, there will be conflict. But this conflict came faster than Fang Zhou thought. Compared with standing out from 1,000 people, killing competitors is indeed a shortcut. After the game officials set up rewards and competition clauses, many players' focus is no longer on the development of the plot. Coupled with the rare opportunity to start over, many people have changed their mentality from players to insiders. This is the cleverness of the game officials. But even if this happens, there are still some people trying to form a team. Everyone knows that it is easier to have a companion than to fight alone. But so far, Fang Zhou has not seen those players who really entered the main line make more in-depth speeches in the forum, such as those in the center, or the night players who provided clues to the center. They are naturally ahead of most players, and do not need to exchange information with those who are chasing behind. It is not ruled out that these smart people have already connected through some information hidden in the secret code in the forum. Wu Yuanbo once told her that the Archon summoned several central personnel who were unlikely to go to the top floor to meet. If Fang Zhou wants to obtain more information about the center, it is indispensable to have those people who have landed in the center. Fang Zhou had a feeling that the action she arranged to gather players outside the park today would not be peaceful. Thinking of this, she exited the third section. And when the time was almost up, she left the hotel and went to the underground city. There were 4 underground floors in Lioli Street, covering a large area. There were many shops and underground trading places inside. Lei Qi rented an idle shop on the first floor. Although it was on the first floor, it was connected to 3 floors below. The space was wide and could accommodate many people. As the time was getting closer, Lei Qi sent her another urging message. Fang Zhou replied to him, and then did not go to find Lei Qi to join him, but came to the venue. He notified those people as a player. Chapter 162. Will Sister Jojo come again? Li Baiji asked Lei Qi, who was looking at several surveillance images projected on the screen in front of her. These were installed by Lei Qi in advance at several locations inside to observe movements. I don't know. Lei Qi leaned on the chair next to her, tilted his head, and looked at the communicator. Looking casual, seeing that the time was getting closer, Lei Qi was not anxious about whether Fang Zhou had arrived. He said to Li Baiji, she has many plans. Whether she comes or not, she has her own plans. Don't worry about her movements. It's enough for us to do our own things. That's right. Li Baiji had a bit of respect in her eyes. And she said softly, Sister Jojo has always been like this. It's enough to just follow her. Although she did not participate in the operation of relocating the headquarters, she knew how urgent the situation was at that time. If Fang Zhou had not predicted and launched the operation in advance, the organization would have been destroyed by the enemy when she and Lei Qi rushed back. Li Baiji is different from Shi Xiang and others. She entered Yeji late and did not have much contact with Wan Chao, the original boss of Yeji. For her, Fang Zhou is a beacon that guides her direction. However, compared with Shi Xiang and others, her ability cannot help Fang Zhou much. So as long as Fang Zhou assigns her any task, she will be very energetic to do it well. Li Baiji put the center of gravity right. So far, there are a total of 64 people who sent us resumes this time. According to the information they gave, 15 of them are transcendents. 20 are ordinary people. And some are left without marking. It is not ruled out that this data is false. Hiss. Reiki made a sound. The proportion of transcendents was ridiculously high. Transcendents accounted for only 1% of the total population in the world. Now, at least a quarter of the 60 people were transcendents. Where did Fangzhou release the information about Yeji? He often couldn't see through Fangzhou's purpose of action. She always knew a lot of information that he didn't know. After a while, Reiki was too lazy to find out. Just following her steps was enough. Reiki, how many people have gathered in the hall? Li Baiji was just counting the number of people through the surveillance. She said, there are currently 40 people. Some should have arrived. But they haven't come in yet. At this moment, Lei Chia received a message from Fangzhou. After seeing the content inside, his face was subtle. And he couldn't help muttering, what is she going to do again? After replying to the message, he turned to Li Baiji on the side and said, die. Add another new number. Li Baiji was slightly surprised. Is there anyone here at this time? I guess so, Lei Chia said vaguely, and looked at the time again, and said to her, contact Joker. It's almost time. As the trading center of Lily Street, the underground city has always had a large flow of people. And it is even more so at night. There are many pedestrians around the location where Lei Chia is set. On the left side, there is a hardware store on the surface. But it is actually a weapons and equipment trading place inside. On the right side is a gambling and boxing gym. And the people coming and going are even more mixed. Just looking at the surface, it is impossible to tell which people are coming for Yishi. When Fangzhou came, he paid special attention to the surrounding situation. She conservatively estimated that there would be many players squatting outside to observe the situation before deciding whether to go in. Most of these players are ordinary people in the outside world. The longest time they have been in the game world is only 4 days. They want to hide their purpose and will be exposed more or less. In this period of time, Fangzhou has been able to distinguish some players who have not entered the building and are lurking around. According to some information in the third section, many players have successfully formed teams. The group that ARC originally wanted to target was the players who landed outside the park. After the premise of forming a team, there may be players in the park who contact players outside the park in order to obtain the purpose of the night to this operation. Thinking of this, Fangzhou entered the number she had just received from Lei Chia into the identification system set up at the entrance. This was to prevent unrelated people from accidentally entering the identity number. They were able to achieve this level in just 2 days, which was somewhat beyond Fangzhou's expectations. After passing the number authentication at the entrance, Fangzhou entered the first floor hall. When she came in, there were quite a few people inside. The first floor was not small, and there were several rows of waiting seats. To the south was the entrance and elevator to the second floor, and there were 2 people Lei Chia had found to guard it. After noticing that someone else had come in, Fangzhou could feel that the eyes of these people were cast over in an instant. And then, they were retracted after a while. The atmosphere in the whole space was subtle and quiet. At least half of the people here were players. They also knew the situation, but they didn't know whether direct communication would cause any changes in the plot. So no one dared to start. Fangzhou found a seat and sat down, and began to watch the movements of these people. Where did you see the recruitment information of this organization? After a while, a man sitting in the front row broke the silence and attracted everyone's attention. No one responded to him for a while. After a few seconds, a woman's voice sounded in the corner. I saw it in the 4th dimension. What about you? Me too. A person sitting in the back row took over the conversation. Shrugging his shoulders, I didn't expect so many people to come. After all, their promotional information is very absurd. It seems that everyone is quite free. This person's words expose the purpose of everyone present. Based on the content of the post that ARC originally posted on the 4th dimension, no one would come to participate in the interview of such a strange organization. They thought about it, and knew that the people present were probably official personnel trying to sneak in. Except for the players. There are so many people coming for the interview. They shouldn't need to recruit so many people. Then it depends on your ability. There was a bit of tension in just a few words. But with this beginning, some of them began to communicate with each other. During this process, a girl sitting on the right side of the arc did not speak from beginning to end. She seemed to be very bad at dealing with so many people, and kept pointing at the armrest of the chair with her fingers anxiously. Hello. A kind-looking woman in the back row tapped her shoulder, and said to the woman, Did you also see the news in the fourth dimension? Although she said this, she made a 3 gesture to the other party. The girl bit her lip. Noticed what the other party meant. Hesitated for a while and nodded. I guess so. It's a communication section inside. After 2 sentences, the two understood each other's identity. After confirming, the woman continued, my name is Miao Qing. What about you? The girl also gave her name, Su Yunshu. Compared to Su Yunshu's more timid attitude, Miao Qing seemed much more familiar. She approached Su Yunshu and asked in a low voice, are you a transcendence? If you are a transcendence, the probability of being selected will be higher. Su Yunshu looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. So she replied, my level is not high. I just want to join in the fun. Miao Qing, see? Bad? Almost. That also increases the probability. You are lucky. You became a transcendence as soon as you landed. No. I restarted it. Su Yunshu said embarrassedly. I see. But I think they don't need so many people. Let's exchange contact numbers. Whether you join or not, we can travel together. What do you think? Their voices were very low. Since someone started talking, the noise inside was much louder. Normally, it was impossible to hear what they were saying. But this did not mean that Fang Zhou could not hear it. She was eavesdropping on it with a wire python and heard her subtle expression. Miao Qing got all the information about this little girl in just a few words. But Miao Qing did not say anything about herself. When she heard that Miao Qing wanted to team up with her, Su Yunshu nodded immediately. In real life, she was not good at communicating with social anxiety. She played games for several years in college, and her social disorder became more serious. Once a stranger talked to her, she would easily answer whatever was asked in a hurry. But this holographic mode was too real. It was okay to face NPCs. But when she thought that most of the people in this venue were real people, her situation became more serious. She wanted to team up with others, but she didn't know how to start. Miao Qing's initiative to chat was exactly what she needed. After getting Su Yunshu's information, Miao Qing turned her target to Fang Zhou and said to Su Yunshu, why don't you ask the person next to you? It's better to have more people. Hearing her say this, Su Yunshu's heart trembled twice. She looked at Fang Zhou, who looked back with some awareness and gave her a friendly smile. Before she could speak, Fang Zhou took the lead and said, hello. I just heard you talking about the fourth dimension. If you don't mind, can I join in? I'm still alone. As she said that, she imitated Miao Qing and made the number 3 of the third section. Of course. Hearing her say that, Su Yunshu's eyes lit up, and he nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. Seeing this, Miao Qing came up again and asked Fang Zhou, are you a transcendent? Since we are going to form a team, it is better for us to get to know each other. No. I am not very lucky. I am an ordinary person. I may not be able to help you. If you mind, forget it. Fang Zhou apologized. It's okay. I don't mind these. Su Yunshu scratched her face. She probably felt that it was useless for her not to mind. So she looked at Miao Qing. Ah, that's a pity. Miao Qing had a bit of regret on her face. It's okay. I don't mind this. What's your name? My name is Xuanzhou. Fang Zhou said. Su Yunshu said after hearing this, there is a Zhou in your name. Which character is it? The Zhou in the light boat? Fang Zhou said, Zhou with 3 drops of water. Oh. Finally found someone to communicate with. Su Yunshu seemed much more cheerful. She said, suddenly I remembered that almost all the vests opened by Zhou Bao had the homophone of Zhou. I wonder if I can meet her this time. It's true when you say it. Fang Zhou smiled twice with his eyes bent. And he was very happy that someone called him Zhou Bao in real life. This matter has been adapted very well. She really likes the word Zhou. Miao Qing brought the topic back to Su Yunshu's last sentence. I think the probability of seeing her outside the park is not high. Su Yunshu seemed a little disappointed. That's right. Zila. The sound of adjusting the microphone came from the speaker above the space, making the originally noisy space quiet. Fang Zhou glanced at the time, and it was already 8 o'clock. Chapter 163. After a short debugging, no more sound came from above, and the people present looked at each other in bewilderment. It's time. Right? When will it start? The man who spoke first said to the 2 people guarding the entrance to the 2nd floor. These 2 people are members of the night branch outside the paradise. Without instructions from above, they naturally would not answer his questions. Fortunately, the next second, the quiet broadcaster above came with a voice again. Good evening, everyone. A slightly low male voice came from above, and Fong Zhou recognized it as Raikuri's voice. Welcome to the interview site for the members of Night. I believe everyone has received the admission number. Next, please follow the order of the number distribution to carry out the recruitment action. Please identify your own number and don't cut in line. Number 70124. Number 70136. The numbers set by Raiki were from the middle and shuffled. The two people whose numbers were called walked out of the crowd. The two members guarding the entrance made way and signaled them to go in directly. As the whole test began, Su Yunshu seemed very nervous. She whispered to Fong Zhou and Miao Qing, "Will they let me introduce myself? I am most afraid of this." Fong Zhou thought for a while. This should not happen. But they may ask why you want to join. It's better to let me introduce myself. Su Yunshu began to back out. As for the content of the promotional advertisement said by Yiji, what reason can they give? Except for the players and central personnel. Those who really came to the interview because of the promotional advertisement are more or less a little crazy. Besides, Yeji is still an underground organization, and there is no reason to attract people because of their deeds and fame. To be honest, Su Yunshu has not figured out the purpose of this plot design until now. The most common conclusion drawn by players about this design in the third section is, it is likely that the officials set up the plot specifically for those who landed outside the park to participate in the main line. Just like some games that allow people to choose which gang to join after entering. Many people think that the interview for joining is likely to be a process. As long as you come and apply, you can enter. Su Yunshu originally thought so. But this mode is too real. If it weren't for the game panel that she could see at ordinary times to remind her that this is a game world, she would really think that she had traveled through time. So that this rigid plot setting made her feel very inconsistent. Now that the arrow was on the string, she had to quickly practice answering various preset questions in her mind. She called several people in succession, and those who were called in did not continue to return to the hall after the interview. It should be that Lei Chia set up another exit, or gathered them again. Thinking about this, Fong Zhou felt that he was inexplicably a bit like a leader who came to inspect the work of his subordinates. After a while, Su Yunshu was called in. Lei Chia assigned Fong Zhou a number at the end of the number, and it was Fong Zhou's turn after Su Yunshu entered for a long time. She entered the elevator to the second floor. After arriving, waiting at the entrance of the elevator was a relatively basic housekeeping robot. After scanning the person, it moved in front of Fong Zhou, and the display screen on its head showed "Please follow me." A few big words. Fong Zhou followed it through the corridor and entered one of the rooms. The room was square and not very big. There was a table and chair in the middle, with a speaker and monitoring equipment above, and some snacks and a water dispenser in the corner. After bringing her in, the housekeeping robot on the side moved to the water dispenser and poured her a glass of water on the table. Fong Zhou could feel the slight mental suggestion power transmitted by Li Baiji. Her ability level was not high. It was just mental suggestion that could not touch the mental barrier in the player's brain, and it could be used for transcendence below a level. This was also the reason why Fong Zhou arranged her to come. Looking at the water in front of him, Fong Zhou roughly understood what method she used to test her mental strength. In this situation, if a glass of water was brought up, anyone with a little bit of vigilance would not drink it, unless they were influenced by Li Baiji's mental suggestion and put the danger behind them. In this way, they could quickly screen out those who were not affected by her mental suggestion under the normal interview process. "Hello." Li Baiji's voice came from above. Fong Zhou looked at the position of the camera and said directly, "It's me. Where are you?" There was silence on the other end, and Fong Xuanjiang's hesitant voice sounded, "Sister?" Li Baiji then reacted, "Sister Zhou? TSK. I thought you were going to act to the end," Raki said. In the room at the end. Fong Zhou walked out of this room and headed towards the room at the end that Raki mentioned. Li Baiji wanted to use her ability, so she couldn't be too far away from the interview location. The room where Raki and the others were was dimly lit. He and Li Baiji sat in front of the microphone. Above them was the surveillance camera of the room where Fong Zhou was just now. At the other end were the real-time images of the surveillance cameras he had set up. Fong Xuanjiang was observing the movements. After Fong Zhou came in, the three of them looked over at the same time. "Why is my sister here?" Fong Xuanjiang asked. "To supervise." Fong Zhou walked up to him and put his hand on his head, jokingly saying, "Are you working hard?" They have Raikiri who can teleport, and Fang Xuanjiang who has enough force. So they are not worried about what will happen if someone suddenly comes in. In this case, the central government cannot send anyone who is not sure who will participate in this matter. Fang Xuanjiang raised a small arc at the corner of his mouth. Yeah. Fang Zhou continued to ask, how is the situation? There are 64 numbers sent out, and only 56 people came to the scene. So far, only 2 people have responded to my ability. Li Baizhi replied. She seemed a little confused. What are the origins of these people? 1 or 2 people would be fine. But it was beyond her imagination that so many people could resist her mental suggestion. Could it be that these people were the same type of people as the guy who replaced Shuaoshu? And Lei Chia played a few selected surveillance clips to Fang Zhou. And he was intriguing. Many of these guys are weird, answering questions as if they were joking. Where did you post the recruitment propaganda of Yi Ji and gather these people together? Just like the answer that many people agreed with in the 3rd section. Even if some people were arguing in the hall, thinking that it was impossible to find everyone according to the realism of this game. Most players still regarded the plot of Yi Ji recruiting people as an internal design of the game. When asked why do you want to join this organization, there were all kinds of strange answers. Fang Zhou swiped through the console and looked at the information of those who had been interviewed before. Finally, he clicked on Su Yunshu's interview video. When asked this question, she answered very seriously, because I have a goal I want to pursue, and joining you can achieve my goal. Lei Chi saw her turn out Su Yunshu's video and asked, do you want to bring her in? I saw you were chatting with her in the hall just now. Let's see. Where did you arrange those who have completed the interview? Did you let them leave? No. I asked them to gather on the 3rd floor first. Okay. I'll go first. You guys just follow the normal process. Pry out their superpowers and specific abilities from their mouths. And remember to deal with those guys who couldn't resist Baiji's ability after the disbandment. I'll find you later. Raiki waved his hand. Got it, boss. Fang Zhou left the room and could hear the broadcast below continuing to broadcast the next number sequence when he entered the elevator. The elevator door opened, and the layout of the 3rd floor was similar to the 1st floor. It was good that they could build such a scene in 2 days. Seeing that she also came over, Su Yunshu waved at her with a pleasant expression. Fang Zhou walked towards her, and Su Yunshu said to her, they really asked the question you told me. Fortunately, I rehearsed it in my mind beforehand. Then you should answer it well. I hope so. Su Yunshu sighed. I thought I would at least meet an acquaintance. But there was no face-to-face interview at all. And I don't know what the final result will be. Don't worry. There will be a good result. Fang Zhou comforted her while observing the situation of others, compared to the situation at the beginning when everyone was silent and came alone. In such a short time, the players have already formed a team mode. The place where the most people gathered was the man who broke the silence first. There were more than 5 people gathered in the corner where he was. Fang Zhou looked at his information from Lei Chia. His name was Bu Ci, and his replacement body was an A-level transcendent, which should be rare in the player group. In addition to those who had exchanged secret codes and confirmed their identities to form a team, there were also a few characters who did not join them, including the 2 who could respond to Li Baiji's mental hints. In addition to them, there was a man in a high-neck sweater leaning alone on the side, looking down at the communicator, typing quickly with 2 fingers. He seemed to have noticed a strange sight, and he looked up at Fang Zhou's position with a sense of feeling. But he did not see anyone's eyes on him. After a while, Miao Qing also came to the 3rd floor and joined the 2 of them. She was the last one, and when she came, the whole interview process was over. Chapter 164. How do you feel? Miao Qing walked up to them and asked in a low voice. They are quite casual. Is it really as guest? Then we all have a chance to get in. That would be great. Su Yunshu touched her nose. She was a little nervous. It's hard to say. Fang Zhou glanced at Miao Qing and agreed. It would be best if everyone has a chance to get in. It started at 8 o'clock and ended at 11 o'clock. On average, it took a few minutes to finish one person's interview. The whole process was very fast. After communicating, many people found that even the questions asked by Yi Ji were the same, and they couldn't guess Yi Ji's purpose. From the perspective of these players, this plot design is illogical, and many people are more inclined to believe that this is the official entry point for these players, who are stranded outside the park to enter the main plot. As the operator who designed this plot about Knight's recruitment, Fang Zhou's purpose is actually very simple. First, select some players, and keep the incident under their noses. Second, it is to penetrate the players and lead some players who are deeper into the central government in the park. Connect with them. Obtain information from the central government. And prepare for the next killing of the Archon. She herself is not really preparing to recruit members. Nor does she want to spend a lot of time designing the purpose and making this matter logical. Which does her no good. This vague attitude and unpredictable purpose will make them rationalize things. The rules of their game prohibit them from giving any awakening tips to the NPC in the game. No player would guess that she, the NPC, actually knew their existence. This was just a show to pull them into her game. Even Rachel and the others didn't understand her purpose. As for those people sent by the central government who wanted to blend in, Ark would never let them leave safely. When they were unaware, the information about contacting the inside was blocked by Ark's electronic control. When they left, the arranged guys would deal with them. After waiting for a while, no one came out of the elevator after the interview. Busai, who was surrounded by a group of people, shouted to the broadcasting equipment above, "Is this the end? If there is a next step, continue to arrange it. If not, just announce the result directly. Don't waste everyone's time." Fong Zhou looked at him. His work style was very conspicuous. He gathered a lot of players in a short period of time. Sometimes being too conspicuous is not a good thing. "Well, I thought you needed some time to communicate." Raiki's slightly raised tone of ridicule came from the broadcaster, which was quite sarcastic to Busai, who quickly established a small group, causing Busai to frown immediately. "I'm sorry to waste everyone's precious minutes. The entire interview is over. We will send the results to your communication device tomorrow. Please go home today." Magnetic. The microphone was turned off, and the closed iron door at the other end made a huh sound, opening the exit to them, as if driving away the visitors. After hearing this, Su Yunshu leaned close to Fong Zhou's ear and whispered, "This must be right Xie. Although the voice is a little disguised, the tone of speech is like him, which is very annoying." Fong Zhou glanced at her and said with a smile, "You know them very well." Miao Qing also said, "Yunshu is obviously a fan of Fong Zhou. You can remember the personality of a character like Rai Xie, who doesn't appear much." Su Yunshu became more energetic when she mentioned this, but she looked around and suppressed the desire to talk, saying, "It's okay. It's okay." The whole process was too casual, and the ending was also casual. The players came in confused and left confused. The exit was no longer the lobby on the first floor, but directly left from this floor and entered the third floor of the dungeon through another passage. On the other side, Busai and his men were also communicating. A short-haired woman next to him said speechlessly, "Is it over? Are we really just here to go through the process?" Some people were slightly dissatisfied when they heard this statement. If all of them were really recruited, those of them with transcendent abilities would not have the probability of being selected first, and they would not be able to open up a gap with others in this regard. Busai looked around and walked to the elevator entrance to see if he could go up to the second floor. "You want to explore the map?" another person said. Busai pondered. "The NPCs of Yiji are likely on the second floor. If we can go up, we might get some clues." The short-haired woman frowned and immediately rejected, "No. This game is very realistic. We can't use normal game thinking to figure it out. There is no way to forcefully explore the map. If they let us go, we should try to go. Don't do too much. Otherwise, according to the style of Ark in the plot, they might be killed. Others, let's go. Wait till the result comes out tomorrow. It's not worth wasting a life in such a place," a young man with a white face said. At this point, Busai was reluctant but couldn't insist, so he nodded and prepared to leave from the exit of this floor with a few people. Fong Zhou watched the movements of these people, and before they left, she released 2 line pythons to lurk on 2 people, one on Busai, and the other on the man in a high-neck sweater who was looking at the communicator all the time. She found something interesting in his communicator. After doing this, Fong Zhou also left here with Su Yunshu and Miao Qing. Bang! Just as they walked out of the dungeon exit, the sound of gunfire not far away suddenly sounded in front of them, like a startled bird. The eye-catching dark blue uniform of the Order was very eye-catching under the light, attracting the attention of everyone around. "Fuck! It's the Order!" One player saw what was going on and exclaimed. Su Yunshu and Miao Qing immediately became nervous. Su Yunshu said, "Did they attract the Order?" Yi Ji's recruitment was sent in the 4th dimension. The central government will definitely contact them. As they said, they looked at each other and said at the same time, "Let's go." It is normal for this operation to attract the order. Fong Zhou had left irreversible damage to the order bureau here. As long as there was news related to her, they would not hesitate to break into Lioli Street to suppress it. The official personnel arranged in were not all central personnel, but also 2 police officers from the order bureau. Jiang stared at the rioting crowd with a sharp gaze. He could feel the unfriendly eyes of the people around him. Lioli Street has been crowded with people for a long time. There are countless guys who have bad intentions towards the order. However, few people dare to participate in the investigation of the order. Unrelated people will leave as soon as they see them. In just one encounter, several players without combat power have been restrained by the order brought by Jiang Ke. One of them is a member of Busai's group. Seeing this, he also fought with these orders, thinking that he is an A-level transcendent with the ability to control light energy. The order really can't do anything to him for a while. Everyone also understood that the target of the order was the players who participated in the interview at night. There were many players who participated in the interview, and there were also many Transcendence players. But some of them had already taken advantage of this opportunity to leave. Su Yunshu and Miao Qing wanted to leave from the encirclement of the order, but they were stopped by 2 orders who were on the way just after they ran a distance. "Please cooperate with our investigation," one of them said. "You don't look like a simple investigation." Fong Zhou was playful, and her eyes glanced at the exit of the dungeon. And then she tilted her head slightly to one side to signal. Click. Before the order continued to act, countless sounds of compression of the machine rang out in the dark night like percussion instruments. The weapons on the orderers were instantly crushed into thin pieces of paper. Those orderers who grabbed individual players were pulled back by a force and smashed heavily on the wall on one side. Fong Zhou asked Fong Xuanjiang to show mercy, and he was very obedient and did not kill these orderers. Currently, Shelter 004 is the only one of the 4 shelters that has not been merged by the central government. These orderers are the reason. Fong Zhou does not want to let the central government get away with it. It was just a short move, and the whole situation was reversed. Su Yunshu let out a small exclamation, turned her little head, and began to look around. The characteristics of this ability were too obvious, and she recognized it as Fong Xuanjiang at once. Not only her, but all the players present realized this. Raiki's voice came from the loudspeaker in the drone floating in the sky. "Since we have invited people, we must ensure that everyone leaves safely." This arrogant provocation immediately changed Jiang Ke's face. He didn't expect that it was just a recruitment interview and Fong Zhou would send Joker here. The Order Bureau now has only one S-level transcendent who did not participate in this operation. Their purpose is not to confront Fong Zhou. It is precisely because they are afraid of her that they want to interrupt her when she shows signs of returning to the White Whale Zone. Now Fong Xuanjiang has also come here, and there are other enemies. It is impossible to take anyone away. Jiang Ke can only watch the prey all flee. Fortunately, the other party did not kill them all. After seeing all these people leave, the whole street returned to its original calm. On this side, Su Yunshu escaped from the encirclement of the order, and her heart was beating like thunder. After confirming that there were no order behind them, she and Miao Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That was Joker just now," Su Yunshu said. "He is here too? Then is Shou here too? She must have asked Joker to help us." Miao Qing was a little frightened, but she didn't feel such a strong difference in strength when playing games. In the later stage, everyone was teasing Joker for being more and more useless. When she really saw him in this holographic mode, she realized what kind of existence the best among the S-level transcendents was. What about Fong Zhou? Isn't it even more terrifying? Miao Qing shook her head and answered Su Yunshu's question, "I don't know." Seeing that she was not interested, Su Yunshu stopped talking and asked belatedly, "I almost forgot to ask. Which camp did you choose? Can different camps form a team?" Fong Zhou didn't know the specific situation of their camp yet, so he waited for Miao Qing to speak in silence. Miao Qing smiled. "I chose Fong Zhou. But the official just said that we need to advance the plot progress, but didn't say that we need to advance the progress of the camp we chose. In fact, different camps can form a team to act." Su Yunshu suddenly realized, "That's right. I didn't even think there was this bug to exploit." After saying that, she smiled shyly. "But I still want to advance from Fong Zhou's side." "Xuanzhou, what about you?" Miao Qing looked at Fong Zhou. "Me too. Just in time. Where are you living now?" Fong Zhou said. "I landed on Lioli Street." Not far from where I live. I didn't dare to go out for the past 2 days. Su Yunshu shuddered. It was already night when they left, escaping from the sight of the orderers, and now entering an unknown street, away from the hustle and bustle, with a damp and fishy smell on the tip of their noses. Occasionally, someone passed by on the street and stared at them with vigilant eyes. It's really chaotic here. I came from somewhere else. As she spoke, Fang Zhou glanced behind her calmly. There were 2 people who had been paying attention to them during the chaotic battle just now, and they followed them all the way after they left. They were not sent by Raikiri. She could feel that the lion python she released was slowly following her, and it was the man in the high-collared sweater. Chapter 165. They just wanted to get away from the siege of the Order and fled without a destination. Now they are in a small path in a residential area of Liuli Street. The distance between buildings is shortened, and there are 2 corners in front and behind. The 2 stalkers kept a distance in front and behind. In addition to the young man in the high-collared sweater, the other one made a new disguise in the interval. Fang Zhou didn't know who it was, but he could only feel that someone was following him. According to the information given by the young man in the high-collared sweater, his name is Qi Dao, an ordinary person. Now it seems that he concealed a lot of information in the interview with Yi Ji. Unlike the other person, even without the lion python, Fang Zhou could feel his tracking trajectory. Qi Dao's tracking presence is very hidden. If Fang Zhou hadn't released the lion python in advance and let it turn into the material of his clothes, she might not be able to detect his following. An ordinary person cannot do this. His ability may have something to do with lurking. Most players with superpowers will not hide this in order to enter Night Shi. They want to tell all their abilities, so that they can get in touch with the plot line. Qi Dao did not do this, which means that his purpose is not here. He has no shortage of channels to enter the plot line, which is consistent with the information Fang Zhou saw in his communicator. Fang Zhou observed all the way, and found that the person Qi Dao followed was not Miao Qing or Su Yunshu, let alone her, but another stalker behind them. Qi Dao has been keeping a proper distance behind this person. The stalker's target is Su Yunshu, and Qi Dao's target is the stalker. As for why the stalker's target was not Miao Qing was very purposeful. When she first talked to Su Yunshu, she was trying to find out her ability, and set a language trap to test Su Yunshu's remaining chances. She didn't even have the desire to test Fang Zhou, an ordinary person. If Fang Zhou guessed correctly, Miao Qing and the stalker were teammates, and they were probably the hunter team mentioned in the forum. Qi Dao's target was the people in this hunting team. This is an interesting phenomenon. Everyone thought they were hunters. Miao Qing and the stalker, Qi Dao, and Fang Zhou. Among the 5 people present, only Su Yunshu knew nothing. Xuanzhou, have you found a hotel tonight? Do you want us to send you there first? Su Yunshu said with clear eyes. Fang Zhou was the only ordinary person among the 3 of them. The glass street at night was easily stained with blood, so Su Yunshu thought of sending her to a safe place first. Yes, I have found a place to stay. It's not far from here. I'm sorry to bother you, Fang Zhou replied casually. It's okay. It's okay. Su Yunshu smiled embarrassedly, thinking of what happened just now. She worriedly said, do we need to disguise ourselves? The Order should have remembered our appearance tonight. It's better to disguise ourselves. Although the Order was forced back by Joker, they will definitely search for faces who entered the recruitment site tonight to capture them. As they chatted, Miao Qing stopped interrupting. She slowed down her pace, from standing side by side to a few steps behind them, and followed behind them. Su Yunshu did not sense the smell of danger. Tonight was a brand new experience for her. It was the first time she encountered such a scene of flying bullets, and the first time she met several important NPCs in the plot. She was absent-minded, and did not notice the slight sound of the stones on the ground. She was completely defenseless when Miao Qing attacked. The dim path was suddenly illuminated by warm light. Su Yunshu was stunned for a moment, before she could react. Several stones wrapped in flames behind her broke through the air like bullets, and came towards Fang Zhou and Su Yunshu at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Fang Zhou, who had been observing the movements behind her, saw their actions clearly. When the stone was about to fall on the 2 of them, she immediately increased her speed to avoid the stone, and pulled Su Yunshu to get him out of the opponent's attack range. Bang! The stones fell on the wall, and the flames left small black pits on it. A stone that rose from Su Yunshu's feet suddenly rose after she stopped and penetrated her palm. When Su Yunshu entered the game, she adjusted the pain to 0. She knew that something had passed through her palm, but she could not feel the pain. This penetrating injury was instantly healed before the blood had time to leave. Su Yunshu was not affected by such injuries at all. Miao Qing was shocked and felt something was wrong. Her hands were still in the position of controlling objects, trying to mobilize her abilities to control the small objects around her. The attack had already landed. After a brief moment of confusion, Su Yunshu realized who had attacked her. She looked in Miao Qing's direction, her eyes widening in disbelief. Another stalker also appeared at this time. He was dressed in black and had a hat with flames on his fingertips. Fang Zhou searched for this person in his mind. There was indeed a player with the ability to control fire. The level was B. She didn't remember the specific name. Miao Qing's ability was a B-level telepathic ability, which could control objects from a distance. Her companion's power was obviously fire control, combined with Miao Qing's ability. As long as the flame-wrapped stones pass through their bodies, even if they don't die, they will be swallowed by the flames in an instant. They are smart. In such a short time, they have learned how to maximize their abilities to cooperate. Fang Zhou wanted to solve them with just a flick of her finger, but she would not do so. Except for pulling Su Yunshu at the beginning, she did not make any extra moves afterwards. She just dodged the attacks that would affect her and handed the scene to Su Yunshu. She paid special attention to Su Yunshu's information at Reiki. It was A-level regeneration recovery. From the fact that her palm was broken just now, it can be seen that she said zero pain. The A-level regeneration ability is very strong in itself. For these regeneration transcendents, the most painful and most influential thing in combat is the pain they have to endure when they are injured and recover. Even for humanoid weapons, like Milu who have a high tolerance for pain, there will be a certain degree of impact. As a player, Su Yunshu does not have this worry. This ability combined with the player's pain mechanism can be regarded as a jackpot. Even though Miao Qing and the man in black realized that the two of them were not as good as the information they initially obtained, they did not stop attacking. Since they have already started, it is impossible to coexist peacefully. They know this truth very well. The flames rose in front of Su Yunshu. The muscle reaction of her body made her dodge after seeing the danger. The flames brushed her face, and the hair above was lifted up by sparks, giving off the smell of burnt protein. Miao Qing? Su Yunshu shouted in disbelief. Just as she dodged the flames, a force from the air pressed down Su Yunshu's hands like a pair of hands, fixing her movements. The flames of the man in black turned into a fire snake and rushed towards her chest. The stones controlled by Miao Qing came towards her again. At the same time, they did not forget Fang Zhou on the side. The same method was used on her, but she was dodged before it was implemented. Miao Qing's remote control was offset by a force before it touched her. The battle was chaotic, and Miao Qing could not think of the reason for a while. She just thought that her ability was too dispersed, and there was no effect. Su Yunshu forcibly broke free from Miao Qing's control, dodged the attack of the flames, and let the stones fall on her body. The wounds caused by the stones healed instantly, and she quickly went towards the two people. Su Yunshu really didn't expect to be attacked by Miao Qing. She didn't say the specific level of her ability because she didn't think about it when the stranger first spoke to her. When she reacted and wanted to correct it, it was a bit of boasting, which could easily make others unhappy. It was just like showing off to strangers when you were too lucky to draw a card. She thought about it after getting familiar with them. Su Yunshu was not very experienced and didn't have much mind. But it didn't mean she was stupid. After these few back and forth, combined with the posts she saw in the third section these 2 days about players hunting players for malicious competition, she immediately understood Miao Qing's purpose. The fire in her heart suddenly rose up, and her eyes were burning with anger. Although Su Yunshu looked easy to talk to, she also had a bottom line. She couldn't be nice to the other party after being fooled. These people were too bad. She really thought they were looking for her to form a team. Even after seeing the posts on the forum, Su Yunshu didn't believe that so many players would kill each other. After all, the realism of this game was too strong. But if you think about it carefully, players can adjust the pain to 0, plus the option to quit at any time. Even if the realism of this mode is amazingly high, it can't be the same as real reality, and the burden of killing will be much smaller. Even so, most players will not be able to accept it because of the high degree of reality. But as long as the desire is strong enough and the heart is ruthless enough, there will be no psychological burden when killing people in a game. In reality, there are people who kill for money. So what is this? At the same time, no matter how stupid Miao Qing was, he reacted. Su Yunshu's recovery ability and physical fitness could never be a sea-level transcendent. On the other side, Fang Zhou, who calmly avoided their attacks, could not be an ordinary person. The two looked at each other, knowing that the battle situation had reversed, and immediately stopped lingering on the battlefield and prepared to leave. At this time, click, two abrupt sounds rang out. A young man in a turtleneck sweater appeared among them at some point. After these two sounds, the abilities in their bodies disappeared instantly, and could no longer be mobilized. These two abrupt sounds were the sounds of the neck ring equipment that suppressed abilities being locked. They were approached without noticing, and put on this deadly equipment. At the same time, the rope equipment tied the two people up, restricting their movements. This change made Su Yunshu stop all his movements, and he looked at Qi Dao, who appeared in the center at some point. In horror, Fang Zhou was not surprised. He had her line python on him, and his actions were all under her sight. As she guessed, he could completely eliminate his presence. Even if he entered the battlefield, he would be invisible, and no one would notice him. Don't fight. We are all on the same side. Qi Dao raised his hands, his mouth hidden under his collar, his voice muffled, and looked up at Fang Zhou, who had reserved his strength to watch the show, and said, "How about we sit down and talk?" Chapter 166. When Qi Dao really met Fang Zhou's eyes, his eyes couldn't help but shake. He was not as calm as he appeared. From the time he stopped following and joined the battlefield, he could feel that all his actions were carried out under this person's eyes. His ability to reduce his sense of existence to zero was of no use in front of this person. If he couldn't reach an agreement, it would not be easy for him to leave. This realization made Qi Dao feel cold behind him. Was she just an ordinary player? Judging from her performance just now, she should have only obtained a body of a transcendent with enhanced speed. Who are you? After several attempts to drive his abilities to no avail, Miao Qing looked at Qi Dao vigilantly and said, "I don't have any grudges against you. Do I?" She didn't even notice when this person appeared. She was unlucky today. It was Su Yunshu who got the level wrong, Xu Yunzhou who concealed the truth, and now a strange new person appeared. Su Yunshu had calmed down. Her original joy of forming a team had completely cooled down. She looked at Miao Qing with burning eyes. "I have no conflict with you. Didn't you attack me?" Miao Qing. In this situation, Miao Qing really had no right to say this. The other man in black with her changed his expression slightly after seeing Qi Dao's face. "You followed me all the way? What do you want to do?" Qi Dao said, "I'm just stopping you guys from having no bottom line." This should not be the first time the man has come into contact with Qi Dao. He sneered, "What's the point of being a justice messenger? We are all competitors. There is no need to act so noble. Fewer players also increase your chances of entering the top 50. You don't thank us but stop us. Besides, this is just a game, not a real killing. You haven't even played a competitive game where players fight against each other. This is not the same concept. Don't confuse them. If you two insist on doing this, I have nothing to talk to you about." Qi Dao pulled up his collar, revealing only a pair of eyes, and looked at Fang Zhou and Su Yunshu. "What do you think?" Qi Dao was not worried that they would choose to quit the game forcefully. If they could stir up trouble among the players for the sake of ranking, they would not easily give up an opportunity. Besides, it was uncertain whether they could replace the B-level transcendent next time. Su Yunshu was undecided and subconsciously looked at Fang Zhou. She had little combat experience, and just now, she fought back purely on her body's instinct. Of course, she did not notice Fang Zhou's role as a spectator. She only knew that she had just saved her. On the basis of the original, she trusted Fang Zhou even more. "What is your purpose? What do you want us to do?" After watching for a while, Fang Zhou finally spoke, her eyes resting on the suppression rings on Miao Qing and another person's necks. The Transcendental Force Suppression Ring is a device monopolized by official organizations. Only the tower can master this technology. There is no way to obtain it in other places except for the central distribution. If this thing is found to be circulating on the market, it will be thoroughly investigated. Fang Zhou had previously hacked into his communicator and could see that he sent some on-site information to another communication number. She followed the location of the signal source and wanted to find out who the player on the other side was. However, due to the distance problem, she only got the information that the signal source on the other end was located in the park. Qi Dao actually carried this thing. which further confirmed that the other party he contacted was not only the players in the park, but also the players who landed on the high floors of the tower with a high probability. Even if they are not in the tower, they are high-ranking police officers in the Joint Defense Bureau. Shi Dao looked at the two people tied up and said, "Do you mind helping me move them first?" "No problem." Fang Zhou smiled and pulled Miao Qing, who was restricted in movement, to follow him. Wait a minute. Su Yunshu had just encountered the Miao Qing incident, and now she was like a frightened bird. She was also a little wary of Shi Dao. She leaned close to Fang Zhou's ear and whispered, "What if they are actually in the same group?" "It doesn't seem like it." Fang Zhou smoothed her half-long hair that had become a little messy because of the fight just now, and also leaned close to her ear and whispered to her, "Don't worry. I'm here." Su Yunshu felt her cheeks slightly hot, and she rubbed her face. Although she didn't know why, she felt that Fang Zhou was particularly trustworthy and reliable, and there was a vague sense of familiarity with Fang Zhou's comfort. Su Yunshu also agreed to follow Qi Dao to transfer the two people. As Qi Dao walked a distance, they came to a large off-road vehicle that he had parked nearby in advance, and threw Miao Qing and another man into the trunk. "What do you want to do to us?" Miao Qing struggled on the road in vain, and used his feet to hold the door that was about to be closed. Staring at them closely, Qi Dao replied, "It's just to temporarily restrict your actions. I won't kill you. Otherwise, I will be no different from you." After that, he closed the trunk door. Without these two people, their negotiation officially began. Qi Dao went straight to the point. "Are you interested in joining us? Help you catch these hunters?" Su Yunshu asked, shaking his head like a rattle. "I just want to play games, and I'm not interested in fighting between players. You don't have to do these. Just team up to advance the plot line together." Qi Dao looked at the two of them, considered his words, and said, "I have companions in the tower. They know a lot of information." I didn't expect Qi Dao to say it directly, and Fang Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh my god," Su Yunshu said, "your companion is so lucky. As long as the information is told to Fang Zhou, it should be able to greatly promote the plot line." "Lucky," Qi Dao said, "it's not that simple. Although I don't know how. The tower has cleared a wave of players that landed inside, and Yiji is too secretive. They have no channel to pass the information to Fang Zhou." "Fang Zhou? Indeed. Someone inside Yi, she wants to convey the message to the central government. They only need to send an anonymous letter to the number of the central processing system. As long as the keywords related to her are scanned, it will naturally be passed to the hands of the top leaders. But it is simply a fantasy for the people in the central government to pass the message to Yi Ji." "Then what do you want us to do?" Su Yunshu asked. "You came to participate in the recruitment of Yeji, probably because you can't find a way to enter the plot line?" Su Yunshu nodded. "Most of the people who came today were players who couldn't enter the plot line outside the park." Qi Dao said, "I don't believe what the third section said. This is just the channel for the game officials to enter the plot line for players. In other words, not everyone can enter Yeji. Do you think the two of us will be recruited? And you want us to be the messenger?" Fang Zhou asked back. "Yes. This was not Qi Dao's original goal. There are not many players who can replace A-level transcendence. This was an idea that suddenly came to him after watching their battle just now. He did not tell them the identities of his companions in the tower, so he was not afraid that they would reveal his companions' information to the central government. Whether their goal was to advance the plot line to obtain the game cabin or to help Fang Zhou experience the game, cooperating with them was the best choice. That is to say, "We can only team up with you if we reach the prerequisite of entering Night Sovereign." Fang Zhou pondered. "Your ability level is not low. If they recruit people who can be used, you have a high probability of entering. And you don't necessarily need us." The information Qi Dao gave them was even ordinary people, which showed that he had no intention of joining. "I have other things to do. Reconcile the conflicts among players and find the mastermind of the hunter team?" Fang Zhou said. Qi Dao did not deny it. Fang Zhou knew that Yi Ji's recruitment campaign would definitely attract many hunters. Qi Dao, who was targeting these people, also understood this problem. He asked, "So what do you think?" Su Yunshu was stunned when he heard it, but now he reacted and nodded twice. "I have no problem at all." Fang Zhou had no reason to refuse. Her second goal was delivered to her door. She said, "Then wait for the results from Yi Ji tomorrow. There is a question I am curious about." Fang Zhou said, "What's the problem?" Why did you come here to stop them? Just like that person said, the reduction in the number of players also increases the probability of survival. Fang Zhou didn't believe that he was really a messenger of justice. For players, this was just a game. The direction it gave was not a confrontation between players, even if there were players competing maliciously. In their eyes, the deaths were just game data. Qi Dao seemed to have come to the Yeji recruitment site specifically for these hunters. Su Yunshu pulled her close, winked at her and reminded her that she was too straightforward, which made Fang Zhou laugh. Qi Dao was stunned for a moment when he heard her ask this. He did not answer the question directly, and a slightly subtle expression appeared on his face. This game is very strange. I am not sure about the details, but I just think that someone must stop them and can't let them go on like this. He seemed to know that what they replaced was not just game data, but real life, which made Fang Zhou look at him deeply. I understand. We will contact you tomorrow when the results are out. Fang Zhou and Su Yunshu exchanged communicator numbers with him. Fang Zhou was not in a hurry to pry more information out of Qi Dao's mouth. She already had a target person, and it was only a matter of time to get information. Just as the three reached a consensus, the line python she placed on Bucii also sent back the news that Bucii was attacked. The hunters must be targeting more than just those players with only one life. Strong competitors, like Bucii, are the most difficult to deal with in the later stages. Half of those who followed him away wanted to kill him. So she said that being too conspicuous is sometimes not a good thing. Chapter 167. There were 6 people on Bucei's side, 3 of whom were from the hunter team, and all of them were B-level transcendents. Even if Bucei was an A-level transcendent, 1 level higher than them, facing the combined attack of 3 well-prepared enemies, his defeat was doomed the moment he relaxed his vigilance. As for the other 3 people, 2 were ordinary people, and the other was a C-level transcendent. In this case, it was difficult for them to protect themselves, let alone help Bucei. However, he was lucky enough that they were targeted during the period when the results of the night's recruitment were not released. Except for Su Yunshu and Miao Qing, who were followed by Fang Zhou. The players who came to participate in the night's recruitment were followed by people arranged by Lei Chia, and they observed the subsequent movements according to Fang Zhou's instructions. Especially since Bucei's group was too conspicuous. The 2 people sent to follow them were members with excellent lurking skills, and also had sufficient combat experience. When he was about to be killed by these 3 people, the people arranged by Lei Chia took action and rescued Bucei from their hands, saving him from being eliminated in this game. With their disruption, it was basically impossible for the hunter to take Bucei's life. Seeing this, the 3 people left the scene immediately without any hesitation. Those who were sent by Yi Ji naturally could not catch up. They just prevented these job seekers from having accidents before the final results came out, and they had no obligation to help resolve the conflict. After resolving Bucei's crisis, the 2 members of the night branch left the scene without giving Bucei a chance to communicate and hid in the dark again. These are the messages that Xianmeng conveyed to Fang Zhou. But Fang Zhou did not expect that in just a few days, this so-called hunter team has gathered so many like-minded players. According to the members who have appeared so far, they recruit at least B-level and above transcendents. After all, there are 50 places for the final award. As long as the number of people in their team is less than this, they can get the game cabin by working together to advance the plot line. If they are allowed to do whatever they want to the end, they may really form a team that is difficult to eradicate. After confirming the situation on Bucei's side, Fang Zhou and Qi Dao acted separately, thinking about the next countermeasures. As for how Qi Dao would deal with Miao Qing and the man in black, the line python that Fang Zhou had placed on him and had not yet withdrawn would tell her everything. After Qi Dao left, Su Yunshu followed Fang Zhou's steps, still digesting the information she had just obtained. After a while, she looked at Fang Zhou and thanked her belatedly. Sun Zhou, thank you just now. Fang Zhou pulled himself out of his thoughts and smiled at her. It's not a big deal. Even without me. With your ability, Miao Qing and the man can't hurt you. Su Yunshu shook his head. You can't say that. You helped me. You helped me. After this battle, she knew Fang Zhou was not an ordinary person as she said. Su Yunshu did not feel dissatisfied with Fang Zhou for concealing her secret. On the contrary, she recalled the words that Miao Qing had said to her just now, and she realized how weak her vigilance was. If she had paid attention, she would have noticed that Miao Qing was not right. This made Su Yunshu feel a little chilled. Fortunately, This was just a game. After saying that, she lowered her head and twirled her fingers. So are we a team now? Fang Zhou replied, of course. I thought the conversation between Qi Dao and I just now was clear enough. Su Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief after getting the affirmative answer from her own mouth. After today's trip, she more or less understood that this game was not as simple as she imagined. After the official gave the chips, the real enemy of these players was their fellow players. Not to mention those who are short of money want to get the game cabin. Even Su Yunshu, who has a good family background, has seriously considered participating in it and rushing to the top 50. Su Yunshu felt a little uneasy in her heart. As if she saw this, Fang Zhou said to her, I am not an ordinary person. My ability level is quite high. I don't need you to send me back. Where do you live? She looked at the surrounding environment, confirmed her current location, and pointed in a direction to her. Not far. Just in front. After saying that, she scratched her head. No need to send me. I can go back by myself. Fang Zhou did not force it, and smiled and replied, okay. Then we will contact each other tomorrow. Goodbye. Su Yunshu, bye. After saying goodbye to each other, they left in opposite directions. After separating from Su Yunshu, Fang Zhou found the location of Lei Chia and others and joined them. As the main person to deal with those orderers, Fang Xuanjiang was the last one to come back in order to get rid of them. Fang Zhou looked behind him, and naturally left no tail of the orderers. All the people were present. Fang Zhou sat on the chair in the branch office, and went through the information of those people today, including the results obtained by Lei Chia's follow-up arrangements. How is it? Who should be included? Lu Chia asked. And he also found a few documents. These people are quite capable. Fang Zhou propped up her chin and flipped through the information that Lei Chia gave her. After a while, she said something shocking. Take them all. Lei Chia/Li Baiji? Li Baiji said carefully. Sister Zhou, do you need to think about it again? Lei Chia leaned forward a little, closer to her, seeing that there was no teasing expression on her face. He said, Hey, you are not serious. Are you? You should know that there is a situation of mutual struggle between them. Only Fang Xuanjiang always accepted it calmly, with an expression of whatever sister does is fine, and even helped her to tidy up the corners of her clothes that were messed up in the battle just now. Lei Chia didn't know the specific identities of these people, but the personnel sent tonight were mainly through his hands. So Lei Chia knew clearly about the secret competition and physical killing among these people. The suspiciousness of this group of people has exceeded Lei Chia's cognition. For some reason, he felt that Fang Zhou was playing a big game, and they were the chess pieces in her hands, led by her step by step to the end. So he believed that Fang Zhou knew the identities of this group of people today and the relationships between them. Members of an organization must not kill each other. If all of them are recruited, it will definitely affect the internal morale. Do I look like I'm kidding? Fang Zhou blinked, flipped through a few pages, and took out some information and handed it to them. I'm going to take these people in. You can arrange the others in the branch outside the park first. Don't let them get in touch with the information of the headquarters. I accept them all. Not to really make them our companions, but just give them a title. As for their next actions, there is no need to restrict them. Just let them grow wildly. Fang Zhou chose to gather these players together for observation. This time will not be long. She will find out the reason why this group of players landed in this world as soon as possible. Otherwise, what they will do after a long time, and what actions the officials in the outside world who put them into the game will continue to take are all unknown. She hates the unknown the most. The next day, the players who participated in the recruitment interview received the final results at the same time. Without a doubt, everyone passed this interview. This result caused a small-scale discussion in the third section. Fang Zhou's deliberate decision further confirmed the players' speculation about the setting of this plot in the third section. Topic: Have all those who participated in the Yeji recruitment operation received the information of passing from Yeji? It seems to be the case. All those who went received it. It seems that this is the entry point given by the game officials. Come to think of it, everyone has to participate in it. Otherwise, what's the point? Disappointed? Every NPC is so realistic. But when it comes to Yeji, an underground organization that is involved in the main storyline, it is used as a task guide? How boring. Completely agree. Such an important existence is just helping the official to clean up the mess. Things are not that simple. Even if everyone who went there yesterday joined Yeji, It is impossible to enter the Yeji headquarters directly. Don't be happy too early. There is still a long way to go. Didn't someone speculate yesterday that the large-scale blockade in the center of Xinjiang City was to find the Yeji headquarters? They have the energy to recruit people, so they must have been transferred safely. It seems like the Central has lost again. By the way, is Knight's role really to be a guiding elf that protects the players? Why did you say that? Guiding elf. I am laughing. What kind of description is that? It should be the incident yesterday when the order came to arrest someone, but was beaten back by Joker. Not only that, yesterday a hunter sneaked into the interview site and pretended to form a team to attack the players, but was stopped by the members of Knights. There is such a thing. Wow. These people are just troublemakers. Knight's actually such a warm-hearted elf? Wake up. This means that they have arranged people to follow the interviewees and observe your movements. And no one has noticed it. The slap from above woke me up. It's a bit dangerous. After all, it's not a good organization. What's the purpose? Ark won't do meaningless things. I originally thought that this might be their investigation. But then I thought about the final result. I think it might really be just to guide the elves. Wait, are the hunters also recruited? Do they dare to show up? Hey, it would be embarrassing to meet the previous target of attack. Will there be a fight? Things suddenly became funny. No matter how the players in the third section discussed, the final result was determined. The positions of these players will be assigned in the afternoon of the day after the notification is in place. Matters outside the park will be fully handed over to Lei Chia and Li Baiji. And those lucky ones selected by Fang Zhou will also report to enter the park. On this side, Su Yunshu and Qi Dao also contacted Fang Zhou as soon as the notification came out. The information she extracted included Su Yunshu, Bu Xi, Qi Dao and herself. Chapter 168. Qi Dao had no intention of joining Yi Ji, but Fang Zhou still gave him a quota. As long as he re-entered the paradise and contacted his so-called companions on the other side, she would be able to obtain information from the other side. As for Bu Xi, his ability and attack power were pretty good, so he could use it. Fang Zhou planned to arrange him in the branch in Yinqing, and she would take Su Yunshu to the headquarters. Just as Qi Dao did not think that Yi Ji's recruitment was just an illogical entry point given to players by the game officials, he would definitely feel suspicious if she and Su Yunshu were directly arranged to the headquarters. So what? Fang Zhou did not have so much time to deal with players like Qi Dao. If she could not control the players mentally and ask them for information without exposing her identity, she would never go to such great lengths. So even if he didn't plan to enter Yeji, she would put a minimalist passage in front of him. As long as the plan he told her at the beginning was sincere and his companions really wanted to hand the information to her, they would not miss this opportunity. Have you read the third section? This was Qi Dao's first sentence after the three met. In order to facilitate the conversation, they got into the car driven by Qi Dao, and Su Yunshu and Fang Zhou sat in the back seat. I have read it. Do you want to say that Yeji issued a pass to everyone? Fang Zhou said. I think it's pretty good. Everyone has a chance. Su Yunshu was in a good mood. She tied her hair up today and tied it into a ponytail for easy movement. It's a little different from what I thought, but I still think this is not the entry point for people outside the park. As a sign of sincerity for the team, Qi Dao revealed some useful information to them this time. According to the information obtained by my companions, the location of the Knight headquarters is likely to be conveyed to the center by the players who landed there. There are traitors in the organization without any signs. Fang Zhou must have noticed it. Their recruitment this time is likely to target players, but there are many places that cannot be confirmed. Hearing him say this, Fang Zhou narrowed his eyes and asked, Is this the possibility deduced by your companions? Qi Dao pulled his collar, and he admitted, yes. Qi Dao and his companions did not get to know each other after entering the game. They were acquaintances in the outside world. After entering the game, they were connected to the track by issuing the prearranged code in the third section. So there was no concealment between them. Qi Dao's temporary idea yesterday was to let Su Yunshu and Xu Yunzhou join. Players formed teams separately. The news from the central government was difficult to pass on, and the companions had a hard time inside the central government. All these made Qi Dao realize that they must have other options. What do you think? Fang Zhou looked at Su Yunshu. Su Yunshu put her finger on her chin. When she mentioned her favorite character, she became excited and thought, Qi Dao has a point. According to the authenticity of the mode we are experiencing now, as long as the official game does not have a data bug, She will definitely notice it through my understanding of Fang Zhou. Maybe Yi Ji's recruitment action this time is to test our true identity. Thinking of this possibility, Su Yunshu was shocked and got goosebumps all over her body. She rubbed her arms and looked at them. Is this conjecture too bold? It shouldn't be. Right? This conjecture has already involved the game NPC's awareness of the truth of the world. Is the official of this game playing such a big game? I think this is a normal speculation, Qi Dao said. Anyway, if you enter the night, you can explore it. Do you want to join? Fang Zhou asked him. Qi Dao shook his head. I have other things to do. Entering the night will inevitably put you under the visual control of this organization. If it is as we guessed, all those who choose to join will enter Fang Zhou's surveillance, and my actions will be restricted. Su Yunshu, this sounds a bit exciting. Qi Dao. It must be said that Fang Zhou almost applauded them. Players have a natural God's perspective advantage, as long as they get out of the game. Vision. In the case of Qi Dao, who has certain intelligence, they can indeed make the most accurate guess based on clues. But such a God's perspective also shackles them, trapping them in the blind spot of the game's thinking. And it is impossible for them to come up with bolder ideas. This is also the reason why Fang Zhou dared to join the players' camp so blatantly with the name of Zhou, and the A-level speed enhancement she had demonstrated. She glanced at the time on the communicator and said to the two, the reporting time given by Yi Ji is almost here. We should go there. Let's see Yi Ji's final arrangements and then contact each other. Qi Dao nodded. Okay. After that, he reported a communication number to the two and continued, you can contact the owner of this number after you go in. Fang Zhou silently wrote down the communication number reported by Qi Dao. Now Qi Dao didn't need to tell him who the other party was, as long as this number was still in use and within the ability of the wall mouse. Fang Zhou could know the other party's identity. She smiled softly. I wrote it down. Thank you. Su Yunshu, I wrote it down too. Then, Fang Zhou and Su Yunshu went to the address attached in the notification information in advance. Su Yunshu and Bucei were both arranged by her to enter the park. Unlike other players who stayed in the branch outside the park, they now needed to meet Li Baiji, who would take them directly into the park. The place where they met was a very inconspicuous small shop on Lioli Street. When they arrived at the destination, after entering, in addition to the two of them, there was only Bucei who arrived early. Compared with the conspicuous appearance of fearlessness yesterday, Bucei was now wilted. His body had not recovered completely, and there was a wound on his neck that could not be covered. When he saw the two of them, he nodded politely, and did not rush to find someone to form a team like yesterday. Su Yunshu recognized him. Seeing his appearance, she could more or less guess what was going on based on what was mentioned in the third section yesterday. They felt a sense of sympathy, but she didn't go up to talk to him. She could turn into a sunny and cheerful little girl in a few seconds after others took the initiative to talk to her. But forget it when she took the initiative to talk to others. After waiting for a while, there were still three of them here. Su Yunshu felt a little confused. According to the information mentioned in the third section yesterday, there shouldn't be only three of them. Before coming, Bucei checked the address with several other players, who were not hunters, who were originally planning to form a team, and found that his was different from the others. So he was mentally prepared. Not long after, Li Baiji came out of the room. She looked at Fang Zhou, and then looked away naturally. She bent her eyes, and smiled kindly at the few people. Hello. Welcome to Yeji. You can call me Dai. According to the results of yesterday's interview, I will take you into the park next. Li Baiji is not a new face for players. This is the first time Su Yunshu has seen the relevant NPC in the main storyline after entering the game, and she was actually arranged directly into the park. This result exceeded her imagination. She looked at Fang Zhou excitedly. Only then did she feel that she was really playing a game. After introducing themselves, Li Baiji handed each of them a black eye mask and asked them to put it on. Su Yunshu put it on without hesitation, and Bucei put it on after a moment of hesitation. The passage outside the park set by Shixian was fixed. Just in case, they still had to make full preparations to prohibit them from remembering the specific location. Fang Zhou adhered to the principle of acting to the end and also put on the eye mask. Li Baiji hesitated to say something. As long as Sister Zhou is happy. Several people got on the car, and everyone kept quiet tacitly during this period. After bumping on the road for an unknown period of time, the car stopped. Li Baiji directed them to get off the car. opened the passage to the transfer station, and took them into the dark passage. After entering the transfer station, Shi Xiang, who received the news that the channel was opened, came to the transfer station to pick up people. When he saw them, he looked at Li Baizhi and asked, "It's a new member." Li Baizhi explained. The two of them go to the headquarters, and he goes to the branch, directly taking the newcomers to the headquarters, especially after experiencing such a storm yesterday. Knowing that Shi Xiang would feel wary and confused, Li Baizhi mouthed to her, "It's Sister Zhou's arrangement." Seeing her say this, Shi Xiang dispelled his doubts. Next, Fang Zhou and Su Yunshu entered the passage to the headquarters, and Bu Xi entered the passage to the distribution. After arriving at the headquarters, Li Baizhi's voice sounded again. "You can take off the blindfold." Su Yunshu then obediently took off the blindfold that covered her vision. Shi Xiang opened the door to the underground floor. The headquarters had just been relocated, and most of the facilities had been installed. But it was still under construction, and some of the defense systems were definitely not as good as the headquarters in Xinjiang City. Su Yunshu didn't dare to look around, and could only scream silently in her heart. What was going on? Was she actually assigned to the headquarters directly? Take them to do identity registration and physical examination first. Shi Xiang instructed the person on the side. It was inevitable that new members needed to undergo a detailed physical examination, and their irises, fingerprints, and DNA were registered and stored. Seeing Fang Zhou didn't move, Shi Xiang, who had never seen her new mimicry, looked at her sharply. Just when she was about to ask Fang Zhou what he was doing here, Fang Zhou said, "It's me. This familiar "it's me" made Shi Xiang stop talking, and her expression was somewhat helpless. "Boss, what are you playing at again?" Seeing the boss die, Shi Xiang accepted the new leader and changed the way she addressed Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou spread his hands. "I'm not playing. I'm working." She looked at the direction Su Yunshu left and said to Shi Xiang, "After she finishes the inspection, you can assign her an assessment task to go through, and then she will be assigned to your subordinates." "Who is she? Can she be trusted?" "Yes, I can. I will keep an eye on her." "Okay. I understand." After temporarily handing Su Yunshu over to Shi Xiang, Fang Zhou went to see the doctor. According to her instructions yesterday, the doctor had already drawn out the layout of the 156 to 166 floors in her memory very clearly, and also attached the layout of the floors that Li Wei was familiar with. She had spent a lot of time in the tower, and she remembered every location on these 10 floors very well. You did it very clearly. Even Fang Zhou didn't expect it to be so clear. Those of us who do research may not be good at other things, but our memory is unquestionable. The doctor lazily said, "I need to emphasize to you again that this is the layout of several years ago. There will definitely be new changes inside. If you want to invade these layers, it is best not to trust the layout I drew too much. Just use it as a reference." "I understand. Thank you, Doctor." Fang Zhou smiled. "I am not only helping you, but also helping myself." Just after the doctor finished speaking, the communicator in Fang Zhou's pocket vibrated. There was a new communication request. She looked at the number, and it was Wu Yuanbo. Fang Zhou put away the doctor's layout map and shook the communicator to the doctor. "I'll go to answer the call. Please." Fang Zhou entered a room on the side and connected to the video call sent by Wu Yuanbo. "You are so bold to contact me directly in the Joint Defense Bureau." Seeing the other side of the screen clearly, which showed the background of the office of the director of the Joint Defense Bureau, Fang Zhou teased, "I know you will delete our records completely." Wu Yuanbo poured himself a cup of tea, straightened the sign in front of the desk, and pointed it at the screen. He saw that the agent on it had been removed. "Congratulations." Fang Zhou smiled and said, "But you didn't contact me just to show me this, right? What happened in the tower?" "Wu Yuanbo, I got the news that the tower will start a full-day defense system upgrade at midnight the day after tomorrow." As Fang Zhou thought, after the central containment operation failed, the tower's internal defense system began to be fully upgraded and personnel were mobilized. But their speed was faster than she thought, and they started to arrange it almost as soon as they sorted out the incident. "Fang Zhou, what are the specific new functions after the upgrade?" "Wu Yuanbo, I don't know about that. Before the upgrade is completed, the Joint Defense Bureau will be on guard outside the tower all day." Wu Yuanbo is the most suitable partner Fang Zhou has ever met. Her ability allows her to know what news to convey to Fang Zhou. The Agatha she mentioned last time made Fang Zhou make the decision to move in advance. And this time is the same. It was probably due to internal capacity limitations. Fang Arc knew that if she wanted to enter the tower and kill the Archon, she had to start before the defense system was fully upgraded. Fang Arc's pace was already very fast. But there were always enemies chasing her and telling her, "No, you are not fast enough. You need to be faster." This time she turned around and prepared to fight back against the hunters who were chasing her, hoping that they could run faster. Chapter 169. Cutting off the communication with Wu Yuanbua. Fang Zhou put the communicator in her pocket. She paused and raised her hand with awareness. Tucker sprouted a tentacle from her wrist, and his round eyes suddenly slid to the tip of the tentacle and looked at Fang Zhou. "What is player? Game?" it said slowly and softly. "You talked about a lot of topics with those new friends that I couldn't understand. They seemed to be familiar with all of us. It had been holding it in for a day, and finally couldn't help but show up after returning to Yeji. Players cannot talk to NPCs about related issues. As long as they have this intention or are involved, they will be banned by the external game system. Fang Zhou's third identity is a game NPC. She also has a second identity before this, player, so she can blend in with the players and chat with them about taboo topics. Tucker is an alien creature contained in Fang Zhou's body. To be exact, he is one with her and cannot be counted as an NPC. She did not specifically block these aliens. Yesterday, all the alien creatures in her body heard clearly what she had with Su Yunshu and Qi Dao. Other alien creatures would not think about such an out-of-scope question, let alone ask Fang Zhou. Tucker was different from other aliens from the moment she was contained. "This is not a question that an alien creature should think about," Fang Zhou said. "It seems that you don't want to explain. Well, I won't ask." It was very considerate, and didn't get angry at Fang Zhou's slightly discriminatory words. It could actually piece together an answer to this question from her conversation with those people. Asking Fang Zhou was just to seek a definite answer. Tucker turned to another topic. "Are you going to invade the tower again? I escaped from there with Wanqiao before, and I can help you then." Compared with the previous topic, Fang Zhou was obviously more interested in this one. She took the initiative to ask, "How did you escape at that time?" As experimental subjects, except when testing their abilities, their powers are suppressed most of the time. It is not easy to leave the heavily guarded tower alone. Fang Zhou put himself in her shoes and thought about it. If she was captured by the central government in the White Whale Zone and taken to the tower, the possibility of escaping from it would be very small. As long as the system relies on the program to operate, there will always be errors. During the error period, someone happened to help us. Levi? When he was preparing to take Levi out of the tower, Wanqiao talked to her about this topic. "Well, Wanqiao seems to have told you so." Tucker shook its tentacles. "But that's not the case. Levi just let us go. It was just a small push." Speaking of this, Fang Zhou was not interested in the person who helped them. She grasped the key point of the previous sentence, and her eyes brightened. "You said that the tower's operating program went wrong? The central system? Maybe?" Tucker was uncertain. It was just captured into the tower as an experimental subject. Of course, it didn't know about things involving the core of the tower. Fang Zhou was thoughtful. Just as Fei Xing had said to her, the elevator operation of the tower was linked to the internal data. Different identities had different permissions to go to different floors, and all operations and processing depended on the internal system. These are most likely operated by the processor of the central system. So the upgrade of the defense system will more or less affect the operation of the entire tower system. Tucker gave her a new idea. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside, and the tentacle that emerged from Fang Zhou's body was retracted again. Seeing it disappear so quickly, she looked at her wrist in silence, walked over and opened the door. At the door was Li Baiji, who took Su Yunshu for a checkup. "Sister Zhou, the registration of new members has been completed." Fang Zhou replied, "Okay." She walked out of the room and quickly adjusted her posture to meet Su Yunshu as another new member who had completed the checkup. After Su Yunshu finished the whole process, the excitement on her face still did not dissipate. When she came out of the examination room and saw Fang Zhou at the other end of the corridor, she immediately trotted over. "Oh my god! Oh my god!" As soon as she approached her, she began to scream softly. "Why did we come directly to the headquarters? Who called us here? Was it Zhou Bao? What's the reason?" Fang Zhou couldn't get a word in. She looked subtle and raised her head to signal the people walking in front. Calm down. This is a good thing. We can tell Chi Dao this news. Seeing this, Su Yunshu immediately stopped talking and moving, nodded restrainedly, and then took out the communicator to send a message to Chi Dao. Yes, I almost forgot about this. The game process of the outside world does not include the plot of Fang Zhou conquering the wall rat. So the players who enter the game do not know that she has conquered the wall rat before, and are completely confused about her data invasion. They will not have too many concerns about communication. Fang Zhou watched Su Yunshu edit the information. She had just used the means of data invasion to find the group of numbers that Chi Dao gave her. As expected, the location of the signal source pointed to Minggang City. It is estimated that in order to avoid the central site, this communication number is suspended during the period of no contact, and Fang Zhou cannot obtain more information for the time being. If the news given to her by Wu Yuanbua is true, since the companions mentioned by Chi Dao can obtain the central information source, their position in the tower will naturally not be low, and there should be relevant news to convey to her. For the next action, the more information she knows, the better. Thinking of this, Su Yunshu has already conveyed the news that they entered the headquarters to Chi Dao. But we haven't seen Zhou Bao yet. Do we still need to conduct mission assessment? Su Yunshu asked. I think it should be. But you have to be prepared that the two of us may not act together. Hearing her say this, Su Yunshu's expression became nervous. We came in together. Wouldn't we usually form a team? Unfortunately, Su Yunshu's expectations did not come true. After she and Fang Zhou briefly met, Shi Xiang followed Fang Zhou's instructions, and temporarily separated Su Yunshu and her in the name of the assessment mission. According to the time given by Wu Yuanbua, there was only 1 day left before they started upgrading the defense system. She had a lot of things to do now, so there was no need to act as Xuanzhou all the time. Fang Zhou began to integrate all the information she had collected so far, which was the layout of the tower and the distribution of guards she had obtained so far. These things were still too little, especially when it came to the top floor. No one except Fei Xing knew more information. Not long after, the doctor suddenly sent a message, asking her to come to the top floor to take a look. She went from the underground floor to the top floor with a little doubt. The original top floor of this building had traces of use, so they did not need to do too much renovation. There was also a single-sided floor-to-ceiling window in the middle of the corridor that could see the outside world. The doctor was standing in front of this window. The rain was still falling in Yanqing, and the sound of rain could be heard faintly. It would take more than 1 day to stop the spread of radiation. Fang Zhou looked through the window following the doctor's line of sight. Several teams gathered in the distant streets. There were men and women, old and young. They were wearing raincoats, shouting slogans in unison, holding up wet banners in their hands. The distance was a bit far, and Fang Zhou could not see what was written on them, nor could he hear what they shouted specifically. Not long after, police officers from the Joint Defense Bureau came to stop the march. The deterrent gunshots were aimed at the sky, and the crowd became more chaotic. Fang Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. What's going on? Look online. The doctor crossed her arms and looked out the window, her expression very happy. She turned on the communicator to check the situation in the Paradise Network. As soon as she clicked on the homepage of a real-time communication page, there were several very eye-catching headlines. Resolve the crisis? Dangang explosion? The truth is actually a radiation experiment. The rain that lasted for a week washed away the stinking and rotten conscience of the rulers. Should the tower be handed over to these people? The disappeared Dangang. Who will be the next forgotten city? The 7-day video of the radiation sickness patient. You will understand after watching it. Looking at these exaggerated headlines, Fang Zhou suddenly laughed twice and immediately knew what happened. The fact that the Dangang explosion contained a radiation source was not concealed in the end. They did it so obviously. The rain in Yanqing continued. They were not afraid that someone would find out, because no matter how big the public opinion was, it could be suppressed. Now that the public opinion on the internet has fermented into this state, it is estimated that someone is pushing it. There are even people in Yanqing marching and protesting. The credibility of the central government was completely destroyed when the truth was exposed to the sun. There is only one person who can fight against the Paradise Data Network and do this. Fang Zhou's eyes darkened slightly. Is it you, hacker? Are you urging me to act faster? Inside the tower in Minggang City, Agatha has been very busy these past 2 days. After Moore's death, all his work fell to her subordinates. All the pressure of the failure of this mission fell on her like a mountain. After the battle, they searched for a whole day. The machines turned over the ruins of the battlefield again and again, but could not find Moore's body. Not even any of his broken parts. After some analysis with her subordinates, Agatha roughly knew how the Ark had unlocked Moore's defense. It was a black hole ability in her alien creature. His body must have been eaten by this thing. Fong Zhou's mind was spinning too fast. This was her first time fighting against Moore, facing completely unknown abilities. How did she know the specific operation of Moore's abilities? She quickly thought of a solution during such a battle. She also added many new alien creatures, many of whose abilities were not recorded in the archives, such as the Xuanfa black hole mentioned by Mi Lu, the transfer of Mi Li's tear that Agatha sensed at the time, and so on. The bad thing was that no matter how they reviewed the situation later, they could not change the result of failure. None of the decision-makers at the top were willing to bear the consequences, and they did not dare to put the blame on the person at the top. So they pressed down layer by layer. Why didn't Bai Cheng, who got the source of the news, verify it in time? Why didn't he notice Yishi's early transfer? Why did Agatha, who was in charge of the operation, let Moore act alone and didn't cooperate with him in the assault? Why didn't Mi Lu, who entered the enemy headquarters, kill even one person? Who was responsible for the failure to capture the experimental alien 0626? Even the dead Moore was pulled out by them and charged with impulsive behavior, and his position title was stripped. If it weren't for the fact that no one except Agatha could calm down the elite troops, she would have been demoted by one level. What a parasite with a huge family, and a madman who does whatever he wants. Agatha sneered in her heart. The fact that this world has not been rebuilt for so many years is due to the inaction of these people in power. Paradise? Paradise? This is just their paradise. They don't care about the approach of the safe zone. Nor do they care when this world will really perish. Having failed to solve such a terrifying enemy, they soon began to worry about the opponent's counterattack. The remaining mess has not been solved yet, and they began to step up the upgrade of the defense system, fearing that the Ark will come up and take off their heads if it is too late. Whose idea is this time? Agatha asked numbly. The order from above. Bai Cheng, who notified the news, was also exhausted. His eyes were dark blue. He did not answer Agatha's question directly. It can be seen that his mental state is also precarious. In the past 2 days, he was also busy dealing with the online public opinion fermenting from this incident. The Dangang incident had just passed, and the decision to support Yincheng had not received positive feedback. The radiation incident in Dangang broke out again. This time, no matter how he suppressed it, he could not suppress it. The high-intensity keyword block was invaded. Someone was preventing their internal data network from interfering. After checking, the source finally pointed to their old friend, the hacker from the 4th dimension. Bai Cheng was so angry that his teeth itched. Even if Agatha built a firewall, he could not do anything to her. He could only watch the situation getting worse and worse. And he had to suffer pressure from the top. Bai Cheng's pressure was no less than Agatha's. Start early tonight. You need to cover the entire tower with defense until the entire system upgrade is completed. If there is an emergency in the middle, remember that the floor range you need to adjust is only 151 to 200 floors. Agatha's breathing became heavier, and her tone could not help but rise. She rested her hands on the table. Are you crazy? Such a large range requires me to maintain it for a whole day. Bai Cheng sighed, and he smiled bitterly. I have no way. Just think of it as breaking your own limit. This is an order from above, and I am just a conveyor of the order. Agatha. 9:25 p.m. At night, the moonlight from the simulation screen fell on the metal tower, making Agatha dizzy. She took a breath and deployed a defense field to the upper half of the tower that almost pierced through the clouds. Its range was extremely wide. Agatha could feel that her transcendence power was draining faster than before. She had to deploy a defense field to the tower in this state for a whole day. Agatha had no extra energy to do other things. She had already assigned members of the elite troops to guard in advance, and the entire tower was on the highest level of alert from inside to outside. Recalling the absurd things that happened in the past few days, Agatha now urgently hoped that someone could break the defense field she had built. Pop. In a trance, she seemed to really hear the sound of the defense field breaking. Chapter 170. Due to the intentional temporary adjustment in the tower, the system upgrade time obtained by Wu Yuanhua was slightly deviated. It started earlier and would end earlier than expected. Bai Cheng and his men were not pushovers. Fang Zhou's early transfer of Yi Ji's headquarters made them realize that the enemy might have a channel to obtain information from the central government. The undercover was not completely eliminated. After the last siege of Yi Ji, they knew that the situation had completely reversed, and that it was only a matter of time before Fang Zhou would counterattack/revenge. Otherwise, they would not be so anxious to upgrade the defense system. So according to Bai Cheng's intention, the central government issued 2 batches of notices, and Wu Yuanbo received the wrong one. When the whole operation officially started that night, she was already 1 step late when she received the news. It was less than 12 hours since Fang Zhou received the news from Wu Yuanbo. TSK. Wu Yuanbo was a little annoyed when she realized that she had conveyed the wrong information. She was able to reach her current position not only because Fang Zhou gave her the opportunity, but also because she was a smart person. She figured out the reason for the adjustment in the tower when the temporary notice came. Wu Yuanbo didn't think that the Zhong Peeling lineage that she was currently relying on would suspect her. This action information was probably randomly selected by casting a wide net. However, Wu Yuanbo did not correct the time to Fang Zhou, and she was not too worried about Fang Zhou's next action. The information was wrong, but the probability of her correct action choice had already appeared in front of her in advance. What happened? Director Wu Xiexuan, who was summoned to the meeting by her, saw the subtle change in her expression after receiving the new notice, and asked tentatively, "Nothing. The higher-ups have changed the time, and our action must be advanced." When? Now. As soon as the notice came from above, the special detachment began to act, and Xiexuan led Gongyi and others to approach the edge of the tower. There is a circular gap between the area where the tower is located and the city center surrounding the entire tower. In the past, vehicles entering it needed to enter a special passage to reach the vicinity of the tower. Xiexuan could see the vehicles of the technicians, who helped with the upgrade entering one after another. Where is Fang Zhou at this time? She is at the edge of the paradise, near the border of Huajun City. She uses the ability of the 5-colored lizard to blend into the environment. In front of her is the protection wall of the paradise that connects to the sky. Qidao's companions did bring her a lot of surprises. On the day when she and Su Yunshu told Qidao that they had entered the headquarters, the number that Fang Zhou wrote down brought them new information. It was a coordinate location that had not been marked on the map. The other party gave the note the largest munition storage in the center. There was also a new time for upgrading the system, which was different from what Wu Yuanbo gave. Unknown number, time is a bit tight. You guys try to hand over this information to Fang Zhou as quickly as possible. Su Yunshu almost jumped up after receiving the message, and was still thinking about how to pass the message to Fang Zhou. Of course, she didn't know that the original body they wanted to convey the message had changed into a new set of equipment, and asked Xiang to take her to the coordinate direction of the first message given by the other party. If both messages are true, she must go out quickly. During the upgrade of the defense system, the tower's guard protection will undoubtedly be strengthened, and the central government will mobilize everyone to guard it, and the difficulty of invasion will be greatly increased. But this just shows that the tower is fragile at this time. So fragile that they mobilize all their forces to ensure everything goes well. Ark not only wants to kill the Archon and find out the truth about the connection to the outside world, she also wants the alien creatures on the 10th floor of the tower, the technology of the Central Equipment Research, and they can no longer threaten her after this battle. So Ark did not decide to take action before they started, but chose to break through at this moment. This was the inspiration given to her by Tucker. She needs to be able to come and go freely on all floors of the tower, and the system in the tower needs to be fragile enough for her to find a flaw to invade. To achieve these goals, it cannot be the time when the tower system is operating normally. At this critical moment, the central government will definitely let Agatha protect the tower. The tower wrapped by Agatha's ability will become a simple cannot be invaded by any ability. As safe territory. Neither number 1 nor Fang Zhou's hidden insects can enter the interior. In this case, it is not easy for Fang Zhou to use means to enter the tower with her subordinates. It is impossible to borrow Mei's ability to break Agatha's defense like last time. And it is even more impossible to find Agatha to use nullification on her. Fang Zhou set his sights on Moore's equivalent offset. This ability can be converted into huge energy as long as it has something of sufficient value, which can eliminate most of the matter and power. Agatha's defense field is somewhat similar to the prison of the beast, since Moore can break her prison. As long as there is enough energy, Agatha's defense field is the same. The bad thing is that Yiji doesn't have that many weapons that can feed Moore's abilities. If the first information given by the other party is true, then it really is a piece of cake. The location given by the other party is the border of Huajun City east of Mingang City. This area is close to the high wall, and is the paradise boundary guarded by police officers. Further east is the protective wall that blocks the outside world. The central arsenal supplies the official system of the entire paradise, and even contains a lot of weapons that circulate outside the paradise. It can be said that these arms represent the overall strength of the central government and are also the backing of the power held by the high-level consortium. They are huge in number, and the arsenal in the tower is transferred and supplied from here. The coordinates given by the other party were not only not marked on the map, but when Fang Zhou arrived at the location, he also saw the protective wall blocking the way. There were simulated reconnaissance drones floating in the sky. These things were exactly the same in any area near the boundary of the park's protective wall, so no one suspected that there was any problem here. When he got closer, Fang Zhou released the line python to explore the front, and soon realized that this was a virtual projection screen built at this location, covering the real area behind. Fang Zhou passed through the projection area, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. There were arsenals arranged one after another, and there was almost no end in sight in the huge venue. A large number of patrol robots patrolled in between. Fang Zhou observed the situation and selected a warehouse in the middle of the location to check. Wow! Seeing the situation inside, she gave a sincere exclamation. There were countless weapons and equipment in the huge warehouse. Rows of guns and shells formed several black and gold intersecting walls. Compared with any official warehouse, the ones in the Yeji Armory were really not enough to fill their teeth. She immediately hacked into the data system and surveillance cameras in this warehouse, and let it stay at the best moment. After doing this, Fang Zhou mobilized Moore's ability. Without any time to dawdle, he passed through the gaps between these weapons like an arrow from a bow, and ate them all, entering her body. It turned into stored energy. Fang Zhou could feel the golden energy merging in her body, forming a turbulent ocean. With the cooperation of the enhanced speed, her figure left an afterimage, and soon swallowed all the weapons in warehouse number 1. After clearing warehouse number 1, Fang Zhou did not continue to focus on the other warehouses. The weapons she ate alone were more than the weapons she ate when Moore fought her, which was definitely enough to destroy Agatha's defense area. The monitoring data linked to the central system here has been cut off by her, and the central side will not notice the abnormality here in a short time. Even during this period, Fang Zhou can let Xixiang take people to move some of their newer equipment and weapons away, but she has more urgent things to do now. After confirming that the location of the arsenal is correct, Fang Zhou confirmed that the other information given by this person is correct. This is a correction of the information Wu Yuanbo told her. Not wrong information. The time given by the other party should be earlier. If the central government wants to confuse people, the later one is definitely wrong information. Fortunately, the time Wu Yuanbo gave the news was enough for Fang Zhou to arrange most of the things. After she received the news, she recalled Fang Xuanjiang and Lei Qi from outside the paradise. Coming out of the cover projection range, she met with Xixiang, who was waiting outside, and nodded to her. This is the central arsenal. When this operation is over, you arrange for someone to move some back for use. Xixiang's eyes widened, with a bit of surprise on his face. Really? Golden Scorpion died, and lost more than half of the source of funds. Yishi's capital chain will sooner or later have problems. The weapons traded from the black market are expensive, and it will be a big problem in the long run. This discovery can be regarded as a solution to their urgent needs. Yeah, Fang Zhou responded and said. Take me directly to the vicinity of the tower and find a higher place. You go back to the headquarters to arrange the action and do as I say. Okay. Crossing Xixiang's passage, Fang Zhou arrived at the top floor of the highest floor in the area where the tower was located. She could see the eyes above like a flock of birds, circling around the tower. Fang Zhou's figure blended into the environment the moment he stepped out of the passage, and these eyes could not capture her at all. The view from the high altitude was wide, and the wind blew Fang Zhou's hair into a mess. But soon it returned to calm. Fang Zhou could see a building of vehicles and people in the tower area. If you didn't enter the surrounding area, you couldn't tell how busy and vigilant they were inside from the outside. She tried, testing the eyes above one by one, testing the range opened by Agatha. Those eyes on the outer periphery of the tower were easily invaded by her. indicating that Agatha no longer had the extra energy to set up a firewall for the data network. And Fong Zhou's original guess was half confirmed. After invading all the eyes that could illuminate her position, Fong Zhou released some of the alien creatures in her body and hid in the dark. The communication equipment transmitted the sound of Shixiang's preparation. Then, Fong Zhou raised his hand and turned the energy absorbed in his body. The golden light quickly gathered at her fingertips, like a falling meteor, hitting Agatha's protective layer that wrapped the entire tower.